Chapter 1. After being disdained by the Seraph, I ascend to the supreme deity. Mortal, do you comprehend the consequences of deceiving the divine? Lin Qiye, you are irreplaceable, you are unworthy of being my agent. Upon the rooftop, the silvery moonlight cascaded upon the soot-stained tiles, where two 7-year-old boys stood. Jiang Ye gazed upward at the luminous full moon, the pristine six-winged angel reflecting in his eyes. Yet, a profound melancholy enveloped his expression as he cast a glance at the unconscious Lin Qiye beside him, a bitter smile tugging at his lips. 7 years prior, he had transmigrated into a world of divine slaughter, born in Songnan City, and became the neighbor of the protagonist, Lin Qiye. He possessed neither a forbidden abyss nor a system, existing as an ordinary child without distinction. He could not even escape Songnan to evade the cataclysm of Shiva's wrath. Each time he ventured beyond Kangnan's borders, he would inexplicably faint. Upon regaining consciousness, he invariably found himself back in Songnan. He felt as though he were a condemned prisoner, trapped in this place, awaiting death. Yet Jiang Ye was unwilling to accept his fate. Why must he languish and wait for death? After having transmigrated, he yearned to possess abilities to safeguard his small family, striving to live on. In desperation, he approached Lin Qiye, becoming his closest friend. By chance, he stumbled upon an artifact capable of replicating the essence of others, and thus began devising a scheme to deceive the Seraph into selecting him as its agent, a plan that took 2 full years to execute. However, as Jiang Ye touched his face, so reminiscent of Lin Qiye's, he shook his head with a bitter smile. What mortal scheme could possibly elude the discerning gaze of the divine? As anticipated, this ruse was swiftly unraveled by the Seraph. Michael and Lin Qiye, as in the original narrative, obtained the mortal realm of divine power. Jiang Ye stared at the adorable boy lying beside him, and after a lengthy pause, he turned, filled with reluctance, to meet the Seraph's gaze. I too can protect the great Xia and safeguard humanity. Are not the divine permitted multiple agents? Why can't you grant me a single opportunity, a chance to live? He implored loudly, his tone imbued with desperation, reminiscent of his humble job-seeking days in his previous life. The ethereal image of the Seraph, illuminated by moonlight, seemed to scoff disdainfully, its golden eyes icy. Mortal, are you worthy, with your fragile form? Or is your fate not already sealed for oblivion? Besides your cunning, I nearly fell into your deceit. What merit do you possess that warrants my granting you the power of an agent? The Seraph's furious voice reverberated in Jiang Ye's ears, striking at his very soul, as if incensed by the audacity of deceit. Ordinary? Unworthy? Merely a waste? Jiang Ye pondered over his body, which even the forbidden abyss could not awaken, his heart heavy with resignation and bitterness. It seemed he truly lacked the qualifications. From the moment he could remember, he had been orchestrating today's grand deception of the Seraph. Simultaneously, he had persistently strived to awaken the forbidden abyss, researching ways to escape Songnan. Yet, it appeared that fate had played a cruel jest on him as a transmigrator. He was even more ordinary than the average person. He possessed no abilities to extricate himself from Songnan. Was he now merely destined to be scorned? Disappointment etched across Jiang Ye's face as he murmured, "It's just like my previous life, a useless fish waiting for death." He sighed deeply, lifting his head once more, respectfully apologizing. "Seraph, I beg your pardon for my earlier offense." The sin of deceiving the divine. Do you think it can be so easily resolved? Almost duped by a 7-year-old child, the Seraph seethed with humiliation and rage. Suddenly, the golden eyes of the Seraph burst forth with radiance, divine power, rendering Jiang Ye immobile. Jiang Ye was taken aback, his expression turning grave as he locked eyes with the searing golden gaze, a sharp pain shooting from his eyeballs to his brain. Seraph! Poof! Before he could utter a word, under the influence of a supernatural force, his eyeballs exploded, blood spraying onto the black tiles. Warm, viscous blood trickled down Jiang Ye's face, dripping incessantly onto the rooftop. He yearned to scream in agony, but found himself unable to open his mouth, unable to produce a single sound. The stabbing pain in his eyes contorted his features, and he could distinctly feel the Seraph's divine power merging into his flesh and blood. Even if he were to later acquire a similar power of rapid regeneration, it would be impossible to restore his sight. Is this the punishment for deceiving the divine? Jiang Ye's heart was heavy with bitterness, his vision reduced to a void of darkness, rendering him blind to all. Bang! That searing divine power abruptly ceased, and Jiang Ye's body fell uncontrollably from the rooftop, crashing heavily to the ground. The pain in his back caused him to grit his teeth. In his ears, the Seraph's words echoed, piercing his soul. "Mortal, I have taken your eyes. This is your punishment for deceiving me. Do not aspire to acquire the power of the divine. You are unworthy." As the voice faded, silence enveloped the surroundings, broken only by the sounds of insects and the distant rustle of rats. Jiang Ye writhed in agony upon the damp, cold ground, unable to see anything, the terror of darkness making his body tremble. It hurt. So much pain. The agony in his eyes and back relentlessly stimulated the nerves of the 7-year-old child. After a considerable struggle, Jiang Ye finally managed to rise to his feet, blood still seeping from his eyes. In the darkness, he could only sense the warmth of his blood turning cold, flowing into a solid mass upon his face. Cradling his numb right arm, Jiang Ye inexplicably began to laugh. In his previous life, he had faced disdain for his poor grades, ridicule from classmates, and bullying now. Even in this new life, he could not escape the fate of being deemed a useless waste waiting for death. So be it. After all, death was inevitable. As Jiang Ye remained blind to the world around him, Sangnan gradually radiated with golden light. Buildings began to dissipate, and the bodies of those toiling for a living shimmered with golden hues, slowly vanishing into nothingness. Shiva's forbidden artifacts began to obliterate Sangnan. Jiang Ye gritted his teeth against the pain, navigating towards his home, guided by memory. That was the home he had lived in for 7 years, alongside the parents who had accompanied him throughout his life. As for Lin Qiye, he was the sole survivor of Sangnan. "Mom and Dad, you raised me for 7 years. I'm sorry. I could not repay you." He was uncertain whether he was heading in the right direction, his sight consumed by darkness. In his final moments, the figures of his parents emerged in his mind. The footsteps around him began to fade, the sounds of gnawing rats disappearing into silence. He knew he too was about to vanish, destined to be obliterated alongside Sangnan, awaiting Lin Qiye's miraculous fate. "Farewell, Mom and Dad. In the next life, may you bear a good son, one who is not a waste like me, a despised soul." Jiang Ye smiled, extending his moving left hand towards the direction of his home, bidding farewell to his parents. Golden light enveloped his entire being, the blood-stained garments beginning to dissipate. Though Jiang Ye could not see, the sensation of weightlessness reminded him of his impending disappearance. He could still hear the anguished cries of the neighbors, filled with sorrow and pain. The golden light enveloped all of Sangnan, lifting the souls of every life into the sky. Ding! The divine slaughter narrative commenced, awakening the system. In the final second before his disappearance, a mechanical voice echoed in Jiang Ye's ears. "System." He struggled to utter the words, his lips barely moving. Yet internally, he felt a deep bitterness. "Why did you only come now that I am dying? What worth do you possess?" The system awakened and detected that the host was in the process of perishing, prompting immediate remedial action. With that, Jiang Ye felt the sensation of weightlessness vanish in an instant, the feeling in his arm gradually returning. Yet his eyes remained shrouded in darkness, still blind. Bang! His floating body fell heavily to the ground once more. Jiang Ye cried out in pain, clutching his lower back as he stood up, his mind filled with a torrent of curses. But this was not the time for such thoughts. He urgently inquired, "System, why hasn't my vision restored?" However, there was no response, and the subsequent notification brought him immense surprise. "System initiation reward granted. Host ascends directly to the Supreme Deity, mastering the laws of the cosmos." Chapter 2. The Birth of the Divine, the Seraphim astonished. Ascending to the Supreme Deity, Jiang Ye rose to his feet, his attention shifting from his vacant gaze to the system's notification. Supreme Deity. the pinnacle of the three great celestials of Daxia, the Seraphim Michael, and the myriad god from various nations. This was the highest realm attainable at present. Am I not mistaken in hearing that I am to ascend to the supreme deity realm? Indeed not, host. This is a delayed compensation from the system. Please prepare to embrace the breakthrough and ascend directly to the supreme deity, God-King realm. A faint smile crept upon Jiang Ye's lips as he brushed his fingers over his hollow eyes. He understood why his vision had yet to be restored. After surpassing the pinnacle of humanity, the next stages were subgod, god, high god, god-king, celestial, half-step ascendant, and ascendant. The Seraphim represented the zenith of the supreme, the celestial realm. This meant he must reach the celestial realm to eradicate the miraculous law that plagued his eyesight. However, with the system at hand, this task should be relatively simple. Jiang Ye chuckled bitterly, pondering whether this misfortune had inadvertently turned into a blessing that moment. A surge of blue energy enveloped him from below, its resplendent light illuminating the entire street. A tumultuous wave of energy continuously flowed into Jiang Ye's body, a wondrous warmth coursing through him, indescribable in its essence. The darkness in his eyes gradually lightened, outlining a monochrome silhouette reminiscent of images from an ancient black-and-white television. This was perception. He touched his eyes, realizing they had not yet healed, indicating that he had developed a newfound sense. All objects around him shifted from obscurity to clarity, and his range of perception kept expanding. With a single step forward, his realm instantly broke through to the Zhan realm. With a second step, he reached the Qi realm. The third step took him to the Chuan realm. The fourth step brought him to the High realm. The fifth step led him to Wuliang. The sixth step ascended to Klein. The seventh step reached the God realm. The eighth step culminated in the High God realm. The ninth step achieved the supreme God realm. Boom! The blue-white energy cascaded down upon the ruins of Songnan, swiftly enveloping the entire area. The dazzling blue-white radiance shone like a brilliant star, rendering the world akin to daylight. The fluctuations of divine power from the supreme God rippled from Songnan throughout the entirety of Daxia. The human pinnacle engaged in divine warfare, and the outer gods all stood dumbfounded. Gazing at the gradually vanishing Songnan city, was Daxia truly devoid of gods? The Earth Mother Gaia, shrouded in mist, fixed her gaze upon the direction of Songnan. The divine power emanating from there rivaled her own, indicating that the Daxia deity must be at least of the supreme god realm. Could it be the prophesied heretic under protection? Gaia's eyes held a disdainful glint, even if the Daxia deity emerged. What could they accomplish against the annihilating power of Shiva? It would not halt the demise of the heretic that moment. The five human pinnacles also turned their attention towards Songnan, their eyes reflecting astonishment. A Daxia deity had appeared, who claimed that Daxia was without gods. Upon the crescent moon, a seraphim seated upon a splendid bench rested his left hand on the backrest, gazing at the mist-enshrouded azure planet. His right hand pinched his brow, while 6 wings fluttered behind him. Was that truly a 7-year-old child? He nearly fell into the trap set by this god. Fortunately, he remained cautious. Otherwise, that transaction would have. Michael shook his head, rising to face the source of the mist, his golden eyes gleaming with a cold intensity. Lin Qiye, he murmured. Buzz! Suddenly, a surge of divine power emanated from the azure planet, causing Michael's expression to shift as he turned to investigate. Songnan? He was taken aback. This divine power was at least on par with his own realm. Could it be his spiritual treasure? No, this aura was unmistakably not that. Michael hastily employed divine power to probe, but found Songnan to be a void, with only the unconscious Lin Qiye lying in solitude. After an exhaustive search yielded no results, he expanded his range to encompass all of Daxia. After a long while, still no discoveries. Michael retracted his divine power. Furrowing his brow, the aura was unlike that of any known Daxia deity, resembling rather that of a newly ascended supreme god. Who was it? When had Daxia produced someone capable of reaching such heights? Shock flickered in his eyes. The deities of Daxia were still in the cycle of reincarnation, rendering their presence here impossible. Thus, the earlier surge of divine power must have belonged to an unknown new deity. A new god had been born in Daxia. Michael found this hard to believe. sinking into deep contemplation over the implications of this new emergence. After a lengthy pause, he shook his head. Unbeknownst to him, the very Jiang Ye he had dismissed moments ago had already ascended to the supreme god realm. Jiang Ye stood atop a high mountain peak, the system adeptly concealing his divine aura. Otherwise, numerous outer gods would be drawn to investigate. He gazed at the crescent moon in the night sky, the silvery moonlight casting an eerie glow on his face, rendering his eyeless visage somewhat unsettling. Michael, why? I merely wished to survive. That he stared into the night sky, vowing that one day he would seek guidance from Michael. Jiang Ye produced a black band, wrapping it around his eyeless sockets and tying it in a butterfly knot. The cool night breeze caressed the boy's youthful, resolute face, the ends of the black band fluttering in the wind. With steady steps, he approached the ruins of the city, soon arriving beside Lin Qiye. Yet, Jiang Ye only paused briefly before moving towards the location where his home had once stood. Thud! He knelt on the ground, bowing his head 3 times with gravity. Mom and Dad, just 10 more years. I will honor you well and be a good child. I await your return. Jiang Ye's eyes misted over as he gradually rose, vanishing into the void of the city in that fleeting moment of his disappearance. Countless lights enveloped the now ruined Sangnan, the clamor reaching Jiang Ye's ears from far away in the forest cave. Now, he could sense everything within the boundaries of Daxia. However, the mist still eluded his comprehension, and the calamity wrought by the key of doors was not to be underestimated. He had only just entered the supreme god realm, and was not yet a match for the veteran supremes. Nor did he seem to belong to any divine pantheon of this world. Host, Jiang Ye realm, supreme god, god king realm, origin, omniversal origin laws, law of the blade, omniversal law divine domain, divine ruins, omniversal divine ruins, the law of the blade. As its name implies, merges the power of the law into the blade, capable of unleashing terrifying might. The sword saint of Daxia, Zhou Ping, comprehended the law of the sword, capable of slaying formidable deities with a single strike. Though his physical form could not withstand the power of the law, as for the omniversal divine ruins and the omniversal law, they were even more intriguing. Omniversal signifies encompassing all. Once the divine ruins manifest, one can transform their innermost thoughts and even alter the surrounding environment. Within the divine ruins, whatever one desires can be conjured with mere thought. In the ruins, I am the sovereign, and anything that enters my domain shall be influenced. It can even give rise to unique abilities. This ability to instantaneously vanish from Sangnan was also derived from the omniversal divine ruins. One could say that as long as one thinks it, anything can be manifested. System, O system, after 7 years of absence, you return only to render me invincible. A mere trifle. Allow me to introduce myself. This system is known as the modified plot system, as long as the host modifies the existing plot structure. They can gain corresponding modification points, which are crucial for the host's continued ascension. Furthermore, after altering significant plot points, the host may have a chance to receive additional random rewards. Altering the plot? Jiang Ye furrowed his brow. If the plot were to be changed, wouldn't he that throw the god-slaying world into chaos? Not at all, host. Your inclusion inherently enriches the plot's diversity, while the ultimate outcome of each storyline rests upon whether you can withstand the quill of the old rogue Sanji. Thus, even if you alter the narrative, the final result will still be drawn back by Sanju. You, on the other hand, can gain modification points to enhance your strength, which doesn't sound too bad. Jiang Ye contemplated momentarily, nodding in agreement. System, how many modification points are needed for me to ascend to the celestial realm? The Seraphim Michael, as the pinnacle of the holy divine system, represents the apex of the celestial realm. I'm still merely at the God King level among the supreme gods. To challenge the Seraphim, I must at least reach the half-step ascendant level that advance to the celestial realm. 1,000,000 modification points. The main storyline has yet to commence. Please be patient, host. How much? Jiang Ye extended a finger. 1,000,000. What the hell? Yet upon realizing that the supreme god realm was no trifling matter, he suddenly felt a sense of relief. After all, the protagonist storyline was extensive enough to earn him ample modification points. Jiang Ye exited the cave, gazing at the luminous moonlight, reaching up to touch the black band wrapped around his eyeless sockets. Michael, we shall meet again. Chapter 3. Illusionary Transformation. Lin Qiye's social mortification. In the ruins of Songnan, 5 figures of different hues descended from the sky, standing above the desolate city, observing the lifeless streets devoid of souls. With debris scattered everywhere, the weight of despair settled upon their hearts. An entire city's existence had been extinguished. The figure clad in a dark red cloak, Yi Fan, furrowed his brow and turned to look at Brother Mi Tuan. Can we trace the divine presence? Brother Mi Tuan shook his head. That divine aura was unfamiliar. Unlike any deity from Daxia or the outer gods, it seemed Yi Fan's gaze sharpened. Seemed what? It seemed to be a newly born deity. And furthermore, one hailing from Daxia. Their power is formidable, having disrupted my tracking with some form of force. Brother Mi Tuan gazed into the distance. The other 4 figures displayed astonishment in their eyes. Daxia had birthed a god, not one from its historical pantheon. This was utterly unfathomable. Yi Fan fell silent for a moment and addressed the 4 individuals. The matters concerning Songnan must remain confidential. There are numerous variables at play here, especially. He elaborated on the related issues and then added, the divine presence we sense just now was first detected by the Great Xia, and it is suspected to be that of a deity from the Great Xia. We must locate him. Zhou Ping, wearing flip-flops, along with the other 3, nodded, hope glimmering in their eyes. With a thunderous roar, numerous military aircraft soared through the sky, while cloaked sentinels descended upon the disaster-stricken city to provide aid. They called out amidst the ruins, the Great Xia military is here, death shall retreat, and those who survive shall live. 9 years later, in the old district of Songnan City, Xiao Yi, if you're being bullied at your new school, you must tell your mother, said Lu Su, as she adjusted Jiang Ye's school uniform collar at the slightly dilapidated doorway, her voice filled with countless reminders and heartfelt concern. Jiang Ye listened patiently, refraining from the childish interruptions of his younger self. Perhaps this transformation began with the destruction of Songnan. Once satisfied with her adjustments, Lu Su's face blossomed into a gentle smile, the passage of time leaving delicate traces at the corners of her eyes. All right, off you go to school. She placed the guide cane and the leash of the guide dog in her hand. Jiang Ye understood that he did not require these aids, yet he could only accompany his mother for 1 more year. I'm leaving now, Mom, he called, waving the guide cane as he walked along the streets of the old district. He looked up at the sky, where the world was devoid of color, merely outlined in shades of black and white. With only a year remaining in his 10-year deadline, how swiftly time flies. Jiang Ye sighed, crouching down to pat the guide dog's head, which responded with a drooling nod, soon transforming into a swirling mass of blue and white energy, an embodiment of the myriad divine ruins. Today was the day Aunt Lin Qiye was to deliver eggs to her classmates, and thus, the plot was about to undergo a change. He set forth on the path to Songnan No. 2 middle school, similarly adorned with a blindfold. While he lived alongside his parents, as opposed to spending time in a psychiatric ward, he reached a deserted corner, took a step forward, and his figure instantaneously appeared in a narrow alley at Songnan No. 2. As he arrived, a sharp scream pierced the air, and Jiang Ye turned his head slightly. In his perception, 2 disheveled individuals, a black and white pair, lay on the ground, terror etched across their faces as they gazed at him. Embarrassed, he waved his hand. I apologize for the disturbance. Please continue. With that, he exited the dim alley. Crazy, the man exclaimed, while the woman trembled as she patted his shoulder, whispering, he isn't human. I saw him suddenly appear here. He didn't even walk in. The man paused, suddenly grasping the implications. This guy didn't even make a sound while walking. Could it be a ghost? The 2 hastily donned their clothes and bolted from the alley. Meanwhile, Jiang Ye had already entered the gates of No. 2 middle school, his perception enveloping the entire building as he proceeded to the right corridor. The world remained a bleak gray, devoid of color. Ever since Michael had obliterated his vision, Jiang Ye grasped the mysterious force of rapid regeneration. Yet to no avail, the divine power of the Seraphim obstructed the restoration of his sight, leaving the system with only 2 options. One was to ascend to the realm of the celestial sovereign, and the other was to compel the Seraph to actively lift the divine curse. Though this was evidently impossible, still his realm was insufficient. He must diligently accumulate narrative modification value. In no time, leveraging his formidable perception, Jiang Ye swiftly located Aunt Lin Qiye's eyesight isn't great. Please take extra care of her, she said, placing an egg in Lin Yifei's palm. Lin Yifei chuckled, patting his head. Don't worry, Annie. Leave it to me. No one in class would dare bully Qiye. She smiled and nodded, distributing eggs to class leader Jiang Xian and others. Offering her patient reminders, Jiang Ye stood by, attuned to their every action. The love of family shared common threads. Aunt Lin Qiye's nagging was akin to his mother's. A smile crept onto his lips. 10 minutes later, Lin Yifei and Jiang Xian stepped towards the teaching building, leaving Aunt Lin Qiye standing at the school gate. Seeing that the moment had arrived, Jiang Ye activated the myriad divine ruins, his body gradually becoming ethereal, blending into the surrounding environment. At this instant, he entered a state of invisibility, stepping out to appear beside Lin Yifei. Transform, Jiang Ye intoned, directing his gaze at the eggs in their hands, before vanishing from sight. What? Why did this egg turn into a stone? There's a bug. One female student shrieked as the egg in her hand morphed into a dead beetle. Lin Yifei, puzzled, raised his hand holding the egg, only to flush crimson as he discovered that he was now holding a silicone product secretly purchased online. Nearby, Wang Xiao, witnessing this scene, placed a hand on Lin Yifei's shoulder and laughed. Yifei, I didn't expect you to indulge in this. Though you are young, one should still exercise restraint. The girls accompanying them cast curious glances, their faces flushing at the need for discretion. Class leader Jiang Qian's cheeks turned pink as she exclaimed, Lin Yifei, what in the world are you holding? Lin Yifei, bewildered, turned just in time to be struck by an egg. Clink! The classmate lost the desire to escort Lin Qiye home, and the plot involving the ghost-faced figure underwent a slight alteration. Lin Yifei, mortified by the silicone mishap, earned 1,000 narrative modification points. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Jiang Ye emerged from the restroom, a smile gracing his face. Next, he would thwart Lin Qiye's encounter with the ghost-faced figure, delaying the awakening of her mortal divine realm. Such a shift in the narrative could yield substantial modifications, perhaps even the system's so-called random rewards. What might they be? Would they include potent forbidden items, other extraordinary divine ruins, or even a royal ruin? The anticipation was palpable. Dingling. The early bell for class rang, and Jiang Ye gathered his thoughts as he walked through the corridors of the teaching building. Why is he wearing a blindfold? Is he cosplaying as a blind monk? The familiar line morphed into a personal address, leaving Jiang Ye feeling helpless. Upon reaching the classroom, the homeroom teacher faced the students of class 3-2, announcing, This is Jiang Ye, and tomorrow, we will also welcome Lin Qiye to our class. Both of them have suffered visual impairments, so please take extra care of them. Upon hearing this, the students below reacted with little enthusiasm. Their gazes cold, and some even tinged with irritation. Lin Qiye sighed, having anticipated this outcome. Who would wish to associate with a blind person? Nonetheless, who is Jiang Ye? Lin Qiye, you will sit next to Jiang Ye. The homeroom teacher, perceiving the student's reluctance, pointed to the seat beside Jiang Ye. He sat at the back of the classroom, while Lin Qiye could only perceive within a 10-meter radius. Feeling anxious, Lin Qiye thought, Jiang Ye, could he be the same Jiang Ye who once shared the rooftop with me, gazing at the moon? The one with poor eyesight as well? Is it really him? Lin Qiye strode towards the direction indicated by his homeroom teacher, the tail of his black belt fluttering behind him. As the distance diminished, his anticipation grew ever stronger. Everyone around him considered him to be mad, unable to believe their eyes that beheld a six-winged angel. Perhaps Jiang Ye could provide answers to the mysteries swirling within his heart. Gradually, as he drew closer, a strikingly handsome figure emerged in his perception of the world, his eyes ensnared by something unknown. The colors eluded him, for the realm of perception bore no hues. Suddenly, Lin Qiye halted, his face a portrait of astonishment as he faced Jiang Ye. Blinded too. It was him. Ding-ling-ling. At that moment, the bell signaling the end of the morning reading session rang, prompting all the students to rise from their seats and unwind within the classroom. Yet Lin Qiye remained rooted in place, entranced by Jiang Ye. Stop standing there. Sit down, Jiang Ye urged, patting the bench beside him. Lin Qiye jolted slightly. Could he see me? A flicker of surprise crossed his mind as he shed his backpack and took a seat beside Jiang Ye. The sudden appearance of a childhood companion left him at a loss for words. Should he initiate small talk? Or, after pondering for a moment, Lin Qiye turned to Jiang Ye. Are you also blind? Jiang Ye smirked internally at his sharp tongue and nodded. Lin Qiye frowned slightly, pressing on with his inquiry. You saw the angel too, didn't you? You possess a 10-meter perception range, correct? What truly transpired that night? Can you enlighten me? His voice trembled with excitement. Jiang Ye shook his head, his tone nonchalant. You are ill. Knowing would only hasten your awakening to the divine ruins. Upon hearing this, Lin Qiye's fervor subsided, his gaze lowering slightly. Then how do you explain your eyes? Caught in a pyramid scheme, got blinded. Lin Qiye, in his perception, noticed Jiang Ye's expression of disbelief, which made him smile. Following this, both fell into a contemplative silence, reminiscing about their time spent gazing at the moon from the rooftop, a particularly painful memory for Jiang Ye. Meanwhile, Lin Qiye, who had been observing the two, exchanged puzzled glances with several classmates, suddenly struck by the feeling that they were an ideal match. Qiye, did you lose that thing yesterday? Upon hearing this, Lin Qiye's face flushed, and he waved his hand dismissively. Lost it ages ago. What a pity, huh? Time flowed on through the successive classes. Evening fell. Jiang Ye and Lin Qiye exited the school gates together. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Ye spoke. Wait here for a moment. Lin Qiye blinked in surprise, but nodded in acquiescence. Jiang Ye ventured around a corner, conjuring a small electric scooter with his divine ruin powers. It would be too tedious to walk back. He would take a detour to drop Lin Qiye right at his doorstep, thereby skillfully evading the faceless specter and delaying Lin Qiye's awakening. Climbing onto the scooter, Jiang Ye inserted the key, and music began to play. With this, I shall never be stuck in traffic, he proclaimed, honking the horn as he approached Lin Qiye. Come on, hop on. Let us head home. Lin Qiye stood frozen, incredulous at the thought of two blind individuals riding home together. The other students, laden with their backpacks, turned to watch in astonishment as the two sightless students sped away on the scooter, but a nearby rotund boy, gnawing on a chicken leg, dropped his entire meal in shock. No way, blind people driving, and going 50 miles per hour. On the scooter, Lin Qiye sensed the world rushing past him at a dizzying speed, causing a wave of anxiety to wash over him. Reflexively, he grasped Jiang Ye's waist. Simultaneously, a deeper shock settled within him. If his perception range was merely 10 meters, such a feat would be impossible. Unless Jiang Ye possessed extraordinary reflexes, the ride was astonishingly smooth, as if everything was anticipated by him. The only conclusion was that Jiang Ye's perception range exceeded his own, perhaps by several folds. Lin Qiye's conviction strengthened. Jiang Ye had undoubtedly seen the six-winged angel. He might even know the way to open my eyes. But why does this route feel so off? Suddenly, Jiang Ye veered around a large section of the old city, ultimately halting the scooter near a small, modest house. Qiye, it's time to go home, he declared. Thanks, but before Lin Qiye could express his gratitude, Jiang Ye's figure vanished from his perception, leaving only the faint sound of the scooter's engine. Lin Qiye furrowed his brow, the question that lingered on his lips unspoken, leaving him unsettled as he walked towards the warmly lit small house. Suddenly, a foul stench invaded his nostrils. The old city, an area shrouded in the unrestrained void. Jiang Ye glanced at the sign reading unrestricted void by the roadside, his form disappearing in an instant. There's a monster. Run. Wait for me. Lin Qiye's eyes widened in horror as he collapsed to the ground. Witnessing their classmate Jiang Qian being gruesomely dismembered and devoured by a repugnant creature, he quickly covered his mouth to suppress the urge to vomit, scrambling to his feet and sprinting towards the dimly lit alley. As for Wang Xiao and the others, they had long since vanished, leaving only echoes of their screams. Just as he dared not look back, a silhouette caught his eye, clad in a red and white uniform. Within a dim corner of the old city, Jiang Ye furrowed his brow as he faced the radiant beam of golden light, shaking his head in resignation. Once again, he found himself drawn back by the treachery of the old rogue Sanju. It seemed he could only witness the events surrounding the ghost-faced king this time, that if I managed to save Zhao Kongcheng, it should be sufficient to secure the first draw of the modified value for the lottery. And perhaps even trigger a random reward from the system, that I must acquire a forbidden ability before Lin Qiye joins the Night Watchman. Otherwise, it would be challenging to follow the unfolding narrative. Once the myriad of divine ruins is exposed, the deities of the Great Xia will undoubtedly take notice. I do not belong to any divine pantheon. There is a high likelihood of misunderstandings arising. Moreover, the Seraphim at the pinnacle of the supreme gods will sense my presence. Normally, who would leave such a vulnerability unguarded? I currently lack the strength to confront them. I must reach the celestial sovereign realm or attain a half-step into the dimension of ascension. Of course, the most pressing matter is Jiang Ye lifted his gaze towards the moon hanging in the night sky on the lunar surface. The Seraphim Michael narrowed his golden eyes. His gaze shifted from the resplendent golden light of Lin Qiye to Jiang Ye's previous position across light years of distance. That familiar aura, it belongs to that deceitful lad. Michael frowned and contemplated for a moment. He still could not deduce what was particularly special about that mortal, and thus shook his head, stubborn as ever. Still yearning to obtain my divine power? Such is the folly of mortals. The Seraphim scoffed coldly and continued to observe Lin Qiye, dismissing Jiang Ye entirely. He would never believe that Jiang Ye could deceive him once more. The following noon, at the Peace Affairs office, in the conference room, Chen Mai sat in a chair, listening to Zhao Kongqing's report. Yet the more he listened, the more his brow furrowed. Old Zhao, this is impossible. Wu Xiangnan was the first to voice his dissent. That kid has just awakened the divine ruins. His strength is merely at the lantern realm. According to your interview, it was ultimately you who killed that ghost-face man, which sufficiently indicates that the other ghost-face figures in the old city were not slain by him. Chen Mai nodded in agreement. Hong Ying, with her hands propping her chin, mused, who could it be? Other than our 136 squad, there is no one else capable of dealing with the mysterious entities in Tsangnan. Chen Mai spoke solemnly. From the fatal wounds on the ghost-face men, each knife mark on their necks is identical. Even the time of death aligns perfectly, implying that the 7 ghost-face figures were almost instantaneously exterminated. Upon hearing this, the underground conference room fell into a brief silence. As someone who has trained with blades for years, Chen Mai understood the implications of this. Even if he had honed his skills for over a decade, it would be impossible to achieve such precision in the knife marks. This indicated that the individual who slew the ghost-face men possessed not only unparalleled swordsmanship, but also strength potentially on par with his own. The Sea Realm, Chen Mai's expression grew grave. Zhao Kongcheng extended his hands and continued. Eyewitness Li Yifei claimed to have seen a transfer student with a black bandage over his eyes. After investigating Lin Qiye's records, I found that he transferred to Tsangnan No, to high school just yesterday, and had not awakened the divine ruins before that, meaning he was indeed the one with the black bandage. His assertions led Chen Mai and Wu Xiangnan to regard him with suspicion. A student who had just awakened should not possess such formidable combat prowess. Chen Mai's expression became a tad unsettled, and after a long silence, he uttered, Old Zhao, the higher-ups have issued an order to enlist the divine agent of the Seraphim into the Night Watchman. You shall handle this matter. Understood, Captain. Zhao Kongcheng replied, thumping his chest. Chen Mai nodded and continued, We will pursue the Ghost-Face King. He has sustained injuries and cannot flee far. Moreover, his tone suddenly turned icy. This time, the Ghost-Face men are no ordinary foes. There may be a Sea Realm expert among them. Proceed with caution. Wu Xiangnan squinted slightly. He too could not believe that Lin Qiye could wield such exquisite swordsmanship. Who, then, could have been responsible for slaying the Ghost-Face men? Chapter 6. A twist in the narrative. The system's reward arrives. In the capital city, a man dressed in the delivery uniform or rice cake service skillfully maneuvered an unfamiliar electric bike through the streets. Beep! The electric bike halted before a restaurant named Flavors of Local Cuisine, honking a few times. Inside the eatery, Zhou Ping, seated in a corner while engrossed in a martial arts novel, glanced over. The delivery man nodded his head in acknowledgement, prompting Zhou Ping to set down his book, grab a pair of chopsticks, and greet the owner before stepping outside. Once seated on the back of the electric bike, Zhou Ping inquired. Has he appeared? Indeed, identical to the new deity of Great Xia born 9 years ago, the delivery man replied while driving. Zhou Ping furrowed his brow. Can we trace his location? He is in Songnan, yet I cannot track him. There seems to be a strange force obstructing my pursuit, just as it was 9 years ago. The delivery man shook his head like a T-present. We are unaware of the intentions of this deity. If it pertains to Shiva's resentment, we must act swiftly to eliminate it. Let us first consult with Commander Ye. Zhou Ping nodded, his eyes sharp as swords, regardless of his identity, within the confines of Great Xia. Divine beings are prohibited from acting at dusk at Sena No. 2 High School. Jiang Ye stood at the edge of the corridor, leaning against the railing, relishing the cool evening breeze. Unbeknownst to him, his face had long since lost its smile. In his earlier days of reading novels, he had always yearned to share adventures with the intriguing characters within. Yet ever since he lost his sight, his sole aspiration had become to grow stronger and reach the moon. Jiang Ye gazed at the moon that had yet to rise in the sky, lost in thought. Tap, tap, tap. Just then, he heard footsteps approaching. Lin Qiye, whose vision had returned, walked over and leaned against the railing as well. He regarded Jiang Ye's black bandages, hesitating for a moment before speaking. I can see now. Jiang Ye's lips twitched. Congratulations. Why can't you see before? Blindness naturally hinders vision. But why can I see? Jiang Ye thought. Damn, this kid is here to show off. Noticing Jiang Ye's silence, Lin Qiye's eyes sparkled with golden light. Jiang Ye, do you still trust my words? Can you tell me about the incident on the rooftop when we were children? And the abilities I acquired that resemble superpowers? Jiang Ye slowly turned his head, feeling a twinge of bitterness within. Surely, he couldn't confess that he initially sought to usurp his position as a proxy. With a sigh, he expressed, You are the chosen one by the divine, while I am the one shunned by the divine. It's that simple that we may become rivals in the future, but for now, we are still friends. Chosen by the divine, rivals. Lin Qiye's eyes flickered with confusion, gazing at Jiang Ye like a curious child. The two locked eyes in silence. In the classroom, Li Yifei, stealthily observing them, stroked his chin and gasped. What on earth are these two suddenly gazing at each other so sentimentally for? They can't possibly be. Li Yifei hurriedly averted his gaze, his mind swirling with questions. Was it truly Jiang Ye last night? Could he be some hidden dragon king of the metropolis, effortlessly dispatching those monsters? He was filled with doubt, but the dim environment from the previous night left him uncertain if he had misjudged. Perhaps I should find an opportunity to inquire later. However, this kid seems so aloof, as if he stepped out of a domineering CO novel. Will he at some point utter, man, you are playing with fire? Li Yifei shuddered involuntarily. That evening, as school ended, Jiang Ye and Lin Qiye parted ways at the Old City intersection. Just then, the system's voice rang out. Ding, you have altered the upcoming strategic arrangements of 5 human pinnacles, earning 8,000 modified value points. Upon reaching 10,000 modified points, congratulations, you will receive 1 lottery draw opportunity. Current modified points, 11, 500. Accumulate to 100,000 to gain the opportunity for any reward of your choosing. Jiang Ye, who had just opened his front door, paused momentarily, but after careful reflection, he found it quite reasonable. The forbidden ruins of Luwuwei were capable of sensing the divine aura he had inadvertently leaked, which was entirely normal. A lottery draw. What might it yield? 10,000 points would allow any reward of choice. This system is indeed impressive. Jiang Ye felt a surge of excitement as he cast aside his backpack and entered his room. His mother, Lu Su, called out, Xiao Yi, I bought your favorite snacks. Come and have some. Mom, I know I'll be down shortly. Bang. Jiang Ye shut the door behind him and sat on his bed, as the system immediately manifested a large spinning wheel. I must draw either the forbidden ruins or the divine ruins. Otherwise, I will inevitably be exposed. If even Luwuwei cannot be concealed, the deities of Great Xia in the cycle will discover it even faster. First, I must survive to the celestial sovereign realm, gaining the strength to contend with the 3 celestial sovereigns of Great Xia. Jiang Ye focused intently on the spinning wheel and clicked to reveal the prize pool. A strand of golden light emanating forth 0.5 elements law, yin-yang law, lightning law, 9 heavens divine thunder ruins, Golden body Dharma form 99. His eyes widened in astonishment. By heavens, they were all golden legends. None of them were worthless. Jiang Ye's breath quickened, his hands trembling slightly as he clicked on the center of the wheel, which began to spin rapidly. Under his eager gaze, the pointer gradually came to a halt. Self-created Forbidden Ruins secret technique. One-time item, the host may utilize the self-created Forbidden Ruins to add any Forbidden Ruins function. With a function limit of 0.6, self-created, Jiang Ye's eyes lit up with excitement as he meticulously perused the introduction, inwardly exclaiming, "Impressive." According to the description, he had the capability to create any variety of forbidden domains and could also incorporate 6 corresponding functions into these domains. Moreover, these 6 functions could be chosen at will. For instance, if he were to create a starry night dancer akin to Lin Qiye, which would only amplify in the dark, he could augment it to function even during the day, maximizing the benefits it provided. A smile crept onto Jiang Ye's lips. While it might not rival the universal divine domain, it was just sufficient for concealment. Should his divine identity be revealed, he would lose the opportunity to collaborate with Lin Qiye in acquiring the transformation values necessary to surpass the celestial sovereign, leading to numerous uncertainties. What kind of forbidden domain should he create? Jiang Ye pondered, aware that he possessed 2 laws of power, one being the law of universality, capable of evolving all things, and the other being the law of blade, used to slay the ghost-faced man, though it lacked a corresponding forbidden domain. That if that were the case, then you shall be it. System, create a blade-type forbidden domain. Creation in progress. Please describe your specific requirements for the forbidden domain. Can I propose my own requirements? Jiang Ye was taken aback and replied, it must inherently possess a suppression field for the sake of flair. Requirement accepted. Creation in progress. Creation complete. Blade domain. Capable of forming a certain range of blade energy suppression, with both range and intensity increasing as one's realm ascends. The host may freely add 6 functions. Jiang Ye nodded, recognizing that with his supreme divine status, even Yang Jian, who was merely at the main deity level next door, would be unable to raise his head in his presence. Abilities? The abilities necessary for the blade. Speed maximized, strength maximized, critical hit maximized, defense maximized, special effects maximized, and finally, restoring stamina and injuries. Perfect. Addition successful. The blade domain evolved, transforming the host within it into a hexagonal warrior, omnipotent and invincible. Chapter 7. The blade domain unleashed. Lin Qiye felt a pang of inferiority. Invincible? Indeed, in the context of the current narrative, it was truly invincible. Jiang Ye felt the amplifying effects of the unfolding blade domain, his form flickering as he vanished from the room. Suspended amidst the vast night, he waved his hand grandly. Blade domain. Activate. Buzz. A surge of white blade energy erupted from within him, spreading across the entirety of Sangnan City. IT had not yet reached its limit. Jiang Ye continued to expand the blade domain until it encompassed an area 3 times the size of Sangnan City before halting, a domain capable of covering the expanse of 3 Sangnan cities. Quite impressive, he nodded in satisfaction, retracting the blade domain at an astonishing speed, the endless white blade energy returning to his essence. He wondered how many meters the blade domain's range was, muttering to the system. You truly elevate me to the high deity level without any process. System. Forget it. We shall discuss it later. For now, return home. Just as Jiang Ye was about to teleport back home, a voice suddenly called from behind. Jiang Ye. He sensed the presence behind him. Atop a nearby rooftop stood Lin Qiye, glowing with a purple light. Jiang Ye's heart skipped a beat. What the? He turned to face Lin Qiye, lowering his gaze. Lin Qiye, who was experimenting with the Starry Night Dancer, looked utterly astonished at Jiang Ye hovering in the night sky. Wait, aren't you supposed to be cultivating? How are you walking on air? Initially delighted by acquiring the Starry Night Dancer, Lin Qiye's excitement waned upon witnessing Jiang Ye's display of celestial cultivation. This Starry Night Dancer doesn't seem that impressive after all that. Oh, actually, I'm just hanging by a rope, Jiang Ye awkwardly explained as he began to freefall. Lin Qiye's mouth twitched in disbelief. I considered you a friend, and here you are showing off? You truly are insufferable. He rolled his eyes and activated the Starry Night Dancer, descending from the rooftop. leaving behind layers of purple luminescence. Under the amplification of the night, his speed rivaled that of free fall in a flash of purple light. Lin Qiye reached the ground just as Jiang Ye was plummeting. Whoosh! Lin Qiye extended his arms, catching the descending Jiang Ye. For a moment, their eyes locked, and with no one around, the atmosphere grew oddly charged. "What are you doing?" Jiang Ye crossed his arms. Lin Qiye's expression turned awkward, and he released his grip, scratching his head. "I got a bit carried away." Thud! Jiang Ye plopped down onto the ground. Utterly speechless, he stood up, dusting off his pants, thinking injured. "I'm a supreme deity. How could I possibly be hurt?" Jiang Ye quickly raised his hand to halt Lin Qiye. "Let's maintain a respectful distance. You can't be so desperate that you can't even spare your childhood friend." Lin Qiye. The two resumed their journey home, during which Jiang Ye shared details about the forbidden domain, unable to withstand Lin Qiye's relentless inquiries. "So, what is your forbidden domain?" Lin Qiye inquired. "Blade domain. What abilities does it possess within the blade domain?" "I am invincible," Jiang Ye replied nonchalantly. Lin Qiye's eyes widened in astonishment, muttering, "So powerful." Jiang Ye chuckled. "Yours isn't lacking either. It's still a divine domain." "Divine domain?" Lin Qiye questioned, puzzled, which is stronger, a divine domain or a forbidden domain? Jiang Ye's lips twitched as he hesitated. "Perhaps the divine domain." "Oh," Lin Qiye responded, his tone unenthusiastic. The two parted ways upon arriving home. Once inside, Lin Qiye was greeted by the affectionate licks of his pet. "Little Black," he chuckled as he crouched down to pat Little Black's head before making his way to his room. "Bro, where did you go?" Yang Jin asked as he emerged from his room. "Just met up with a friend. You should get some rest," Lin Qiye replied, opening his door and stepping inside. Yang Jin furrowed his brow, glancing at Little Black sprawled on the floor. "Did you sense that? The forbidden domain that awakened just now feels quite peculiar." Under the cover of night, on a winding road, a large truck's driver was biting on a cigarette while on the phone. "The divine presence from 9 years ago has resurfaced in Songnan. You have 2 tasks upon arrival." The truck driver, Zhang Feng, was also a follower, ranked 20th. He exhaled a plume of white smoke. "What is it?" "First, locate the agent of the Seraphim Michael and bring him back to the ancient God Church. Second, investigate the divine presence that appeared in Songnan 9 years ago, establishing contact with whichever deity it may be before the Great Xia does. This is crucial." Zhang Feng crushed the cigarette, but, replying understood, before hanging up. Ding dong. A message from the Songnan Night Watchers team arrived on his phone. "Chun Mai, Hai Jing." Zhang Feng fell in a deep thought. With only his river realm cultivation, it seemed he would need to employ some tactics. He glanced back at the cargo container behind him, a smile creeping onto his lips. The following day, as the sun set, Jiang Ye walked home with his hands in his pockets, a shoulder bag slung across his body, accompanied by Lin Qiye. Today marked the scene where Zhao Kongsheng and Lin Qiye would meet, and Jiang Ye had no intention of avoiding the past. He aimed to catch a big fish. Rather than making minor adjustments to the plot, it would be far better to ensure Zhao Kongsheng's survival, potentially yielding transformation values exceeding thousands, perhaps even tens of thousands. This would bring him a step closer to seeking the Seraphim Michael on the moon. "Stop!" Suddenly, Lin Qiye's hand was seized by a large hand. Startled, Lin Qiye turned to see a man in a trench coat, sporting a slight beard. It was the uncle who had slain the ghost-faced man that night. "You brat, I've finally found you." Zhao Kongsheng exhaled. "You're looking for me." Lin Qiye frowned. "Uncle, I will not join your ranks. Don't be hasty. Let's find a place to talk." Zhao Kongsheng insisted. "You must be curious about the events surrounding you, right?" Lin Qiye paused, indeed intrigued, as since last night he had developed a keen interest in divine and forbidden domains. "Oh, right." Jiang Ye. He quickly turned around, only to find Jiang Ye had vanished without a trace. "Where did he go?" "Hey kid, I'm asking you a question." Zhao Kongsheng suddenly blocked his path. Lin Qiye shifted his head, still not spotting Jiang Ye. Zhao Kongsheng inquired, puzzled, "What are you looking for? Did you just see a guy with a black bandage over his eyes?" Zhao Kongsheng was left speechless. "Are you referring to yourself?" "No, he's my childhood friend. He is also visually impaired," Lin Qiye clarified. Upon hearing this, Zhao Kongsheng froze momentarily. Visually impaired? With a black bandage? He immediately turned to look around. But apart from his students heading home, There was no one else adorned with black bandages. Yet this kid claimed him to be a childhood friend. Could it be that the one who had slain the ghost-faced man in the old district that night was him? Zhao Kongqing's heart raced, and he quickly asked, "Did you pass by Old District Street the night before yesterday?" Lin Qiye shook his head. "I used to walk that route frequently, but the other night, my childhood friend rode an electric scooter to take me home. We didn't go anywhere else. No." Zhao Kongqing inhaled sharply. "Your childhood friend can't possibly be a divine agent, right? Capable of instantly dispatching 7 ghost-faced men?" "No, wait. Kid, you said he is visually impaired." Lin Qiye nodded. Zhao Kongqing pouted, a look of innocence plaster on his face. "How the hell does a blind person ride an electric scooter? Explain that to me." Lin Qiye. He proceeded to explain. He possesses a sensing field and mentioned that his forbidden domain is called Blade Domain. It allows him to perceive everything within a 20-meter radius, just like I used to. Forbidden domain. Zhao Kongqing was instantly rendered speechless. The Blade Domain, related to blades. Could it be that the ghost-faced men were indeed slain by him? Chapter 8. The howling celestial hound blocks the way. Zhao Kongqing fell into a moment of silence. What kind of forbidden domain is the Blade Domain? Listening to it feels like a matter pertaining to a certain domain. He raised his eyes to scrutinize Lin Qiye and inquired, "Did he mention to you the characteristics of the Blade Domain's forbidden ruins?" Lin Qiye pondered for a moment and replied, "Within the Blade Domain, he is invincible." Zhao Kongqing's lips twitched slightly. Domain type, forbidden ruins, either enhance the self or debilitate the enemy, or possess other unique traits. The very name Blade Domain suggests a high attack type of forbidden ruins, and with the 7 slain ghost-faced beings, Zhao Kongqing was utterly convinced that the Blade Domain was an exceedingly hazardous place of aggressive nature. However, the phrase invincible within the Blade Domain was utter nonsense. Every forbidden ruins has its strengths and weaknesses, and there has never been an all-encompassing invincible forbidden ruins in the entire Daxia. Stroking his chin, Zhao Kongqing glanced back, harboring doubts about whether Lin Qiye was intentionally deceiving him. Remembering that enlisting the divine agent among the night watchers was his foremost task, he hastily shook his head. Grasping Lin Qiye's wrist again, he said, "We'll deal with your childhood friend's matters later. Let us find a place to discuss." With that, Zhao Kongqing tousled his hair, striking a pose he considered quite dashing. Lin Qiye's face stiffened. He couldn't shake the feeling that this uncle was somewhat greasy. Ultimately, driven by curiosity, he followed Zhao Kongqing, eager to uncover the events unfolding around him. Yet when Lin Qiye caught sight of the glaringly provocative videos in the hotel, he shivered involuntarily, his legs instinctively clenching together. The following night, a burly man emerged from a low house in the old city, removing his apron and casting a complex gaze at Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye apologized. "I'm sorry. I only wish to protect my little home. I will sign the confidentiality agreement." A smile crept onto Zhao Kongqing's face as he placed a hand on Lin Qiye's shoulder. Gazing at the modest tiled house with a sense of nostalgia, saying, "Kid, I hope you safeguard it well." Lin Qiye nodded. "I will, and I wish you great achievements, General Zhao." Zhao Kongqing smiled and nodded, his eyes becoming misty. "Damn it, kid, go home." Lin Qiye stared at Zhao Kongqing, hesitating for a moment before turning back to the low house. Zhao Kongqing remained stationary for a long time until the voice of Wu Xiangnan crackled through his earpiece. "Old Zhao, the Ghost-Faced King has appeared, not far from you. I've sent you the location. It's not something you can handle. Trap it in the boundless void. Hong Ying is already on her way to you. Also, this time is a bit peculiar. The captain and I have discovered another mysterious entity, seemingly intent on entangling us again. Be cautious in your actions." Zhao Kongqing's expression shifted as he glanced at the provided location. His brow knitting tightly, he looked once more towards Lin Qiye's little home. Inside the low house, Lin Qiye approached the dining table with a broad smile, enjoying a meal with his aunt and younger brother. He happily savored the ribs his aunt had served, spitting out a bone, just as he intended to toss it to Xiao Hailai. Yet upon glancing down, he found Xiao Hailai was inexplicably absent. Usually, during mealtime, Xiao Hailai was always the most eager participant. Lin Qiye found himself perplexed. Where had Xiao Hailai gone? As night fell, the air in the old city turned humid and the distant thunder rumbled. Jiang Ye stepped into a small puddle. causing the water on the ground to splash like flowers blooming. He looked up at the sky, extending his right hand, feeling a drop of rain land in his palm. A heavy downpour was imminent. Jiang Ye retracted his hand, facing the direction of Lin Qiye's home, his senses enveloping the entire old city. Once his perception expanded, he noticed a small black dog darting towards him at an astonishing speed. Howl, celestial dog? Jiang Ye mused, realizing that Yang Jian had already caught wind of his presence. But was of little concern. He stepped forward, sending ripples across the ground, and his figure vanished in an instant. At the moment he departed, the sky roared with thunder, and raindrops pattered against the earth. Occasional flashes of lightning illuminated the dim corners of the old city. Amid the torrential downpour, a shadow, almost a blur, suddenly halted. It was a tiny black dog, roughly the size of a palm, panting heavily, its nose raised to sniff the air. Damn it, why did the scent vanish so suddenly? This kid is indeed suspicious. Xiao Hailai sniffed again. Where are you? Right behind you. A voice echoed in Xiao Hailai's ears. Its dog-like rear quivered as it sprang up, flipping around mid-air. Standing in the rain was a youth clad in a black raincoat, his eyes obscured by a black band. Curiously, not a single drop of rain touched him. Xiao Hailai's eyes narrowed as it landed, stepping back cautiously, and questioned, You are the deity from 9 years ago. Under which celestial master do you serve? Me? Jiang Ye pondered briefly. I've risen through my own efforts. I'm not certain which celestial master I belong to. Xiao Hailai retorted, I believe you as much as I believe a ghost. You a wretched youth. Its eyes darted, realizing that the ability to appear silently behind the dog lord indicated that this individual was undoubtedly stronger than itself, given its master's power was not fully restored. Any confrontation would likely lead to a collapse of divine essence. This individual was not to be trifled with. However, Xiao Hailai could not let himself be belittled. It had to summon the aura of the howling celestial dog. With determination, its small frame began to swell, bones creaking as it transformed from a palm-sized creature into one towering at the height of an adult. Return, Jiang Ye suddenly commanded softly, and an invisible pressure bore down heavily upon Xiao Hailai. Its eyes widened as its body involuntarily shrank back down to its petite form. Xiao Hailai stared at Jiang Ye in astonishment. How did you do that? Jiang Ye replied, with a mere word. You shrink. Damn it. Interrupting the dog lord's display. You're truly insufferable. Xiao Hailai was further shocked. Its master was considered a master god-level being in the celestial realm, and it could easily slaughter in the realm. If Jiang Ye were indeed a deity from the celestial court, he should currently be in reincarnation. There was no way his strength could have recovered so swiftly. Could it be he had already reached the next divine realm? Xiao Hailai's gaze turned gravely serious. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from the horizon, causing Jiang Ye to lift his head, frowning that in his perception, H1-level entity was approaching the boundless void. It was not the ghost-faced king. Had the narrative veered, how intriguing that a smile crept across his face. The more the plot changed, the greater the modified value he would ultimately gain. He glanced down at the vigilant Xiao Hailai and softly said, You should return. My enemy is not you. Xiao Hailai pondered for a moment. Who is your enemy? Enemy. Jiang Ye looked up the pitch-black night sky, perceiving the silvery moon beyond the clouds. Yet, all was shrouded in gray. He yearned to restore color to his world, wishing to see his mother adorned in beautiful garments, the myriad colors accentuating her beauty. My enemy resides above. With that, Jiang Ye vanished from the spot. Xiao Hailai did not pursue. Instead, it raised its head to gaze at the overcast sky. Damn it, where is everyone? Chapter 9. Kid, watch closely. Drip, drip, drop. The large raindrops pelted against the black cloak, soaking the stylish hairstyle crafted with gel. Causing bangs to fall over his forehead, in the boundless void. Zhao Kongsheng clutched his chest, the starry blade embedded in the ground beside him. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and, peering through his fallen bangs, gazed at the ghost-faced king, which extended its scarlet tongue. Clenching his teeth, Zhao Kongsheng glanced back towards Lin Qiye's home, a faint smile gracing his lips. Struggling to rise, he swept his bangs upward with his right hand, muttering, Dare to ruin my stylish hairdo. Today, You shall learn the consequences. Ding! A golden badge soared through the air, which Zhao Kongsheng caught with one hand. A gentle push revealed a pinhole on the badge. The front read, Zhao Kongsheng. The back inscribed, If darkness descends, I shall stand before multitudes, wielding my blade against the abyss, staining the heavens with blood. Zhao Kongsheng did not hesitate to pierce the pinhole into his palm. The power of the divine call surged into his body like a stimulant, causing his cells to become extraordinarily invigorated. The flow of blood quickened, and warmth radiated throughout him. Ding! The long blade in his hand emitted a series of resonant cries. Seemingly equally exhilarated, suddenly, a silvery moonlight enveloped Zhao Kongsheng's arm, flowing down to cover the starry blade. The ghost-faced king licked the bloodstains at the corners of its mouth and let out a howl. Advancing with heavy steps, Zhao Kongsheng's cold eyes snapped open, his arm muscles bulging as the blade sang, unleashing a crescent-shaped silver energy that tore across the ground. The ghost-faced king, caught off guard, crossed its claws defensively over its chest. Clang! The sound of metal colliding rang out as the ghost-faced king was sent flying by the tremendous force, landing 10 meters away. Its eyes widened in shock as it glanced at the wound on its arm, no longer daring to advance. Sequence 083, Oblivion Flash Moon. Ha ha ha! I knew it. I, Zhao Kongsheng, am indeed a genius. Zhao Kongsheng looked down at the blade in his hand, his heart racing with excitement, momentarily forgetting the side effects of the divine call. What are you doing? A familiar voice broke Zhao Kongsheng's moment of joy, and he turned to see Lin Qiye, his eyes shimmering with golden light, entering the scene. How did you get in here? Zhao Kongsheng shot him a glare. You just walked in without a care. Zhao Kongsheng sighed momentarily, then turned once again to face the ghost-faced king. That I can assist you to no need. Just stand by. Brat! Zhao Kongsheng waved his long knife, the silver-white halo shimmering along the blade. Brat, watch closely for this strike. Lin Qiye raised his gaze slightly, inquiring, why? Because this strike will be magnificent. In Lin Qiye's line of sight, Zhao Kongsheng unleashed a crescent-shaped blade aura, its speed surpassing that of a bullet. With a swift sound, the crescent blade aura nearly instantaneously grazed the ghost-faced king's head, the sound of flesh parting echoing through the torrential rain. A thud, the ghost-faced king's head rolled to the ground. Lin Qiye's eyes widened slightly. Brat, magnificent. Indeed, though perhaps slightly weaker than my childhood friend. You son of a... Suddenly, Zhao Kongsheng spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing weakly to the ground. Lin Qiye's body jolted, rushing over to support Zhao Kongsheng. What happened to you? Nothing serious. It's rather nice to relish a moment before dying. Zhao Kongsheng's trembling hand reached for an extinguished cigarette, but it fell limply midway. Lin Qiye's eyes widened in shock, staring blankly at Zhao Kongsheng as rain pelted his face. In a nearby corner, Jiang Ye remained composed, a blue-white glow emanating from his palm as he reached for Zhao Kongsheng's fading soul. Return to your soul. Just as he was about to grasp Zhao Kongsheng's spirit, a force from another direction thwarted him. Jiang Ye turned towards the low building, where Yang Jin had simultaneously glanced over. A mere minor deity dares to compete with the Supreme for something utterly foolish. Jiang Ye risked injecting greater divine power, and in an instant, Zhao Kongsheng's soul was drawn into his palm, vanishing into the corner with a flick of his raincoat. Thud! Inside the room, Yang Jin spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with coldness. Who is he? What are his intentions in approaching my brother? Yang Jin's expression grew grave from their previous clash. It was clear the opponent possessed the strength of a minor deity. Currently, his own powers were not fully restored, rendering him no match. Yang Jin rose from the bed, peering out the window, his brow furrowed. When did the heavenly court acquire such a deity? Crack! Woof woof! At that moment, the door swung open, and Xiao Hailai dashed in. What is his purpose? Yang Jin inquired. Xiao Hailai spoke. He says we are not his enemies. His enemies are in the heavens. Yang Jin gazed through the window at the overcast sky. In the heavens? As rainwater coursed over the ground, Jiang Ye, having shed his raincoat, slowly made his way towards Lin Qiye. Looking up, he saw the ghost-faced king had been slain by Lin Qiye, now kneeling before Zhao Kongsheng, his face indistinguishable between tears and rain. Jiang Ye approached Lin Qiye, lowering his head to sense the motionless Zhao Kongchen. The battle-scarred visage and exhausted form bore testament to the legendary life of General Zhao. Having read about this moment in a novel about slaying deities, his eyes moistened. Now, having traversed into this realm, whether for the sake of regret or to gain system modification points to settle scores with the Seraph, he felt compelled to save Zhao Kongchen. Jiang Ye gathered blue-white divine energy in his palm, merging it invisibly with Zhao Kongchen's body. General Zhao, take a good rest for a few days. He placed a hand on Lin Qiye's shoulder. Lin Qiye extended his arms to lift Zhao Kongchen's body. Gazing at the pale face, his nose tinged with sorrow, Junior Lin Qiye, bidding farewell to General Zhao Kongchen. Triumph, not far off, Hong Ying, Si Xiaonan, and Lin Qiye, who had just arrived, froze momentarily before hastening towards them. Jiang Ye silently stood behind, turning to face an alley in the old district. The sounds of the torrential rain washing over the earth and the cries of Team 136 echoed in his ears. Death? He felt a sense of acceptance towards death. Nearly perishing 9 years ago had instilled that in him. How many families have been mended by this miraculous event in Songnan? Yet Jiang Ye chose not to dwell on it. He needed to grow stronger, ascend to the pinnacle of the moon, and reclaim the colors of his world. He touched the black bandage around his eyes, lost in thought. Clap, clap, clap. Truly, the bonds of camaraderie are profound. I was nearly brought to tears. Just then, a figure emerged from the alley before Jiang Ye, clapping his hands. The three, immersed in sorrow, quickly looked up at the man in the black robe approaching slowly. Their expressions turned to shock. The Ancient God Church, Chapter 10, the 20th seat of the believer. It is I, the 20th seat of the believer, Jiang Feng. As the black-robed man spoke, the rain falling around them seemed to pause. Suspended in mid-air. Is this the forbidden ruin that can control water? Jiang Ye sensed that within a 500-meter radius, the rainwater had all halted, coalescing into a hard surface. Gradually, countless raindrops began compressing violently within. As if on the verge of exploding with the slightest movement, as the rain intensified, more droplets hovered around them, resembling miniature bombs waiting to detonate. Everyone stay still. This is Sequence 150 water bomb detonation. The surrounding raindrops are highly compressed, and any contact will trigger an explosion, rivaling military-grade bombs. Lin Qiye shouted from behind. Instantly, all movements ceased as everyone nervously eyed the raindrops suspended beside them, faint light revealing bubbles boiling within. Water bomb detonation? Quite an innovative forbidden ruin. Jiang Ye nodded slightly. The plot was becoming increasingly intriguing with the swift appearance of the Ancient God Church. Yes, you all better not move. Otherwise, injury would be unfortunate. 3 in the pool realm, 2 in the lantern realm. To me, you are no more than ants. Divine agent, come obediently back to the Ancient God Church. Jiang Feng wore a sinister smile as he continued to stride forward. The suspended raindrops having no effect on him. I Xiaonan furrowed her brow, raising her eyes to Hong Ying. Sister Hong Ying, evaporate these raindrops. Hong Ying tilted her head in confusion, but suddenly her eyes brightened. Lin Qiye understood as well and nodded at Hong Ying. Suddenly, flames erupted from Hong Ying's firearm. The raindrops near the gun had no time to explode before evaporating into gas. A smile crept across Hong Ying's face as her mental power surged. The gun spinning elegantly between her hands, the dazzling flames engulfing all the suspended raindrops. Sizzle. At the moment the flames met the raindrops, the latter rapidly vaporized, unable to detonate. Not bad. You have some wits. Otherwise, this would be rather dull. Jiang Feng halted, his expression betraying no hint of panic. Lin Qiye frowned. Pool realm. Xiaonan, you take Lin Qiye and old Zhao and leave quickly. The divine agent must not fall into the hands of the Ancient God Church. Go find a captain. He drew a handgun, firing twice, the bullets speeding toward Jiang Feng. Hong Ying, using the momentum from her firearm, leaped high into the air, gracefully performing a front flip while grasping her gun, carving a fiery arc in the air. The flame-tipped barrel aimed at Jiang Feng. Jiang Ye raised his hand, ready to unleash his blade domain to eliminate this believer. However, a slender hand grasped him. He turned to Si Xiaonan, who anxiously urged, "Hurry, follow me." "No need," Si Xiaonan exerted force on her wrist, pulling Jiang Ye beside Lin Qiye. You two take old Zhao and leave quickly. We will hold him here. With that, Si Xiaonan, clad in a black cloak, charged towards Jiang Feng. Jiang Ye helplessly turned to Lin Qiye, thinking he seemed underestimated. Lin Qiye replied, "You can beat a pool realm?" He expressed doubt. Zhao Kongqing had previously explained the classifications of the Night Watchman's realm. Jiang Ye should only be in the Lantern realm now, while the pool realm was 2 tiers above him. Even if the Blade Domain was a powerful Forbidden Ruin, it would be implausible to eliminate a fully capable pool realm opponent without inflicting any damage first. Having just slain the severely injured Ghost Face King, Lin Qiye understood well that the pool realm was not to be trifled with. Jiang Ye's expression remained impassive as he stepped before Lin Qiye, gripping the starry knife inscribed with Zhao Kongqing's name, stating coldly, "I told you, within the Blade Domain, I am invincible." Lin Qiye retorted, "Just showing off, are we?" Boom! Suddenly, a deafening explosion resonated, the shockwave ruffling the fabric of both their uniforms. The flying raindrops stinging their faces. Crash! A fiery long gun flew out, embedding itself in the ground not far from Jiang Ye, its flames gradually extinguished by the rain. Hong Ying, Si Xiaonan, and Lin Qiye were collectively thrown back, their faces marked with crimson scratches, blood trickling from the corners of their mouths due to the explosive aftermath. Hong Ying coughed up a couple of mouthfuls of blood, her voice weak, "Captain," requesting support. "You all hold on. You must hold on. We will be there shortly," came Chen Mai's anxious voice over the earpiece, accompanied by the sound of rushing wind. Hong Ying glanced at Xiaonan and Lin Qiye, feeling utterly drained of strength to continue fighting. "Old Zhao." She bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes. "I Xiaonan," and Lin Qiye wore expressions of resignation, as if accepting their fate. "Hee, your Captain 1T come to your aid. He.S. likely still being chased and beaten by my little darling." Jiang Feng emerged from the mist, his face full of mockery, seemingly reveling in their despair. "Next, I shall send you to your demise." Bang! As the words hung in the air, Jiang Feng was suddenly enveloped by an overwhelming pressure, causing him to drop to his knees without a moment's notice. Jiang Feng. The trio from Hong Ying exchanged startled glances, their expressions rife with confusion. But it's not even New Year yet. The sound of footsteps splashing through water echoed as a youthful figure emerged from behind, wielding a long knife sheathed at his side in each hand. "Your chatter has exceeded its limits." The boy's words resonated like thunder in the hearts of all present, and Jiang Feng's complexion shifted dramatically, his eyes wide with disbelief. What manner of forbidden realm is this? Despite the opponent's apparent Zhanjing strength, he found himself utterly subdued, unable to lift his head, unable to utilize even the forbidden realm. This individual is undoubtedly more than Zhanjing. The intelligence has been flawed. With great effort, Jiang Feng managed to raise his gaze, his eyes burning red as he exclaimed, "Who are you?" Yet, in the next instant, amidst the astonished stares of the bystanders, Jiang Ye flicked the thumb of his left hand outward, causing the hilt of his knife to spring forth with a dazzling flash of white light. In a mere 0.1 seconds, the blade was drawn, swung, and sheathed once more, leaving Jiang Feng, who knelt before him, with a vivid line of crimson appearing at his neck. With a dull thud, Jiang Feng's head fell to the ground, rolling several meters away like a ball on the slick surface. His lifeless body crumpled to the ground, blood mingling with the rainwater and staining the earth a deep red. Jiang Ye slowly raised his right hand, tilting his head skyward as the dark clouds dispersed to reveal the hidden moon, its silvery light cascading down. The rain had ceased. His eyes, shrouded in a black band, seemed to gaze intently at the luminous moon, contemplating, "Michael, when we meet again, I hope you are not as weak as he." Meanwhile, Hong Ying, Si Xiaonan, Lin Qiye, and Lin Qiye were left in a daze, staring blankly at the scene before them. What just transpired? Before they could comprehend, Jiang Feng's head had already rolled away. Chapter 11. With a single strike. "Did you all lose your wits? Wait. This is utterly outrageous." Lin Qiye stood transfixed, observing Jiang Ye's silhouette as the night breeze tousled the ends of his black band. His formidable stance was nothing short of awe-inspiring. Just a moment ago, he had barely managed to grasp Jiang Ye's movements through the terrifying dynamic vision and perception afforded by his mundane divine domain. Yet upon comprehending the reality, he felt a pang of regret. In the span of 0.1 seconds, Jiang Ye executed the three actions of drawing, swinging, and sheathing his blade with such natural fluidity that it seemed he possessed more than enough strength left. This was far from his limit. 0.1 seconds is not even the limit. Is this truly the realm of blades? Lin Qiye was plunged into profound shock since acquiring his abilities and witnessing the divine presence in the hospital. He had developed a high perception of strength. However, tonight, Jiang Ye, his childhood friend, had thoroughly reshaped that understanding. Can this really be achieved by someone at Jianjing? Lin Qiye recalled Jiang Ye's earlier declaration, within the realm of blades. I am invincible. He had thought it mere bravado, yet here was the undeniable truth. Suddenly, the spectacle before him overshadowed any notions of divine realms or starry dancers. Aside from Lin Qiye, Hong Ying and the others were equally astounded. Si Xiaonan felt a flush creep to her cheeks as she recalled her earlier disdain for Jiang Ye's strength, urging him to leave quickly. Now, it seemed the fool was none other than herself. Yet, he appeared to possess only Jianjing strength. How could he be so formidable? Could his forbidden realm be of extreme danger or divine caliber? A glimmer of insight flickered in Si Xiaonan's eyes. Lung Xian, maintaining his composure as was befitting a sniper, lamented internally that he had forgotten to capture this moment. What a missed opportunity! He gazed at Jiang Ye's imposing figure, pondering the nature of his forbidden realm. Hong Ying's expression was almost exaggerated, her graceful visage betraying her astonishment. A Jianjing obliterating a Chuanjing. Is this even conceivable? Hey, Hong Ying, how's it going over there? A voice crackled through the earpiece. We've been detained by a mysterious Chuanjing and have just dispatched it. Hello. Can you hear me? We're on our way. The urgency in the voice escalated, causing Hong Ying to remain momentarily speechless as she stared at Jiang Ye's back, rendering her unable to respond. This only heightened Chun Mai's anxiety. His voice, growing louder, tinged with desperation, "Don't start crying on me." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Hong Ying quickly replied, "Captain, don't cry. We're still alive." The earpiece fell silent for a brief moment before erupting with, "Alive, and you don't say a word? You're killing me here." Then came another shout. Hong Ying hastily removed her earpiece, pinching her ears in frustration. Did the Chuanjing's follower escape? After a lengthy pause, Chun Mai finally inquired. Did it get away? No, it was eliminated by a handsome young man. Chun Mai. The earpiece lapsed into a prolonged silence. Chuanjing was dispatched. Who possesses such power? Captain, do you know how he did it? Hong Ying, brimming with enthusiasm, recounted. The handsome young man merely flicked the hilt of his knife, and in a flash, the disciple of the ancient god's church lost his head. The entire encounter took less than a second. Moreover, that handsome young man is merely a Jianjing. His forbidden realm seems particularly formidable. Captain, should we invite him to join the Night Watchers? He is truly dashing. Chun Mai, incredulous, responded, "This is growing more absurd by the second." Suddenly, Wu Xiangnan's voice emerged through the earpiece. Hong Ying, are you spinning a tale? When did you become so enamored with storytelling? Hong Ying puffed out her cheeks defiantly, retorting, "Just wait until you see for yourself. If you don't believe it, that's your loss." She cut off the earpiece, her demeanor shifting to one of vivacity as she strode over to Jiang Ye. "Hello, I am Hong Ying, frontline combatant of the Night Watchers Team 136. Jiang Ye turned slightly. "Greetings, I am Jiang Ye. Handsome young man, would you be interested in joining us?" Hong Ying's eyes sparkled with eagerness. Jiang Ye pondered for a moment, just as he was about to decline. The system's voice chimed in, "Ding. You have altered the course of the original narrative, creating more intricate twists and turns. Additionally, you have averted Zhao Kongqing's demise, significantly impacting the original plot. You have gained 50,000 magic modification points. Random rewards triggered, and you have received a random gift pack. Current magic modification points, 61,500 accumulate to 100,000 points for a selectable reward pack, 50,000, and a random gift pack." How enticing. Jiang Ye swiftly turned to face Lin Qiye, pointing at him, "But if he joins, I will too." Lin Qiye. Hong Ying paused, glancing at Lin Qiye, who was crouched beside Zhao Kongcheng, a brilliant smile spreading across her face. Seventh night, would you be willing to join the Night Watchers? At her words, Lin Qiye cast a complex look at Zhao Kongcheng, his emotions swirling. Initially, he had only wished to protect his small family, to study diligently, ensuring a good life for his aunt and Ajin, to escape the old district. Yet Zhao Kongcheng had fought to safeguard his entire world. The resolute glint sparked in Lin Qiye's eyes. You protected my world. I shall guard yours for the next 10 years. On the moon summit, a blanket of silvery light enveloped the landscape, but the six-winged angel, radiant in golden light, stood gazing at a planet situated 4,000th of a light year away. His brow furrowed in concern. Jiang Ye's displayed power was commendable, yet Michael's golden eyes fixated intently on the blind youth staring at the moon in the old district. It is he. He has awakened the forbidden realm. With his physique, he should not have been able to do so. A flicker of surprise crossed the Seraphim's eyes, for he understood Jiang Ye's intent in gazing at the moon. You wish to exact revenge upon me. Deity, mortal, you truly amuse me. Yet to awaken a formidable forbidden realm and presume to slay a god. Such arrogance. Michael unfurled his 6 wings, turning his back on earth, his expression one of disdain for Jiang Ye's actions. In a year, you will meet the same fate as Tsongnan, vanishing once more. Enjoy your remaining time. In my eyes, you were unworthy 9 years ago, and I hold the same opinion now that a mortal body seeking to slay a god is a path to self-destruction. Michael shook his head, having foreseen a connection with the youth. However, when Tsongnan disappears, all will settle into oblivion. He collected his thoughts, seated upon a bench, lost in contemplation. His reflections were not on Lin Qiye or Jiang Ye, but rather on the familiar divine energy he had sensed when observing Earth moments ago. That was the divine presence that had manifested 9 years prior during Tsongnan's appearance. Curiously, the divine energy had flickered and vanished, eluding his pursuit entirely. That it was eradicated so thoroughly that even he, the nearly invincible supreme deity, could find no trace. Michael could scarcely fathom which god possessed power that rivaled his OWS. This god a friend or foe? Does he pose a threat to humanity? Michael pondered, feeling an inexplicable connection to this deity, yet unable to discern its nature. The haze enveloping his thoughts deepened. Who could this being be? Chapter 12. I am invincible. You may do as you please. Within the confines of the fasting chamber, a circular prison fortified by heavy iron walls, a carriage exuding an air of cultured sophistication stood in a corner. Inside, an elderly scholar, stroking his white beard and savoring tea, expressed his astonishment. To Tsongnan, with a year remaining until the Seraph's divine power dissipates, why the haste? Opposite him sat a stern man clad in the military uniform of the Great Xia, who blew gently on his teacup before taking a you recall the rumors of Tsongnan being a potential deity of the Great Xia 9 years ago. The scholar paused mid-sip, brow furrowed in contemplation. Has he re-emerged? Yi Fan nodded, placing his teacup down, concern etched in his eyes. In the days following Lin Qiye's awakening of the Forbidden Realm, that divine presence has manifested in Tsongnan twice. Madame Chen's expression suddenly turned grave as her palm struck the tea table before her, causing the tea in the cup to slosh out. Are you suggesting that the deity's target is Lin Qiye? Yi Fan pondered for a moment before shaking his head. We cannot ascertain that for now, but we must clarify the intentions of this deity. The matter concerning Tsongnan is of immense significance, and we cannot afford to allow this variable to arise. Moreover, according to Lu Wuwei's reconnaissance, the deity in Tsongnan may not be one we can contend with. That a jolt of alarm coursed through Chun Fuji's heart. So, if that deity's aim is the vengeance of Shiva, then, Commander, I shall set forth immediately to Tsongnan. Yi Fan nodded and added, there is no need for confrontation this time. Merely investigate and see if Lin Qiye has been influenced. Should you encounter that deity, report back immediately. Do not engage. Yi Fan's countenance was serious. Chun Fuji nodded, both fully aware that a deity capable of evading Lu Wuwei's pursuit is certainly not an ordinary one. It may even rival the prowess of the Seraphim. Michael, go. The carriage ascended slowly into the sky, scattering points of white light against the night backdrop as it journeyed towards the enigmatic city. Ye Fan remained in place, watching the carriage vanish from sight, murmuring to himself, "Is that deity friend or foe?" In the ancient divine church, beneath a dark red sky, stood a church exuding an aura of mystery and eeriness. Resembling a fortress, the long staircase led to the grand hall. The figure seated upon the throne, known as Whisper, slowly opened his eyes. A chilling aura erupted from his gaze, causing the faithful below to tremble involuntarily. Dead, truly pathetic. Upon uttering these words, Whisper unleashed a wave of terrifying energy, prompting the followers to kneel on one knee in fear. His eyes narrowed slightly. A proxy of the Seraphim could not possess the strength to slay a figure of the river realm. Could it be Chunmai from Team 136? After a moment's contemplation, he shook his head. He was familiar with Jiang Feng, the 20th seed among the followers. He would never act without absolute certainty of victory. Jiang Feng must have diverted the strongest fighter of the Night Watch team before making his move. How could a few figures of the Pond Realm and one of the Lamp Realm possibly kill someone of the River Realm? Strange. Whisper lowered his head slightly, perplexed. Is it possible that it was the deity from Songnan 9 years ago? A black-robed man among the followers suddenly spoke up. Whisper turned to see Han Xiaoyan. The 13th seat do elaborate. Han Xiaoyan rose respectfully and stated, with Jiang Feng's cunning, he would undoubtedly have prepared thoroughly before taking action, even planning for an escape route. The Night Watch team in Songnan has only one figure of the Sea Realm. If Jiang Feng were to encounter someone too formidable, he could still flee, yet he perished. This can only imply he faced an enemy stronger than the Sea Realm, with no power left to resist or even send a warning. Apart from a hidden deity in Songnan, there is likely no other explanation. Whisper nodded slightly. Prior to action, the church provided all information regarding Songnan. There should be no possibility of erroneous intelligence. Thus, the only likelihood is that deity. He has chosen to assist the Night Watch. It seems we have a formidable adversary on our hands. Han Xiaoyan, present. Han Xiaoyan knelt, placing his right hand upon his chest. Whisper spoke in a deep tone. Proceed to Songnan and observe discreetly. Do not act rashly. If you discover the deity in Songnan, report back immediately. Han Xiaoyan's eyes shimmered with a different light as he bowed his head and replied, Understood, Lord Whisper, in Songnan, at the Peace Affairs office. The night was as dark as ink as Lin Qiye bid farewell to his aunt and entered the office with Jiang Ye. Chunmai and Wu Xiangnan exchanged glances, both glaring at one another. Hong Ying, meanwhile, cast an intentional glance at Jiang Ye, who was clad in a black belt. The other three maintained their silence, and the atmosphere became subtly tense that Wu Xiangnan's gaze darted between Lin Qiye and Jiang Ye before he spoke first. Old Zhao killed the Ghostface King? You killed the River Realm follower of the ancient divine church? He pointed at Jiang Ye. Both Lin Qiye and Jiang Ye nodded in unison, appearing unfazed that Wu Xiangnan rested his chin in his hand. Deep in thought, surely this is not a work of fiction. A figure of the Lamp Realm effortlessly dispatching one of the River Realm that Wu Xiangnan. What's wrong? Still skeptical? Asked Xiao Nan and Lung Xian. At that moment, handsome brother was simply stunning. Hong Ying pouted, instinctively placing her hand in Jiang Ye's hair, her eyes seemingly filled with affection. Jiang Ye retorted, Do you really see me as a child? Wu Xiangnan skeptically replied, I can somewhat believe that old Zhao utilized the ghostly god as awakening to slay the Ghostface King. But you, a figure of the Lamp Realm, defeating one of the River Realm? Are you spinning a fairy tale? Hong Ying's expression turned indignant as she scoffed. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean others can't. Why are you so insistent? I am merely stating the facts. Wu Xiangnan countered. All right, cease your bickering. Chunmai waved his hand. He turned to Jiang Ye, his brow furrowing. Go and see old Zhao off. Jiang Ye, accompany me to the basement. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ye slightly lifted his head and then stood up to follow Chunmai to the training ground in the basement. Chunmai selected 2 wooden swords from the weapon rack and tossed one to Jiang Ye. After a moment of thought, Jiang Ye caught the wooden sword with his hand as if it were to exhibit any unusual effects. They might mistake him for an enemy that I have great trust in my teammates. And I mean no disbelief in you, but seeing is believing. I wish to witness your strength. Chun Mai wielded the wooden sword, his eyes icy. The notion of a lamp realm figure dispatching one from the river realm is indeed astonishing. Even members of the special team might struggle to achieve such a feat, unless it pertains to his forbidden domain. Old Zhao mentioned your forbidden domain is called the Blade Domain. Jiang Ye nodded, lost in thought as he gazed at the wooden sword in his hand. This type of forbidden domain has yet to appear in the Daxiao forbidden domain hierarchy. What characteristics does it possess? Upon hearing Chun Mai's inquiry, Jiang Ye contemplated before responding. Within a certain range, I can unleash a field of blade energy that a range amplification type forbidden domain. Chun Mai frowned and continued. Within this domain, what advantages do you gain? Jiang Ye replied nonchalantly. Within the domain, I am invincible. What? Chun Mai was momentarily taken aback. Invincible? It seemed somewhat presumptuous for a figure of the lamp realm to claim invincibility in the presence of the sea realm. Yet he did not wish to undermine Jiang Ye's confidence. After all, he was still just a child, and confidence is essential for greater journeys ahead. However, this assertion might be overly bold, making the path ahead quite challenging. Perhaps he should lend a hand. Chun Mai twirled the wooden sword in his hand and said earnestly, since your forbidden domain relates to blades, let us have a spar. I am eager to see the prowess capable of slaying a figure from the river realm. You may start. With one hand behind his back, he stood still with his right hand gripping the wooden sword, closing his eyes in anticipation of Jiang Ye's attack. Yet, a minute passed with no movement whatsoever. He opened his eyes to see Jiang Ye's conflicted and hesitant expression, and he shook his head slightly. If he is too afraid to make a move, it seems Hong Ying and Xiaonan's claims might be somewhat exaggerated. Why aren't you attacking? Chun Mai asked coldly. Captain Chun, perhaps you should go first. I'm a bit uncertain, Jiang Ye replied awkwardly. What if I inadvertently mismanage my strength? Given my status as a supreme deity, I might not walk away unscathed, and why earlier hesitation stemmed from this. I wanted to gauge Chun Mai's strength first before making the necessary adjustments. Very well, be attentive. Chun Mai's expression was one of mild exasperation as he withdrew the wooden sword. Whoosh! A powerful gust swept through, ruffling the black belt at the back of Jiang Ye's head. Jiang Ye's perception. Chun Mai's movements appeared as slow as a snail. He remained motionless, his wooden sword seemingly an ornament, merely uttering a single word. Press! In an instant, as Chun Mai surged forward, he felt an oppressive weight settle upon his shoulder, a terrifying pressure looming above him. What is this? He glanced up to find a white blade energy materializing from thin air above him. And with his discerning vision from the sea realm, he realized this pressure was not to be underestimated. A smile crept onto Chun Mai's lips, a flicker of excitement in his heart. Indeed, there was something noteworthy here. He understood that he could not withstand this solely with his physique, and thus, dark energy began to emanate from him as a shadowy figure gradually ascended behind him. Bang! However, before the black specter could fully materialize, an overwhelming pressure suddenly descended, causing Chun Mai's eyes to widen that he lost his balance, and his knees met the ground with a resounding thud, even causing the wooden sword in his hand to snap in two. Damn, that was excessive. Jiang Ye, witnessing this, hastily retracted the pressure of the blade energy. Consequently, Chun Mai, deprived of that pressure, slid forward due to the momentum, coming to a stop right before Jiang Ye. Chun Mai was momentarily dazed, looking up at Jiang Ye as the air around them became thick with tension. Jiang Ye also froze, his head slightly bowed, unable to suppress a grin directed at Captain Shin. An awkward atmosphere enveloped the two. To ease the discomfort, Jiang Ye rummaged through his pocket and conjured a large red envelope using the universal divine domain. He handed the envelope to Chun Mai, awkwardly stating, wishing you a happy new year in advance. Captain Chun Mai. Half an hour later, the two exited the basement in silence, with Chun Mai covering half of his face, seemingly lost in thought. Captain, how did it go? As soon as they emerged, Wu Xiangnan approached with a question. Captain Chun, cough cough. Chun Mai hastily cleared his throat, interrupting Jiang Ye's words. Jiang Ye, you should first seek out Hong Ying. She will facilitate your integration into the Night Watchman's procedures. Additionally, please lend a hand with old Zhao's funeral. Jiang Ye discerned the gravity in Captain Chen's tone and nodded earnestly before exiting the office. Wu Xiangnan, however, wore a puzzled expression as he gazed into Qianmai's eyes. Sensing that he was concealing something, the latter, somewhat awkwardly, coughed again and seated himself on the sofa, stating, "His forbidden ruins are rather unique. I believe he can easily surpass Chuanjing." Wu Xiangnan's face shifted to one of astonishment as he leaned against the door and inquired, "What exactly is his forbidden ruins? How can it be so formidable?" "Captain, there is surveillance footage of your earlier confrontation with him. I will retrieve it for analysis," Wu Xiangnan suggested. Qianmai's eyelids flickered, and he quickly stood to stop Wu Xiangnan, saying, "Xiangnan, please sit down." Wu Xiangnan furrowed his brow, but ultimately complied. Jiang Ye's forbidden ruins were indeed exceptional, being a type of domain-based forbidden ruins. Within that domain, he was the strongest. Upon hearing the captain's words, Wu Xiangnan felt even more perplexed that domain-based forbidden ruins typically amplify one's own abilities or perception, since Jiang Ye was still able to perceive while entangled with the black belt. It must be a perception-oriented forbidden ruins. "Captain, could you clarify a bit more?" Qianmai's expression was one of awe as he succinctly explained, "In the realm of the blade domain, he is invincible." "What?" Wu Xiangnan's eyes widened in disbelief. "Invincible within a domain? How does that seem even more powerful than Lin Qiye's divine ruins?" "Captain, what is the radius of his domain?" Qianmai shook his head, stating, "It remains unclear for now. We will ascertain it through subsequent tests. Both he and Lin Qiye are extraordinary. In the future, these two may become Daxia's twin stars. We must nurture them well." Rising, Qianmai made his way outside. Wu Xiangnan followed, his mind preoccupied with thoughts of invincibility. Beneath the tranquil night sky, in the desolate expanse devoid of human presence, Hong Ying hazily etched Zhao Kongqing's gravestone. Behind it, Zhao Kongqing lay peacefully within his coffin. Jiang Ye stood helplessly to the side, sensing the sorrowful emotions of those around him. Would it be inappropriate to assert that Zhao Kongqing was not dead? Such words could lead to awkward explanations. All he could do was wait for Zhao Kongqing to awaken on his own, but he shook his head and faced Lin Qiye, who was crouched beside the coffin. When Qima, standing nearby, patted his shoulder, hesitating to speak. Lin Qiye appeared oblivious to the surrounding atmosphere, staring blankly at the coarse figure of the uncle in the coffin, his fists clenched tightly. An image of a cool, suave uncle perpetually flashed in his mind. Yet now, he could no longer ask, "Am I handsome?" The corners of Lin Qiye's eyes reddened, crystalline tears dripping onto the black coffin, that he slowly raised his hand, yearning to touch Zhao Kongqing's face, but ultimately uttered only one sentence. "You are quite handsome, General Zhao. I will safeguard your world." Qiye, the captain, and the others have arrived. The ceremony is about to commence, when Qima gently urged, supporting his arm. Lin Qiye fixed his gaze on Zhao Kongqing as he stood, slowly closing the coffin lid, watching Zhao Kongqing's visage fade from his sight. With a click, the lid shut, and Lin Qiye hesitated for a moment before following when Qima to the gravestone. This moment. All members of Team 136 stood tall and proud before Zhao Kongqing's gravestone, arranged neatly and solemnly. Lin Qiye and when Qima joined the ranks, while Captain Qianmai stepped forward, standing at attention before the gravestone. All eyes were fixed solemnly upon Zhao Kongqing's tomb, their heavy hearts akin to an unseen night. Yet, they were the guardians of the night, perpetually facing boundless dangers. Death was a reality they must confront. Qianmai gazed for a considerable time, his eyes filled with complexity. Straightening his posture, he bellowed, "Team 136, attention, salute." In unison, they marched towards the gravestone, performing a standard military salute. Suddenly, a loud sound echoed as the coffin lid flipped open. Zhao Kongqing forcefully pushed the lid aside and stood upright within the coffin, his body straight and proud, right hand raised to his temple. The onlookers stared in disbelief, frozen in place. "Captain, what happened? Who are we saluting?" Zhao Kongqing noticed his teammates rendered speechless. Looking down in confusion to his shock, he found himself standing in a coffin adorned with glowing wreaths. "Whoa!" Zhao Kongqing exclaimed, kicking his legs and leaping from the coffin. He pointed back at it, looking at the captain and asking, "Captain, what is going on? Why was I in a coffin?" "Wait, I'm still alive." Suddenly, he realized, quickly checking his body, and was relieved to find that the ghostly god induction had not claimed his life. Moreover, his forbidden ruins remained intact. "Damn it, I knew it!" I, Zhao Kongsheng, am a genius, and I'm blessed. The onlookers. Click. The stoic Lin Qiye, standing at the back, captured the moment, shaking his head with a smile. Jiang Ye crossed his arms. Sensing Zhao Kongqing's elation like that of a child, he too had once experienced the joy of being resurrected. He gazed up at the full moon, reminiscent of 9 years, in contrast to the other's shock. Lin Qiye's lips twitched in irritation. Feigning death, his fists clenched as he stepped toward Zhao Kongsheng. Upon noticing Lin Qiye approaching, Zhao Kongsheng grasped his shoulders and exclaimed, "Kid, was I cool when I defeated Ghostly Face King with a single strike?" Slap! Lin Qiye's fist connected with Zhao Kongqing's chest, sending him tumbling to the ground, bewildered. Lin Qiye gritted his teeth, rolling his eyes. "You were indeed quite cool. But don't do that again," without a backward glance. He exited the graveyard, feeling deceived. Yet, Zhao Kongsheng had indeed safeguarded his entire world. So be it. 10 years hence, he would depart. "Hey, why are you sulking? Aren't you happy that I'm alive?" Zhao Kongsheng remarked, perplexed. He reached into his pocket, searching for his cigarettes. "Here," Chun Mai said, his expression serious as he handed a cigarette over. "Old Zhao, how did you survive?" Zhao Kongsheng accepted the cigarette and lighter, lighting it with a deep inhale. "That I don't know. Just before I died, I felt a force supporting me, and then I lost consciousness." Chun Mai's eyes widened. He was pleased that old Zhao had survived, but a grave concern loomed in Daxia. There had never been a case of a night watchman surviving the ghostly god induction. Old Zhao had become the first. The higher-ups would likely. Chun Mai collected his thoughts and extended a hand to Zhao Kongsheng, smiling. "Welcome back to the team, General Zhao." Zhao Kongsheng was taken aback as their hands clasped, helping him up. "Captain, don't listen to that kid's nonsense. General is still far off." "Old Zhao, you scoundrel, you made me cry." Hong Ying rushed forward, delivering a punch to Zhao Kongsheng's shoulder. Zhao Kongsheng scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed, as Aishaonan stood silently nearby. A slight smile gracing her lips. Ding! The host altered the original plot, resulting in Zhao Kongsheng's resurrection, diminishing Lin Qiye's faith in the Night Watchman. Awarded 10,000 modification points. Current modification points, 71, 500, that upon reaching 100,000 points, a random reward package will be granted. With approximately 30,000 points remaining, tweaking the Nanda Serpent Demon plot should suffice to reach 100,000, completing 10 of the requirements for Tianzuan Realm. Jiang Ye's lips curled upwards, sensing the joy emanating from them, while Lin Qiye remained turned away from everyone, lost in thought. Jiang Ye approached Lin Qiye, asking, regretting it. Lin Qiye shook his head, feeling merely unsettled by the deception. "What about you? Why did you say I could join you?" Jiang Ye tilted his head skyward, facing the moon, unconsciously brushing his fingers over the black belt encircling his eyes, remaining silent. Lin Qiye glanced over, asking, "What is the matter with your eyes? Shouldn't they heal if you gaze into the Seraph's eyes?" "Seraph?" Jiang Ye chuckled, then nodded, reassuring. "Fear not. I will personally reclaim the colors of my world." Lin Qiye paused before smiling. "Need assistance? Your existence is assistance enough." In the deep night, Jiang Ye and Lin Qiye were led to Hong Ying's grand villa. "Qiye, handsome brother, before the night watchman's training begins, you two shall reside here," Hong Ying declared, linking arms with Si Xiaonan. Jiang Ye raised his hand. "Handsome brother, speak." "Hong Ying, I could actually stay at home." "Absolutely not. You kill members of the ancient God Church. If they discover you, your family may be in peril. You should stay here without worry." Hong Ying interjected. Jiang Ye's lip twitched. I fear the ancient God Church. "Let them come. I'll wipe them out." Yet for the sake of raising his modification points and enhancing his realm, he had to comply. "Very well." Hong Ying chuckled, leading them into the villa. "I haven't had time to tidy up the other rooms, so you two will stay in this one tonight. That if you need anything or have questions, feel free to ask me." She pointed to the opposite room. "Sleep together?" Jiang Ye and Lin Qiye exchanged glances, both clearing their throats in unison and turning away at a 45-degree angle. Hong Ying tilted her head, laughing. "You two little men are shy now. I live with Xiaonan, after all, right?" She clung to Si Xiaonan's arm, nuzzling her cheek against him as I Xiaonan smiled shyly, strategically adjusting his glasses. Consequently, Jiang Ye and Lin Qiye entered the room, only to find themselves lost in contemplation before the large bed. Lin Qiye asked, "Will you sleep over there?" After a moment of thought, Jiang Ye replied, "Let's settle it with rock, paper, scissors." Following the decision, the two completed their evening routines in succession. Yet, Lin Qiye found herself unable to sleep, mumbling to herself about her aunt. Meanwhile, Jiang Ye browsed through the system's random gift pack, clicking to open it without a moment's hesitation. The scarlet robe of the Forbidden Abyss, one time used the show commences. The host scripts the storyline. Upon utilizing this forbidden item, barring unforeseen circumstances, the narrative within its scope will unfold according to the host's written direction. Script the storyline? Jiang Ye pondered, stroking his chin. This could be perfectly applied to the plot involving the Nantawa serpent demon. To amass significant modified value, he must ensure that Li Yifei joins the Night Watchers, as this might spark an unexpected collaboration. With this forbidden item in hand, coupled with his own preliminary maneuvers, one could only wonder how the astute and Qing Yu would react. The thought alone was exhilarating to that moment. Lin Qiye nudged him, suggesting they ask Sister Hong Ying for paper and a pen to write a letter home, as he was likely missed by his mother. Jiang Ye paused, turning his body. Her words evoked memories of Tsangnan, which had long ceased to exist. "Mother, this world has nurtured him for 17 years, and now he too shall vanish. Let us go." Jiang Ye rolled out of bed, joining Lin Qiye as they made their way to Sister Hong Ying's room. Knock, knock, knock. After a considerable wait, the door cracked open, revealing Sister Hong Ying with a spear hidden behind her. The two, possessing keen perception, understood her wariness. "What do you want?" Lin Qiye grinned sheepishly. "Sister Hong Ying, do you have paper and a pen?" "Jiang Ye and I wish to write to our families." "Write a letter?" Hong Ying glanced at the handsome youth, smirking. "Blind people writing? Huh, just a moment." The door closed, and sounds of rummaging followed. Click! The door reopened, and Hong Ying handed Lin Qiye a sheet of paper and a pen. Jiang Ye, puzzled, inquired, "Sister Hong Ying, what about mine?" Hong Ying reopened the door. "Come in with me. How do you intend to write without your sight? Besides, let Xiaonan assist you with your eyes." Jiang Ye shook his head. "No need, Sister Hong Ying. I can actually write. Oh, come on. Handsome brother, don't be difficult," Hong Ying insisted, taking hold of Jiang Ye's right hand and pulling him into the room. Bang! The door slammed shut, leaving Lin Qiye outside, her expression frozen as she clutched the paper and pen. What's this? A case of favoritism. Chapter 15. An examination. "Handsome brother, sit down." Hong Ying helped Jiang Ye settle into a soft chair, a refreshing fragrance wafting through the air. Jiang Ye felt a mix of emotions. It was his first time in a girl's room, yet it was undeniably fragrant. "Xiaonan, could you check on handsome brother's eyes to see if they can be restored?" Hong Ying called out to see Xiaonan, who wore silk pajamas, as they both took a seat beside him. Although Jiang Ye's world was shrouded in shades of gray, the two women's loose attire left him feeling somewhat helpless. It resembled the sensation of viewing a colored manga through a black and white lens, absent of vibrancy and utterly uninspiring. Maintaining his composure, he addressed them. "Sister Hong Ying, Sister Xiaonan, my eyes cannot be treated now. They may frighten you." Hong Ying shook her head, moving behind him to grasp the ribbon of his blindfold. "It's fine. Understanding the specifics is beneficial. Your self-treatment cannot compare to us brainstorming solutions together." She gently tugged the blindfold, allowing it to slip to the ground, revealing Jiang Ye's closed eyes as Xiaonan paused in her rummaging, her previously handsome visage now accentuated as if by a stroke of genius. Had he possessed a pair of lively eyes, he would have been utterly perfect. And oh wonder he is the handsome brother. Not only is he powerful, but he is also quite striking, Hong Ying mused, cupping her cheeks in admiration. Xiaonan shook her head. Holding a small flashlight, "Jiang Ye, try opening your eyes." After a moment of silence, Jiang Ye's eyelids fluttered a few times before slowly lifting. His hollow, pitch-black eye sockets emerged, devoid of pupils. Hong Ying and Xiaonan's smiles gradually faded, leaving them momentarily stunned. Jiang Ye had anticipated this, closing his eyes once more, bending to retrieve the fallen blindfold and rewrapping it around his eyes. "Sister Hong Ying, Sister Xiaonan, I will find a way regarding my eyes." So I won't disturb your rest any longer, but he picked up the paper and pen from the table and exited the room without hesitation. Hong Ying did not pursue him, her expression lost in thought. Sister Hong Ying, his eyes harbor a formidable power. It is unlikely they can be restored, Si Xiaonan remarked, her expression contemplative. Hong Ying slumped down, disheartened. What has my handsome brother experienced? I wish I could find the scoundrel who ruined his sight. Let me catch him, or I will ensure he can never be a man again. A chi. On the moon, the Seraphim sneezed. Who dares to curse this deity from behind? He gazed down at earth, his gaze landing on Jiang Ye. Mortal beings truly hold grudges. My act of mercy in blinding you was a kindness. Pray, act wisely henceforth. You are but ordinary. Your ambition shall plunge you into the abyss. The following morning, Chumai summoned Wu, Xiangnan, and old Zhao to the conference room. Captain Ha, what brings you here so early? Zhao Kongqing yawned, jokingly adding, Hey, I practiced the eclipsing moon technique yesterday. It was quite impressive. Chumai and Wu Xiangnan, however, wore serious expressions, maintaining silence. Noticing the tension, Zhao Kongqing took a seat, looking towards the captain. Old Zhao, you may need to leave Songnan for a while. Huh? Why? Wu Xiangnan produced a document and handed it over. The higher-ups of the Night Watchers are aware of your revival, using the Ghost Goddess call, and require you to go to the capital for an investigation. Zhao Kongqing furrowed his brow, his expression growing more complex. After a moment, he appeared relieved. What's the big deal? It's just a trip to the capital. I'll be back soon. Yet, he understood the implications. The Ghost Goddess call bore significant side effects and was a drug to be used only in dire circumstances. If a revival case occurred, it would imply the possibility of eliminating the drug side effects, and the researchers would seize this opportunity. It would be challenging for him to return to Songnan again. Zhao Kongqing forced a smile. Captain, don't inform Hong Ying or the others, especially that little brat Lin Qiye. Just say I'm off on a mission, one that's really cool and heroic. Once I succeed, I might even become a general. His voice softened as he spoke, the ruggedness of his face betraying his inner turmoil. It's a pity you won't witness my stylish moment of defeating the mysterious with the forbidden abyss. But there will be other opportunities. Chunmai and Wu Xiangnan listened quietly. After a long pause, Chunmai stood, patting Zhao Kongqing on the shoulder. You leave tomorrow. Make sure to say your goodbyes today. Zhao Kongqing chuckled. All right, Captain. Since I have some free time today, I might as well train the two new recruits properly. He lowered his head as he exited the conference room, his silhouette appearing forlorn. Chunmai sighed. Old Zhao is indeed leaving. At least he is alive. It is a miracle. Wu Xiangnan added. Let us consider those two newcomers, a divine agent and an unknown series of invincible forbidden abyss. Songnan is unlikely to remain peaceful. Chunmai nodded. Indeed, the higher-ups of the Night Watchers have dispatched a human prodigy to Songnan for reconnaissance. Wu Xiangnan was taken aback. They went so far as to summon a human prodigy? It is not about those two youths. There are rumors of a deity hidden within Songnan, active recently. Wu Xiangnan frowned. A deity, and I suspect old Zhao's revival is somehow related to this deity. Chunmai analyzed. Wu Xiangnan pondered, but who could he be? Why would he aid the Night Watchers? Your forbidden abyss is named the mortal realm, granted by the Seraphim Michael. Besides dynamic perception, what other abilities do you possess? In the basement, when Shima was sketching on a blackboard, questioning Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye shook his head. None. That shouldn't be the case. When Shima stroked his chin in contemplation, after finding no answers, he turned to Jiang Ye. Your forbidden abyss is called the Blade Domain? Jiang Ye nodded, rummaging through his texts, his expression indicating he had encountered a knowledge blind spot. After a while, he finally asked, Jiang Ye, what is the maximum range of your blade domain? What range? Jiang Ye looked to Lin Qiye. What is the range of your mortal realm? Lin Qiye replied, 20 meters. Jiang Ye responded with a few O's before turning serious, stating, 20 meters. When Shima. Lin Qiye. Knock. Knock, knock. Be serious. When Shima rapped the blackboard. Jiang Ye sighed. If I said my blade domain could encompass several canyons, would you believe me? Perhaps when Shima was also somewhat confused, as he simply gathered the information and announced the class was dismissed. The two were no longer in high school. It felt as if they were back in those days. With class ending, they hurried off to the training grounds. Out on the way, Lin Qiye asked Jiang Ye. What is the maximum range of your blade domain? Would you prefer to hear the truth or a lie? The truth that a few words about Songnan City. Lin Qiye, you possess a delightful sense of humor. In the training arena, Zhao Kongqing noticed two young boys approaching and smiled faintly. You two rascals, today I intend to train you thoroughly. Grab a sword. Chapter 16. The stage performance. Clang, two wooden swords whirled through the air, landing by the feet of the two boys. Jiang Ye, filled with confusion, glanced at Chun Mai, who stood beside the training ground, the latter suppressing a cough before announcing, Today, you will practice your swordsmanship. Old Zhao's technique is on par with mine, and you will learn a great deal. Furthermore, Chun Mai turned to Jiang Ye, whose expression was one of indifference, and awkwardly added, The use of forbidden techniques is not permitted. Jiang Ye nodded. The two picked up the wooden swords from the ground. Lin Qiye furrowed his brow, fixated on Zhao Kongqing. I'll go first. Very well. Jiang Ye stepped back a couple of paces, noticing Lin Qiye preparing to take his revenge on Zhao Kongqing. Zhao Kongqing, furrowing his brow, extinguished the cigarette in his mouth and strode to the center of the arena, his eyes glinting with complexity. Come on, let's see what you've got. With a swift motion, Lin Qiye lunged forward, his foot barely touching the ground as he swung his sword, a subtle current of air trailing behind it. Zhao Kongqing leaned back gracefully, effortlessly evading the attack, the rush of air playfully tousling his hair. In an instant, he reversed his grip on the wooden sword, striking Lin Qiye in the abdomen before the latter could react. Lin Qiye was sent flying 5 meters, clutching his stomach as he coughed. Zhao Kongqing rested the wooden sword on his shoulder, chuckling, I won't hold back. This is a matter of respecting your lives. Now, he extended his hand, gesturing back and forth before finally pointing at Jiang Ye. You come next, or better yet, both of you together. Indeed, quite the show-off. Jiang Ye, resigned, nodded at Lin Qiye, who also acknowledged him with a nod before charging forward once more, albeit in a rather erratic manner. Jiang Ye approached Zhao Kongqing at a leisurely pace. Clang! The wooden swords collided, then swiftly parted, each seeking an advantageous position to attack. Just as Lin Qiye attempted to make Zhao Kongqing turn, Jiang Ye surged forward like lightning, delivering a swift strike that a touch of strategy, though regrettably insufficient. Zhao Kongqing rolled to evade Lin Qiye's sword and swiftly swung his own to intercept Jiang Ye's. Bang! At the moment of impact, Zhao Kongqing felt an immense force coursing through his palm, causing the sword to slip from his grip and fly several meters away. My goodness! Such strength! Stunned, Zhao Kongqing stood frozen. Incredulity etched across his face as he gazed at his trembling right hand. Lin Qiye, having sheathed his sword, was not particularly surprised. After all, Jiang Ye's ability to effortlessly defeat opponents at the Chuan realm was no mere coincidence. Suddenly, Lin Qiye mused, perhaps the forbidden techniques of the divine ruins are not as formidable as Jiang Ye's. He sighed. Chun Mai nodded in agreement, as if he had anticipated this outcome. All right, old Zhao, continue to train with Qiye and resolve any misunderstandings. Jiang Ye, go find Lung Xian to practice your shooting. You'll need to prepare for the upcoming training session. Jiang Ye acknowledged him, placing the wooden sword back on the rack before walking away. Zhao Kongqing observed Jiang Ye's retreating figure, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Who is this kid? Why does he seem so familiar? He is Qiye's childhood friend, having once defeated a follower of the ancient god church at the Chuan realm. Old Zhao, you have nothing to lose. Chun Mai clapped Zhao Kongqing on the shoulder. Defeated at the Chuan realm, Zhao Kongqing's eyes widened. What background does this boy have? Captain, Chun Mai turned to Lin Qiye, speaking in a serious tone, like Lin Qiye has gazed into the eyes of the Seraph. Yet only Qiye has become the divine agent of the Seraphim. As for Jiang Ye, he likely awakened his forbidden technique 9 years ago. Zhao Kongqing felt a wave of relief wash over him. Others had awakened their forbidden techniques 9 years ago, while he had only begun a few days prior. It was indeed unreasonable to compare. And what about his eyes? Xiao Nan examined them. A force resembling the Seraph's divine power has likely corrupted his eyesight, making it improbable for him to recover. Chun Mai shook his head. Preliminary assessments suggest that Jiang Ye could not withstand the divine power of the Seraph. Upon hearing this, Zhao Kongqing's mood darkened slightly. Lin Qiye, who had been listening, frowned, recalling that night on the rooftop. Yet his memory faltered as he gazed upon the Seraph. And then, what exactly transpired? In the afternoon, after completing his training, Jiang Ye exited the office. Sensing the dusk settling in the sky, he could only rely on his imagination to paint color into the grayish world. Venturing into a deserted corner, a blue-white aura enveloped him, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. He did not rush to find Lin Qiye. Instead, he returned home, witnessing the manifestation of his divine ruins, creating a doppelganger entering the house, where a table laden with dishes awaited him. A smile gracing his lips. "Mom, once I resolve the matter with my eyes, I will return to keep you company." Jiang Ye, having descended into the corner, gazed at the warm scene through the window. Gradually, his form became ethereal and transparent, the pale blue light dissipating into thin in the labyrinthine alleys of the old city. Numerous students from the secondary school strolled home in groups. Jiang Ye's spectral form glided past them, advancing step by step back into the campus, invisible to the security guard at the entrance. Today, after school, Lin Qiye, under the subtle hints of the Nandu snake demon, returned to retrieve his homework and stumbled upon the mysterious beginning. In the original narrative, Qingyu had to outsmart the ceiling, while Lin Qiye's own judgment of the situation was insufficient for success. He needed the Nandu, snake demon, to cooperate as well. As long as Lin Qiye successfully joined the Night Watchman, the storyline would be fundamentally altered, yielding substantial rewards. Jiang Ye arrived at the highest rooftop of the school, producing a large scarlet theater robe, the harbinger of the impending performance. The specific method of use entailed donning the robe and performing a play, crafting the storyline as he sang. Thus, the ensuing narrative would unfold under the influence of the forbidden item, steering it in the direction Jiang Ye desired. Without hesitation, he donned the vibrant red robe, the exquisite embroidery coming to life, the sweeping sleeves glimmering with an otherworldly hue in the twilight. Jiang Ye felt an unfamiliarity with performing, contemplating what he should sing. Liang Shanbua and Zhu Yingtai, the butterfly lovers, dream of the Red Chamber, or perhaps the drunken concubine. After much deliberation, he recalled that the drunken concubine was the one he had heard most frequently in his past life. Yet the lyrics had long since escaped his memory. Detecting that the host is unfamiliar with singing, a complete script of Farewell, My Concubine has been provided. Please commence your performance. Farewell, My Concubine? Jiang Ye was momentarily taken aback. Well, system, you are quite generous. Moments later, the lyrics, melody, and corresponding actions for Farewell, My Concubine filled his mind. Then let us begin. Jiang Ye twirled his red robe, his long sleeves billowing, his movements becoming fluid as if every challenging action had suddenly turned effortless. Beneath the twilight, a man with black bands around his eyes, clad in a resplendent red robe, danced gracefully atop the rooftop. His movements embodied both strength and elegance, echoing the might of the conqueror and the unwavering loyalty of Yuji. Jiang Ye's voice transformed, taking on a theatrical tonality, with strength that shakes the mountains and a spirit that overwhelms the world. When the time is not right, the steed does not hasten. The steed does not hasten. What can be done? Yuji, what can be done? Yuji, do you have any regrets? Suddenly, he shifted to a high-pitched, feminine voice. I shall follow the king in life and death, without regret. Chapter 17. The dread of the Nandu, snake demon. The crimson hues of dusk lingered just above the horizon, the sky gradually darkening as the moon ascended from another direction. In the tranquil campus, Lin Qiye, his face pale with terror, burst out of the classroom. Only after confirming that no one was around did he exhale in relief. What manner of creature was that? So terrifying, I must leave this place swiftly. Clutching his homework, he cautiously descended the stairs, fearful that a monstrous head, shattered and grotesque, might suddenly emerge to devour him. Fortunately, the school was nearly deserted, allowing him to make his way to the playground without hindrance. Lin Qiye rested his hands on his knees, panting heavily. Damn it, encountering monsters on my way home was bad enough. Now this, I need to take a day off tomorrow and visit the temple to pray. After catching his breath, just as he was about to rise and exit the school, a melodious, soul-stirring voice halted his steps. Look, the king sleeps soundly in the tent, fully clothed. Lin Qiye froze. a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart as he turned slowly toward the source of the voice. The next moment, his pupils constricted, goosebumps prickling his skin on the highest rooftop of the school. A figure clad in a red robe danced gracefully, their voice resonating with perfect richness. Strangely enough, it was rather enchanting. Lin Qiye shook his head, rousing himself from the trance that, oh no, could this be the fabled ghost singing a play? This is bad, very bad. How did my life come to this? Walking on thin ice. Run, I must flee. He did not hesitate for a moment. As a child, he had heard tales from his grandmother about the legend of the ghost singing a play. Whenever a ghost performed, it was said to harbor grievances. If he were to become the target of vengeance, it would be the end. Lin Qiye sprinted toward the school gate, not stopping for even a second. However, he soon realized something was amiss, although he was only 200 meters from school gate. He had been running for 3 full minutes and still hadn't arrived. Something's wrong. Have I run into a ghost wall? Heaven is conspiring against me. Calm down, calm down. Lin Qiye endeavored to quell the fear that gripped his heart. As his grandmother had advised, when confronted with a ghostly wall, one must remain calm and walk in a straight line with eyes closed. He shut his eyes tightly, his legs trembling as he moved forward. The sounds of traditional opera and the evening breeze swirling around him in eerie, chilling sensation coursed from his head to his toes. May the Bodhisattva protect me. May the Bodhisattva protect me. Suddenly, with a soft thud, Lin Qiye's forehead collided with something yielding, leaving him perplexed. Reaching out to touch it, he felt softness, a hint of bone, and warmth. What could this be? His hand ventured downward. Lin Qiye, just as he was deciphering the structure. A familiar voice rang out. He hastily opened his eyes to see a face entwined in black ribbons. With hands approaching an awkward position, Lin Qiye froze, his caressing movement halting abruptly, the air around them thickening in tension. Jiang Ye furrowed his brow, yet did not withdraw his hands. Lin Qiye stammered, hastily retracting his hands, a flush creeping onto his cheeks. What expression is that? Jiang Ye was rendered speechless, nearly losing his virtue to this serpent demon, now presenting a facade of shyness. Jiang Ye, why are you here? No, that is not right. We must flee. Did you see the one performing on the rooftop just now? Lin Qiye turned to point at the rooftop, only to find the figure had vanished. Where did they go? The one performing just now was me. Jiang Ye replied calmly. Upon hearing this, Lin Qiye felt a chill down his spine and quickly stepped back, creating distance between them. Are you human or ghost? Jiang Ye smiled slightly. Nanduo serpent demon, how long do you intend to keep up this charade? Lin Qiye was momentarily speechless, retorting, what Nanduo serpent demon? What are you talking about? Still in denial, Jiang Ye shook his head, his hands clasped behind his back, an invisible blade domain enveloping the entirety of Songnan City. With an expressionless demeanor, he stated, I give you 3 seconds. If you do not reveal your true form, all your progeny shall perish. Lin Qiye remained utterly baffled. Jiang Ye, are you out of your mind? What progeny? Annihilate. With that single utterance from Jiang Ye, Lin Qiye's expression shifted dramatically. His round pupils transformed into slits. Black serpent scales surfaced on his face, and a forked tongue flicked from his mouth. Stop, she screamed. In that fleeting moment, Jiang Ye had obliterated a dozen of her progeny with a snap of his fingers. The slaughter ceased. Nanduo, serpent demon, narrowed her slit eyes, fear flashing within them. Annihilate her progeny from such a distance with merely a word. The individual before her was undeniably formidable. After a moment's hesitation, she inquired, how did you discover my identity? You need not know. You wish to join the Night Watchers, do you not? Nanduo's serpent demon was taken aback, gazing at Jiang Ye in astonishment. How could he possibly know? Who exactly was he? She had never spoken of such matters to anyone. Could it be that Jiang Ye possessed some forbidden object or realm that allowed him to hear thoughts? I can assist you, Jiang Ye said nonchalantly. Huh. Nanduo's serpent demon was bewildered. Assist me? Why would you help me? How do you know all this? Her fists clenched tightly, ready for battle at any moment. Jiang Ye chuckled softly. No need to be nervous. Just follow my instructions, and you will gain entry into the Night Watchers. Why should I trust you? Nanduo's serpent demon scoffed. Jiang Ye's brow furrowed, and the pressure of the blade domain surged toward her. Bang! Caught completely off guard, Nanduo's serpent demon collapsed to the ground, an overwhelming force crushing her flesh. What is happening? She struggled, yet could not move an inch. Jiang Ye approached slowly, looking down at her. I told you. You need only obey my arrangements, understand? Terror gripped Nanduo, serpent demon's heart. What was his level of power? Was he at the river realm or the sea realm? Bowing respectfully, she asked, "What are your orders?" "My lord?" Compromise was her only option. One who could see through her guise and wield such overwhelming strength was not someone to provoke. Jiang Ye nodded in satisfaction. In your original plan, ensure these tasks are completed." Nanduo's serpent demon listened intently, her expression shifting to one of shock. He knew even her plans and perfectly circumvented their pitfalls. She knelt on one knee, slightly excited, and said, "Understood, my lord." Jiang Ye nodded, lifting his gaze to the moon, which was soon to rise. The grand performance is about to commence. Chapter 18. Farewell. That night, at the Peace Affairs office, Chen Mai donned an apron, busily preparing dishes in the kitchen, his eyes betraying a hidden concern. When Chima tended to the injured Lin Qiye, applying ointment while offering words of comfort. Without exception, all members of Team 136 were gathered at the office that evening. Jiang Ye stepped inside. He was greeted by the aroma wafting from the kitchen and the scent of smoke from Zhao Kongqing's cigarette. "Handsome little brother, you've arrived. Come, take a seat," Han Ying called out, waving him over eagerly. Jiang Ye nodded and made his way to sit beside her. As he settled down, Zhao Kongqing's demeanor shifted, losing its joviality. "Old Zhao, what's wrong? Weren't you just lecturing Qiye? Now that Xiao Yi is here, you've gone silent?" When Shima remarked with a chuckle, "Go away. Go away." Zhao Kongqing waved dismissively, visibly awkward, seemingly reluctant to mention his earlier defeat at Jiang Ye's hands. His gaze then fell upon Jiang Ye. "Kid, after dinner, we'll have a rematch. Today, I wasn't prepared." Getting smashed felt good. Lin Qiye interjected, applying ointment to the wounds on her face. "Hey, don't blame me for being rough. It's for your future well-being." Lin Qiye turned her head away, sighing, "I get it. You've said that 800 times already." Zhao Kongqing took a drag from his cigarette, glancing at Jiang Ye, raising his eyebrows. Jiang Ye nodded, feigning helplessness. "Sure, let us practice after dinner. By the way, what's the occasion today?" "Handsome little brother. Old Zhao is leaving tomorrow, and the captain wanted us to have a farewell dinner tonight," Han Ying explained. Zhao Kongqing was leaving. Jiang Ye furrowed his brow, wondering why the storyline had shifted again. After some contemplation, he concluded that Zhao Kongqing had survived the ghost goddess lure and was now required by the higher-ups to assist in research. There were no other plausible explanations, which reminded him of what the system had mentioned to alter the outcome of a plot penned by Sanjiu. One's strength was paramount. All this effort, and Sanjiu had merely circled back to the beginning. Jiang Ye felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He pondered whether this intervention was indeed correct. He had always liked Zhao Kongqing's character in the novels he read. Suddenly, Zhao Kongqing's large hand clapped on Jiang Ye's shoulder. And he laughed. "It's nothing serious. They've given me a very special mission. When I return, I'll definitely be a general." He raised an eyebrow, attempting to reassure himself. "Yes, old Zhao will surely return." "Don't be sad, handsome little brother," Han Ying said, beaming at him. Jiang Ye paused for a moment, then smiled and nodded. Team 136 truly felt like a family. "Come, let us eat," Chen Mai announced, bringing out the final dish and sitting beside Wu Xiangnan. Meanwhile, Han Ying had already picked up her chopsticks, ready for an epic battle. Chen Mai glanced around at the others before picking up his own chopsticks and declaring, "Let us eat." At that, both Han Ying and Wen Qima simultaneously grasped a chicken leg with their chopsticks. Their eyes locked as if thunder and lightning crackled between them. Chen Mai took a deep breath, extending his chopsticks to deftly separate the 3 chicken legs onto Jiang Ye, Lin Qiye, and old Zhao's plates. Han Ying pouted and glared at Wen Qima, who shrugged helplessly. Jiang Ye was speechless as he lifted a chicken leg, intending to place it in Han Ying's bowl. "No, sister was planning to give it to you." Han Ying blocked him with her chopsticks, tilting her head with a smile. "All right, let us raise our glasses and bid farewell to old Zhao." Chen Mai stood, lifting a cup from the table. Everyone else followed suit. To old Zhao, may you achieve great accomplishments and become a general. With a loud clink, 8 cups collided together. Zhao Kongqing's eyes glistened, downing his full cup of beer in one gulp. His voice choked with emotion. Wait for me to return to the team. That night marked the first defeat Jiang Ye had ever inflicted upon Zhao Kongqing since ascending to divinity. The next morning, Team 136 gathered to see Zhao Kongqing off from Songnan. The 7 stood at the airport, watching as his plane ascended into the sky. Hong Ying, unable to hold back her tears any longer. In truth, they were not foolish. They understood the reasons behind Zhao Kongqing's transfer to the capital. Just then, Chen Mai's phone rang, and he answered. Hello. His brow furrowed suddenly. Are you sure? All right, we'll be there immediately. What has happened, Captain? Wu Xiangnan inquired. Chen Mai set down his phone. Last evening, multiple homicides occurred in Songnan, and despite thorough investigations by the police, no evidence of the perpetrators was found. Moreover, early this morning, when the coroner examined the bodies, he discovered that they had all transformed into serpentine monstrosities. Upon hearing this, the previously sorrowful crowd instantly adopted a grave demeanor. Without further ado, yet another enigmatic entity had made its appearance. We shall return to the office immediately. Xiangnan, you will liaise with the police to investigate the origins of this mystery. Chen Mai instructed. Subsequently, the 7 individuals boarded a vehicle and returned to the Peace Affairs office. Jiang Ye silently followed. Upon arriving at the office's entrance, a familiar figure caught their eyes. Lin Qiye. Chen Mai regarded the high school student standing at the door. They had met previously when signing a confidentiality agreement. Seeing them return, Lin Qiye approached with an anxious expression. Hello, I have something to tell you. Chen Mai furrowed his brow. What is it? I saw the monster. In the conference room, after Lin Qiye finished speaking, the group fell into silence. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps echoed from the doorway as Wu Xiangnan entered, holding documents. Captain, all the deceased share a common trait. Their children attend Songnan No. 2 High School. Thus, we can reasonably conclude that Songnan No. 2 High School is the primary crime scene. Furthermore, Wu Xiangnan produced several identical documents, placing them before each individual, according to the data provided by the coroner. I have researched, and this mysterious entity is known as the Nantawa serpent demon. It is exceptionally skilled at camouflage, capable of implanting serpent seeds within ordinary individuals to propagate its offspring. Lin Qiye felt an inexplicable sense of intrigue. Glancing back at Lin Qiye with contemplation, that if it is indeed exceptionally adept at disguise, how could it have revealed itself before Lin Qiye this time? The offspring of the serpent demon were slain. Should not the serpent demon hide itself more deeply? Why would it expose its position at such a moment? It is too strange. Jiang Ye, perceiving Lin Qiye's subtle expressions, could not help but marvel inwardly. The protagonist indeed possessed an extraordinary fortitude. Otherwise, he would not have achieved such status. However, once they infiltrated Songnan No. 2 High School, all outcomes would be under my control. With a decisive clap, Chen Mai closed the documents and addressed Lin Qiye. Jie, Xiaoye, and you, Lin Qiye, as students of Songnan No. 2 High School, you will investigate the situation at the school to ascertain how many serpent demon offspring are present. Hong Ying and Xiaonan, you will go to Lu Xiaoyan's dormitory and the director's office to locate the entity itself. The rest will clear any serpent demon offspring outside the school that let's split up. Additionally, Lin Qiye, if you perform well this time, I can offer you an opportunity to join the Night Watchers, Chen Mai stated to Lin Qiye, who appeared genuinely delighted, devoid of pretense. All right, let's commence our operation. Yes, Chapter 19. The show begins on the bustling streets. Chen Mai and Wu Xiangnan walk side by side, both bearing a black box that Wu Xiangnan pondered as they strolled. Chen Mai glanced at him. Do you also find the situation somewhat peculiar? Wu Xiangnan nodded. The Nantawa serpent demon is cautious. It should not so brazenly reveal itself after its offspring have been killed. There is another odd point. What point? The deceased serpent demon offspring varied greatly in distance, yet the time and cause of death were identical. We were talking about over a dozen serpent demon offspring. And the perpetrator managed to strike without a moment's delay. That Wu Xiangnan's expression turned serious. This indicates either that the Nantawa serpent demon orchestrated this itself, or that an even more powerful entity, perhaps surpassing the infinite, simultaneously exterminated the dozen or so serpent demons. Such a widespread incident, without any disturbance. The method of attack is utterly unfathomable. Jiang Ye contemplated this as well, that if a dozen serpent demons were scattered throughout Songnan, how could they be eradicated without a sound, all at the same time? If it is not a self-orchestrated act by the Nantawa serpent demon, how formidable must the assailant be? Infinite Klein? Or perhaps the pinnacle of humanity? The more he thought about it, the tighter his brow furrowed. The recent odd occurrences in Songnan seemed to be alarmingly numerous. Xiangnan, let us set aside the perpetrator for now. Our primary task is to eliminate the serpent demon offspring outside the school. Wu Xiangnan sighed, utterly perplexed. What kind of individual could achieve such a feat in silence? Let us proceed, Captain Dutt. As they moved on, Han Xiaoyun, clad in a black robe with cold eyes, emerged. Watching them depart, he turned his gaze towards Songnan No. 2 High School, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Songnan is indeed concealing something. Allow me to provide you with a little more intrigue that I hope you will find it enjoyable. He stepped towards Sanan No. 2 High School, Sanan No. 2 High School. Jiang Ye, Lin Qiye, and Li Yifei infiltrated the campus, while Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan scaled the wall. Lin Qiye walked alongside Jiang Ye, voicing, "Do you not think this entire matter has been strange from the very beginning?" Jiang Ye smiled. "Do elaborate." Based on the information provided by Brother Xiangnan, the Nantawa serpent demon should be cautious and should not suddenly expose itself. Furthermore, the slaughtered serpent demon offspring are even more puzzling. If they were aware of being targeted, why did they not retreat from the spotlight? Lin Qiye analyzed extensively. Jiang Ye nodded earnestly. "You should consider becoming a detective." Indeed, these are certainly points of suspicion, but we must first ascertain how many have been implanted with serpent seeds within the school. Lin Qiye acknowledged, contemplating as he headed towards the classroom, casting a final glance back at Li Yifei. Li Yifei smiled innocently, betraying no signs of abnormality. The trio arrived at the classroom door. The balding teacher, visibly displeased, called out, "Lin Qiye, Jiang Ye, you two come in." Li Yifei, what brings you here? Li Yifei fumbled in his pocket for a leave request, but ultimately decided against it. "Teacher, I overslept." He scratched his head, offering the most kitsch excuse. Lin Qiye's expression suddenly turned perplexed. Could it be? If there were an issue with Li Yifei, he should have planned accordingly. Am I overthinking? As expected, Li Yifei was left standing in the corridor as punishment, gesturing incomprehensibly through the window. There are indeed two within the classroom. Once seated, Lin Qiye spoke gravely. In that case, the overall situation at the school may not be optimistic. Jiang Ye's perception enveloped the entire building, revealing all the serpent demon offspring. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow. In addition to the serpent demon offspring, there were two mysterious entities from the Chuanjing, one of which was. Jiang Ye directed his gaze toward the girls' dormitory, a smile creeping onto his lips. Han Xiaoyun, to appear so early, the plot is becoming increasingly interesting. He turned to Lin Qiye beside him. "Qiye, this is the second class of the morning. Meaning when the bell rings, it will be a large recess, at which point we will ascertain the school's specific situation." Lin Qiye's eyes brightened at this, that I shall go support Hong Ying and the others to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. Lin Qiye nodded, considering Jiang Ye's strength, which indeed made sense. Thus, several minutes passed, and the bell for the end of class rang. Accompanying it was a rhythmic march. As the music played, students vacated their seats and flocked to the playground. Lin Qiye and Li Yifei rushed towards the field, while Jiang Ye gradually became ethereal. Vanishing to the rooftop, he gazed at the azure sky and the converging students below, a smile gracing his lips. "The show begins." As he spoke, a flash of red flickered across the sky, enveloping the entirety of Sanan No. 2 High School, and the effects of the Forbidden Ruins had commenced. Currently, and Xingyu had not yet awakened the unique solution of the Forbidden Ruins. It should be convincing enough. As long as the Nantawa serpent demon could survive within this narrative, he would acquire modification points. As for whether she would be discovered later, that was of no concern. Jiang Ye altered the plot merely to enhance his power through modification points, never intending to make enemies. His long-standing goal was to ascend to the moon's zenith and settle accounts with the Seraph for the loss of his eyes. "God, arrogant, then I shall bring your arrogance crashing down." Jiang Ye tilted his head toward the azure sky, a faint smile adorning his face, before vanishing from the rooftop. Did the sky just flicker? Cold Qian, who was inserting a sign for the boundless domain, gazed at the normal sky with confusion. Just now, the sky seemed to flash, and it was red. Regardless, he resolved to activate the boundless domain first. Oh right, I forgot to ask Lao Zhao how this is used on the playground, as the sky flashed red. Within a certain class's lineup, a bespectacled, demure student's eyes gleamed with red light. Lin Qiye slowly lifted his head, adjusting his glasses, revealing a perplexed expression. Just moments ago, he felt as though something had influenced him. Yet he could not articulate it, which was quite strange. The student with the flag, you veered off course. Head towards the podium. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the podium, prompting Lin Qiye to lift his head and observe the oddly behaving Lin Qiye and Lin Qiye. Interesting, it seems the situation is more complex than it appears. I wish to study this thoroughly. Excitement sparkled in his eyes, radiating a unique brilliance, the unique solution. Upon sensing Lin Qiye's status, Jiang Ye's expression turned serious. The alterations to the plot had escalated, and Lin Qiye had unexpectedly awakened the forbidden ruins ahead of time. An intellectual pinnacle combined with the forbidden ruins, the previously mundane and oppressive game suddenly transformed into an intriguing spectacle. Jiang Ye, too, became engrossed, paying little mind to Lin Qiye as he entered the girls' dormitory. The black box slung over his shoulder, in the concealed state of the myriad phenomena. The dormitory supervisor remained blissfully unaware. To avoid arousing Lin Qiye's suspicion, it was prudent to first confer with Sister Hong Ying. Faced with two astute opponents, even the slightest detail could prove fatal on the 5th floor of the girls' dormitory. Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan ascended cautiously, appearing to tread carefully, though Hong Ying believed such a tranquil atmosphere warranted corresponding action. After a considerable while, the chilling ambience intensified, and Si Xiaonan clutched her skirt tightly. Sister Hong Ying, have you discerned anything? Upon hearing this, Hong Ying turned, her expression grave. Which room is it? Second to last, Si Xiaonan replied. Wait, Hong Ying suddenly interrupted her, as Xiaonan's heart raced. What is it? With a serious demeanor, Hong Ying remarked, footsteps are approaching. Chapter 20. The illusion little thief, watch out for the gun. Hiding around the staircase corner. Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan sprang into action as footsteps drew near. The fiery red spear surged forth like a dragon, while Si Xiaonan, dual guns in hand, fired 2 shots in quick succession. However, as the actions concluded, Jiang Ye's figure emerged into their line of sight. Handsome brother. Hong Ying hastily retracted her weapon, propelling herself into the air, her spear ablaze as she swiped at the incoming bullets. After a couple of clanging sounds, she executed a somersault, landing at Jiang Ye's position, colliding with his firm chest due to inertia. Jiang Ye remained steadfast, grasping Hong Ying's shoulders to prevent her from falling. Sister Hong Ying, what are you doing? Flushed, Hong Ying quickly stepped back a few paces, her hands clasped behind her, her expression somewhat sheepish. Oh, we're just practicing tactics, right, Xiaonan? Si Xiaonan offered an awkward smile, adjusting her glasses with a feigned seriousness. Indeed, Jiang Ye's lips twitched. Handsome brother, what brings you to the girls' dormitory? Hong Ying inquired with a knowing smile. What do you think I'm here for? Jiang Ye retorted, gesturing towards the black strap before him. Ah, right. Hong Ying scratched her head. I came to support you because I was worried about unexpected incidents. Jiang Ye explained, turning to face the staircase below, sensing a group of girls approaching, one of whom was not merely a descendant of the snake demon. It was a 3-tailed creature with a fox's head and a human body, clearly a being of considerable mystery from the river realm. Though Jiang Ye was unaware of its specific abilities, he recognized the significance of its gaze. Handsome brother, don't underestimate your sister Hong Ying. Dealing with these snake demon descendants is a piece of cake for me, Hong Ying declared confidently. S. I Xiaonan, following Jiang Ye's line of sight, perked her ears and remarked, Sister Hong Ying, Xiao Ye, there are quite a few people coming up. At this, Hong Ying narrowed her eyes slightly, twirling her spear in the air, and sweetly declared, Handsome brother, watch closely how I handle these snake demons. Before Jiang Ye could respond, Hong Ying recklessly dashed down the corridor. Jiang Ye shook his head, exchanged a nod with Si Xiaonan, and together they charged downstairs, Upon reaching the third floor, they were met with a blaze on the second floor. The whitewashed walls charred black. Yet, after the flames, the sounds of clashing weapons ceased, and an eerie silence enveloped the area. Jiang Ye grasped the stair railing and leapt to the second floor, closely followed by Si Xiaonan. The latter observed Hong Ying, standing motionless in the dormitory corridor, surrounded by the scattered bodies of snake demons. "Sister Hong Ying, amazing," she exclaimed. However, her praise went unanswered. Hong Ying remained like a wooden statue, seemingly oblivious to any sound. Si Xiaonan hesitated, wanting to approach, but Jiang Ye grabbed her arm. The enemy has not yet appeared. Confusion filled Si Xiaonan's eyes, in her perception. Hong Ying's gaze was vacant, shimmering with a pink hue, as if under some form of control. "What is this?" Jiang Ye mused. Realizing it was merely a trick of mental manipulation, he called out down the corridor, "Come out." His voice echoed in the narrow passage, followed by the sound of approaching footsteps. At that moment, Hong Ying moved, stepping aside to clear the way that a three-tailed humanoid fox slinked forward, its waist twisting gracefully, its eyes glimmering with a pink light, fixated on Si Xiaonan. Soon, a pink haze enveloped Si Xiaonan's vision, rendering her expression vacant. Yet, in the next instant, an unfamiliar surge of power erupted from within her, instantly shattering the fox demon's mental control, restoring clarity to her gaze as the agent of the god of tricks. How could she be easily subdued? The fox demon's eyes widened in shock, its voice sultry and beguiling. "I didn't expect two hard bones to arrive, but one is in a light realm, and the other merely a lantern realm." Utterly pathetic. I Xiaonan's expression grew grave. "Xiao Ye, she is a three-tailed enchantress, skilled in manipulating minds and crafting illusions. Sister Hong Ying has fallen in her trap." Moreover, the three-tailed enchantress was at least at the peak of the river realm. Nearing the sea realm, she felt a twinge of anxiety, while Jiang Ye had effortlessly dispatched a newly ascended believer of the river realm. Facing a peak river realm entity would undoubtedly pose a challenge. Yet despite the three-tailed enchantress's lack of brute strength, her ability to ensnare others in illusions could effortlessly lead foes to self-destruction. "It's a trivial matter. You should step back," Jiang Ye replied nonchalantly. "Huh." Si Xiaonan was taken aback, watching Jiang Ye approach slowly. "Haha, a mere lantern realm dares to challenge me, and why serve it? Eliminate him," commanded the three-tailed enchantress, gesturing with her delicate fingers towards Jiang Ye. Hong Ying nodded at the fox demon, her spear igniting with flames as it dragged along the ground, sparks flying. The sizzling sounds intensified as Hong Ying's speed accelerated. Jiang Ye maintained an unperturbed demeanor, extending his hand slowly to meet the descending spear wielded by Hong Ying. Clang! A conflagration enveloped the corridor, the heat washing over Si Xiaonan's face as she instinctively raised her arms to shield herself, stepping back a couple of paces. When she looked again, she was left dumbfounded. Jiang Ye caught Hong Ying's spear between two fingers. "Huh, this is impossible," she gasped, suddenly perceiving Jiang Ye as a transcendent being akin to those found in immortal cultivation novels. Could such power truly belong to a mere lantern realm? Impossible, utterly impossible. The three-tailed enchantress's pink eyes widened in disbelief as she scrutinized Jiang Ye. "You are more than just a lantern realm. You are pretending to be weak. Damn it, do you think I haven't read any novels? Allow me to unveil your deepest fears, Celestial Fox's dream." With that, the pink hue vanished from Hong Ying's eyes, her head drooping as she fainted. Jiang Ye quickly caught her, checking for any hidden dangers. At that moment, the surrounding dormitory environment dissolved into darkness, dragging me into an illusion. "How foolish," Jiang Ye remarked, gazing toward the three-tailed enchantress not far away. The latter giggled, swaying her serpentine waist as she approached, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. "Servant, let me see the fears that dwell in your heart." With a casual wave of her hand, the surroundings transformed dramatically. Suddenly, radiant light engulfed the space, revealing a vast, boundless cosmos filled with shimmering celestial bodies. "This is a universe," the three-tailed enchantress gasped. "Mortal, do you comprehend the consequences of deceiving a deity?" Suddenly, a voice that seemed to tear at the very fabric of the soul echoed in her ears. She looked up to see a six-winged angel, its eyes gleaming with golden light, standing before the silver moon. As the angel's gaze expanded, it obscured the entire moon. The three-tailed enchantress was struck with awe as a surge of divine power flooded her mind, extinguishing her soul in an instant, dissipating within the illusion. Jiang Ye slowly raised his head, meeting the blazing angel's gaze without a shred of fear. "Mortal, do you recognize your sin?" The angel's golden eyes regarded Jiang Ye as though he were a mere insect. With a smile, Jiang Ye summoned a blue-white radiance in his hand, and with a gentle wave, shattered the illusion like glass. "Sins? Ridiculous. No one supports my aspirations. I shall tread the snowy path to the mountain's peak." Chapter 21. A shift in plans. Snap. In the dimly lit corridor of the girls' dormitory, the three-tailed enchantress's eyes still held traces of shock as she muttered a single word, "God." Yet her gaze gradually dimmed, her body stiffening before collapsing to the ground, her eyes wide as saucers. Witnessing the scene, Si Xiaonan's mouth fell agape, her glasses slipping down as she forgot to push them back up. Her expression was one of disbelief. In less than 2 minutes, the Peak River Realm three-tailed enchantress had perished so effortlessly. It seemed she had been annihilated within her own illusion. What manner of prodigy was this? As the agent of the god of tricks, Si Xiaonan dared not claim she could have dispatched that three-tailed enchantress in an instant. Jiang Ye had accomplished it with such ease, reminiscent of his earlier slaying of the River Realm believer. His forbidden realm was no ordinary domain. It might even surpass that of the divine. A light glimmered in her eyes as she contemplated the implications. Perhaps Jiang Ye could assist her in defeating the god of tricks. Loki, it seemed the prior plan required a complete overhaul. Ding, you have altered the original plan of the god of tricks agent, Si Xiaonan, earning 10,000 magic modification points. Current magic modification points. 81, 500. Reach 100,000 to receive a random reward package. Upon hearing the system's notification, Jiang Ye's consciousness returned, and he sensed Si Xiaonan's presence behind him. Change the plan? No wonder she's one of the 4 undercover agents tasked with slaying gods. It appears my shadow will be cast upon the plot to eliminate Loki. Huh. Handsome brother, what just happened to me? In the embrace of Jiang Ye, Hong Ying gradually awakened, her lively eyes fluttering as they adjusted to her surroundings. After a moment of bewilderment, she fixated on the strikingly handsome face adorned with a black ribbon, an inexplicable sense of allure and safety enveloping her. Wow, has the handsome young man become even more charming? Wait a moment, I'm lying in. Realizing she was nestled in Jiang Ye's arms, a faint blush crept on her cheeks, prompting her to hastily rise to "My apologies. Handsome young NW, by the way, I just spotted a fox demon. Did you see it?" Jiang Ye nodded slightly, gesturing towards her behind. Following his finger, Hong Ying beheld a mysterious figure with a fox head and a human body, lying still. What? The peak fox demon of the River Realm has perished just like that. Stunned, Hong Ying's neck stiffened as she turned back. "It's not you who killed it, is it, handsome young man?" "It shouldn't count as my doing," Jiang Ye replied thoughtfully. The three-tailed charm fox had actually been obliterated by the divine power lingering in his eyes from the Seraph. "What do you mean it shouldn't count? That's the peak of the River Realm." Hong Ying puffed out her cheeks as Si Xiaonan approached, wrapping her arms around Hong Ying, and said with a bashful smile, "Come on, Hong Ying. Our team 136 has recruited a prodigy. Aren't you excited?" "I'm excited, but it's a bit overwhelming, making me feel somewhat inferior. I'm not as good as the handsome young man," she lamented, burying her face into Si Xiaonan's shoulder. Jiang Ye twitched his lips, suddenly sensing Si Xiaonan's scrutinizing gaze, prompting him to conceal his expression. He understood that Si Xiaonan wished to have a conversation with him. Yet the timing was not right. Noticing his lack of response, Si Xiaonan shifted the topic. "This situation seems rather unusual. Even the mysteries of the River Realm have surfaced, indicating it's no simple matter. It is possible that the ancient God Church is up to something. Then I shall report to the captain," Hong Ying replied seriously, pressing down on her earpiece. "Captain," before she could finish, Chun Mai's voice came through. "Hong Ying, there is something amiss. While we were slaying the serpent demon offspring, we discovered a mystery from the peak of the River Realm and are currently investigating. What is the situation on your end?" Hong Ying paused, her tone turning grave, A mystery from the river realm has also appeared at the school, but now she glanced at the handsome young man. It has already been eliminated by him. The silence fell over the earpiece. Captain, Xiaonan mentioned this might be related to the ancient god church, and there could be more than one mystery in the school. Hong Ying continued. Chun Mai's voice grew somber. The last time a follower of the ancient god church was slain, it's likely they are retaliating. With Xiao Ye there, you should be fine, but please exercise caution. Oh, understood, Captain. Hong Ying closed the earpiece. Let us go. Handsome young man, we need a rendezvous with Xie. Hong Ying linked her arms with Jiang Ye and Si Xiaonan as they descended the stairs in the urban area of Tsangnan, within an average residential building. Lay the scattered corpses of serpent demons, the floors stained crimson with blood. Captain, Jiang Ye has slain the three-tailed charm fox from the peak of the river realm? Wu Xiangnan confirmed in astonishment. Chen Mai frowned, nodding. That's what Hong Ying said. It seems Jiang Ye harbors some undisclosed secrets. After all, he has gazed upon the Seraph. Both Xiao Ye and Qiye are shrouded in mystery, Wu Xiangnan pondered, feeling the need to inquire further about Xiao Ye's eyes, which might not be as simple as they appeared. Chen Mai, however, shook his head. I have led many team members, and I can see that Xiao Ye has his own convictions. Over-interference might prove detrimental. But Captain, if Xiao Ye's ability to instantly kill a river realm entity comes to the attention of the Night Watch's higher-ups, without a reasonable explanation, it would only complicate matters for him. If you were among the Night Watch's elite, would you believe that a mere lamp could slay a river realm being? Chun Mai countered. Wu Xiangnan fell silent. He patted Wu Xiangnan on the shoulder. Xiangnan, sometimes we don't need to be so serious. They're comrades we can trust our backs to. We all need this trust. Wu Xiangnan nodded silently, understanding the captain's sentiment. Let us move. The mystery from the river realm. GMO is currently being tracked. Let us resolve this swiftly and provide support at the school. All right, on the highest building in Sangnan, a man clad in a black robe stepped towards the railing. Gazing into the distance, the strongest three-tailed charm fox has actually perished. Han Xiaoyan lowered his gaze to the glowing orb in his hand. The highest combat strength of Team 136 lies merely within the Sea Realm. And they're not even present at Sangnan No. 2 High School. Who could have slain that three-tailed charm fox, the divine agent of the Seraph? Beyond that, Han Xiaoyan could fathom no one else with such capability. It appears I have underestimated this divine agent. Their strength is commendable, that I hope one day you will possess the ability to kill me. Han Xiaoyan turned and walked away, gradually disappearing from the rooftop. The information he collected swiftly reached EU. The man in the tuxedo reviewed Han Xiaoyan's report, and then raised his gaze to the shadow in black. No news of the Tsangnan deity? Han Xiaoyan replied respectfully. The body of the follower Zhang Feng has yet to be found, and the device you provided to detect divine energy has shown no response. However, there is one point of suspicion. What is it? EU's brow furrowed. Team 136 member, Zhao Kongcheng miraculously revived after using the ghost goddess call and was escorted to the capital by the Night Watch's higher-ups. EU's eyes lit up with interest. I understand. Continue to observe closely and refrain from acting rashly. He ended the communication, contemplating how survival after using the ghost goddess call is a feat achievable only by a deity. EU's smile turned sinister. The deities of Daxiao are indeed intriguing. Chapter 22. In Qingyu, the name of the serpent demon is Bang Bang. Just as Jiang Ye arrived at the teaching building, the sound of gunfire rang in his ears. He spread his perception across the school, discovering in Qingyu and Lin Qiye engaged in somewhat ambiguous actions. There's another mystery from the river realm. After searching the entire school, he noted that the other mystery had already departed. They retreated, quite the troublemaker, that ancient god church. Following behind Hong Ying, Jiang Ye ascended to the floor where the gunfire originated. Noticing that the rope dropped from the upper floor had not been severed, causing him to nod in acknowledgement. In the original story, Lin Qiye had seen the severed rope come down from above and deduced it for Lin Qiye. This time, he intended to toy playfully with this intellectual prodigy. The trio swiftly reached Lin Qiye, swiftly clearing the surrounding serpent demon offspring. Qiye, have you located the serpent demon's main body? Hong Ying inquired. Lin Qiye glanced at Lin Qiye and shook his head. Not yet. Beside them, and Xingyu adjusted his glasses, his gaze falling on the intact rope, his brow furrowing slightly. The serpent demon offspring shares a visual connection with the main body. Since the rope remains undamaged, it suggests that the individual who descended moments ago should be innocent. Yet, something felt amiss. What could it be? An adept at disguise, the serpent demon. And Xingyu's gaze swept over Lin Qiye and his team. Lost in thought. Now that the serpent demon offspring in the school had been entirely cleared, only Lu Yuan remained with Lin Qiye turned towards the auditorium. Lin Qiye, you take the survivors to the auditorium. Hong Ying, let us search for the serpent demon's main body. Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan nodded in agreement. Just as Jiang Ye intended to follow, Hong Ying pressed him down. Handsome young man, you stay here to protect the survivors. Leave this minor matter with the Nanta serpent demon to us. Jiang Ye could only nod in acceptance, waiting until they moved away before turning back, only to meet in Xingyu's gaze. He approached with a faint smile. I am in Xingyu. Could you tell me about your organization? Jiang Ye hesitated for a moment before replying. The Elderly Marriage Happiness Mediation Office. Here is my business card. An Xingyu was momentarily taken aback, glancing down at the card for the Peace Mediation Office. What is this? He exclaimed. Ahem, I'm serious. An Xingyu adjusted his glasses, appearing quite earnest. Jiang Ye maintained a grave expression. So, do you really enjoy eating fish? And Xingyu replied, Why are you answering inappropriately? He sighed, ultimately giving up, and stepped into the survivors group. However, just as he turned, he abruptly glanced back at Jiang Ye. That I despise eating fish. In the auditorium, Jiang Ye stood at the entrance. Surrounded by a gathering of students and teachers, many girls cast adoring glances at Lin Qiye and Wang Xiao, while the nearby teachers wore stern expressions, admonishing, no early romances. And Xingyu, uninterested in this scene, pushed up his glasses and approached Jiang Ye. Don't you find it somewhat strange? Jiang Ye asked. Strange about what? And Xingyu's eyes glimmered with blue light as he began to analyze the teaching building without leaving a trace. After a while, he remarked, Often, what remains untraceable reveals countless flaws. Jiang Ye smiled subtly. What have you discovered? On the ground of the teaching building lay a leave request slip, upon which a name was inscribed. And Xingyu's gaze fell upon Lin Qiye and his companions. Jiang Ye remained unperturbed, as everything was proceeding according to the narrative he had crafted. It had not deviated from its intended course. What name? And Xingyu did not rush to answer. If I tell you, will you allow me to join your organization? No. Jiang Ye shook his head, and Xingyu's eyes dimmed with disappointment. However, Jiang Ye added, Do you not think this world is quite fascinating? Joining us might actually limit you. For instance, one might investigate how those serpent spirits utilize your forbidden void abilities. An Qingyu paused momentarily, contemplating, her eyes reflecting an unusual excitement. Indeed intriguing. It seems I have a clearer understanding of their structure. The power I awakened is called Forbidden Void. I appreciate your enlightening me. The name on that leave request is Jiang Ye, whose expression turned serious as he sought to ascertain whether the Forbidden Void had indeed impacted An Qingyu amidst the unfolding spectacle. Wang Xiao. An Qingyu uttered this name, as expected. Jiang Ye smiled faintly. His leave was supposed to start this morning, yet I saw him arrive punctually at school. Secondly, according to Lu Yuan from your class, Wang Xiao had previously encountered a monster and fled in sheer fright. Yet now he wields a weapon against the serpent spirit. Does that not seem rather illogical? Thirdly, in my observations, while battling the serpent spirit, Wang Xiao's performance appeared remarkably realistic, yet there was no substantive harm inflicted, almost as if he were being protected. An Qingyu adjusted her glasses, delivering a cold, analytical assessment. Jiang Ye nodded. He had established such a narrative beforehand. He intended for the Nantawa serpent spirit to craft a role for Wang Xiao amidst the chaos, diverting attention that in truth, the real Wang Xiao is currently slumbering at home, entirely absent from the school. The figure of Wang Xiao before them is merely a unique offspring of the serpent spirit, coupled with his own manifestation of the infinite divine void, rendering Lin Qiye oblivious to so. What do you intend to do? Shall I simply eliminate him? Jiang Ye continued his inquiry. An Qingyu shook her head, fixating on the black cloth band over her eyes. We can engage in conversation first. He is currently too fearful to act rashly. I find your eyes quite fascinating. May I invite you to my laboratory at some point? Damn it. This kid wants to dissect me. Jiang Ye's expression darkened. You may visit the girls' dormitory, where numerous corpses reside. Perhaps something to your liking to as for my brother. He is a man you shall never possess. Qiye, he coughed twice, asserting, I'm straight. Explanation is merely a guise. Qiye fell silent, turning her gaze toward the girls' dormitory, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. Jiang Ye's reference to the girls' dormitory naturally pertained to the corpse of the three-tailed charm fox, suggesting that Qiye would not acquire the head of the Nantawa serpent spirit. If she were to provide him the body of the three-tailed charm fox for research, what direction might he pursue thereafter? Wouldn't that significantly augment the modification value? Tap, tap, tap. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from outside, as Lin Qiye and others, having searched in vain, hastily entered the grand hall. Lin Qiye brandished the star blade from the black box, disregarding everyone as he dashed into the grand hall, swiftly swinging the blade toward Wang Xiao. Everyone was taken aback by this sudden turn of events. Fei stumbled back in fright. Wang Xiao's pupils constricted, his black irises instantly morphing into yellow vertical slits. His arms adorned with black serpentine scales. Clang! The long blade struck Wang Xiao's arm, producing a metallic grinding sound, sending sparks flying. Lin Qiye smirked. I found you. Chapter 23. Toying with Qiye Wang Xiao. Li Fei, pale with fear, grasped the axe in his hands. The other students and teachers shrieked, scrambling to find refuge in corners or fleeing outside. Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan were not idle either. One wielded a long spear while the other brandished dual firearms, lending support to Lin Qiye. Qiye glanced at Jiang Ye, asking, Aren't you going to assist? One must afford others a chance. My intervention would bring it to an end. Jiang Ye replied nonchalantly, So, you are quite formidable, then To agreed. Qiye's eyes shimmered with excitement, as if she were eager to dissect herself at that very moment. Clang, clang, clang. Snap. The sounds of battle persisted. Yet under the trio's onslaught, the Nantawa serpent spirit offered no resistance, losing an arm to Lin Qiye, blood gushing forth. The Nantawa serpent spirit recoiled several meters, its vertical pupils brimming with fury, demanding, How did you discover me? Lin Qiye's lips curled into a grin. Your disguise is commendable, yet his analysis mirrored precisely what Qiye had conveyed to Jiang Ye earlier. The only distinction lay in the fact that when Lu Yuan had taken away the last offspring of the serpent spirit, Han Ruo, he had remarked upon Wang Xiao's oddities. The Nantawa serpent spirit emitted a chilling laugh, refraining from further dialogue, launching a tail swipe toward Lin Qiye. The latter sidestepped to the right, then exchanged glances with Hong Ying before charging from different angles. Lin Qiye's eyes glimmered with golden light, the divine majesty of the Seraphim bearing down upon the Nantawa serpent spirit. In an instant, the serpent spirit was rendered momentarily dazed. Now's my chance, seizing the opportunity. Lin Qiye swung the star blade, unleashing a crescent arc that sliced through the serpent spirit's neck. Simultaneously, Hong Ying thrust her blazing spear through the serpent spirit's heart. The Nantawa serpent spirit's eyes widened. Disbelief etched across its features. Thud! The 3-meter-long serpent body crashed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The onlookers gazed at Lin Qiye, their eyes filled with admiration. Observing from the sidelines, Jiang Ye's lips curled upwards. The performance concluded flawlessly. Hong Ying exhaled in relief, approaching Lin Qiye with a smile. 7 Knight. Well done. Although not as impressive as my brother, your intellect is remarkably sharp. Lin Qiye chuckled, glancing back at Jiang Ye. His eyes sparkling with newfound brilliance. Last, he had surpassed him in some regard. Qiye, standing beside Jiang Ye, noticed her deductions had been validated, instinctively adjusting her glasses with a confident smile. That it seems there are indeed perceptive individuals within your ranks. I find myself increasingly intrigued by him. Qiye remarked, gazing at Lin Qiye. Jiang Ye shook his head in resignation, sensing Li Fei's presence, and sighed softly. These two intellectual prodigies seem to have been toyed with by me. In a corner, unnoticed, Li Fei wore a peculiar smile. 3 hours later, a voice crackled through the earpiece. the captain announcing, "Specialized personnel have arrived to handle the scene. You may exit now." Jiang Ye and the others, including Lin Qiye, stepped out of the school gates, their eyes falling upon Captain Chen Mai and Vice Captain Wu Xiangnan. Chen Mai patted Lin Qiye's shoulder, stating, "I've heard from Seven Night. You performed admirably. When we return, I will recommend you for training with the Night Watch." Lin Qiye's eyes sparkled with excitement at this news. "Splendid. I can battle monsters too." "Captain Chen, I knew trusting the light was not misguided." Chen Mai's lips twitched as he cautioned, "The Night Watch is not about personal heroism. Our duty is to safeguard Daxia, and we may lose our lives at any moment. You must comprehend this." "Understood, Captain. I shall uphold the banner for Daxia." Lin Qiye executed a somewhat unrefined military salute. Lin Qiye, his expression a mix of exasperation, mused to himself, "This fellow seems a bit dense." He turned to glance back at the school entrance, suddenly struck by an odd sensation. Earlier, within the school, he had felt no sense of unease, yet now, upon leaving, something felt amiss. Seven Night. "Let us go." Lin Qiye looked up at Hong Ying, who was waving him over, shaking his head as he followed. "Perhaps I'm overthinking this." Ding. The host has misled Lin Qiye and Qinjiu, causing the plot to veer off course, earning 10,000 modification points. Lin Qiye did not acquire the aid Lin Qiye, thereby slowing down Nix's healing process and earning 20,000 modification points. Qinjiu did not obtain the head of the Nantawa serpent spirit, instead transforming it into the illusionary ability of the three-tailed charm fox, altering the trajectory of the principal characters, earning 50,000 modification points. Current modification points: 151, 500. Having reached 100,000 modification points, the host has gained a selectable reward package. Upon reaching 300,000 modification points, a random divine source will be awarded. Seated in the vehicle, Jiang Ye wore a faint smile. The narrative surrounding the Nantawa serpent spirit alone had netted him 80,000 modification points. Such rapid accumulation. If this continues, reaching the celestial sovereign realm is merely a matter of time. He was now one step closer to ascending to the pinnacle of the moon and confronting the Seraphim regarding the incident that had cost him his vision. Let me see what rewards await. Jiang Ye focused his thoughts to open the selectable reward package, discovering, as anticipated, all golden legends: Divine Void, Eternal Divine Domain, Divine Void, Void Control. He specifically scrutinized the Divine Void category. The power he exhibited was merely a forbidden void, lacking persuasive weight, at the very least. He needed another divine void to bolster his image. In doing so, he would embody a divine agent, and it would be quite reasonable for him to possess greater strength. Would it not? After pondering for a time, Jiang Ye made his choice. Upon returning to the Peace Affairs office, Lin Qiye descended to the basement, entering the Asylum of the Gods, having slain the Nantawa serpent spirit. He surmised this would suffice as an aid, allowing him a measure of ease in the future. This thought brought a smile to his face. Upon entering the asylum, he spent some time with his mother, Nix, feeding her medication before proceeding to the cell beneath the director's office. "Something feels off. It seems I dispatched the Nantawa serpent spirit rather too easily." Lu Yuan's comments regarding Wang Xiao's abnormality seem overly deliberate. Lin Qiye mused as he walked, the sense of unease growing within him. Never mind, let's not dwell on it. I must first welcome the asylum's inaugural aide. Lin Qiye stared at the empty cell before him, blinking his bright eyes. "Where is the serpent?" He turned around, taking a few steps back to the entrance. "Surely, I must have opened it incorrectly. I shall try again." He counted to 3, returning to the cell's front, only to find it still vacant. Lin Qiye's expression grew grave, his brow furrowed with tension. "This is bad. I've been deceived." At the entrance of Tsunnan Second High School, and Qingyu followed the procession as he emerged. As for erasing memories, he had already relied on his own forbidden realm to evade that fate. Additionally, the corpse of the fox demon from the girls' dormitory had been disposed of in the sewer. He adjusted his glasses and stepped outside the school gate. However, as soon as Qingyu exited, he was momentarily taken aback, sensing a certain power dissipate from his body. No, it wasn't a disappearance. It was that peculiar sensation he experienced during the morning exercises. He raised his head in confusion, his eyes gleaming with a cold blue light, attempting to decipher something. Yet, after observing for a while, he found no trace of anything amiss. Could it be that I am overthinking this? And Qingyu furrowed his brow. That sensation was too strange, as if while within the school, some force compelled him to walk along a predetermined path. Once outside, however, his thoughts seemed to suddenly liberate, causing him to question the conclusions he had just drawn with certainty. Wang Xiao seemed overly deliberate. No, something was off. The true answer was not him. Who could it be? And Qingyu sank into his own world, repeatedly replaying the scenes in his mind. Yet the outcome remained elusive, leaving him at a loss. Although the process surrounding Wang Xiao appeared increasingly dubious, the end result confirmed that he was indeed the Nantua snake demon. Rubbing his forehead, and Qingyu concluded that he must be overthinking it. Shaking his head, he decided to abandon the matter, especially since even the night watchman had verified that it was the Nantua snake demon. Why is everyone out? Aren't there classes today? I don't know. It seems something has happened at school that I just took a day off. What is going on? A familiar voice halted Qingyu in his tracks. His eyes widening in shock. Turning around, he saw Wang Xiao, backpack slung over his shoulder, inquiring about the situation. Qingyu's palms instinctively clenched, fixating intently on Wang Xiao. He had made a mistake. Chapter 24. No. I stand before you, and you are still guessing who I am. And Qingyu's arms trembled slightly, his previously excited gaze now icy. How could I possibly be mistaken? His teeth ground together, and he stepped forward to Wang Xiao. Gripping his shoulders with an unusual force, Wang Xiao gasped, momentarily taken aback by the usually gentle Qingyu. Classmate, what are you doing? I am just asking, he stammered nervously. And Qingyu had no time for pleasantries. Why did you take a day off? Oh, I was up late playing games with classmates yesterday and complained that I didn't want to go to school today. So my buddy kindly got me a leave. Wang Xiao recalled. What is your buddy's name? And Qingyu asked, urgency in his tone. His name is Li, Wang Xiao realized, pushing Qingyu's hands away. No, classmate, I don't even know you. Why would I tell you? However, and Qingyu did not press further. Murmuring, Li ICT released Wang Xiao and walked away, his eyes displaying a hint of fatigue. Wang Xiao stared at Qingyu, bewildered by his dazed expression, muttering under his breath. What a weirdo! An hour later, in the sewer filled with a foul odor, the sound of footsteps echoed. Rats scurried about in search of food. Crack! And Qingyu entered the laboratory, clutching the corpse of a three-tailed charm fox. He did not alert the night watchman, primarily due to the fox demon's body he bore. Once the night watchman realized that his memory had not been erased and that the corpse of the fox demon was missing, informing them that Lin Qiye posed a problem would undoubtedly lead to his own demise. Qingyu observed the fox demon on the dissection table, deep in thought that it seemed someone was orchestrating all of this, with Lin Qiye merely a pawn in the game. Who could the mastermind be? He was eager to uncover the identity of the person who toyed with him like a puppet, in terms of deduction. He had never tasted failure within his forbidden realm. This was the first time, and it would surely be the last. Qingyu furrowed his brow, adjusting his glasses. I will find you and reclaim my victory. He then organized his thoughts, his gaze falling upon the fox demon's corpse, donning protective gloves and grasping a scalpel that glimmered menacingly under the light. Slish! The sound of cutting through flesh reverberated in the silent laboratory as his eyes shone with a blue Qingyu. Thank you in return. I will not report your act of stealing corpses to the night watchers. Qingyu revealed a faint smile. Very well, consider it a favor owed to you. Farewell. As the words fell, the illusion began to collapse, and everything in the room started to vanish. The sensation of weightlessness surged into his mind. Phew. Jiang Ye opened his eyes in the shooting range, exhaling a breath of stale air.my acting is rather passable. I shall continue to choose the divine ruins. There is no longer a need to alter matters concerning Lin Qiye. Let Lin Qiye resolve it on his own. After this incident, the Night Watcher's training will commence. At that time, the masked team, Bai Chao Pang, Chao Yuan, and other significant characters will make their appearances. Each of them represents a wealth of modified value waiting for me, just from the plots of the Ghost-Faced King and the Nanda Serpent Demon. I have already acquired 150,000 modified value. By the time training begins, reaching 1 million should be quite effortless. Then I shall ascend to the realm of the celestial sovereign, which is the domain of the three great celestial sovereigns of Daxia. The pinnacle among the supreme deities, the Seraphim, also exists within this realm. Jiang Ye continued to examine the characteristics of the divine ruins, and half a minute later his eyes suddenly brightened. Chapter 25. Divine Ruins. Judgment of the Grim Reaper. Suppressing miracles. Late at night. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of wooden swords echoed in the training ground as Lin Qiye, carrying a black box, slowly emerged from the shadows, his gaze fixed on Lin Qiye, who was practicing his swordsmanship. The captain was nearby, offering guidance. "Captain," Lin Qiye called out. Chun Mai looked up upon hearing his name. "Qiye? What is it?" "Captain, could you come over for a moment? I have something to discuss with you." Chun Mai glanced at Lin Qiye, who smiled and said, "Captain, it's fine that I can practice alone." Very well that he walked in front of Lin Qiye. "Why are you still carrying the sword? Is it because of the incident with the fox demon's corpse?" Lin Qiye shook his head. "No, it's the Nanda serpent demon." Chun Mai was taken aback. "The Nanda serpent demon is already—" "Captain, that is not the true body. The true body is with Lin Qiye," as he looked towards Lin Qiye. Chun Mai frowned. "Are you sure? He doesn't appear to be abnormal. We'll find out by trying." Lin Qiye opened the black box and drew the star blade bestowed upon him by Zhao Kongqing. In the darkness, his speed was 5 times that of an ordinary person. Whoosh! A fleeting shadow passed, and Lin Qiye, caught completely off guard, felt a blade pierce through his chest. Lin Qiye halted his movements with the wooden sword. A sharp pain radiating from his chest as he slowly looked down at the blade protruding from his torso. In the next moment, the blade was swiftly withdrawn from his body. Gasping for air, Lin Qiye turned to Lin Qiye, bewildered. "Qiye, what are you doing?" Lin Qiye watched as the wound on his chest gradually healed, his gaze frosty. "Nanda, serpent demon, do you think you can infiltrate the Night Watchers like this?" "You are too naive, Qiye. I am not the Nanda serpent demon. I am Lin Qiye." "Then why are you not dead?" Lin Qiye froze at the words, looking down at his healing wound, his expression turning to one of terror. "Indeed, why am I not dead? Why?" His eyes gradually morphed into slits, and black scales emerged on his skin. Upon witnessing this, Chun Mai's ex-percee shone and closed her eyes, unable to bear to look, feeling her body violently shaken. Beneath the veil of night, the Grim Reaper, wielding his scythe, empowered by divine forces, swung down with ferocity. A wave of immense divine energy surged forth, sweeping across the surroundings of Wu Xiangnan, sprinting down the street. Could not help but halt, furrowing her brow as she gazed upward. Such a powerful fluctuation of divine energy. How could it be even stronger than what Xia observed from Thanatos? No wonder Xiao Yi could annihilate Chuanjing in an instant. He harbored many secrets. After a brief pause, Wu Xiangnan resumed her run. Soon, Team 136 arrived at the spot where Jiang Ye had previously stood. Red Sakura. Why did Xiao Yi suddenly awaken the divine ruins? Chun Mai inquired. Red Sakura shook her head. "I do not know. The handsome younger brother said he was going to find seventh night, and then he awakened." She gazed up at the sky, her expression one of astonishment. "This is the first time I have witnessed someone awaken the forbidden ruins and then the divine ruins." Chun Mai shared her sentiment. The blade domain alone could render Xiao Yi invincible. Yet now, with the awakening of the Grim Reaper Thanatos' divine ruins, he had become a divine agent. Previously, he believed Xiao Yi was powerful, but his potential paled in comparison to the divine agent's seventh night. Now it seemed these two youngsters were more monstrous than the other, truly worthy of making him kneel in admiration. I forgot to delete the surveillance from that time. Thanatos, wasn't he the offspring of the night goddess Nyx? Lin Qiye pondered inwardly. Could it be that Thanatos was still alive? Was it not said that Nyx fell into madness due to her inability to accept the death of her child? Yet now, her child Thanatos chose Jiang Ye as the divine agent, indicating that Thanatos was indeed alive. However, as Lin Qiye gazed at the divine ruins forming in the sky, it appeared so familiar. Wasn't this the scene of ancient execution grounds? Could it be that Thanatos was also aware of Xia's history? Aside from the astonishment of Chun Mai and others, an unusual gleam sparkled in Si Xiaonan's eyes. A divine agent, capable of annihilating Chuanjing in an instant. What was the limit of his power? Her eyes narrowed slightly. It seemed she needed to find an opportunity to discuss a collaboration with Jiang Ye. Would he agree? After all, he was the god of trickery. If her plot were to be uncovered, the only outcome would be death. Yet she had no alternative. It was imperative to proceed. As I shouted and looked at her captain, Red Sakura, and her companions. Not wishing to harm anyone in Team 136, the only way to extricate herself was to eliminate Loki. How could the Grim Reaper Thanatos choose a divine agent? In a corner of Songnan, Master Chen sat in a carriage, gazing at the sky with an unpleased expression. Songnan was already a miracle. How could Thanatos choose a divine agent here? Who was that youth? Team 136 had registered 2 slots for the night watchman training, one of whom appeared to be named Jiang Ye. Master Chen stroked his chin thoughtfully. He had initially not intended to intervene in Songnan's affairs so soon, but now seemed necessary to make a trip. He decided to report to the commander first, in the office of Yi Fan in Jing City. After listening to Master Chen recount the events, Yi Fan's brows furrowed into a character. All right, I understand. Yi Fan hung up the phone and called for his secretary. Bring me the personnel information of Team 136 participating in this year's night watchman training camp. Yes, Commander. After half an hour, the secretary returned with 2 files. Commander, there are 2 individuals from Team 136 participating in this year's night watchman training, Lin Qiye and Jiang Ye. Yi Fan examined the files in his hands, his tone grave as he inquired, Is this Jiang Ye a neighbor of Lin Qiye? Yes, and Jiang Ye's eyes are very similar to Lin Qiye's. Both went blind at the age of 7. Yi Fan's eyes widened. 7 years old? That was during the calamity 9 years ago. Jiang Ye survived that catastrophe, but he was not found at that time. Something was amiss. Is there any specific medical history for Jiang Ye? The secretary produced a medical record and placed it on the table. According to the doctor's account, Jiang Ye's condition is more severe than Lin Qiye's. Lin Qiye has the potential for recovery, while Jiang Ye lacks even eyeballs, rendering recovery impossible. However, both possess the ability to perceive their surroundings. Yi Fan stared at the medical record, rising to his feet. Has Jiang Ye ever mentioned anything about the Seraphim? For instance, has he seen a Seraphim? The secretary shook his head. Yi Fan's expression darkened. It now appears that during the destruction of Songnan by Shiva's wrath, there are more survivors than just Lin Qiye. However, both went blind simultaneously. Why did Jiang Ye not become an agent of the Seraphim, but instead of the Grim Reaper Thanatos? What story lies between these events? Notify Dr. Li to go to Sunan and conduct a comprehensive analysis on Jiang Ye, Yi Fan commanded. The secretary nodded and exited the office. Yi Fan set down the documents, his fingers lightly tapping the table as he contemplated. The Seraphim chose Lin Qiye. How did Jiang Ye survive? If it was a miracle that allowed him to live, Thanatos would not have selected him as an agent. Yet if the Seraphim spared his life, why cruelly destroyed his eyes? Yi Fan clenched his fists, shaking his head, feeling the need for deeper contemplation. Forget it. Having one more divine agent for the Xia is beneficial. However, the ancient God Church will likely take action. The individuals sent for the Songnan night watchman training may find it hard to withstand. Let's arrange for a few more. On the moon, the 6-winged angel stood upon the silvery surface, gazing longingly towards the distant earth. Michael's brow furrowed. He had indeed obtained divine power. This divine energy, unlike that of Thanatos, could suppress Songnan's miracles to some extent. What was his ultimate goal? Chapter 27. Decapitation. The Seraphim gazed at the earth. And at that moment, Jiang Ye reshaped his perception. Becoming the agent of the Grim Reaper Thanatos did not astonish him. Rather, he felt contempt. Yet this mortal who had once deceived him had evaded Shiva's destruction. Becoming the second survivor. What power had allowed this mortal to endure? The Seraphim's expression darkened. No wonder he felt a bond with this mortal. Had he gained the ability to suppress miracles? Was he seeking revenge for the destruction of his eyes? Such delusions of a mortal. In the eyes of this divine being, you are but an ant. With a surge of divine energy, the Seraphim propelled himself towards earth. Mortal, let me see what capabilities you possess. How dare you harbor thoughts of slaying a god? On the Azure planet, the distance gradually shortened as Songnan's Peace Affairs office remained illuminated in the deep of night, the sole beacon in the dark sky. At this moment, Jiang Ye sat upright, sensing the eager eyes fixed upon him, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. "Captain," Red Sakura, "what are you doing?" He crossed his arms, recalling a similar sensation under Lin Qiye's gaze. "Handsome younger brother, how did you become the agent of the Grim Reaper?" Red Sakura inquired. Jiang Ye replied, nonchalantly, "I was originally looking for Seventh Night. Then I felt a voice calling to me, and I awakened." Red Sakura's brows furrowed slightly. "This seems a bit similar to a plot from a novel I read. I'll ask, Xiao Yi, could you tell us about your eyes?" Wu Xiangnan interjected, "My eyes." Jiang Ye recalled that fateful night 9 years ago. "Sure, there's really nothing to hide. I simply glanced at the Seraphim and went blind that moment." Lin Qiye's face shone with anticipation. He was eager to learn what transpired after he fainted that year. Why could his eyes recover while Jiang Ye's could not? Countless questions swirled in his mind, and he needed an answer. 9 years ago, I went to the rooftop with Seventh Night to watch the moon. And we both saw the Seraphim, Michael. However, I was blinded by the Seraphim. Well, Seventh Night was chosen. Just as Jiang Ye was about to recount the subsequent destruction of Songnan, perhaps to gain some modified value, a scorching sensation suddenly engulfed his eyes, intensifying with each moment. He clasped his hands over his eyes, the pain sending jolts through his brain. This was the divine power left in his eyes by the Seraphim. "Michael!" Suddenly, Jiang Ye covered his eyes, his face contorted in agony, startling the 7 others. Red Sakura rushed forward first, grasping Jiang Ye's hand with a look of concern. "Handsome younger brother, what's wrong?" "My eyes hurt." Jiang Ye felt as though his eyes were ablaze. Consciousness being pulled towards another realm. Red Sakura, untie his blindfold. "It's the divine energy from the Seraphim," Lin Qiye suddenly said. Possessing the domain of mortals, he could naturally sense the divine energy from the Seraphim invading Jiang Ye's flesh and consciousness. Red Sakura acknowledged and untied Jiang Ye's blindfold. To their astonishment, the skin around Jiang Ye's eyes was covered with golden lines. "What are these golden lines?" Red Sakura exclaimed. Chunmai replied solemnly, "The divine energy is invading. The remnants of the Seraphim's power within Xiao Yi are consuming his consciousness and flesh. What should we do?" "I'll give it a try." Lin Qiye immediately activated the domain of mortals, attempting to absorb the divine energy from Jiang Ye's eyes. But after a while, there was no effect. He slowly withdrew his hand, shaking his head. "It's useless. Now we can only wait and see if he can endure it." Lin Qiye gazed at Jiang Ye with a face full of concern. While the others were increasingly anxious this moment, Jiang Ye had ceased to cry out in pain, his consciousness transported to another realm. This world was enveloped in dazzling white light, devoid of any substance. Not even life itself. It was as though he had entered the realm of light. Jiang Ye took a couple of steps forward. Sensing his surroundings, a figure radiant with golden light gradually came into his perception. The 6 wings were particularly familiar. "Michael, long time no see." Jiang Ye's voice was frigid. Emerging slowly from the glow, Michael stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his eyes filled with disdain. "Mortal, it seems I warned you 9 years ago not to harbor delusions." Jiang Ye smiled faintly. "I shall offer you a warning in turn. Withdraw the divine power miracle from my eyes, and I might be merciful. You think the residual divine power within me can contend with me?" Michael's gaze sharpened, an unnamed fury igniting within him. "How dare you warn me, mortal? You have overstepped your bounds." He gathered a beam of golden divine power in his right hand and struck towards Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye remained still, facing the divine attack with a mere casual grasp, causing the assault to vanish without a trace. Michael frowned. He had entered Jiang Ye's consciousness relying on the residual divine power within him. After 9 years of depletion, that meager power was no match for his own blade domain. "The person before you is no longer the mortal you once bullied," Jiang Ye declared. "Since you have come to me, allow me to show you the divine ruins I have newly acquired." Raising his hand, he coldly proclaimed, "Noon has struck, execute." With his words, the previously luminous space was instantly shrouded in a sinister aura of death. No trace of light remaining. The scene of an ancient execution ground resurfaced, with Jiang Ye seated at the execution platform, holding the decapitation order token. Meanwhile, Michael found himself bound by invisible black ropes, pressed against the execution table. As a grim reaper wielding a scythe approached, Michael's pupils constricted, astonished that this mortal dared to treat him with such disrespect. "Mortal, do you know the consequences of your insolence?" Jiang Ye smiled faintly. "You cannot leave the moon. What can you do to me? Moreover, why should I show you respect? Is it due to your divine arrogance, or because you destroyed my eyes?" With a snap, Jiang Ye tossed the decapitation token. "Decapitate!" With that command, the Grim Reaper's scythe was raised high, then swiftly descended. With a clean slice, a head rolled to the ground, the action brisk and decisive. The head of the Seraphim rolled away, dissipating into golden light in the space, leaving behind two phrases. "Mortal, you have successfully angered me. You will regret this. The divine power I have left within you will erupt monthly, causing you immense suffering. Take care." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ye chuckled coldly. "Had it not been for your unpreparedness this time, do you think you could have entered my consciousness? Ridiculous!" With a wave of his hand, the execution ground vanished in an instant. This system-modified divine ruin is quite impressive, handsome, damaging, and most importantly, deeply insulting to the gods. It is time to return. Jiang Ye's consciousness gradually faded. Departing from this isolated space, a chime echoed. The host has made the proud Seraphim experience humiliation. Yet, due to its guardian duties, it cannot leave the moon, leading to the emergence of thoughts regarding divine agency. The plot has shifted. He obtained 50,000 modified points. Current modified points, 201,500. Reaching 300,000 will grant a random divine origin gift package, triggering a random reward package with a forbidden item drawn randomly. Chapter 28. Lin Qiye. Why are you removing my clothes? In the vast starry sky, the blazing sun cast dazzling rays of light, reflecting a silvery hue on the pockmarked lunar surface. However, a jarring golden-white brilliance was exceedingly radiant at this moment. 6 wings flapped, layers of divine power radiating outward. The Seraphim's face contorted with fury. "Ants, dare to judge me, and you have chosen the path to death." Michael's fists were clenched, his eyes ablaze with wrath. A noble god. He had nearly been deceived by this mortal, and now, this mortal had the audacity to openly judge and insult him. "Mortal, do you truly believe I am powerless against you? Do you think I am weak?" Michael's wings trembled, unleashing a torrent of divine power into the starry void, seemingly venting his fury. Indeed, he could not leave the moon, but he could choose a divine agent. However, Lin Qiye had previously promised the celestial treasure lord that there would be no additional conditions to fulfill. He would have to find another. "Let me see." Michael's eyes sparkled with golden light, surveying the expanse of the great Xia. Soon, a towering church came into view. "The ancient god church? I shall employ some secretive means," he murmured. "Prepare to face my wrath." In the Tsangnan training camp, Yuan Gang approached 7 masked individuals with a list in hand. "This year there are 2 divine agents. Can you manage them?" Yuan Gang inquired skeptically. Before Wang Mian could respond, the swirling figure beside him confidently spoke. "A bunch of rookies. This will be a piece of cake. Let me have some fun with them." Rose lifted a small hammer, her tone playful. Yuan Gang nodded but still cautioned, "You 2 agents must take this seriously. If you fail, it will reflect poorly on us and be quite embarrassing." "Understood, Instructor Yuan. Just wait 3 days. We will shatter their confidence." Wang Mian glanced at the list, noting the names Lin Qiye highlighted in red, a smile creeping beneath his mask. "Little minions, are you ready to be crushed?" That night, on the other side of the moonlit night, in Sister Hong Ying's villa, Lin Qiye squeezed a towel in a basin, wringing it dry before approaching the bedside to carefully wipe Jiang Ye's face. He gazed at the golden patterns around Jiang Ye's eyes, sighing softly. What exactly happened back then? Why did the Seraphim choose me? Yet it ended in ruin. Lin Qiye shook his head, continuing to clean. After finishing his face, he began to unfasten Jiang Ye's upper garment. I could see this moment. Jiang Ye's consciousness gradually awakened, attempting to use the Grim Reaper's divine power to erase the Seraphim's miracle. After 3 days, he could only suppress it. Unable to eliminate it entirely, he ultimately had to concede. As he moved his arm and released his senses, Jiang Ye was suddenly overwhelmed. Wait, bro, are you taking advantage of me while I'm unconscious? Jiang Ye shot up, wrapping his arms around his chest to adjust his clothing. What are you doing? Lin Qiye was equally startled, seemingly unprepared for Jiang Ye's sudden awakening without any warning, observing Jiang Ye's actions. He awkwardly retracted his hands. I was just trying to— You still think you can? Lin Qiye interjected. We're childhood friends. You can't have such thoughts. During the 3 days I was out cold, I maintained our integrity. Lin Qiye's lips twitched as he attempted to clarify. I only removed your shirt, not your pants. I was merely assisting in cleaning your body. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ye shifted uncomfortably. Lin Qiye, realizing his misstep, shook his head again. He explained the care he had provided for Jiang Ye. Oh, you should have said so earlier. Jiang Ye gradually relaxed his guard. Lin Qiye rolled his eyes. I have no interest in men. You better not, Jiang Ye replied as he sat up, fitting his feet in his slippers, smiling. Thanks, it's nothing, Lin Qiye replied. Can you tell me what happened afterward? Jiang Ye turned to Lin Qiye, sensing the thirst for knowledge in his eyes, and pondered for a moment. He then posed a non-answering question. If your family disappeared, what would you do? Lin Qiye contemplated briefly before responding. I would protect Annie and Ajin. Even if it cost me my life, I would die first. Just as in the original work, after Songnan's disappearance, Lin Qiye had indeed gone mad for a year in the fasting house. Knowing now might be even more cruel. Acquiring modified points was one thing. Brotherhood was another. Just remember not to leave Songnan. Not leave Songnan. Lin Qiye's eyes flickered with confusion. Jiang Ye did not pursue the topic further and instead stated, I want to rest a bit longer. Lin Qiye acknowledged, glancing at himself. Right, the captain said he would arrange for I to check on you once you wake, for safety during the training. Jiang Ye paused. Am I being treated like a mental patient? Understood. With a loud bang, the door slammed shut. Jiang Ye raised his hand to touch the golden patterns near his eyes, his palm tightening unconsciously. He then grasped the black band beside his pillow and wrapped it around his eyes. Standing up, he drew open the room's curtains, allowing the silvery moonlight to pour in. Jiang Ye gazed upward. Can slaying a divine agent be that easy? Michael, you're still too naive, and why Supreme God's cultivation is nearly invincible at the Songnan stage. Moreover, there is hope for me to break through to the Celestial Lord realm in the next divine war, reaching the level of the 3 great celestial lords of the Great Xia. When I ascend half a step into another dimension, do you dare to challenge me? Jiang Ye lowered his head and turned back to his bed. When he beheaded the Seraph, he seemed to have received a gift pack as well. He summoned the system interface, and a phrase reading random restricted item gift pack appeared before him. Jiang Ye clicked on it, inwardly praying that no more flamboyant red opera robes would manifest. The spinning wheel began to rotate, gradually accelerating before decelerating again. Ultimately, it came to a halt on an option that shimmered with a white light. Death command. Restricted item. It comprises 4 distinct commands. Capture command. Summons the Grim Reaper to apprehend the target. Intimidate command. Inflicts a deterrent effect on targets within a certain radius for a limited duration, during which they are immobilized. Trial command. Conduct a judgment on the controlled target, compelling them to reveal the truth. Decapitate command. Summons the Grim Reaper to execute the controlled target. Jiang Ye stroked his chin and scrutinized the options. Well, a complete Grim Reaper judge said, this restricted item suits me perfectly. Once the reward notification concluded, a black bamboo tube appeared in his hand, containing a plaque forged from condensed mental energy. Jiang Ye weighed it thoughtfully. Sensing the room, intending to find something to test it on, a cockroach. By the water pipes in the bathroom, a cockroach was foraging. He smirked and drew the capture command from the bamboo tube, tossing it forth. The token on the ground instantly transformed into a wisp of black mist, coalescing into a Grim Reaper wielding a scythe. The Grim Reaper swiftly glided into the bathroom, and moments later, emerged holding a gigantic scythe in one hand and the struggling cockroach in the other. The scene felt extraordinarily incongruous. Even the summoned Grim Reaper seemed to grumble, as if in protest. Jiang Ye paid it no mind and swiftly unleashed the commands. Upon issuing Intimidate, the cockroach froze in place. When he invoked Trial, Jiang Ye inquired, Cockroach, do you acknowledge your crimes? The cockroach trembled in fear, Great being, I was merely foraging for food. How could that be a crime? Who spoke? Jiang Ye was momentarily taken aback by the voice he heard near his ear. After scanning the vicinity, he was astonished to find the cockroach in the Grim Reaper's grasp. In no way. The trial command could even make the cockroach speak. How impressive! Jiang Ye clutched the decapitate command but ultimately refrained from executing it. Releasing the cockroach instead, he stowed the death command into the system space and lay back on his bed, preparing to sleep. Suddenly, there was a loud knock at the door. Chapter 29. Dr. Li. Why are you kneeling too? Name? Jiang Ye. Gender? Male. Age? 17. In a brightly lit room, the most renowned psychiatrist of the Great Xia, Dr. Li, held a medical report, scribbling notes on it. Jiang Ye sat across from him, responding to the questions in silence. Your file states that you were also blinded after climbing on rooftops as a child. Could you elaborate on that? Dr. Li adjusted his glasses and gazed at Jiang Ye. After a moment of silence, Jiang Ye replied, I saw a Seraph. And then, I nearly scammed him to D.L. I lowered his head to the medical record. Writing in the mental issues section. Occasionally speaks nonsense. And after that, Dr. Li continued to probe. The Seraph felt embarrassed to be deceived by a mere mortal. Hence he destroyed my eyes. D.L. I frowned, crossing out occasionally and replacing it with severe. Damn it. ISNT at you with the problem? Jiang Ye felt utterly speechless at this turn of events. Do you believe what you were saying? I do not. D.L. I nodded, adding confused logic and prone to self-denial to the record. Jiang Ye's fists clenched at Dr. Li, still unhurried, pressed on. After the Seraph destroyed your eyes, did you experience any other sensations aside from pain? Upon asking this, his eyes sharpened. I am still alive, Jiang Ye stated flatly. Dr. Li's eyes widened in shock. So you were aware of the matters concerning Songnan? Jiang Ye nodded. In truth, it was unnecessary for him to say anything, as the upper echelons of the Great Xia had already deduced that he had survived the tribulation in Songnan. After all, deities do not choose a deceased individual to serve as their agent. I closed the medical record, speaking with gravity. What task has the Grim Reaper Thanatos assigned you? Jiang Ye's expression remained unperturbed. To accompany the goddess of night. Nixed in truth, after merging with the divine ruins of the Grim Reaper Thanatos, the system had already hinted at the Grim Reaper's wish. However, this was merely the desire of the Grim Reaper Thanatos and did not necessitate his fulfillment. The goddess of night? His mother, Dr. Li pondered. This seemed reasonable. His initial concern was whether the task assigned by the Grim Reaper Thanatos to Jiang Ye involved the resentment of Shiva. It appeared not to be the case. Dr.L. I relaxed his stern demeanor and continued. Captain Chen mentioned that before becoming the Grim Reaper's agent, you awakened a forbidden domain of knives with an unknown sequence. Indeed. Could you demonstrate it for me? Jiang Ye was taken aback, hesitating. Would that be appropriate? He recalled the scene of the captain kneeling. This DJVU was rather vexing. It's fine. Just a brief demonstration. I need to take notes, Dr. Li assured confidently. Very well. Jiang Ye raised his right hand, concealing his left behind his back. Knife domain. Activate. Crash. Bang. No sooner had he spoken than the chair Dr.L. I was seated upon collapsed under the strain, causing him to kneel at a right angle. Dr.L. I was left utterly bewildered, his glasses falling to the floor and shattering. He looked up at Jiang Ye, momentarily speechless. This awkward situation is once again mine to resolve. Jiang Ye conjured an oversized red envelope from the myriad divine ruins. Slowly presenting it with his left hand, he extended it toward Dr. Li, offering an embarrassed yet polite smile. Dr. Li, wishing you a happy new year in advance. Dr. Li. The following morning at Songnan bus station, Jiang Ye and Lin Qiye both lowered their heads, gazing at the adorably kawaii suitcase. Handsome brother, Qiye, the training camp this year is in Songnan. You must return for New Year's Eve dinner, Hong Ying said, flashing a sweet smile and playfully ruffling Jiang Ye's hair. Jiang Ye and Lin Qiye nodded in agreement. Xiao Yi, Qiye, do your best. Captain Chun patted both of their shoulders, keeping his words succinct. This seemed to be a common trait among men, a general aversion to unnecessary chatter. By the way, old Zhao from Beijing heard you two are joining the training camp and specifically wanted to have a word with you, Chen Mai said, dialing Zhao Kongqing's number, which was picked up almost instantaneously. Hey, You two little rascals, in unison. They exclaimed, General Zhao, are you mocking me again? You two have become divine agents now. My hard work fighting against the Demon King has not been in vain. Make sure to strive hard. Aim to become a general before I do, so I can return to the village and say, I once trained a general. Ha ha ha. Zhao Kongqing's voice sounded somewhat frail, lacking the robust vigor from before. But his cheerful tone was unmistakable. Jiang Ye and Lin Qiye exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. All right, keep up the good work, Zhao Kongqing concluded before hanging up. The 8 of them remained silent for a moment until the bus arrived. Jiang Ye and Lin Qiye waved goodbye to their captains. Hong Ying watched as the vehicle gradually receded, her eyes glistening with moisture, the pang of separation amplifying in that instant. She clutched Si Xiaonan's arm. Softly sobbing, as I Xiaonan smiled and shook his head, his own eyes concealing complicated emotions. Forgive me, Xiao Yi. I must draw you into the plan. Once Loki is dealt with, I will do anything, as the vehicle slowly departed. Jiang Ye and Lin Qiye sat side by side. Jiang Ye, what happened with Dr. Li's broken glasses yesterday? Lin Qiye inquired, curiosity piqued. This prompted Jiang Ye to recall the events of the previous night. Shaking his head, it was nothing. I accidentally knocked them, and he claimed it was a workplace injury, so I gave him a red envelope. Lin Qiye's face twitched. Was this a form of abstract humor? By the way, Jiang Ye, what task did the Grim Reaper Thanatos assign you? Lin Qiye was eager to learn what mission the Grim Reaper would bestow upon the offspring of the Goddess of Night. Nyx, would allowing Nyx to meet Jiang Ye hasten her healing progress? The completion of Nyx's healing had already reached the 50% mark. If she could meet her true child, it might fulfill a wish of hers. He has passed away. Before his death, he wished for me to fulfill a desire, Jiang Ye stated calmly, fully aware of Lin Qiye's motivations for asking, a desire. What desire? To find her mother and accompany her. Jiang Ye smiled. In the original narrative, the Goddess of Night, Nyx, was rather pitiable. All her children had perished. How could a mother endure such sorrow? Lin Qiye was momentarily taken aback by this revelation, then broke into a gentle smile. Appearing genuinely pleased, the two lapsed into silence, idly gazing out at the scenery. Lin Qiye leaned against the window, closing his eyes as his consciousness drifted into the realm of the divine psychiatric hospital. Dressed in a doctor's attire, Lin Qiye entered the hospital courtyard, lifting his gaze to Nyx, who was seated in a wheelchair, wearing sunglasses and basking in the sun. He approached her, crouching beside the wheelchair, and looked up at her. Mother, I have something to tell you. What is it, Danaeus? Nyx smiled tenderly. Lin Qiye, with a faint smile gracing his lips, said, Once your condition improves a little more, I will take you to meet your child. Upon hearing these words, Nyx's deep purple eyes widened in astonishment, a surge of memories flooding her mind. Denastus, have you found your brothers? Hurry, let mother see them. Lin Qiye grasped Nyx's hands, explaining that Denastus and Thanatos were, in fact, the same deity, merely different translations. That he couldn't very well tell Nyx that he had found himself. Could he? Mother, please take your medicine on time. Once you recover, I will take you to see him. All right? Nyx nodded eagerly, like a chick pecking at grains, murmuring, My child, the treatment progress reached 2045 and indeed, it was effective. Lin Qiye felt a surge of joy in his heart, knowing he would soon be able to extract Nyx's second divine attribute. Due to the significant increase in the host condition, Nyx's treatment progress awarded 3,500 magical modification points. Current magical modification points stand at 205,000, reaching 300,000 to randomly extract the essence of divinity. Jiang Ye, who sat idly observing the scenery, was taken aback, exclaiming, What on earth? I haven't done anything. Sensing the atmosphere, he noticed Lin Qiye with closed eyes, smiling, and in that instant he understood. This kid is quite clever. 4 hours later, after winding through the serpentine mountain roads, they finally arrived at the training camp. Jiang Ye had been in a coma for 3 days, arriving a day later than depicted in the original narrative. A few individuals had already gathered at the camp. The two exchanged no unnecessary words, simply grabbing their luggage and heading towards the dormitory. Let's choose this one. Entering the dormitory, Lin Qiye pointed to a room on the right. Jiang Ye nodded, dragging his luggage over. Creak. As the door swung open, Jiang Ye was suddenly taken aback. The room was filled with exquisitely packaged gift boxes. Damn, what a coincidence. Hey, you must be my roommates. It's a pleasure to meet you. Please accept this small token. At that moment, a voice with a Cantonese accent called from behind them. The two turned to see two gleaming Rolex watches placed in their hands. The little chubby one grinned. Please don't refuse. It's not flaunting wealth. I'm just an ordinary kid from a regular family. Chapter 30. Bali Fatty comes to deliver Rolex. Jiang Ye and Lin Qiye's expressions froze. Before them stood a figure adorned with a large gold chain. Arms wrapped in Rolex watches, shimmering in the sunlight, streaming through the window. Bali Tumming, noticing their astonishment, quickly waved his hands. Really, I'm just here to make friends. I'm truly just an ordinary kid from a normal family. The authentic Cantonese dialect was oddly familiar to Jiang Ye, but completely foreign to Lin Qiye. Qiye, you should stay with him. I'll go to another dormitory. Jiang Ye, aware that the dorms were shared, naturally had no intention of breaking up their pairing. No, I'm going with you. Lin Qiye hurriedly grasped Jiang Ye's arm. What do you mean by going with me? Clarify. Jiang Ye felt momentarily speechless. Hey, don't leave. I have a solution. Bali Fatty suddenly spread his arms, blocking the two's path. With a clap of his hands, a group of bodyguards emerged in the corridor of the dormitory. Add another bed to the dormitory. Yes, young master. The bodyguards promptly coordinated their efforts to set up the bed. After giving instructions, Bali Fatty tousled his hair, extending his right hand, and spoke in unrefined Mandarin. Hello, I'm Bali Tumming. My nickname is Fatty. Jiang Ye nodded, shaking his hand. Jiang Ye. Lin Qiye also introduced himself. Lin Qiye. Upon hearing this, Bali Fatty's eyes widened, and he quickly lowered his posture, tightly gripping their hands. Leo, I've heard about you, the agents of the deities. I've prepared many small gifts for you. Please wait a moment. He dashed into the dormitory, rummaging through the exquisitely packaged gift boxes. Lin Qiye awkwardly remarked. This little fatty is quite different from my impression of a rich kid. Jiang Ye smiled, acknowledging the stark contrast. The reincarnation of Lingbao Tianzuan, having reached half-step ascension, was indeed at odds with his current strength. Let us go. Since he is so hospitable, let us stay here. Lin Qiye nodded in agreement, stepping into the dormitory. The dormitory was newly built, devoid of any formaldehyde odor, and the environment was far superior to the student dormitories of his past life. After dropping off their luggage, Bali Fatty approached with a rectangular box. Jiang Ye, Qiye, it's a pleasure to meet you. I wasn't sure what to give, so here are a few Rolex watches. Submariner, Daytona, Greenwich, choose whichever you like. Bali Fatty handed over the entire box, and finding it hard to choose, Jiang Ye replied, let us just take them all, no problem. Lin Qiye couldn't help but exclaim, how extravagant. No, I'm just an ordinary kid, Bali Fatty quickly clarified. Lin Qiye. Jiang Ye chuckled, picking up a submariner. Thanks, Bali Fatty. Hey, we're all friends. No need to be polite. Bali Fatty laughed, his cheeks squishing against his eyes. By the way, Jiang Ye, do you also like playing as Li Xin? I'm really good at it. Let's have a match sometime. As soon as these words left his mouth, the previously lively atmosphere dampened. Lin Qiye tugged at Bali Fatty's shirt. What's wrong, Qiye? I enjoy cosplaying as Li Xin too. Bali Fatty laughed heartily to no. I'm really blind. Jiang Ye replied flatly. Bali Fatty's smile froze, a wave of guilt washing over him. Jiang Ye, it's all my fault. He suddenly hugged Jiang Ye's arm, rubbing his chubby face against him. I didn't do my research beforehand. It was my mistake. He then pulled out another box of Rolex watches. To express my sincere apologies, please accept these Rolex watches as compensation. Bali Fatty stood upright, his expression serious, his pot belly prominently displayed. He bowed slightly, extending the box of Rolex watches. Jiang Ye, please forgive my carelessness. Jiang Ye's lips twitched. What initially seemed trivial now felt rather significant. Wow, our young master is simply too polite. A group outside the door was busy complimenting him. Jiang Ye cleared his throat, accepting the Rolex watches. It's really fine, no worries. Bali Fatty scratched his head, grinning. Noticing that Jiang Ye's bed was still not set up, his expression instantly fell. What are you doing standing at the door? Can't you see Jiang Ye's bed isn't ready yet? He shouted toward the entrance. The bodyguards outside immediately stood at attention, swiftly completing the task that, in the afternoon twilight, Jiang Ye, Lin Qiye, and Bali Fatty strolled through the training camp, chatting casually. Qiye, I heard in Guangzhou that you guys from Songnan are quite extraordinary. Bali Fatty whispered to Lin Qiye. Extraordinary? In what way? There is a deity among you. Songnan is hiding a divine being. There have been several fluctuations of divine power recently. Haven't you noticed? Hearing Bali Fatty's words, Lin Qiye furrowed his brow. A deity? Is it the deity mentioned by Nantua, the serpent demon? I'm not quite sure. Lin Qiye shook his head. Bali Fatty's eyes showed a hint of disappointment as he leaned closer to Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye, do you know? Jiang Ye's expression stiffened. Being questioned directly in front of someone was quite impolite. I don't know. Oh well. The three continued their stroll under the setting sun, their shadows intertwining. Not far away, in a two-story building, Yi Fan watched the trio depart. Dr. Li. Jiang Ye does not possess the divine aura that appeared when Songnan was destroyed. He shouldn't be the one. However, it is quite surprising that Jiang Ye survived and became the agent of death. Dr. Li nodded. Not only that, but his Forbidden Ruins blade domain is particularly unique, the kind that drives one insane. His enunciation grew heavier, and no matter how unique it may be, at least he is a soldier of the Great Xia. Such talent may allow him to join a special squad in the future, as long as he harbors loyalty to the Great Xia. Nothing else matters. Yi Fan asserted. By the way, is there any issue with his mental state? Dr. I shook his head. Aside from some rather absurd statements, everything else is normal. Absurd? How absurd? Yi Fan inquired curiously. He said he nearly deceived a deity, namely Michael. But at that time, Jiang Ye was merely a 7-year-old child. With his intellect not fully developed, it would have been impossible for him to deceive a deity. No, anything is possible. Isn't Songnan a prime example? Yi Fan began to believe in Jiang Ye. Through the glass, he gazed at Jiang Ye in the distance, marveling, deceiving a deity and escaping death. He must have some grudge with the Seraphim. Dr. Li chuckled. We are all mere mortals. Yi Fan shook his head, his eyes deep and contemplative. What if they are deities? In an era without gods in the Great Xia, as a soldier of the Great Xia, one must guard the territory of the Great Xia. Thus, one must possess the heart to slay gods. The next chapter is going to be thrilling. Chapter 31. The mass team, everyone, gather at the training ground at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Early in the morning, the voice of instructor Hong echoed through the broadcast. Damn, my chicken leg, my steak. Yelling at me this early in the morning in the dormitory, Bali Pang was disturbed from his peaceful slumber. Feeling an inner turmoil, he had already experienced the camp's culinary offerings yesterday. Jiang Ye and Lin Qiye had risen early to freshen up, standing on the balcony brushing their teeth. You were quite noisy last night, Jiang Ye remarked while brushing. Lin Qiye's expression darkened as he recalled the bizarre incident of someone sniffing his feet the previous night. I think we should switch beds. In a way, afternoon. Nearing 2 o'clock, the training ground was already teeming with people. Jiang Ye and Lin Qiye joined the ranks, while Bali Pang, adorned with 2 Rolex watches on his arms, was busy mingling with new acquaintances. Jiang Ye was acutely aware of the new recruits around him, as well as the instructors conversing on the platform. Soon, the mass team would make their entrance to ruthlessly challenge the new recruits. If I were to abruptly end the match, this training session would conclude, granting me a substantial amount of modified value. At 2 o'clock, Bali Pang stood beside him. Jiang Ye patted his arm. Got any weapons? Like a knife? Bali Pang was puzzled. What do you need a weapon for? You'll find out soon. Bali Pang hesitated for a moment before finally handing him a speed-enhancing forbidden weapon knife. This is forbidden item number 348, Swift, which grants a speed boost, Bali Pang explained. Jiang Ye showed no signs of surprise, gripping the hilt of the knife with satisfaction. Meanwhile, Lin Qiye, hearing the term forbidden item, cast a surprised glance over. Bali Pang quickly waved his hands. Qiye, don't misunderstand. All of this was given by my father. I'm just an ordinary kid. Lin Qiye suppressed his urge to lash out. Your father gave it to you? What the hell is ordinary about that? Silence. Suddenly, Yuan Gang, clad in military attire, shouted from the stage. He stood upright, casting a disdainful gaze upon the new recruits below. I am Yuan Gang, your chief instructor. I know you're all the cream of the crop in the entire Great Xia, even among the geniuses. However, he continued, his eyes landing on Lin Qiye and Jiang Ye. I must inform you that here, you are nothing but refuse, just novices, utterly useless. I do not care about your past achievements. Here, you must obey the instructors because you are not exceptional. Do you understand? Yuan Gang's voice resonated like a bell, pressing down on each recruit's heart. Jiang Ye smiled, recognizing the familiar tactic of intimidation. Damn, this is the first time I've been looked down upon like this. What makes you so impressive? Exactly. Why should we listen to you? Show us your strength if you can, right? Do you really think we're afraid of you? The recruits, incensed by such contempt, wore expressions of pure outrage. Yuan Gang smiled slightly. This was precisely the reaction he desired. Not convinced, are you? Who dares to stand up? I don't. At that moment, Shun Qingzhu, with his military jacket unzipped and chewing gum, swaggered onto the stage. His cold gaze riveted on Chief Instructor Yuan Gang. Following him, his entourage raised their hands in solidarity. Yuan Gang smirked. Very good. You have spirit. I hope you maintain that spirit when the time comes. He then turned his gaze skyward, speaking into his intercom. Come down. The new recruits, puzzled, looked up at the sky. Suddenly, 7 figures plummeted rapidly from the cloud-covered sky, weaving through the white fluff. They wore masks of various colors. Resembling a V-shaped formation akin to flying geese, as they descended, the masks flickered with different hues, adding vibrancy to their silhouettes. The recruits stood in awe. Wow, this is quite impressive. Li Pang's expression shifted as he saw the 7 figures. Qiye, Brother Jiang, these instructors are about to show us their might. Oh, Jiang Ye and Lin Qiye replied, nonchalantly to oh. What do you mean by oh? Li Pang exclaimed in distress. That's the mass team. A special unit of the Great Xia. Do you think you can take them on? Jiang Ye assessed the knife in his hand. They're average. Lin Qiye nodded. They're suitable opponents. Li Pang's eyes widened in surprise, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Wait, do the divine agents really speak so arrogantly now? Isn't it true that the leader of the mass team, Wang Mian, is also a divine agent? He once killed a mysterious being at the Wuliang level. And Jiang Ye rubbed his ears, ignoring Li Pang. Just then, the 7 descending figures landed smoothly, creating a powerful gust that stirred up dust. The masked team stood tall, each striking a cool pose. Except for one. Ugh, Vortex Null on the ground. Retching, sorry, I have a bit of fear of heights. The crowd reacted with surprise. Yuan Gang cleared his throat. Weren't you all just being so unreliable? He then shook off the embarrassment and faced the new recruits. Weren't you just saying you weren't convinced? Now, I give you a chance. That he pointed to the mass team. They're one of the special teams of the Great Xia. The mass team to oh, you dare to fight them? Shun Qingzhu scoffed. In this world, there's nothing I fear. Yuan Gang nodded in satisfaction. Very well. Then I announced the rules of engagement. The mass team will suppress their levels to the Zhan level. You have only 8 hours to remove any one of their masks to win. If you succeed, this training camp will conclude. The new recruits' eyes lit up with joy at the prospect. With so many of them, how could they fear just 7? No problem. We can handle this. Excellent, Yuan Gang remarked, turning to the mass team. Wang Mian nodded, his youthful voice chiming in. To give you a glimmer of hope, we will only send 5 of us. I hope you won't be too brutally defeated. Upon hearing this, the recruit's anger surged to its peak. Arrogant. How dare they overshadow Brother Shun? We'll teach them a lesson. Shun Qingzhu blew a bubble, tilting his head as his eyes glinted with coldness. 5 people. They want to raise the stakes. Lin Qiye frowned. Li Pang appeared confused. Jiang Ye, however, polished the gleaming blade in his left hand. Poised for action. All right. Yuan Gang sensed the atmosphere was ripe and issued the command. Let the battle begin. As his words echoed, a figure shot forth from the new recruits like a lightning bolt, darting past the 5 members of the mass team with astonishing speed. Both the recruits and the instructors were momentarily taken aback. The 5 members of the mass team were equally stunned. Jiang Ye, with his eyes wrapped in black satin, had already positioned himself behind the mass team, lowering the long knife in his hand. It's over, crack. The mass of the 5 members of the mass team shattered into 2 halves, falling to the ground. Chapter 32. A single strike, astonishment all around. Ding, you have disrupted the training camp's plan to suppress the new recruits, thwarting the instructors and the mass team's agenda. This has affected the progress of Chao Yuan realizing that Lin Qiye is the one who can save him. The narrative rhythm of the training camp has undergone subtle changes, earning you 20,000 modified value points. Current modified value, 225,000 points. Upon reaching 300,000, you will randomly obtain the essence of the divine. As Jiang Ye sheathed his knife, he heard the system notification and nodded silently. Appreciating the 20,000 points, he knew that regardless of whether they won this battle against the masked team, the training camp would not disband. So he might as well earn a little on the side. Meanwhile, the new recruits, who had felt infuriated and had cursed due to Yuan Gang's scornful remarks, now fell silent, their eyes wide with shock as they stared at the boy wrapped in black cloth. The instructors also wore expressions of rigidity, and Yuan Gang took a couple of steps back, his mouth agape in disbelief. This is a new recruit. The masked team remained frozen in their landing positions. Not that they didn't want to move, but the shock had rendered them immobile. They looked down at the masks lying on the ground, their lips twitching in disbelief. Indeed, in this world, some people had yet to begin, while others had already concluded. The eerie silence in the training ground persisted for over a minute, prompting Jiang Ye to walk up to Yuan Gang. "Instructor Yuan, will you honor your word?" Yuan Gang jolted, gazing at the boy before him, quickly retreating. The other instructors rushed forward to support Yuan Gang, preventing him from falling. This question shattered the eerie calm. "Wow, this is incredible." The new recruits erupted into loud cheers. Shen Qingzhu, momentarily stunned, gazed at the boy's back, muttering to himself, "So cool. No, wait, he's just slightly inferior to me." He turned away, feigning indifference to Jiang Ye. Those eyes betrayed him, still tracking Jiang Ye's movements. "Wow, Brother Shun, this kid dares to steal your thunder. We should find a chance to deal with him." Deng Wei seethed beside him. Upon hearing this, Shen Qingzhu raised his hand and slapped Deng Wei on the head. "What nonsense! He just took out a special team. You want to go and die? Oh. Deng Wei scratched his head, grinning foolishly. Shen Qingzhu could not resist glancing at him, only to quickly turn away, feigning denial. Among the new recruits, a particularly striking head of red hair squinted, fixated on the youth on the stage. "Wow, Molly, he is so handsome," her roommate exclaimed, shaking her arm, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Molly scoffed, glancing at Jiang Ye's forbidden item, and coldly retorted, "I detest rich young masters. Their prowess has nothing to do with me." However, that was a special squad from the Great Xia, known for eliminating the enigmatic mass squad of the Infinite Realm. "Did you see his blade movement just now?" her roommate inquired. Molly shook her head, admitting she had not seen it clearly. "What? Even you, from the MO family S blade sect, couldn't see it? That is utterly unbelievable." Her roommate tightened her grip on Molly's arm. "Let us go introduce ourselves after this. Maybe he can teach you some sword techniques." Molly coldly averted her gaze. "No need, I absolutely loathe these rich young masters." Thus Jiang Ye bore the brunt of the blame. Chia, what am I seeing? Is there something wrong with my eyes?" On the other side, Bailey Pang gripped Lin Qiye's shoulders, urging him to observe. Lin Qiye wore an exasperated expression, shoving the chubby face away. "Keep your basic moves to yourself. Eliminate a foe in the Lantern Realm in a mere instant. And now, having awakened the divine ruins, coupled with that invincible blade domain and the enhancement of the forbidden item, achieving such feats was hardly challenging." Sigh. Lin Qiye gazed at the youth on stage, a hint of inferiority flickering in his eyes. "When will I ever catch up to him?" Beside him, Bailey Pang was utterly incredulous, captivated by Jiang Ye's radiant silhouette. "This is what you call basic moves? My goodness, what an extraordinary roommate I've found. He can even take down a special squad. Father, your child has truly excelled. You need not worry about him being bullied anymore." "Wait, Dad, it seems you never worried about that in the first place." Chia, I've made up my mind. From now on, I will be Jiang Ye's #1 fan." Waving the banner for him, Lin Qiye shot him a disapproving glance and uttered 2 words, "Lickspittle." Bailey Pang paused, then burst into laughter. "That name is perfect. Thank you, Chia." Among the new recruits, the only one seemingly unfazed was Chao Yuan, who sat in silent prayer with his hands pressed together. On stage, Yuan Gang's stiff expression gradually returned to normal, and facing the seemingly harmless youth, He involuntarily swallowed. Casting a glance at the new recruits below, he felt deep regret. Having boasted earlier, he now realized that so many recruits were watching that if he were to act dishonorably in public, it might incite their wrath. Yet the Night Watcher's training session absolutely could not be canceled. Wang Mian, you've put me in a dire predicament. What on earth am I supposed to do? Yuan Gang lamented, tears welling up in his eyes, unable to respond to Jiang Ye's inquiry. Are you serious? How can this be considered serious? Unless he wants to return to the capital for a public denouncement. What else with this monstrous talent appearing this year? Although this cohort has many geniuses, this is beyond reason that if the training camp difficulty for previous years was an A, this year it's straight to SSS. Yuan Gang rubbed his forehead and glanced at the 5 members of the mass squad. Signaling them with his eyes, what are you standing there for? Think of a way. If this continues, I'll be ousted as the chief instructor. Seeing that Instructor Yuan had yet to provide an answer, the new recruits began to murmur discontentedly. Instructor Yuan, you're the chief instructor. You wouldn't go back on your word, would you? Indeed, in front of so many people, if you go back on your word. That reflects poorly on the Night Watchers. Wonderful. Just as we arrive, the training concludes. I'd rather not endure a life of hardship. Heroes, please accept my knee. No, instructors, please announce the end of the training. This is dragging on far too long. It's not very manly. Instantly, the recruits who had just been ridiculed began to turn on the instructors. Yuan Gang felt he was on the brink of insanity. Was this a case of educating the recruits? Or were the recruits educating him? He quickly shot another glance at Wang Mian. Brother, think of something. Don't just stand there. Meanwhile, Wang Mian remained lost in thought, recalling that swift strike.so fast as the proxy of the god of time. I could have dodged that strike. Yet, just as I prepared to evade, a pressure bearing down on my soul enveloped me. This pressure affected not only my spirit, but my body as well. Even without suppressing my realm, I might not withstand such force. This is the blade domain. Wang Mian stared at the mask on the ground, his handsome face brimming with disbelief. Simultaneously, excitement began to gleam in his eyes. Such an opponent is worthy of drawing my blade. Time rewound. In an instant, an extraordinary energy enveloped Wang Mian and his companions. All the new recruits were taken aback. Once the energy dissipated, the mask that Jiang Ye cleaved in two was now intact upon the faces of the 5. Wang Mian rested his left hand on the hilt of his blade. Little minions, the game has just begun. Chapter 33. The instructors begin to lose their morality. Cheating! They're cheating! The new recruits were completely bewildered as Wang Mian utilized time rewind to restore the masks. Soon, loud protests erupted. Wow, you can play like this too? That's the proxy of the god of time. Time rewind, how utterly shameless. Exactly, I protest. This game is unfair. Protest. The clamor reached a crescendo. However, upon witnessing Wang Mian's move, Yuan Gang felt a surge of joy. Clearing his throat, he shouted, "Silence." The recruits fell quiet. Yuan Gang glanced at Jiang Ye and shamelessly declared, "What are you protesting? I never said forbidden items couldn't be used. I merely instructed the mass squad to be suppressed to the Lantern Realm. Right?" Bang! Shen Xingzhu kicked a nearby water box, exclaiming, "Do you have no shame?" "Clearly, don't make a fuss. You can pay for the box after the battle is over." Yuan Gang interjected. "Let me tell you, aside from Jiang Ye, you're all just rookies." The game continues, his voice boomed, echoing throughout the training ground. The recruits gritted their teeth in anger, yet Yuan Gang had indeed not stated that forbidden items were off limits. They found themselves powerless to refute him, only able to grumble about his audacity. Damn it, playing shamelessly, how disgraceful. Bailey Pang Pang's face flushed with indignation. They could have gone home to enjoy themselves. He could hardly tolerate the canteen-s meals for a single day. Instead, the chief instructor was behaving disgracefully. Lin Qiye remained expressionless, tugging at Bailey Pang Pang's sleeve. "Let us go get weapons." Bailey Pang Pang was taken aback. "Qiye, let Jiang Ye handle it again." The instructors weren't foolish. They wouldn't allow Jiang Ye to act again. From now on, it would be up to them. Lin Qiye's gaze shifted to the stage. Jiang Ye, unfazed by the shameless turn of events, thought it was merely one additional opportunity to act. gripping the hilt of his blade. He was about to return to the ranks of new recruits when a large hand abruptly grasped him. Jiang Ye, you need not participate this time. That I have some fine long Jing tea. Just relax and enjoy the show. Yuan Gang grinned widely, determined not to let Jiang Ye act again. If he faltered once more, it would be irreparable. Jiang Ye's lips twitched in disbelief. This old fellow was truly intent on playing the fool to the end. However, he had already obtained the modified values, and even if he were to strike down the mass squad S mass again, it wouldn't alter the training camp S narrative. There was no need for futile effort. Very well, let us have some tea. Yuan Gang hurriedly called over Instructor Hong. Quick, take Jiang Ye for tea. The instructors and new recruits alike muttered, such shameless behavior. In the ranks, Molly gritted her silver teeth, visibly furious. Her roommate felt similarly. They had not anticipated that the instructors would stoop to such depths to secure a win. Stop dawdling. Let us go get weapons. Even without him, I, Molly, can defeat them. Molly tugged her roommate out of the ranks. Many of the more astute recruits began to leave the line as well. Yet more recruits remained. Directing their ire at the instructors, Wang Mian glanced at Jiang Ye, then slowly raised his right hand. Go, do not hold back. There was no room for error now. They must crush the recruits' confidence with an overwhelming display of power. Understood, Captain. 4 afterimages shot from Wang Mian's side, and within half a minute, the sounds of deafening explosions, the recruits' screams, and the clashing of metal blended into chaos. Damn it. I'll fight you shameless ones. Ah, they're serious? Run! The training ground descended into pandemonium as the recruits scattered in all directions. Wang Mian observed this scene, a smile curving beneath his mask. He then turned and approached Jiang Ye. Surrounded by instructors, you are Jiang Ye? The youthful voice reached Jiang Ye's ears, prompting him to turn and reply, yes, what is it? Let us have a duel. With a swift motion, Wang Mian unsheathed the long blade at his waist. Seeing this, Yuan Gang gestured for the other instructors to vacate the center. Jiang Ye, sipping his tea, shook his head. You're far too weak. Wang Mian frowned, but I want to fight you. I don't wish to engage. No, you must. Jiang Ye remarked. Are you a child? I'm truly impressed. The observing instructors wore expressions of fluctuating emotions. This Jiang Ye, truly the proxy of the god of death, Thanatos. Indeed, this year, 2 divine agents have emerged from Songnan. And with Jiang Ye awakening the Forbidden Ruins, he has also become a divine agent. His talent is truly terrifying. Yet it would be unwise to underestimate Wang Mian. After all, he is the agent of the god of time. You can just wait and see. I suspect a confrontation is imminent. The instructors were discussing amongst themselves, finding this year's events rather unexpected, as these new recruits appeared rather extraordinary. Yuan Gang, however, covered half of his face, saying nothing. Damn it. As the chief instructor, he felt utterly embarrassed in public. He would have no idea how to face others afterward. Returning to the capital, he would undoubtedly become the subject of ridicule among his peers. Alas, what a bizarre turn of events. He gazed at the mass team members chasing after the recruits, silently praying that there would be no further mishaps. Just fight me once, and the mass team will owe you a favor. At that moment, Wang Mian continued to fixate on Jiang Ye. The latter took a sip of tea and sighed. After we finish, you will feel a sense of inferiority. Not at all. Jiang Ye stood up, sensing the knife in Wang Mian's hand, and declared, if that is the case, let us compete with forbidden objects. He retrieved a miniature bamboo tube from his pocket, which began to enlarge in his palm. Wang Mian's gaze was fixed on the bamboo tube in Jiang Ye's hand, feeling an unsettling chill emanating from it. What is this? The forbidden object. The Death God S ordered AS for its rank. I cannot say. Death God? Wang Mian recalled that Jiang Ye was the agent of the Death God, making such a forbidden object plausible. He glanced at the knife in his hand, determination flickering in his eyes. Very well, let us compare forbidden objects. Jiang Ye nodded and extracted a capture token from the bamboo tube. The two stepped back, preparing for their duel. The fight is on. Quick, look! Could it be that the forbidden object in Jiang Ye's hand was gifted by the death god Thanatos? Possibly, but I've never heard of a deity bestowing forbidden objects upon their agents. No, that is no longer a forbidden object. Suddenly, Yuan Gang interjected. That is a divine artifact. Upon hearing this, the instructor's eyes widened in astonishment. Swish! On the stage, Wang Mian moved, his mental energy infusing the forbidden object, the Yuan knife, causing the blade's aura to materialize instantly. Meanwhile, Jiang Ye appeared unfazed, sensing Wang Mian darting around him. The ability of Yuan was to concentrate one speed into blade energy. The faster the speed, the stronger the blade energy. Moreover, as the agent of Chronos, the god of time, Wang Mian's power to manipulate time could potentially amplify the intensity of his blade energy to levels comparable to ultra-dangerous forbidden ruins. Yet he was facing a supreme deity. With a smile playing on his lips, Jiang Ye tossed the capture token. Thud! The instant it hit the ground, the token transformed into a dark aura, coalescing into a scythe-wielding death god. In the astonished gaze of the instructors, the death god swiftly lunged forth, weaving through the blade energy surrounding it. The death god casually slung Wang Mian over its shoulder, as if he were a mere chick, and approached Jiang Ye. That moment, Wang Mian was utterly dumbfounded. How could he be so easily seized mid-flight? Facing Wang Mian, Jiang Ye hesitated for a moment, then steeled himself to ask, "You're not feeling inferior, are you, Wang Mian?" The instructors? Chapter 34. Wang Mian wept. Was he really captured so effortlessly? Instructor Hong gaped, staring at the death god holding Wang Mian, utterly incredulous. Yuan Gang marveled. I never imagined that the death god Thanatos would bestow an artifact upon Jiang Ye. His expression grew increasingly grave. If Jiang Ye was not only a divine agent, but also possessed the death goddess artifact, the ancient god church would surely not remain passive. Yuan Gang turned to the instructors. Listen closely, this matter regarding Jiang Ye possessing an artifact must not be disclosed to anyone. Understood? The instructors were momentarily taken aback, but upon reflection, they understood the implications. Yes, Chief Instructor, the instructors replied in unison. Though one among them exhibited a peculiar gleam in their eyes. On stage, Jiang Ye faced Wang Mian, who was ensnared by the death god, and flung out an examine token. The token transformed into a wisp of deathly energy that flew into Wang Mian's chest. What is this? Wang Mian gazed at Jiang Ye in confusion. Jiang Ye smiled slightly. Have you ever played Truth or Dare? A question mark appeared above Wang Mian's head, perplexed by the meaning. Jiang Ye did not respond, but instead asked, "What is the most embarrassing thing you have ever done in your life?" Wang Mian, initially bewildered, suddenly felt an unusual compulsion seizing his tongue. The most embarrassing thing I have done. At 10, I wet the bed. At 12, I was slapped for showing off. At 15, I was rejected when I confessed my feelings. Wang Mian found himself unable to control his mouth, spilling forth every self-proclaimed embarrassing incident of his life. Jiang Ye could only remember the phrase, "Wet the bed at 10. Cough." The instructors below were thoroughly entertained. Why did that girl reject you when you confessed? Jiang Ye continued to probe. Wang Mian felt as if struck by lightning, hastily shaking his head at Jiang Ye, yet his lips betrayed him. Because she thought I was... Smack. Wang Mian slapped himself, trying to interrupt the flow of words. But under the influence of the examine token, resistance proved futile. She thought I was short. Wang Mian's face flushed crimson, nearly bleeding from embarrassment. Jiang Ye immediately covered his mouth. It was over. His manly dignity was shattered. The instructors below stifled their laughter, whispering among themselves. Jiang Ye waved his hand, dispelling the effects of the token, and the death god holding Wang Mian dissipated into black mist. "This is for you." He conjured a bottle of kidney tonic from the myriad of divine artifacts. Wang Mian's face twitched, burying his head deep into his neck, hands shielding his face. "Woo, woo!" Choked sobs escaped him, and Jiang Ye quickly covered his mouth, striving to maintain professionalism, but he hesitated for a moment, patting Wang Mian's shoulder. "It's all right, I understand." "No, you don't understand. You know nothing." "Oh." Wang Mian broke down. Jiang Ye was about to say something further when Yuan Gang abruptly approached. "Ahem, Wang Mian, this is quite normal. You should go assist your teammates." Wang Mian froze for a moment, raising his face, which was as red as a monkey's backside. He quickly stood up and fled at lightning speed. His life now boasted yet another most embarrassing incident. Jiang Ye and Yuan Gang exchanged glances as Wang Mian retreated. Then, after a hearty laugh, Yuan Gang suddenly turned serious. "Jiang Ye, what is your current realm?" Peak of the Lantern Realm, I suppose. Yuan Gang was speechless. Opting for a different line of questioning, did the forbidden object you just used come from the death god Thanatos? Jiang Ye frowned slightly, sensing the expectant gazes of the surrounding instructors. Did they truly consider this to be a divine artifact? Sort of, he conceded, not wishing to fabricate a tale regarding the origin of the death god's order. The look of shock flickered in Yuan Gang's eyes as he began to comprehend the extent of Jiang Ye's extraordinary powers. No wonder Jiang Ye was so formidable. He not only acquired the ruins of the gods, but also received an artifact from the death god. This news must be reported to the higher-ups immediately. A divine agent possessing an artifact is of immeasurable value. Hong, you take charge and look after Jiang Ye. I have something to attend to. Yuan Gang clapped Jiang Ye on the shoulder before hastily departing. Instructor Hong, with a genial smile, approached. Jiang Ye, continue sipping your tea and enjoy the show. Jiang Ye, pleased with the leisurely pace, resumed his seat, sipping the hot tea. However, one instructor detached from the group, making their way toward a secluded corner. Jiang Ye smiled to himself, choosing to ignore I in the capital. What did you say? Jiang Ye possesses the death god's malicious artifact. In the office, Yi Fan leaped from his chair, confirming once more. Indeed, Commander Yi Fan's features brimmed with joy. What is the name of this artifact? What abilities does it possess? It is called the Death Goddess Order, resembling a box for holding pens, with various tokens inside that serve different functions. I only witnessed Jiang Ye use the token inscribed with capture, which allowed him to summon the Death God to seize a target, effortlessly capturing Wang Mian in mere moments, with no chance for resistance. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan's eyes lit up. Even the agent of the God of Time stood powerless against it. How terrifying must this artifact be? Is there anything else? On the other end of the line, Yuan Gang hesitated for a moment before continuing. There is also the Examine token, which compels individuals to reveal the truth. After Jiang Ye employed it on Wang Mian, Yi Fan listened intently, gradually settling back into his chair, pouring himself a cup of tea to savor the unfolding tale. Thus, the situation stands, Commander Da. Is that all? What other truths did Wang Mian reveal? Yi Fan inquired instinctively. Yuan Gang, you seem to be enjoying this gossip quite a bit. Cough. Yi Fan cleared his throat, adopting a serious demeanor. You need not worry. I have dispatched 2 individuals from the Sea Realm to remain in Songnan, should the ancient God Church dare to make an appearance. They will provide assistance at a moment's notice. Commander, is it not a bit excessive to send 2 from the Sea Realm? They're the only night watchers available for deployment at present. Understood, Commander. As the call ended, Yi Fan lowered his head, deep in thought. Was the death god truly merely allowing Jiang Ye to accompany the goddess of the night? Meanwhile, in the city of Songnan, atop a towering edifice, several figures clad in dark robes stood resolutely. Han Xiaoyan gazed at the message transmitted via his exclusive communication line, his eyes reflecting a flicker of astonishment. The 16th seat commanded that, at all costs, the 2 divine agents be captured, particularly Jiang Ye. The 5th seat remarked that if capturing them proved impossible, they should eliminate them and seize the artifact of the Grim Reaper, Thanatos. A complex expression flitted across Han Xiaoyan's face. But he quickly masked it with indifference, affirming, yes, I understand what must be done. With that, the 5th seat turned and vanished into the shadows. Han Xiaoyan instructed, now is not the time to act. With the dual divine agents and the emergence of an artifact, the Night Watch's upper echelons will undoubtedly be on high alert. You must expedite the preparations to ensure absolute success. The dark-robed followers behind him bowed their heads and also disappeared. Han Xiaoyan stood dazed on a rooftop, gazing at the azure sky, slowly raising his right hand. In the palm of his hand, a sphere of crimson gold light hovered. The potent divine energy within it etched golden patterns upon his face. Seraphim, remember your promise. Chapter 35. I am disappointed in you. Ding. You have provoked King Mian's ire, leading him to unleash his wrath upon the new recruits, resulting in Lin Qiye's defeat and delaying the acquisition of the artifact. The Azure Heart. You have gained 5,000 modified points. Current modified points. 230000. Reach 300000 to obtain a random divine essence. Bored while observing Jiang Ye's scuffle from the rooftop, Lin Qiye shook his head upon hearing the system's notification. To be honest, he hadn't intended for this to happen. Watching the new recruits help each other below, Lin Qiye leaped off the rooftop, standing still to await Lin Qiye and Bai Li Pangpang. At that moment, Lin Qiye bore several cuts across his face, blood seeping from them, clearly indicating a precise grasp of force. Bai Li Pangpang supported him, reassuring, Qiye will be fine. These people simply enjoy playing dirty. When they can't win, they resort to breaking through the pool's boundaries and still refuse to admit defeat. With a bitter expression, Lin Qiye shook his head, stating, "This is the essence of true combat. The levels displayed by the enemy may not reflect their true capabilities. Just like the Night Watch's ghostly deity, he taught me a valuable lesson. Never underestimate your opponent. Isn't that just cheating? They're bullying us new recruits that I'll have my old man retrieve King Mion's blade one of these days." Bai Li Pangpang retorted angrily, rubbing his backside as he recalled being struck down by King Mion's slap. "You didn't see it. King Mion was like a rabid dog, as if someone had uncovered his secrets, and he was biting indiscriminately. My backside." Lin Qiye chuckled softly, raising his gaze to the front, where Jiang Ye's figure entered his line of sight. He momentarily froze, a hint of melancholy surfacing in his eyes. The gap between Jiang Ye and myself is truly vast. Lin Qiye extricated himself from Bai Li Pangpang's grasp, approaching Jiang Ye with a somber tone. I don't comfort others." Jiang Ye placed a bottle of ointment in his hand. Lin Qiye smiled. "I will surpass you and help restore your vision." Jiang Ye was momentarily taken aback, reflecting on his own eyes, and responded with a sense of anticipation. The two faced one another, and the atmosphere grew somewhat intimate. Suddenly, Bai Li Pangpang rushed over, grasping Jiang Ye's hand, exclaiming, "Jiang Ye, you're also in pain." Jiang Ye shook off his hand, releasing it. "What do you want?" "Pain, Jiang Ye. If you ever find something you like, feel free to tell me that we are brothers in heart," Bai Li Pangpang insisted, holding on tightly, his declaration reminiscent of a confession. Then, as if by muscle memory, he pulled out a Rolex, kneeling on one knee in an exceedingly ceremonial manner, placing the watch on Jiang Ye's wrist. "Jiang Ye." Lin Qiye covered his face. "Everyone, assemble at the training ground." At that moment, the announcement reverberated throughout the training camp. The newly minted recruits, having just endured a fierce battle, grumbled, but nevertheless began to run. Jiang Ye also shook off Bai Li Pangpang's hand, walking side by side with Lin Qiye toward the training ground. Within mere minutes, the scattered recruits had gathered. Yuan Gang stood on the platform, his expression one of regret, stating, "To be honest, you have all disappointed me." The recruits clenched their fists in indignation. "Damn it, you're the one playing dirty, and you're still disappointed? No shame." Bai Li Pangpang could no longer contain himself. Yuan Gang's acute hearing caught the remark, and he turned to Bai Li Pangpang, commanding, "You, step forward. For insulting a superior, run 10 laps." Bai Li Pangpang. Reluctantly, he stepped forward, his expression grim, and began to circle the training ground. Yuan Gang nodded in satisfaction. "Indeed, even after suffering defeat, you still have the audacity to show your faces. Who else is dissatisfied?" Silence enveloped the crowd as he cleared his throat. "All right, with the exception of the one running. The rest may proceed to the dining hall." Upon hearing this, the recruits finally exhaled in relief, their ranks dispersing. "Shingu, let us go." "To the dining hall," Deng Wei urged, noticing Shun Qingzhu standing still. Shun Qingzhu, however, focused on Jiang Ye, who was heading towards the dining hall. "Divine agent? Quite intriguing. Shingu, are you interested in that fellow? But he is entangled with a black belt. That is indeed something special. Get lost. You're the one who is interested," Shun Qingzhu retorted, pouting. "Let us eat." In the dining hall, Lin Qiye and the delayed Bai Li Pangpang stared at the raw meat and buns in their bowls, lost in thought. Jiang Ye, unfazed, found it was indeed his first encounter with raw meat. He took a bite of the bun, hesitating before closing his eyes and biting into the raw meat. The sensation of blood was rather novel. Jiang Ye chewed with some difficulty. Lin Qiye pondered for a moment before joining him. Only Bai Li Pangpang wore a bitter expression, remaining motionless until he finally stuffed a bun into his mouth. Glancing over, he saw the masked team seated at a large round table, surrounded by aromatic dishes. In contrast, the raw meat and buns became increasingly unpalatable. Surrounding recruits cast envious glances. Jiang Ye, Qiye, why do they get to eat so well? Li Pang exclaimed in frustration, fully embodying the adage that comparison breeds discontent. At that moment, King Mian from the mass team approached, his youthful visage accentuated by flowing hair, exuding a sense of boyish charm. Jiang Ye, Lin Qiye, come and dine with us. Li Pang was left speechless, gesturing towards himself as if to say, can't you see me here? Thus, Jiang Ye and Lin Qiye followed King Mian, leaving Li Pang in a state of disarray. Once seated, King Mian instructed the team members to introduce themselves. Yu Ge, Xianhua, Chang Wei, Tian Ping. Jiang Ye, how did you execute that strike earlier? I can't comprehend it, Xianhua marveled. Jiang Ye considered for a moment. You should ask your captain. He knows. The four turned their gaze toward their captain. King Mian's complexion flushed, memories of his battle with Jiang Ye flooding his mind. Damn, I must not let them know. Otherwise, I would rather die. He cleared his throat. There's nothing remarkable about it. Divine agents are just a bit more formidable. It's quite reasonable. How is that reasonable, Captain? He just at the Jean level. Xianhua replied, bewildered. Yu Gui's sharp gaze fixed on the captain. Captain, are you concealing something from us? Hearing this, Xianhua added, yes, Captain, during your fight with the new recruits, you were overly aggressive, as if provoked by something. You weren't like this before. Chang Wei and Tian Ping also scrutinized King Mian. Their curiosity piqued. Jiang Ye clenched his right fist near his mouth, striving to maintain composure. And no, why would I hide anything from you? King Mian stammered, visibly anxious. No. Something off? Xianhua strategically adjusted his glasses. Less nose. Captain, your face is flushed, and you're speaking nervously. Clearly, you're lying. King Mian's mouth twitched. The redness is due to the heat. Aren't you all hot? Enough. Don't ask any more questions. I understand what is going on. You can ask me instead. In an instant, the 5 pairs of eyes converged on Jiang Ye. King Mian felt a jolt of panic. Oh dear, are you really going to say it? Jiang Ye, what is going on? Xianhua inquired curiously. Jiang Ye, sensing King Mian's tension, smiled subtly. Chapter 36. Eradicate the undercover in the training camp. Bang! Just as Jiang Ye was about to elaborate, King Mian abruptly slammed the table, causing confusion among the group, but he then pretended to speak into his earpiece. Understood, we'll head over immediately. He turned to his team members, speaking earnestly. We can't finish our meal today. A mission has arisen. Huh? What mission? Don't ask. Let us go. Ignoring Xianhua's inquiry, King Mian donned his mask and exited the dining hall. The other 4 exchanged glances before tidying up and following suit. Hey, Jiang Ye, here's my contact information. You must keep it. Xianhua began to ask about the follow-up, but King Mian turned and seized his ear, dragging him outside. Jiang Ye found the situation amusing. Here, if there is a chance, we can spar and exchange insights. Jiang Ye looked up at the masked Chang Wei, who, for some unknown reason, tossed him a piece of contact information before hastily departing. He paused for a moment, holding the contact information in his hand, lost in contemplation. Lin Qiye, beside him, chuckled. The girl personally giving your contact info, and you're not going to cherish it? Jiang Ye subtly turned his head, pulling himself back from his reverie. His thoughts were not solely preoccupied with the fact that the Rose had provided contact information. Rather, he contemplated how the conclusion of the mass team might pivot through this, allowing him to accrue a substantial amount of modified value. Enough of this bitterness. Let us dine. I certainly am not. Lin Qiye retorted as he picked up a piece of meat and placed it in his mouth. Jiang Ye then turned, raising his hand. Hey, fatty, come over and eat. My heavens. Jiang Ye, you are my deity. Li Pang, who had been morosely gnawing on steamed buns, leapt from his seat like a famished wolf upon hearing those words, rushing to sit beside Jiang Ye and began to eat heartily. The new recruits in the cafeteria looked on, enviously observing Li Pang reveling in his meal. Jiang Ye couldn't help but nod. Li Pang had a demeanor that would suit a food broadcaster perfectly. Meanwhile, upon hearing that the mass team was departing, Yuan Gang personally led the instructors to bid farewell at the training camp's entrance. Thank you for coming to maintain order. I hope you won't need to return, Yuan Gang said with a smile, shaking Wang Mian's hand. Wang Mian awkwardly chuckled. It's nothing. We shall take our leave now. Just as he was about to turn away, Yuan Gang suddenly grasped Wang Mian's ARM.IS. There's something else. Instructor Yuan, take this. Men understand men best. Yuan Gang placed a package of 10 comprehensive supplements into Wang Mian's hand. Wang Mian's eyes widened in surprise, and the others nodded in understanding. Xin Yuan and Tianping sighed, patting their captain's shoulder. Captain, it's nothing to be ashamed of. Captain, I have a family remedy. Get lost, Wang Mian shouted. His face flushed, and he quickly fled. The four were momentarily stunned, waved goodbye to the instructors, and followed suit. Yuan Gang's expression turned serious. All personnel, salute. At his command, all instructors straightened their posture, heads held high, rendering a military salute towards the departing mass team. As night descended, silver moonlight bathed the tranquil training camp. Jiang Ye stood atop the dormitory building, facing the moon. After severing the divine avatar of the Seraphim, it was likely that they had devised a method to deal with him. Perhaps involving divine agents, he couldn't help but think of Lin Qiye, but quickly shook his head. The Seraphim's choice of Lin Qiye as an agent came without conditions, with the Celestial Treasure Lord supporting them. The Seraphim wouldn't dare act unilaterally. Thus, he had to seek a new agent. He needed to hasten his acquisition of modified value, and an excellent opportunity presented itself. Jiang Ye's perception expanded, and he observed the furtive movements of a shadowy figure within the camp, leaving no detail unnoticed. After ensuring the surroundings were clear, he activated the myriad phenomena divine ruins, ensuring that not a trace of divine power escaped. Thanks to the system's assistance, the notion that the training camp suppression steel could restrain a supreme deity was laughable. In an instant, he vanished from his position in a secluded corner of the training camp. Li Yaowang, clad in instructor's uniform, scanned his surroundings. After confirming no one was present, he produced an unknown black object and tapped it lightly. After several gentle strikes, he paused, muttering, "The training camp is so secure now. These zealots are pushing us like dogs, changing from every 3 days to now every day. Truly exasperating that well, for the sake of the master's plan. I shall endure a few more times." Yaowang tucked the object away, peered around, and stepped out of the alley. "Hey, what are you doing?" A voice suddenly came from behind him. Yaowang halted abruptly. His eyes widening, he refrained from turning immediately, instead reaching into his pocket. He had been discovered. Frowning, he forced a natural smile and turned to see a youth clad in military training attire, his eyes obscured by a black band, appearing mysterious under the moonlight. Jiang Ye, so it's just a recruit. Thank goodness it's not another instructor or something, he thought, puzzled as to when Jiang Ye had appeared behind him. I was just using the restroom. The toilet in the dormitory is clogged, he feigned. Jiang Ye smirked, but how would a mere murmur know that your toilet is clogged? The moment the words left his lips, Li Yaowang's pupils constricted, his hand tightening around the item in his pocket, and his smile vanished. "Who are you? A recruit cannot possibly uncover my identity." "How did you know?" Jiang Ye took a step forward, his tone icy. "I do not relish explaining matters to the deceased." With that, the blue and white divine ruins activated, enveloping a 50-meter radius in an instant. This was Jiang Ye's first time using the myriad phenomena divine ruins against an enemy. Previously, opponents had perished before he could unleash his full potential. It was a perfect opportunity to test the undercover agent. Li Yaowang was momentarily taken aback. This was a divine ruin, but not the same as the ruin of the god of death. Thanatos. It was a different kind of divine ruin. You possessed 2 types of divine ruins, dual divine agents. He was astounded. Dual divine agents had never existed in all of Daxia and the ancient god church. Yet here one stood plainly before him. What kind of prodigious talent is this? I must relay this information. Suddenly, Li Yaowang halted his thoughts, his eyes widening. Jiang Ye could utilize divine ruins, with the suppression steel present. How is this possible? What are you? Even I cannot wield forbidden ruins beneath the suppression steel. How can you, a mere flickering light, accomplish this? Jiang Ye slowly advanced, raising his right hand. You should not question the divine. In that moment, beneath Li Yaowang's horrified gaze, before he could draw the item from his pocket, Jiang Ye clenched his right hand, and Li Yaowang's body was instantaneously disintegrated by divine power, transforming into a pool of blood suspended in midair. Without even a single cry of anguished Yaoguang vanished from this world. Jiang Ye waved his hand lightly, the blood dispersing into blue and white motes of light, and on the ground lay a small black object alongside a short blade of forbidden items. He retracted the myriad phenomena divine ruins, bent down to retrieve the black object, and gently tapped it several times, a playful smile gracing his lips. Chapter 37. There's a traitor. Terminate the operation. Under the cloak of night. In the city of Tsangnan, Han Xiaoyun, clad in a black robe, perused the information transmitted by the undercover agent. Lost in thought, the follower delivering the message beside him furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss with the information. Indeed, how could this be? This undercover must have taken the wrong medication, Han Xiaoyun mused, tossing the information on the table, his eyes glinting coldly. Speak up. Is this information genuine? If it is, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. He glanced at the data on the tablet, a surge of murderous intent swelling within him. His dealings with the Seraphim left no room for failure in the assassination of Jiang Ye. Only through success could he extricate himself from the ancient God Church and reunite with his fallen comrades. Subsequently, Han Xiaoyun directed his gaze towards Li Yaoguang's contact, his voice frigid. You speak. The latter appeared visibly anxious. Lord Han, the training camp has only just commenced. Yuan Gang would have no way of detecting the undercover agent we implanted within, so this message is likely authentic. Perhaps I should investigate further. The scarred man in the black robe nodded thoughtfully. Han Xiaoyun slightly inclined his head. Indeed, no anomalies had transpired at the training camp. Who would bother to investigate whether an undercover agent was present? Then this message. His eyes shone with murderous intent as he lowered his gaze to the characters displayed on the tablet. There's a traitor. Terminate the operation. Ding! You have eliminated the ancient God Church's undercover agent within the training camp, leading to the immediate cancellation of subsequent attacks on the training camp. You transmitted erroneous information to the ancient God Church, causing Han Xiaoyun to eliminate a number of his subordinates, thus delaying operations against Tsangnan. You have received 50,000 modified value points. Current modified value, 280,000 points. Upon reaching 300,000 points, you will randomly acquire the source of the divine. Random reward triggered. Soul guarding empty ring, in a dim corner. Jiang Ye secured the communication device from the ancient God Church, a smile illuminating his face as he gazed at the system rewards. Soul guarding empty ring. Artifact contains infinite internal space. Both inanimate and animate objects can be stored. Absolute mental defense. No one, divine or otherwise, can invade your mental realm. Wearing the soul-guarding empty ring renders any mental assault, regardless of magnitude, ineffective against you. It serves as storage while also nullifying all mental attacks. And this item is remarkable. The term artifact speaks volumes that a wave of joy surged within Jiang Ye. This was precisely what he needed. Previously, the Seraphim had intruded upon his consciousness through the divine power lingering in his eyes, prompting him to remain vigilant about his mental state. This potential threat was thus resolved. Jiang Ye raised his hand, revealing a silver-white ring adorned with exquisite engravings. He donned it upon his middle finger. A warm current surged into his brain, nourishing his mind, instantly alleviating the slight fatigue from a day's training. Even his divine power seemed to augment slightly. What is this? Jiang Ye's subconscious perception detected a small, luminous particle, imbued with formidable mental energy. However, under the absolute defense of the soul-guarding empty ring, this mental particle merely existed for a second before dissipating into mental energy. This is Dr. Li's sixth royal ruin. Jiang Ye couldn't help but furrow his brow. In the original narrative, Dr. Li possessed the most formidable psychic forbidden domain in Daxia. Ranking within the top 30, he mused that this must have been during Dr. Li's examination. Shaking his head, he realized that had it not been for the Soul Guardian's empty ring, he might not have even recognized it. However, even without awareness, it mattered little. A deity could not be harmed by such trivialities. Regaining his focus, Jiang Ye noted that it was nearly time and swiftly appeared on the dormitory rooftop before leisurely returning to his room. Where have you been, brother Jiang Ye? I just went for a stroll. Jiang Ye replied, making his way to his bed. Wait. At that moment, Bai Li, the plump one, seized his arm, lifting his left hand and scrutinizing the silver ring adorning his middle finger with piercing eyes. Jiang Ye. Brother Jiang Ye has a girlfriend. Jiang Ye was momentarily taken aback. Bang! Lin Qiye, fresh from the shower and clad in shorts, emerged, her gaze landing on the ring on Jiang Ye's hand. The ring on your ring finger signifies marriage, while that on your middle finger denotes a romantic relationship. A smile crept onto Lin Qiye's lips as she approached Jiang Ye, inquiring, "Who gave it to you?" Bai Li, hands on hips, expressed his dissatisfaction. "Exactly. Who gave it to you? How dare she try to hook up with my brother Jiang Ye? Just wait until I smash her with a Rolex at J." Jiang Ye nodded upon hearing the words, revealing that he held little interest in such combat. "However, if you wish to embarrass me, I shall ensure you experience a modicum of the same." He took 2 steps forward, yet made no further move. Instructor Han, perplexed, inquired, "Why do you not attack? You may find you have no more opportunities." Han was taken aback, astonished by Jiang Ye's audacity. Nevertheless, he had indeed heard of Jiang Ye's exploits from the previous day. Yet now, under the suppression of the town's monument, even if Jiang Ye possessed some swordsmanship, it would be futile. "Very well, I shall indulge you," Han declared, pivoting his wooden sword and propelling himself forward with his right foot. Meanwhile, Bali Pang's eyes widened in surprise as he poked Lin Qiye, exclaiming, "Quickly, look! Why does Brother Jiang Ye have a red envelope behind him?" Just then, Chao Yuan, who was positioned right behind Bali Pang, overheard the name and turned to gaze at Lin Qiye. "Shuang Muli Shun," he muttered under his breath. Lin Qiye, however, turned his attention to Jiang Ye's left hand, where a conspicuous bright red envelope was indeed present. This resembles what Dr. Li had. Could it be? Suddenly, a heavy thud resonated, drawing everyone's gaze to the martial arts platform, their eyes glimmering with intrigue. They witnessed Instructor Han, who had just swung his sword towards Jiang Ye, unexpectedly sliding to his knees before him. Shun Qingzhu, standing nearby, was left dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the situation. What on earth? Is Instructor Han practicing a sliding kneel? Bali Pang scratched his head in confusion. Lin Qiye, however, understood the gravity of the moment. It made sense why Dr. Li had looked so displeased upon leaving on the stage. Facing Instructor Han, Jiang Ye, under his bewildered gaze, produced a red envelope from behind him. "Instructor Han, I wish you a happy new year in advance." That Han's eyes widened in shock, and his mouth twitched uncontrollably to eye in the surveillance room. The other instructors were engrossed in contemplation of the sight. Chapter 39. Qiye, you are biased. How can he still use Forbidden Ruins? The town's monument has already been activated. Instructor Hong exclaimed in astonishment. Yuan Gang shook his head, stating, "The suppression of the town's monument has its limits. If Jiang Ye's Forbidden Ruins is sufficiently powerful, he can still utilize it, albeit with significantly diminished strength. Then during the extreme training, isn't this lad a transcendent presence?" Yuan Gang nodded, acknowledging the concern, and a smile crept onto his lips as he added, "However, it is too late to reinforce the town's monument now, so Jiang Ye will not participate in the extreme training." The other instructors raised their eyebrows, recognizing the wisdom in this decision. Yuan Gang turned to Instructor Hong. "What have you discovered regarding the investigation?" Instructor Hong replied, "I have looked into it, and there are no issues. However, there are no traces of Li Yaoguang. It is as if he has vanished from the face of the earth. His methods are quite sophisticated. Indeed, the ancient divine sect is keeping a watchful eye, and the higher-ups have just issued an order. The primary task is to ensure the safety of the 2 divine emissaries." Yuan Gang spoke with gravity. "Continue investigating the reasons behind Li Yaoguang's disappearance. If he has indeed been killed, it may indicate that a terrifying powerhouse is lurking within our training camp." Instructor Hong understood the severity of the situation and nodded earnestly. "Ding, you have established a friendly relationship with the key character Shun Qingzhu. With your supreme divine power, you may influence subsequent character developments. Your presence has caused the narrative involving Instructor Han and the madman Chao Yuan to dissipate. You have received 10,000 magic modification points. Current magic modification points, 290,000. That upon reaching 300,000 points, you will randomly obtain the source of the divine." After Instructor Han concluded his swordsmanship lesson, Jiang Ye and Lin Qiye were heading to the cafeteria, when the system suddenly prompted them. It may influence, Lin Qiye mused, realizing that the plot's variables would increasingly multiply in the future. However, it appeared that they were still oscillating within the original storyline, each time he disrupted the narrative. It seemed to revert in another manner. Old thief Sanjiu, you are quite adept. Nevertheless, he remained unfazed. As the supreme deity, he was unperturbed by their uncertainties, as long as he could earn magic modification points. He was merely 10,000 points away from drawing the source of the divine, and the extreme training in 2 days might present an opportunity. The source of the divine was the essence of a deity, containing not only the power of laws, but also embodying the divine nature of a god. With the source of all phenomena in his possession, if he were to merge it with another source of the divine, it would trigger an evolutionary transformation of his divine nature, rendering him nearly invincible among the ranks of divine kings, a formidable presence even against those above divine kings in one-on-one confrontations. Jiang Ye pondered, feeling a tinge of anticipation. I am utterly defeated. Once again, it is steamed buns with raw meat, just accompanied by some pickled vegetables. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, Li Pang looked at the food on the table. Nearly brought to tears, he choked down the bun. Mixing tears with pickled vegetables, Jiang Ye and Lin Qiye ate in silence. After taking a bite of his bun, Lin Qiye noticed a short-haired man approaching, clutching pickled vegetables with a somewhat foolish appearance. "Are you Lin Qiye?" Chao Yuan inquired. "Yes," Lin Qiye nodded. Chao Yuan's eyes lit up. He placed the pickled vegetables on Lin Qiye's table, saying, "Here, take this." Lin Qiye was visibly taken aback. "Why?" "Because you can help me clear the sins that burden me. I cannot. No, the host of Jiwan Mountain would not deceive me. Shuang Muli Shun Ba Shun Chu Yi. Ru Yi Sure Zai, Du a Sure Run. That speaks of you." Chao Yuan grinned. Lin Qiye's eyes narrowed in contemplation. Qiye, could it be that you share some past connection with him? Li Pang. Noticing the absence of pickled vegetables, attempted to snatch from Chao Yuan. Smack. Chao Yuan promptly swatted his hand away, smiling at Lin Qiye. "Lin Qiye, this is for you." Lin Qiye was speechless. "I cannot absolve your sins. You have mistaken the person. That cannot be. I believe the host." Lin Qiye ceased his rebuttal, glancing at Jiang Ye beside him, and noticing that his pickled vegetables were also finished. Gently nudged his plate towards Jiang Ye. "I have some extra. You eat." Jiang Ye was taken aback, a smile gracing his lips. "Thank you." Lin Qiye acknowledged him with a nod. Li Pang watched in astonishment, realizing he was merely an outsider. "Woe is me. Qiye, you are biased." 2 days later, the extreme training commenced. The unfortunate news was that Jiang Ye could not participate. In the instructor's office, Jiang Ye sat opposite Yuan Gang, sipping Longjing tea, his face a portrait of boredom. "Why magic modification points? My source of the divine. You owe me." Not only was he barred from participating, but now he was summoned here to be monitored. Damn it! Yuan Gang, on the other hand, let out a sigh of relief, knowing he must keep this troublemaker in check. That if he were to be released, the extreme training would likely transform into another fiasco akin to the last masquerade incident. Noticing that Jiang Ye's cup of tea had emptied, Yuan Gang promptly stood to refill it. "Jiang Ye, have some tea. Let's chat while we wait for them to finish." Jiang Ye's mouth twitched. "I need to use the restroom." What a joke. He would not let his source of the divine slip away so easily. I must get involved in this extreme training. Clang. Jiang Ye's eyes widened as he caught sight of the iron kettle Yuan Gang tossed his way. "Use this." Yuan Gang indicated the kettle. Jiang Ye retorted, "You're such a dog." Ultimately, Jiang Ye helplessly remained in the office until nightfall before returning to his dormitory, while Li Pang and Lin Qiye had already succumbed to slumber in the medicinal bath. Jiang Ye was exasperated. The source of the divine was just a step away, yet he found himself still at a standstill. He entered the bathroom to take a shower. In the medicinal bath, Lin Qiye found himself within a mental hospital, observing the treatment progress of Nix 49, lost in thought. Qiye, what are you doing? Li Yifei inquired with curiosity. Lin Qiye shook his head. He had already tried numerous methods, yet he was stuck at 49, unable to progress. He stroked his chin, pondering, "Mother, what do you cherish the most?" Nix's eyes glazed over as she recalled her child, extending her hand to stroke Lin Qiye's head. "My child, Danadas, naturally, your mother adores you. Child? Lin Qiye reflected deeply. For Nyx, nothing could be more desirable than reuniting with her offspring. Perhaps Jiang Ye could be a viable option. He grasped Nyx's hands, saying, Mother, would you be willing to leave the hospital? My brother is outside. He longs to meet you. He regrets not having accompanied you well in the past and wishes to see you now. Upon hearing this, the night goddess Nyx's eyes widened in surprise. My child wishes to see me. A faint smile graced her lips. Treatment progress. 52. Ability to extract Nyx's divine attributes unlocked. Indeed, it proved effective. Lin Qiye rose with a smile, taking Nyx's hand, remembering the task given to Jiang Ye by the god of death. Thanatos, he made a resolute decision. Mother, I shall take you to meet him, if you will. Nyx's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she nodded. My child, Mother is coming to see you in the bathroom. Ding. Lin Qiye utilized the wish granted by Thanatos. Advancing Nyx's treatment progress to 50, he obtained 10,000 magic modification points. Current magic modification points, 300,000. Upon reaching 500,000 points, reward. Divine skill. Word manifestation. Randomly acquired source of the divine. End of life. The source of Thanatos' power. Note, during fusion, Thanatos may manifest. Please choose an appropriate occasion. In the midst of scrubbing himself, Jiang Ye froze. Chapter 40. Merging with the source of the god of death. Nyx arrives. Danadas, is this your divine realm? Beneath the tranquil night sky, a beautiful noblewoman clad in a violet starry gown stood atop a building, gazing into the distance. Lin Qiye shook his head. Mother, this is the real world. Nyx cast a sidelong glance. Her eyes filled with uncertainty. Lin Qiye stepped forward to steady Nyx's hand, offering a gentle smile as he pondered how to explain Nyx's situation to Jiang Ye. Would it be too abrupt to bring Nyx before him like this? He fell into contemplation, wondering how he might articulate his relationship with Nyx. Perhaps he could simply assert that he was Nyx's agent. A smile crept upon Lin Qiye's lips. It was indeed a plausible excuse, especially since he had drawn upon Nyx's primordial power. Even if the Watchers inquired, he would have something to say. Mother, please wait here for a moment. I shall summon him to meet you, and no need. I wish to see my child in person. Beneath this night sky, I can go anywhere. Nyx's lips curled into a smile, her eyes brimming with the longing of a mother separated from her child for far too long. Lin Qiye found himself momentarily at a loss. Was it too ostentatious to wander the dormitory with a deity? What is it, Donatos? Nyx inquired, her hand brushing against Lin Qiye's head. After a moment's hesitation, he replied, Mother, you still. Suddenly, a chilling aura of death permeated the air, swiftly enveloping the entire training camp. Lin Qiye was taken aback. This aura, under the mortal domain of the gods, was identical to the one he felt when Jiang Ye awakened in the god ruins. His gaze fell upon the training ground, where this familiar divine energy fluctuation made Nyx's eyes shimmer with recognition, memories flooding her heart. In those days, she had many children. Mealtime was always lively, her face radiant with joy. She would tirelessly admonish them. Hypnos, don't run so fast. Be careful not to fall. Latches, do you like the hairstyle mother made for you today? Donatos, eat more and grow tall. The echoes of those voices gradually surrounded Nyx, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Mother, mother! She abruptly lifted her head, and in the night sky, a figure began to materialize, softly calling out for her. With a choked voice, Nyx exclaimed, Donatos, mother is here, in the instructor's office. Yuan Gang, engrossed in his documents, sensed the divine power surge and abruptly stood, peering through the window towards the shadow illuminated by moonlight. This divine fluctuation belonged to the god of death, Thanatos. What could he possibly be doing within the realm of Daxia? Could it be that Jiang Ye? Before he could fully ponder, another wave of divine energy surged forth. Yuan Gang's eyes widened. Two deities had suddenly appeared. He hurriedly grabbed the phone on his desk, dialing the superior's number. Hello. Two deities have appeared at the Sanan training camp, requesting immediate support. It's urgent. Extremely urgent. After relaying the message, he flung the phone aside and seized his star blade, racing out of the office. The sudden appearance of two deities in the training camp could spell disaster if conflict erupted. The area would be swiftly obliterated. Moreover, it would take time for reinforcements to arrive from the higher-ups. During this interval, he had to keep both deities calm. The new recruits must not suffer any casualties. Damn it. Yuan Gang gritted his teeth, channeling his utmost strength as he rushed towards the training ground, where the divine energy was most potent. Damn. Such a commotion from a merging of primordial powers on the training ground. Jiang Ye observed the figure materializing above him. It was indeed Thanatos, cloaked in black. His expression austere, emanating a chilling aura of death that he wielded a scythe larger than himself, its form becoming increasingly distinct as the death energy coalesced. This is bad. Jiang Ye had initially thought that as the agent of the god of death, it was reasonable for some commotion to arise during the merging of divine essences. But now, how had he managed to summon the very soul of Thanatos? System, did you not mention an illusion? Thanatos, sensing the presence of his mother, the goddess of night Nyx, nearby, ignited the last remnants of his will to see her once more. Nyx? Jiang Ye was momentarily taken aback. Mother! Mother! Each call of mother resonated in Jiang Ye's ears, prompting him to look up. In his perception, the god of death stood upon the void, repeatedly calling out for mother. His voice, imbued with longing, sorrow, and remorse, echoed throughout the training camp, enveloping even Sangnan in its resonance. After a dozen such calls, the night sky began to shimmer, a wave of supreme divine power emerging, albeit not overwhelmingly strong. Jiang Ye understood. The goddess of night Nyx had arrived. Within the dormitory, the calls of mother stirred every soul in the training camp. Shingu, look outside. What is that? In the medicinal bath, Deng Wei exclaimed to the already dressed Shin Qingzhu. Shin Qingzhu had been watching, as the earlier calls had been audible to all. That energy, which makes one's soul tremble. That is a deity, he replied, frowning. Damn, a deity! Has this training camp attracted a divine being? Deng Wei sprang out of the medicinal bath, fixated on the night sky outside the window, where the silhouettes of a man and a woman stood. The man's massive scythe unmistakably prominent. Hiss! Is that figure wielding a scythe cosplaying as the god of death by Qi? Slap. Shin Qingzhu swiftly delivers slap, exclaiming, Are you out of your mind? That is Thanatos, the god of death. Can you not read? Deng Wei scratched his head, grinning foolishly. Shin Qingzhu, speechless, grabbed a jacket and dashed out of the dormitory. Deng Wei, intending to follow, hesitated, realizing he was still in a state of undress. Outside the training ground, the first to arrive was Lin Qiye, who had sensed the divine energy fluctuations most acutely. He looked up at Nyx, who was approaching a figure radiating a dark aura of death. Lin Qiye discerned his own emotions reflected in Thanatos' crimson eyes that he murmured, Auntie, Jean, are you both well? Lowering his gaze, he noticed a youth standing on the training platform, blindfolded by a black cloth. Jiang Ye was also facing him, seemingly aware of his presence that he hurried over. Did you summon him? Jiang Ye's lips twitched slightly. What about the goddess of night? Lin Qiye paused. I have become the agent of the goddess of night. Hence, Jiang Ye smiled, choosing not to expose the truth, but instead lifted his gaze towards the two deities beneath the night sky. He couldn't help but reflect on this world and the mother who had cared for him for 17 years. Isn't it wonderful? Lin Qiye's eyes widened, gazing at the night sky. For Nyx, who had succumbed to severe delusions after the death of her child, the chance to see her child once more was a moment of immense joy. Beneath the starry sky, Nyx extended her hand to caress the face of Thanatos, shrouded in black robes. Donatos, you've grown thin. Have you not been eating properly? Mother, I apologize for not being able to share a meal with you for so long. A deep, hoarse voice resonated as Nyx embraced Thanatos, tears streaming down her cheeks. It's all right, my child. From now on, Mother will protect you. She understood that the Thanatos before her was merely a fragment of will. Yet the painful memories pierced her heart. Yes, Mother, I must depart. They will stand in for me and always be with you. Mother, remember to be as happy as you once told me to be every day. Thanatos, stiffly leaning closer, pressed a gentle kiss upon his mother's cheek. Farewell, Mother. With that, his essence burned away, the death energy that had congealed dissipating like smoke in the evening breeze. No, don't go. Nyx clung tightly. But Thanatos had already transformed into death energy, leaving no trace. She gazed down at the black mist in her arms, her voice breaking into sobs that "I'm sorry. Mother couldn't protect you back then." Sob, sob, sob. Below, Yuan Gang arrived at the training ground, glancing up in astonishment. The god is weeping? No, wait, the god of death's power has vanished. Yuan Gang exhaled a sigh of relief, his gaze falling upon Nyx. He had clearly heard the exchange between the two deities. Moreover, Thanatos was indeed the offspring of the goddess of night. Could it be that his gaze shifted downward, focusing on the two youths on the platform? Commander Yi had mentioned that Jiang Ye was the agent of the god of death, tasked with accompanying the goddess of night Nyx. What connection did these two share? Suddenly, Yuan Gang sensed the swirling death energy around him shifting towards a specific direction. His expression changed. The death energy contained formidable divine power, seemingly the primordial essence of the god of death. Could it be? Yuan Gang's eyes narrowed, fixating on Jiang Ye, who stood alongside Lin Qiye. The locus of the gathering death energy was precisely where Jiang Ye stood. Could it be that the god of death Thanatos has bestowed his divine essence upon Jiang Ye? His eyes widened in realization. If that were the case, Jiang Ye could potentially ascend to the level of a deity in the future. Damn, what is going on? Chief Instructor, is that a god? A cacophony of footsteps echoed behind him as all the instructors of the training camp rushed in with their star blades. Yuan Gang nodded. Instructor Hong, keep your blade sheathed. He commanded everyone, remain still. Just observe. The instructors exchanged puzzled glances. Seal off the entire training ground. No new recruits are allowed entry. Do not disturb Jiang Ye, Yuan Gang commanded in a grave tone. Although he was uncertain of the consequences of merging with the essence of the death god, he knew it was imperative not to disrupt the process. The instructors exchanged glances and immediately complied with his orders. Within 2.5 minutes, the entire training ground was sealed off, driving away the new recruits who had been lingering in the corners in the center of the training ground. Jiang Ye felt the influx of deathly energy from all directions surging into his body. The power of the death god's essence was merging within him. His divine essence was undergoing a transformation, and his perceptive abilities were gradually enhancing, even allowing him to penetrate the previously impenetrable mists. On the personal attributes panel of the system, the following appeared. Essence, universal essence, evolving all things, death god essence, the end of life. The power of the death god's essence was glaringly present, and even the realm section transformed into the supreme god, the pinnacle of divine king. Unbeknownst to him, as a result of the fusion with the death god's essence, the divine abilities previously granted as rewards by the system, God's judgment of the death ruins, had now become a complete manifestation of divine power. At this moment, he was indeed the death god. Boom! The judgment of the death god activated spontaneously, instantly enveloping the spacious training ground in the aura of an ancient execution ground. A heavy shroud of black death energy engulfed the entire training area, leaving the watching instructors outside in stunned silence, unable to see what was occurring within. Why can't we see anything? Instructor Hong blinked, his vision swallowed by the dark energy. Yuan Gang furrowed his brow. Though he could not discern what was happening inside, the divine aura unfolding before him was significantly more potent than Jiang Ye's previous state. Merely gazing upon it instilled a profound sense of fear within his very soul. Is this the death god? He murmured to himself. Above in the sky, the sudden emergence of divine energy caused the tearful Nyx to tremble, her gaze lost as she looked towards Jiang Ye, who was manifesting divine power. Thanatos, is this truly your chosen one? My mother will surely protect him. She will not allow him to come to harm. Nyx's eyes regained the brilliance they had held in the hospital. Perhaps it was only by falling into delusion that she could feel her child was forever by her side. Her gaze reflected the figures of Lin Qiye and Jiang Ye, my child. Within the realm of the death ruins, Jiang Ye sat upon a throne formed of condensed death energy, while below, a reaper wielding a scythe knelt on one knee. That we welcome you, my lord, rasped the voice emanating from it. Lin Qiye was momentarily stunned. This was far beyond anything he had experienced. Even when I extracted Nyx's divine abilities, it didn't have such grandeur. Wait. Lin Qiye suddenly realized, glancing down, and his eyes widened in shock. He found himself inexplicably kneeling upon the execution platform, bound by chains exuding black energy, a sign hanging from his back, reminiscent of an ancient death row inmate. What is happening? Why have I become the prisoner? Thud, thud. The sound of heavy footsteps echoed in Lin Qiye's ears, sending chills down his spine. Turning to look, he was met with a shock. A figure cloaked in black, with long, dark fingers gripping a massive scythe, was advancing towards him step by step. Lin Qiye struggled desperately against his restraints, but to no avail. The mundane divine realm seemed to be suppressed by an unseen force. Can even the mundane divine realm be subdued? Is this the death god's ruins? Lin Qiye found it hard to believe, but the approaching footsteps left him no time for contemplation. Jiang Ye, what are you doing? I am Lin Qiye, he shouted anxiously towards the throne. Jiang Ye's hand trembled, nearly sending the decapitate token flying, but he quickly glanced down, realizing Lin Qiye was ensnared by chains, and the Reaper had grasped the sign on his back, the gleaming scythe dangerously close to him. Whoa, I almost overdid it. Jiang Ye waved his hand, causing the scythe-wielding Reaper to dissipate instantly. He faced Lin Qiye, awkwardly asking, "How did you end up on the execution platform?" Lin Qiye retorted, "Don't you have any awareness of your own situation?" Jiang Ye cleared his throat, and with a wave of his right hand, the full version of the death god's judgment vanished in an instant. The black energy shrouding the training ground dissipated, and the instructors, regaining their sight, fixed their gazes upon Jiang Ye. Just as they were about to approach and inquire, Nyx unexpectedly pushed them back with her presence. Yuan Gang stared at Nyx in confusion. As she stepped forward towards Lin Qiye and Jiang Ye took 2 steps back, as he had no intention of contending for his mother's affection. Nyx's darkened eyes glistened with moisture as she approached. Arms outstretched, running towards the two, Lin Qiye smiled, raising his hand slightly, "Mother." However, as Nyx passed Lin Qiye, she embraced Jiang Ye tightly from behind. "My child." Jiang Ye. Lin Qiye. TT Chapter 42, Fusion of Essences. Overwhelmed by the warmth of maternal love, Jiang Ye stood frozen in place. "Have I gained another mother? Child, I am so sorry," Nyx said, grasping Jiang Ye's shoulders, resting her chin upon them, her voice choked with emotion. Jiang Ye, bewildered, pointed at Lin Qiye, silently mouthing, "Your mother, please take care of her." Lin Qiye had just taken a step forward when he noticed the healing progress above Nyx's head. 62, 62.5, 63, the healing rate was slowly increasing, prompting him to halt, shrugging helplessly at Jiang Ye. "You can call me mother?" At that moment, Nyx released him, her starry eyes gazing intently at him. "Mother?" Jiang Ye was taken aback. "Thanatos, you truly know how to stir up trouble for me. You helped me reach the pinnacle of the divine king realm, and now I shall assist you this once." He looked at Nyx, the moonlight illuminating her loving face, sensing the anticipation in her eyes. After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Ye softly uttered, "Mom, Mother." Upon hearing this, Nyx visibly brightened, burying Jiang Ye's head in her embrace, her voice filled with excitement. "Child, I'm here. Oh no, I can't breathe." Jiang Ye, hearing Nyx's joy, finally put aside his resistance. Suddenly a low, hoarse voice echoed in his mind. "Thank you." Then silence enveloped him. Was that Thanatos' voice? Jiang Ye sighed. Merging essences has led to an additional mother. Who do I complain to about this? Goddess of the night, may I ask what brings you to my Xia? At that moment, Yuan Gang jumped onto the platform, his eyes filled with caution, until he could ascertain the purpose of an otherworldly being visiting Xia. Vigilance was paramount. Hearing this, Nyx slowly released Jiang Ye, turning to Lin Qiye and saying, "Thanatos, is this not your divine realm?" "Let me explain," Lin Qiye hurriedly interjected. "Instructor Yuan, I've become the agent of the goddess of the night." "What?" Yuan Gang's eyes widened in disbelief. Lin Qiye winked at Nyx, who was holding Jiang Ye's hand, nodding at Yuan Gang. "What my child means is what I mean. Child." Yuan Gang was even more perplexed. "I'm tasked with helping the goddess of the night find her child. This is my mission," Lin Qiye quickly explained. Then, looking at Nyx, he said, "It's about time. We should return now." Nyx tilted her head, nodding in agreement. She reached out to stroke Jiang Ye's hair, saying, Mother will come to see you again. Jiang Ye smiled. Goodbye, Mother. With that, the night flickered once more, and Nix's figure transformed into glimmering lights. Vanishing from this world and returning to the hospital, Yuan Gang witnessed the disappearance of the goddess of the night. He let out a sigh of relief. Sweat soaking his back. To confront a deity was no small feat. He then turned to the seemingly relaxed Jiang Ye and Lin Qiye. How could they appear so unfazed in the presence of a deity? No, these two little monsters are becoming increasingly outrageous. One has made the death god Thanatos willingly offer his essence, and now the other has become the dual deity's agent. Goodness, these two truly are defying the heavens. I must clarify the details of this incident and report it thoroughly to the Night Watcher's higher-ups. Ahem, Yuan Gang cleared his throat awkwardly, adopting a serious tone. You two, come with me, we need to clarify the situation. The two responded affirmatively, following behind Yuan Gang. Ding. Host, you have significantly accelerated Nix's healing progress. Congratulations on becoming a son, which may impact her discharge timeline. The performance of the host has garnered significant attention from the Night Watcher's higher-ups, leading to the consideration of establishing two special teams. You have gained 20,000 magic modification points. Current magic modification points. 320,000. Reach 500,000 to obtain the divine skill. Words become reality. Becoming a son? Jiang Ye was speechless. Having a supreme deity as a mother. Sigh? Well, being at the pinnacle of the divine king realm with a supreme deity for a mother doesn't seem so bad. However, achieving a breakthrough to the celestial sovereign realm on his own would not be an easy feat. Otherwise, throughout the endless years of Xia, there would only be 3 celestial sovereigns. Thus, the path of merging essences would undoubtedly be unfeasible. Accumulating magic modification points to 1 million was the only option. As he walked, he looked up. In his perception devoid of color, the high-hanging moon was particularly striking. On the silver-white moon, the reflected light illuminated the distant planet. The Seraphim Michael furrowed his brows, fixated on Jiang Ye far away on Earth. How is it possible? Thanatos is actually willing to bestow his essence upon this mortal. Thanatos, what could this mortal possibly possess that merits such an offering from you? Michael's gaze turned cold. His 6 wings unfolding behind him as he gradually lifted off the moon's surface. Then, his right hand gathered golden divine power, reaching out towards the azure planet. A miracle, as the words fell. The dissipated obsession of the grim reaper Thanatos miraculously reappeared before the Seraph. The figure cloaked in black observed the scene with a sense of bewilderment, and after a moment of adjustment, turned to face the 6-winged angel. Holy Church's Seraph, I ask you, why did you choose this mortal as your representative, and why bestow upon him your primal power? The Grim Reaper paused, then chuckled. Since when did the Seraph of the Holy Church concern itself with such trivialities? Answer me. The Seraph retorted sternly. I recall now. Jiang Ye's eyes still bear your divine power of miracle. You destroyed his sight before, didn't you? Who would have thought that one so exalted could be provoked by a mere mortal? The Grim Reaper chuckled softly and continued. The reason for my choice is, of course, the Seraph frowned as he listened. No, it is because he is exceptionally strong. He chose me, the Grim Reaper replied. How dare you mock me? Mikael raised his hand with a flourish, causing the Grim Reaper's obsession to vanish once more. He could not bring himself to believe the Grim Reaper's words. A mere insect that defiled the divine is unworthy of choosing a deity. Mikael's eyes sparkled with golden light, his mind filled with the memory of Jiang Ye severing his divine doppelganger. Now that he possessed the Grim Reaper's primal power, not only could he suppress the divine power of miracle in his eyes, but his rate of growth would ascend to a new level. Attempting to invade Jiang Ye's consciousness was utterly futile. He looked down at the golden divine power in his palm and scoffed. Insect, do you dare attempt to slay me? Utterly ridiculous. With that, the divine power in his palm vanished in an instant. In a concealed corner of Sangnan City, Han Xiaoyun felt the eruption of the Seraph's divine power within him, his face adorned with golden patterns. I have broken through the boundless realm. Han Xiaoyun gasped in surprise. Standing at the windowsill and gazing at the moon in the night sky, it seemed that the divine fluctuations earlier were indeed related to Jiang Ye. Otherwise, the Seraph would not have again bestowed him divine power. Han Xiaoyan narrowed his eyes, fixated on the full moon. What enmity exists between them? He shook his head. Such thoughts were not for him to ponder. The boundless realm. The Seraph is rather cautious in dealing with a mere lamprel practitioner. How excessive. Jiang Ye is merely a representative of the divine, not a deity himself. It is a gross misallocation of resources. Meanwhile, in a low building of the old city, Chapter 43, Bali Pang Pang woke to find the world had collapsed. Outside Songnan, a carriage sped across the river's surface, the turning wheels creating ripples on the tranquil water. Driver, Master, Songnan has reported that the crisis has been resolved. Do we still need to go to Songnan? The coachman slowed the carriage. Master Chen leaned out to confirm. Resolved? Yes, Master. His eyes shifted, and he spoke. Let us return. That place is quite sinister. Understood. Master Chen withdrew his head, sitting beside the tea table and sipping hot tea. He then turned to the man opposite him. Zhou Ping, what is your take on this matter? Zhou Ping, upon hearing the question, picked up a cup from the table and began to drink, seemingly invisible to others. Master Chen continued, Songnan, 9 years ago, that deity had yet to investigate thoroughly. Now two have suddenly emerged. What a troublesome city! By the way, has Wu Wei found that deity? Zhou Ping blinked me. Who else could it be? I don't know. Master Chen fell silent, grumbling as he sipped his tea. It was impossible to engage in meaningful dialogue with this tight-lipped fellow. In a meticulously arranged, military-styled conference room, 3 individuals sat before a dimly lit chandelier. Yuan Gang instructed Instructor Hong to take notes while he tapped his fingers on the table, adopting an attitude of leniency for confession and severity for resistance. Now, do tell, Lin Qiye, how did you become the representative of the goddess of night? Lin Qiye glanced at Jiang Ye and replied, I simply called her mother, and that was it. Yuan Gang, exasperated, noted Instructor Hong's scribbling, and upon reading the words, his eyes widened before he crossed them out. Yuan Gang cleared his throat and turned to Jiang Ye. And how did you receive the Grim Reaper's primal power? Jiang Ye pondered briefly, pointing at Lin Qiye. Well, he called me his son, and then it was granted. Lin Qiye discreetly gave Jiang Ye a thumbs up beneath the table. Yuan Gang was rendered speechless, wondering what sort of answers this was. Mother? Son? He sighed. All right, it's getting late. You may leave. Jiang Ye and Lin Qiye nodded and swiftly exited the conference room. Yuan Gang watched the 2 troublesome youths, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Instructor Yuan, no further questions? No need. Just report tonight's facts. Yuan Gang instructed Instructor Hong. Additionally, request a larger suppression monument from above if we let these 2 continue unchecked. This training camp will be overturned. Instructor Hong nodded and departed. Yuan Gang quietly dialed Commander Ye's number, succinctly explaining the situation. You mean the Grim Reaper Thanatos bestowed his primal power upon Jiang Ye? Lin Qiye has also become a dual divine representative? Indeed, Commander Ye. The line fell silent for a moment. How did those 2 explain this? Yuan Gang hesitated. Commander, are you sure you want to hear this? What is there to hide? Just say it. Very well. Commander Point 1 called her mother, and the other claimed to be her S.O.N. Ye Fan remained silent for a long while before responding. I understand. The ancient divine church is bound to make significant moves soon. Stay vigilant. Understood. After hanging up, Ye Fan gazed at the bustling city below the floor-to-ceiling window, a hint of satisfaction crossing his face. In recent years, the emergence of the mysterious has been on the rise, growing ever stronger. With these 2 promising candidates, perhaps 2 special teams could be established in the future, particularly Jiang Ye, who is fused with the Grim Reaper's primal power. He is destined to surpass the limits of humanity and become a deity. One might say his potential is boundless. In the Daxiao Empire, where there are no gods, let us create deities for those outer gods to behold. In the ancient divine church, within a grand and towering cathedral designed in Western style, the figure known as Murmurs listened to Han Xiaoyan's report, his eyes glinting with intrigue, that a dual divine representative, and one who has compelled the Grim Reaper Thanatos to relinquish his primal power. Excellent. The Night Watchmen of Daxiao are indeed producing talents this year. Should they all join the ancient divine church, it is bound for glory. With a hearty laugh, Murmurs turned to Han Xiaoyan. Do you have confidence? The cloaked Han Xiaoyan nodded. Murmurs narrowed his eyes slightly, recognizing Han Xian's boundless realm cultivation. Very well. You shall command the followers, and I will assign you a divine representative. Prepare well. Success is mandatory. Failure is not an option. Han Xiaoyan knelt on one knee, determined to fulfill his mission in the training camp. What the hell? I wake up, and you all have been up to such monumental matters without me. The next noon, Bali Pang Pang exclaimed upon hearing the new recruits recount last night's events. Jiang Ye, Lin Qiye, and Qiao Yuan remained quietly at their meal, paying no heed to Bali Pang Pang. I slept like a dead pig, utterly oblivious. Such a feat. Hey, can you at least say something? The trio continued to ignore him. Ah, the sky has fallen. I take a nap, and one of you becomes a dual divine representative while the other integrates the Grim Reaper's primal power, all from the same dormitory. Why not me? Bali Pang Pang was on the verge of a breakdown, the disparity painfully evident. Jiang Ye took a bite of meat and patted the future Lingbao, Tianzuan, on the shoulder. Bali Pang Pang seemed to find solace in his existential crisis, looking at Jiang Ye with hopeful eyes. After swallowing the meat, Jiang Ye casually remarked, "No worries, you still have one advantage." What advantage? The silly son of a landlord, Bali Pang Pang exclaimed. Ah, you fatso, shut up. You're driving me insane. Suddenly, Shun Qingzhu, sitting behind, shouted. Bali Pang Pang immediately silenced himself, mimicking a zipper motion. Shun Qingzhu cast a glance at Jiang Ye. Pouting slightly, I've never submitted to anyone, but you're the first in the upcoming training, I will surpass you. Jiang Ye smiled encouragingly. Go for it. Not particularly concerned, Shun Qingzhu scoffed and left the cafeteria with a smile. Deng Wei followed behind, astonished. It was the first time he had witnessed Brother Shun, who never yielded, say such words. Jiang Ye, you're impressive. Even the proud one has been bested by you. Once Shun Qingzhu departed, Bali Pang Pang raised his thumb. Jiang Ye, I must clarify, I am truly just an ordinary child from a common family. The three rolled their eyes and continued their meal. Qiao Yuan then turned to Lin Qiye. Qiye, is there enough food? If not, take some mind that I'll go get a bowl of soup. No paper. I have some here. Bali Pang Pang rested his pudgy face on his right hand. Muttering, love-struck fool. Time passed slowly amidst the routine training. From the sweltering heat of summer to the frosty snows of winter, time has slipped away, and 6 months of training have quietly passed, just like the experience of studying. One realizes how swiftly time flies once they enter the workforce. Over these 6 months, Jiang Ye's skin has remained unchanged, while Lin Qiye, Bali Pang Pang, and Qiao Yuan have all turned as dark as charcoal. In the training arena, Lin Qiye is wielding a wooden sword, training Bali Pang Pang, who is pleading for mercy. Jiang Ye observes from the side, contemplating that the followers of the ancient God Church should be taking action by now. Beep beep. Huh. Jiang Ye glances at the Soul Guardian ring on his left hand and senses it. It's the communicator he obtained from Li Yaoguang. He pulls it out and opens it, revealing a message. Chapter 44. Don't worry, the missile will turn. Training camp, instructor's office. Captain Shun, why are you so insistent on giving the new recruits a break? Yuan Gang inquires, staring at Chunmai with a puzzled expression. After much back and forth, he has resorted to threats. This style is truly something. Chunmai sips his tea, raises an eyebrow. Do you really want to know? Go ahead, I had a dream. Yuan Gang. Huh? No. You believe in dreams? Chunmai stands slowly, clarifying that it wasn't a dream, but rather a mysterious figure who has the ability to pull people into dreams. This individual seems to possess a comprehensive understanding of the situation in Songnan and can even steal right beneath his nose. Yuan Gang furrows his brow slightly. Who is he? What did he tell you? Chunmai gazes out the window, shaking his head. I don't know his identity, but what he said aligns almost perfectly with our investigations into the ancient God Church over the past 6 months. Yesterday, he pulled me into an illusion, claiming I owed a favor to someone. He paused for a moment, looking out at the horizon, and stated solemnly. That mysterious person said the ancient God Church would attack the training camp. Huh. Yuan Gang is taken aback. Are you certain that what this person said is reliable? Chunmai nods. Even without his warning, I would still grant you a break, even if it's just for Jiang Ye and Lin Qiye to return for a New Year's Eve dinner. Yuan Gang falls silent for a moment, deep in thought that he understands that the ancient God Church is bound to make significant moves, and what Chunmai has said could very well be true. During these 6 months, he has also been active, placing investigators in Songnan, and indeed, the ancient God Church has been quite active in the region. However, they have yet to make a significant move, with a dual divine proxy and a potential god in Jiang Ye. He cannot afford to take any chances. Alright, about the break dingling, just then, Yuan Gang's phone rings, and he glances at the displayed number, his expression darkening instantly. Hello, he answers. Immediately evacuate the new recruits. The ancient God Church has taken control of the missile launch center. And it might, whoosh, before he can finish, the sound of missile launches echoes from afar. Yuan Gang jumps up from his seat, his eyes widening in terror as he looks out the window. He sees 5 or 6 missiles, trailing white smoke, ascending into the sky, heading straight for the training camp. Damn, Yuan Gang curses, slamming down the alarm for the training camp and rushing out. Chen Mai's eyes also narrow as he follows Yuan Gang out of the office. Beep, beep, beep. Inside the training camp, the piercing sound of alarms fills the air, leaving all the new recruits and instructors in a state of confusion. What is going on? Bailey Pang Pang scratches his head, holding his wooden sword. Lin Qiye, however, glances skyward, his expression suddenly changing. Missiles. Run. Bailey Pang Pang gasps, following Lin Qiye's gaze, and sees the 6 missiles soaring towards them. That, oh my god, help. Lin Qiye, Bailey Pang Pang, and the other new recruits sprint towards the camp's exit. Meanwhile, a boy with a black belt stands calmly in place, watching the missiles hurtle towards them, a smile creeping across his face that he recalls the message from Li Yaoguang as communicator. Locate the communicator as position. Prepare for bombing and evacuate immediately. Jiang Ye faces the nearby hill, where a mystical squirrel from the Wanshan Divine Ruins holds a black communicator aloft towards the sky. Instinctively fleeing, Lin Qiye runs a distance before turning back to see Jiang Ye still standing there in a daze. He abruptly stops, his brow furrowing. That be why Jiang Ye's usual demeanor. He would never remain still in such a situation, but he looks up at the missiles, confirming they are indeed headed for the training camp. No time to waste. Life is not a gamble. The suppression of the Jinshu monument has vanished. I've ascended to the pool realm. Lin Qiye feels the change within his body and immediately turns back, unleashing his dark erosion, his speed reaching its peak as he merges with the starry night dancer. Bailey Pang Pang, who has been running alongside him, is taken aback when he sees Lin Qiye turn back, glancing towards Jiang Ye, who remains rooted in place. Whoa, Jiang Ye, are you really going to face the missiles head-on? Even if he is a divine proxy, having merged with divine essence, Jiang Ye's current level shouldn't dare to confront missiles. What to do? Damn it, I'm all in. Bailey Pang Pang activates his Yaoguang and turns to sprint towards Jiang Ye on the other side. Chao Yuan and Shen Qingzhu also look over, their expressions hesitant as they head towards Jiang Ye and Lin Qiye. Chao Yuan clasps his hands together, staring at the wooden sword on the ground, his eyes narrowing. Ba, grasping the sword hilt, dark energy envelopes him. Shen Qingzhu snaps her fingers, creating a vacuum above Jiang Ye's head, attempting to intercept the missile's explosion. What are you all doing? Hurry up and get over here. Meanwhile, the instructors rushing from the opposite direction are frantic with worry. They activate their forbidden techniques and dash over. Yuan Gang and Chen Mai's hearts race. That MY team must not be harmed. I cannot afford to lose my job. Both draw their starry swords, racing forward as if in a 100-meter dash. Jiang Ye hears the commotion behind him, his mind filled with questions. Why are they all acting as if they are prepared to die? Whoosh, a gust of wind passes, and Lin Qiye stands in front of him. Run. My dark erosion should be able to hold them off for a while. Jiang Ye raises his hand, but, Jiang Ye, don't explain. Those are missiles. No matter how tough you are, you can't stop them. Bailey Pang Pang hoists Jiang Ye over his shoulder like a bride and runs with all his might in another direction. Jiang Ye, let me down. The missiles will turn. They 1T hit the training camp. Oh my god. Jiang Ye is so scared he's talking nonsense. Don't worry, Jiang Ye. Yaoguang will definitely protect us both. Bailey Pang Pang refuses to let go, determined to keep the potential future deity safe at all costs. Jiang Ye is utterly speechless, the cries of help and run, echoing all around him as chaos ensues throughout the training camp. Indeed, this attack comes much earlier than in the original story, but it doesn't matter. They will find out soon enough. Jiang Ye looks at the missiles, now less than 500 meters away, and shakes his head slightly. Bailey Pang Pang continues to sprint madly, while Lin Qiye fixes his gaze on the descending missiles. His eyes turning pitch black as he unleashes the dark divine ruins, enveloping the surrounding area in a heavy darkness for dozens of meters. Mad Demon Qiao Yuan, wielding a black-red blade, stomps his foot, gripping the hilt tightly, bracing himself for the descending missiles. Chun Mai and Yuan Gang sweat profusely, pushing their bodies to the limit. It's over. We one team make it. Whoosh, the sound of air being sliced fills the sky, mercilessly pounding in everyone's hearts, as if it were a countdown to death. It's coming. Lin Qiye notes the missiles are only 300 meters away, and everyone is poised for impact when suddenly the missiles veer off course, flying towards a small hill on the right. Lin Qiye's darkened eyes widen in shock, his expression blank. The missiles turned. Chapter 45. They really turned. Everyone look. The missiles turned. What the hell is going on? No way. After all this, wasn't he the target the training camp? Bailey Pang Pang, who's been sprinting, suddenly halts in his tracks. They turned. Boom. Before he can even look back, a massive explosion erupts from a small hill a kilometer away from the training camp, leveling the entire peak and sending shockwaves through the ground. Bailey Pang Pang stares at the flickering flames on the distant hill, his mouth agape and head leaning forward. And oh way, it really turned. Jiang Ye jumps down from Bailey Pang Pang's shoulders, wearing an expression of disbelief. Meanwhile, Lin Qiye gazes at the fiery hill, lost in thought. Even the previously soaring mad demon Qiao Yuan stands frozen in place after landing. Shun Qingzhu slowly retracts her snapping fingers. Chun Mai and Yuan Gang slide to a halt after covering some distance, exchanging glances. Their eyes seem to communicate. Is this what you call an attack? Perhaps an unexpected development occurred. Both instructors and recruits are left with lingering fears. Had those missiles struck, casualties would have been unavoidable. But speaking of which, since someone aimed to attack the training camp, why did the missiles suddenly change course? Among the crowd, Molly turns to look at Jiang Ye, who is at the back. She had just heard Jiang Ye say the missiles would turn. Initially, like Bailey Pang Pang, she didn't believe it at all, but now all the instructors are perplexed. How does he know? Molly gazes at Jiang Ye's figure, deep in thought. Hey Molly, what are you daydreaming about at a time like this? The roommate beside her gave her a light tap. Molly furrowed her brow, exclaiming, You're just infatuated. It is so annoying. Ha. The crisis has been averted. I was merely joking. That joke was hardly amusing at all. At the end of the line, Bailey Pang Pang grasped Jiang Ye's shoulders, his eyes wide with astonishment. Damn it, brother Jiang. How did you know the missile would curve? Jiang Ye pushed him away, coolly responding, I could tell. Holy crap. That's incredible. As the Grim Reaper's agent, don't you possess some kind of ability? What ability? Bailey Pang Pang pointed to the top of his own head. Can you see how much of my lifespan remains, thus deducing that we won die today? Jiang Ye's lips twitched. Have you been reading too many novels? He disregarded Bailey Pang Pang and turned his attention towards Chun Mai. The captain has arrived. It seems the training camp will indeed have a break, which means the operation to cleanse the ancient god society is about to commence. However, this plot lacks substantial intrigue. To acquire more magical modification points, one must delve into the details. For instance, since Lin Qiye joined the Night Watchers, he has returned to his aunt's home. With the new year approaching, let us allow Lin Qiye to return home for the New Year's Eve dinner. As for the ancient god society, they are akin to mere ants before me. It has been half a year since I last accompanied my mother for a meal. Jiang Ye turned towards the direction of the old town of Tsangnan, on the outskirts of Tsangnan. Within a missile launch tower, the 16th seat, El Liang, along with the Medusa agent Snake Woman, observed the missile curving through binoculars, instantly shattering the binoculars in frustration. What on earth is happening? How could the missile suddenly deviate? Snake Woman's emerald hair transformed into tiny serpents in her fury. El Liang narrowed his eyes. It seems we have an internal traitor, or perhaps the undercover agent in the training camp has been replaced. Snake Woman ground her sharp teeth, her face displaying a mix of shame and anger. What on earth is the 13th seat doing? Did he not say everything was ready? When we return, I will definitely have a word with Lord Murmur. Let us go. Snake Woman stormed off, while Elion glanced at the direction of the training camp before following her away from the launch tower. Upon returning to the base, Snake Woman approached Han Xiaoyun and seized his collar. 13th seat, what exactly have you arranged? You're unaware of the issues with the undercover agent in the training camp. Han Xiaoyun's stern face furrowed in confusion. What is going on? We aim to attack the training camp. After locking onto the undercover agent's communicator, the missile ended up striking the mountain beside the camp. El Liang explained. Snake Woman's expression darkened. You better explain yourself clearly. I will report to Lord Murmur. Han Xiaoyun was momentarily taken aback, then forcefully pushed Snake Woman away, coldly stating, I understand. Continue as per the original plan. Do not forget that I am in command this time. You. El Liang quickly restrained the furious Snake Woman, nodding towards Han Xiaoyun as they retreated. After they departed, Han Xiaoyun slowly clenched his fist, cursing, Damn it, I've been played. The message from half a year ago indicated that the undercover agent in the training camp no longer existed. Someone had been impersonating them all along. Back then, he thought the Night Watchers had no basis for discovering the undercover agent, hence he had not taken it seriously. Well, I've been disseminating false information for a year. No wonder the previous plans always encountered problems. Han Xiaoyun slammed his palm on the table. Bastard, don't let me find out who you are. In the training camp within the instructor's office, the chief instructor listened to the report. Frowning, the launch tower has been investigated, and it is confirmed to be the work of the ancient god society, Medusa's divine agent. He then inquired, what about the missile's curving? The instructor holding the documents pulled out a piece of investigative data, stating, according to the investigation, the missile was connected to a positioning system. Initially, this positioning was within the training camp, but later, for reasons unknown, it suddenly appeared on a mountain 1 kilometer away from the camp. Strangely, the positioning system indicated that the location had instantaneously moved to the small mountain. Instantaneously moved. Yuan Gang felt a jolt of shock, recalling the incident half a year ago when the traitor Li Yaoguang vanished. Li Yaoguang also disappeared from the training camp without a trace, and there has been no lead since. Thus, it became evident that someone within the training camp was assisting us. First, eliminate the undercover agent from the ancient god society, and then prevent the training camp from being attacked. Both matters suggest that the individual behind them harbors no malice. Check the new recruits files to see if there are any with similar abilities to teleportation. Also, notify them that the new recruits will have a 4-day break. We need to handle the ancient god society matter first, Yuan Gang commanded. Understood, Chief Instructor. The officer carrying the documents exited, and upon receiving the vacation notice, Instructor Hong immediately gathered the new recruits at the training field. Numerous buses awaited nearby. What are they planning? Are they really giving us a break? Bailey Pong Pong's eyes sparkled. Lin Qiye was speechless. It was rather obvious. Bailey Pang Pang laughed heartily, draping his arm over Jiang Ye's shoulder. Brother Jiang, let us go play in Guangshan. I'm a local emperor there. I can have any girl I want. Jiang Ye disdainfully pushed Bailey Pong Pong's chubby face away. Ugh, how revolting. Then let us all go play in Guangshan, Bailey Pang Pang insisted. Not going. Bailey Pang Pang appeared dejected. With Guangshan's bustling nature and beautiful women, that's not enough to entice you. Then where do you want to go? Jiang Ye and Lin Qiye turned to each other, and in unison declared, Home for the New Year. Chapter 46. The team. The feeling of home. On the slightly bumpy bus, Jiang Ye, Lin Qiye, Chao Yuan, and Bailey Pang Pang sat together. Unsurprisingly, the new recruits could only remain active in Sangnan. I want to get to see my maid sister, Bailey Pang Pang lamented. Jiang Ye patted his shoulder. You should worry more about yourself. Your worth is quite high. Many people want to use you to settle debts. Bailey Pang Pang waved his hand. Don't worry, my 4 great forbidden objects are already on their way. Where will we stay tonight? Chao Yuan asked Bailey Pang Pang. The latter stroked his chin in thought before finally replying, We'll see when the time comes. I'll arrange it for you. As night fell, the bus arrived in Sangnan City, and the 4 disembarked. Bidding each other farewell. Handsome brother, Qiye brother, over here. Just after walking a few steps, Hong Ying's voice rang out. Jiang Ye and Lin Qiye turned their heads simultaneously. Apart from Lung Xian, the entire 136 team was present. The two approached with faint smiles. Handsome brother, Why is your skin still so fair? Look at Qiye, Hong Ying remarked, observing the skin tones of the two curiously. Lin Qiye instinctively compared himself and realized he was indeed a bit tanned. Why are you so pale? He queried. Jiang Ye shrugged. I can't help it. It's just my natural beauty. Lin Qiye retorted, damn, always flaunting. Haha, you two are so amusing, but Qiye is still more manly. Hong Ying comforted Lin Qiye. At that moment, Chen Mai approached, placing his hands on their shoulders. All right, let us go. We're heading to Hong Ying's house for dinner. The two nodded, and under the company of 5, they walked towards the bustling city. Click! At a distance, on a rooftop, Long Xian observed the photos slowly emerging from the camera, shaking them in his hand with a faint smile gracing his lips. Half an hour later, inside the villa, Chen Mai donned an apron, cooking in the kitchen, while the others gathered around the dining table, chatting and joking. Jiang Ye keenly sensed the shifts in each person's expression, feeling a twinge of melancholy. If he were unaware of the conclusion, perhaps he would be as joyful as Sister Hong Ying right now. Xiao Yi, I heard from Instructor Yuan that you have merged with the essence of the Grim Reaper. Wu Xiangnan asked with a smile. Jiang Ye nodded. And Qiye, you have also become a dual divine agent. Lin Qiye nodded as well that Wu Xiangnan fell into contemplation, curiously inquiring, how did you manage that? When Shima also expressed curiosity. Yes, that Knight's divine power fluctuations. I thought Songnan was about to be destroyed, yet it turned out to be you two. Tell us. We'd love to hear the legendary stories of these two prodigies. Clap. Hong Ying clapped her hands, jokingly adding, the Grim Reaper and the Goddess of Night are still in a mother-son relationship. You two don't have any past connections, do you? Jiang Ye and Lin Qiye exchanged glances. Lin Qiye took a deep breath. In simple terms, we recognize the Goddess of Night as our mother, and that is how it happened. He tried to explain in a way that was easy to understand, which was not far from the truth. The Grim Reaper had given Jiang Ye the source of his power to continue accompanying Nyx, while he was perpetually regarded as a son. However, this statement left the dining table in a brief silence. Each character was familiar to them, yet when strung together, it felt utterly alien. What is wrong with you all? Chen Mai emerged from the kitchen with the final dish, noticing the solemn expressions on their faces. He paused in surprise. Captain, don't interrupt. Hong Ying raised her hand, deep in thought. I'm pondering how to recognize a deity as my mother. The others responded in unison. Chen Mai shook his head as he sat down, opening a beer next to the tableware. Come on, let us just celebrate the new year in advance. He stood up, his smile warm. Jiang Ye, Lin Qiye, and Hong Ying, along with the others, stood up, raising their drinks, beer. Clink! Happy New Year! After dinner, it was no surprise that the rooms at the Hong Ying residence were insufficient. Jiang Ye and Lin Qiye briefly explained the situation and stepped out of the villa to find Bailey Pang Pang. Qiye, tomorrow is New Year's Eve. Are you going home for dinner? Jiang Ye inquired. Lin Qiye paused, fell silent for a moment, and then replied, I would like to, but don't just think about it. Act on it. Don't wait until later to regret it. That I will accompany you. Jiang Ye's voice was gentle. That aren't you afraid of involving your family? Rest assured, I am invincible. Jiang Ye chuckled, raising an eyebrow. Your home is inhabited by Erlang Shun. What is there to fear? Lin Qiye rolled her eyes. All right, let's return together tomorrow night for the reunion dinner. Ding! The host altered the original plot, allowing Lin Qiye to celebrate the new year and create more beautiful and warm family memories. This might indirectly affect Lin Qiye's self-awareness after Songnan's disappearance. She gained 5,000 magic modification points. Current magic modification points, 325,000 to reaching 500,000 points would grant her the divine skill. Words become reality. Indeed, although it was a small amount, even the smallest gain is still gainful. Jiang Ye nodded at Lin Qiye. Let's go. They headed towards the hotel where Bailey Pang Pang was, as there was still a scene to handle. After the two left, a snow-white mouse with pink eyes slowly stood upright, observing the departing figures to the Karansaji Grand Hotel. Indeed, it was here. Lin Qiye entered the hotel, the name gleaming under the opulent decor. With Jiang Ye following closely behind, he released his perception, immediately detecting 4 unfamiliar auras. Point 4. One of them is Chuan Jing. Wasn't there only 3 in the original text? Interesting, it coincides rather well, doesn't it? Suddenly, a deafening explosion echoed. illuminating the night sky with flames from the rooftop, as black smoke billowed from the shattered windows that a plump figure, wrapped in white, screamed as he plummeted from the top floor, while Qiao Yuan, falling alongside, remained remarkably composed. Lin Qiye momentarily froze at the sound of the explosion, turning to look for Jiang Ye, only to find he was already gone. Where did he go? No matter. I should check on Bailey Pang Pang and the others. He should be able to handle it. Thinking of Jiang Ye's strength, Lin Qiye swiftly drew the star blade from her back and dashed towards the source of the explosion. This moment. A faintly colored energy enveloped the sky. It was the Wujie void that on the rooftop of a nearby commercial building stood a man clad in black robes, silently observing the unfolding chaos that I truly do not understand why Lord Han has gathered these night watchers. What use are 3 pool realm beings? They might as well test their strength that I will have to intervene personally soon, the man mused, shaking his head in exasperation. You probably won't have the chance to make an appearance. Suddenly, a voice came from behind him, and the man's eyes widened in shock. When did this happen? I didn't sense a thing that a butcher's knife appeared in his palm as he turned to face the youth behind him. Blind, the man was momentarily taken aback, then said, "You must be Jiang." Before he could finish, Jiang Ye waved his hand. A searing pain shot through the man's lower body, instantly transforming him into a pool of blood. What kind of ability is this? The Chuan Jing is utterly helpless before him. Could he be a Chun? Mai spoke solemnly. Jiang Ye nodded slightly, stating, "Captain, the ancient God Society is not foolish. Our position may have been compromised. Besides, we will be fine." Chun Mai furrowed his brow in silence, observing the two before hesitantly nodding. Given Jiang Ye's formidable restricted realm and his current role as a divine agent, there was indeed little cause for concern. "Very well," Chun Mai said, patting the shoulders of the two. "Please convey my New Year's greetings to uncle and aunt." The two nodded in agreement. 10 minutes later, 2 youths clad in cotton jackets treaded upon the thick blanket of snow on the road. After half a year away from home, feelings of longing intensified during this brief journey. Lin Qiye rubbed his frozen, reddened ears, murmuring, "Aunt, Ajin." Jiang Ye merely smiled faintly. Suddenly, a sound caught Jiang Ye's attention. A snow-white mouse stood upright atop a snowdrift. Observing them, in Xingyu. Chapter 48. Seizing the dog food of the howling celestial dog in a cozy room. Sunlight streamed onto a golden silk nama table, reflecting a golden glow. Jiang Ye and Lin Qiye sat at one end of the table, facing a frail youth adorned with an owl mask, who propped his chin on his hands and stared at them intently. Jiang Ye's expression bore a hint of helplessness. He had not intended to enter in Xingyu's illusion, as he was well aware of the situation in the old city. However, since Lin Qiye had already stepped in, he had no choice but to join as a guest. "Serve tea," and Xingyu suddenly called out. And tea sets materialized on the table. He leisurely removed his mask and poured a cup of tea for the two. Jiang Ye felt a twinge of surprise. After half a year, and Xingyu had mastered the illusion to such an extent. "And Xingyu, can anything appear in this illusion?" And Xingyu slightly raised his head, replying, "As long as you can imagine its form, it can manifest." Jiang Ye pondered momentarily before nodding. Let there be a feast of fish for the new year. As the thought crossed his mind, the table transformed instantly, and the surrounding environment began to change. The once cozy room now radiated with vibrant red and purple decorations, brimming with the ambience of the new year. The three found themselves seated at a long table laden with various fish prepared in numerous culinary styles that a smile graced Jiang Ye's lips. This was indeed the essence of the new year. Eating fish. And Xingyu observed the table full of fish, furrowing his brow before finally sighing, "I actually sought you out to advise against your return." He began to delve into the matter at hand. Lin Qiye was taken aback. "Why?" And Xingyu adjusted his glasses, speaking in a solemn tone. "The ancient God Society you mentioned is currently lying in wait for you in the old city, and their strength is formidable. You cannot contend with them. Returning to call for assistance is the wisest choice. Cannot contend. Aren't there just 2 peak practitioners from the Chuan realm and a few lackeys from the Mad Scorpion?" Jiang Ye raised his head after taking a bite of fish, but as he contemplated this, he resumed eating. In contrast, Lin Qiye frowned, his tone growing agitated. "Are you saying they are already near my aunt's house?" And Xingyu's gaze dipped slightly as he nodded. Lin Qiye abruptly stood up. Can you assure me that they won't harm my aunt while we seek help? And Xingyu shook his head, but this is the least detrimental choice. I merely suggested. Whether you heed my advice is entirely up to you. Consider it a favor in return for the previous encounter with the fox demon's corpse. And Qingyu's eyes darted toward the silent Jiang Ye. The excitement within him barely contained. The essence of a divine being, he was truly curious to see what molecular structure lay beneath. Jiang Ye paused momentarily, sensing something amiss in Qingyu's gaze. Noticing the excitement in Qingyu's eyes, he suddenly felt like prey. Goodness, he wants to dissect me again. All right, the meeting is adjourned. Then Qingyu slowly retracted his gaze, soon as the words left his mouth. The illusion abruptly crumbled, the lavish spread of fish vanishing like shattered glass. Following a sensation of weightlessness, Jiang Ye and Lin Qiye opened their eyes on a snow-covered street. For the mouse. It was gone. Ding! Suddenly, a sound of a long knife being unsheathed echoed from behind Jiang Ye. Lin Qiye drew the star knife, his eyes gleaming with a chilling intensity. Jiang Ye understood that he was worried about his family, and thus turned to nod at him. In an instant, two figures dashed swiftly across the snow-laden street, the houses on either side rapidly receding from view in the old city. A low house and a two-story building across from it marked the vicinity. This was indeed the home of Lin Qiye and Jiang Ye. 16 seats, and to ambush a pool realm requires 2 peak practitioners from the Chuan realm. Is Han Xiaoyan out his mind? Seat 15 complained. Seat 16, LV Liang, adjusted his color-changing glasses, responding helplessly. What can we do? Lord Mumble specifically instructed that everything must follow Han Xiaoyun's orders. If you disobey, Lord Mumble will hold you accountable, and you won't be able to bear the consequences. Seat 15 clicked his tongue, glancing at the two houses. Are we just going to lie in wait here? What if they don't come? Who said we have to lie in wait? LV Liang smirked. We capture the families of the divine agents and the divine seed, then release the news that I refuse to believe they won't come. But wouldn't that attract even stronger enemies? Not at all, as long as their families are in our grasp. The instructors from the training camp won't dare to act recklessly, LV Liang replied, but he then turned his gaze toward the two houses, fixing his sights on the two-story building. Let's go. First capture the family of the divine seed. Jiang Ye. Seat 15 nodded in agreement. The two transformed into shadows, swiftly approaching the two-story building. Bang! Bang! Ouch! However, the next moment as they neared within 50 meters of the building, they were suddenly repelled by a surge of energy. Crashing heavily onto the debris-strewn ground, a look of confusion painted across their faces. What on earth was that? They brushed the snow off their clothes and exchanged bewildered glances. Let's deal with the low house first. This situation feels a bit sinister. Seat 15 suggested that LV Liang nodded. Having learned his lesson this time, that he cautiously approached within 50 meters of the low house, confirming there were no anomalies before instructing. The low house has a transfer prohibition. You use spatial locks to subdue it, and I'll go into capture. Seat 15 nodded, retrieving a lock from his pocket. This is sequence 376, spatial sealing. Once LV Liang finished his instructions, he stealthily entered from the back. Wait, something feels off. I'm a thief. Why am I acting like a burglar? He straightened his posture, striding boldly through the back door, only to be met with a few steps leading up to the small building as he was about to ascend. He suddenly looked up to see a small black dog lying on the steps, panting with its bright red tongue hanging out. LV Liang was momentarily stunned, gazing at the ugly black dog, muttering, "This dog is truly hideous." At last, Lin Qiye's gaze fell upon the long-awaited low house. His eyes moistening, Jiang Ye too faced the two-story building, sensing his mother, Lu Su, preparing the New Year's Eve dinner, albeit alone. Dad still hasn't returned this year. You two boys, you certainly keep me waiting. Suddenly, from several hidden corners, 5 or 6 men adorned with scorpion tattoos emerged, brandishing various weapons in Jiang Ye's perception. There was also a sniper and Lung Xian positioned atop a nearby high-dash rise. These are the mad scorpions. Jiang Ye mused. Nodding slightly, he retrieved the Death God token from the soul-guarding ring and conjured a stack of red envelopes using the myriad forms of the divine realm. It's the new year. It should be festive. Meanwhile, Lin Qiye stood ready, waiting for the mad scorpions, turning to Jiang Ye. Leave the three with knives to me. You don't need to go to such lengths, just watch. Jiang Ye waved his hand to interrupt him, condensing 10 capture tokens with divine power before tossing them onto the ground. Lin Qiye's eyes sparkled. Is this the artifact of the death god? The mad scorpions exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback by the tokens on the ground, before bursting into laughter. Kid, is this a surrender token? I don't accept those here. Before they could relish their mockery, the capture tokens on the snow transformed into deathly energy, materializing 10 reapers wielding massive scythes. The mad scorpions were taken aback in unison. What the hell is this? Quick, run! That scythe is bigger than all of us combined. The tide of battle shifted dramatically. At that moment, LV Liang also ascended the staircase, where the small black dog licked its lips, gazing longingly at the approaching LV Liang. Petit opened its mouth. Ah, bang! Suddenly, a shadow, wielding a scythe, burst in, seizing LV Liang by the nape of his neck and dragging him swiftly out of the low house. The little black dog was left dazed. Wait, what just flew by? It sprang to its feet, rushing to the door, barking furiously. How dare you steal my food? Chapter 49. The howling celestial dog comes knocking. As the sky gradually darkened, light snow drifted down, and the cold wind sent the snowflakes swirling through the air. Lin Qiye, gripping his long knife, blinked his sparkling eyes as he beheld the 8 mad scorpions and 2 followers. As helpless as chicks in the grasp of the reapers, he was momentarily stunned, his mind stiff as he turned to Jiang Ye, pointing at the 10 men. They were all dealt with just like that. Jiang Ye nodded nonchalantly. It's rather ordinary, I suppose. What do you mean by that? Lin Qiye exclaimed, staring at the death god token in Jiang Ye's hand, his heart filled with admiration. Truly, it is an artifact. It is exceptionally formidable. Lu Liang gazed in bewilderment at the neatly arranged scene before him, led by a ghastly figure wielding a scythe, alongside the frenzied scorpions and 15 seats. His mind was in a daze. How had he arrived here? Just moments ago, he had felt an overwhelming force that seemed to shake his very soul. And then, in the blink of an eye, he found himself in this place. As he turned his head, 2 familiar figures came into view. Jiang Ye and Lin Qiye. It's you. He was once again taken aback. Wasn't he? It said to be Qi Jing. How had the 2 of us, both at the pinnacle of Chuanjing, ended up in this predicament? Damn it. Han Xiaoyan, I curse your ancestors for giving me false information. With a swift motion, Lin Qiye sheathed his blade and approached Jiang Ye, inquiring, how do you intend to deal with him? After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Ye replied, given the festive season, shedding blood would certainly be inappropriate. Let us have them put on a celebratory performance instead. A celebratory performance? Lin Qiye expressed his confusion. Jiang Ye raised his hand and calmly commanded, have them kneel? Yes, my lord. The crisp sound of kneeling echoed, as under the oppressive aura of death, the 10 individuals inexplicably dropped to their knees. Jiang Ye extended his left hand from behind, tossing a stack of red envelopes, distributing them among the 10. Come, come, Happy New Year. The 10 looked utterly perplexed, staring coldly at the envelopes in their hands. But soon Jiang Ye had already devised a plan in his mind, certain that this endeavor would yield substantial gains in modified value. Subsequently, he directed his attention towards enhancing the abilities of his spiritual contract. Mental attributes? Then he would definitely add a skill for mental obliteration. There was no need for spiritual guardianship, as possessing the soul guarding ring with sufficient point 2 abilities remain point 1 would be akin to his heart travel capability, allowing him to perceive the inner worlds of others and comprehend their thoughts. The other would bestow him with boundless mental strength, enabling him to outlast even the most formidable deities in a battle of equals. Ding! Ability addition successful. Spiritual contract perfected. Soul contract, mental obliteration, heart travel, and infinite mentality have all reached maximum level. Use them with confidence. Point 4 abilities from a single forbidden domain. One might wonder who else could compete. Splendid. It was time to gather modified value. Jiang Ye gradually reined in his thoughts, extending his perception. Not far from where he stood, an intense battle raged within the unbound, empty domain. Boom! The thunderous sound of energy colliding resonated even within the room. Han Xiaoyan has reached the boundless realm? That seems implausible. Only half a year has passed since his ascension to Boundless. Could someone be aiding him? His focus sharpened once again on Han Xiaoyan. The golden divine power within him brought instant clarity. Meet Tsai, you're truly amusing for recruiting Han Xiaoyan as your proxy. Allow me to meet your agent. Jiang Ye's form gradually became ethereal, leaving behind a projection of himself crafted from the myriad realms. Continuing to accompany his mother, his true self had already stepped outside. He produced 9 slay talismans and hurled them towards the group of 9. Then in a flash, vanished from sight. Only the sickening sound of scythes tearing through flesh echoed in the snowy expanse. 10 minutes prior, within a modest dwelling, Lin Qiye sat at the dining table. Surrounded by the familiar aromas of days gone by, he lifted a piece of braised pork and placed it into his younger brother Ah Jin's bowl. A smile gracing his face, puffing up in indignation, the little black dog returned from the crevice, its nose twitching at the enticing scents wafting through the air, its tongue lolling out red and eager. With its small limbs bouncing, it scampered to Lin Qiye's feet, nuzzling against him. Lin Qiye picked up a bone from beside his bowl and tossed it to the little black dog. He then began recounting tales from the barracks to his aunt. Much like a child returning home from afar. Boom! Outside, a series of explosions, more intense than fireworks or firecrackers, interrupted their meal. Lin Qiye paused, turning to gaze out the window. The snow seemed to be falling even heavier. Possessing the realm of mundane affairs, he sensed that these explosions were not ordinary. The instructor and the captain might be involved. Lin Qiye glanced at his aunt and Ah Jin, biting his lip, and slipped his hand into his pocket, maintaining a facade of calm as he continued to eat. Ding cling. Shortly after, his phone rang. His aunt and Yang Jin froze, their gazes shifting to Lin Qiye. He took out his phone, silenced the alarm, and pressed it to his ear, saying, "Commander, understood." Suddenly, Lin Qiye sprang to his feet. His aunt immediately felt a wave of unease wash over her. Yang Jin furrowed his brow, remaining silent. "Aunt, the commander has assigned me a task. I need to return immediately," Lin Qiye stated, a hint of distress in his voice. "Aunt, how can you leave so soon after just returning?" she exclaimed. Lin Qiye lowered his gaze, assuring her, "It's nothing, Aunt, I'll be back soon." He grasped his aunt's hands, flashing her a reassuring smile. Moments later, he shouldered the black box from the corner and opened the door to depart. "Aunt, Ah Jin, you child, wait. This is the cotton jacket I made for you. Wear it, it's cold outside." His aunt hurriedly pressed the thick jacket into his hands. The corners of Lin Qiye's eyes glistened as he nodded gratefully, cradling the jacket in his arms before plunging into the heavy snowfall. His aunt watched the silhouette of the youth fade away, staring blankly into the vast white expanse for quite some time. Yang Jin clenched his fist behind her. "Brother, you fool." He had witnessed every action Lin Qiye took moments before. In the blinding snow, visibility had diminished significantly. Clad in the cotton jacket made by his aunt, Lin Qiye drew his blade and advanced toward the source of the energy fluctuations. Halfway through his journey, he spotted a familiar figure ahead, as if the snow around that area had come to a standstill. Countless eerie serpent eyes emerged in the snow. This was the domain of the Medusa's proxy, the snake woman. Lin Qiye looked up to see Jiang Ye standing at the center of all those serpent eyes. Jiang intended to issue a warning, but saw Jiang Ye slowly utter a single word, "break." The surrounding serpent eyes exploded one after another like ignited firecrackers. Lin Qiye's mouth fell open, then snapped shut. "I have become superfluous." Chapter 51. Medusa strikes prepare for annihilation. On a long night, amidst swirling snowflakes on the deserted streets, a few households glimmered with light, casting a warm glow against the darkness. Jiang Ye stood amidst this scene, the serpent eyes meticulously laid out by the snake woman dissipating into nothingness the moment he unfurled the domain of swords. Concealed in the shadows, the Medusa's proxy, the snake woman, spat out blood, appearing directly in front of Jiang Ye, her expression one of shock as she fixed her gaze upon him. "How did you accomplish this?" Jiang Ye raised his head slightly, responding with a single word. The snake woman felt an inexplicable humiliation at his words, her green hair transforming into small snakes flicking their tongues. Yet, Jiang Ye had indeed uttered a word, causing all her serpent eyes to explode, and she felt an invisible pressure squeezing her body and soul. Furrowing her brow, she pondered, is this something a mere pool realm can achieve? Has Han Xiaoyan truly not investigated thoroughly? What realm are you from? The snake woman inquired, clutching her chest, her gaze fierce. What realm? You may not have the chance to find out. Jiang Ye replied calmly, a beam of mental energy coalescing between his brows. The snake woman's mind went blank, as if an energy were erasing her very soul. Awe. She clutched her head, her eyes wide with torment, as if enduring unspeakable pain. The divine protection of Medusa, utterly fragile. Jiang Ye's mental beam suddenly erupted, and at that moment, the snake woman ceased her screams. Her eyes became vacant, round and dazed, as if she had encountered the inconceivable before she collapsed weakly into the snow. Her soul was obliterated in an instant by Jiang Ye. The snake woman ate tea that moment. Han Xiaoyan arrived, weapon in hand, only to find a snake woman lying lifelessly on the ground, her eyes unblinking. He was momentarily taken aback. Although the snake woman's realm was not high, she was a divine proxy of Medusa. How could she have perished so easily? Han Xiaoyan's gaze shifted to the youth beside the snake woman's corpse. Recognizing him immediately by the distinctive black bandages. Jiang Ye, did you kill her? Jiang Ye was about to turn when a wave of divine power suddenly surged forth. Within his perception, the snake woman's corpse emanated an unfamiliar divine energy. The environment transformed dramatically in an instant, a divine pressure saturating the space. Han Xiaoyan and Lin Qiye's figures vanished, leaving Jiang Ye in an isolated domain. Confusion flooded his mind as he surveyed the crimson energy barrier surrounding him. Realizing this divine power belonged to Medusa, insect who gave you the audacity to slay my queen's proxy. Jiang Ye turned at the sound to behold, hovering 50 meters above him, a figure with a human body and serpent tail. Crowned with a head of serpents, wielding a scepter, Medusa herself, outside the domain of the divine. Han Xiaoyan was bewildered. Where did he go? He scanned his surroundings. Aside from Lin Qiye, the dual divine proxy, Jiang Ye had vanished without a trace. Did you see where he went? Han Xiaoyan asked Lin Qiye, turning to him. Huh. Lin Qiye snapped back to reality, feeling equally perplexed. Just moments ago, a strange surge of divine energy had passed, and in the blink of an eye, Jiang Ye had disappeared. He shook his head in confusion. I thought you saw him, but I did not. Han Xiaoyan drove his spear into the snow, mystified. His current mission was to eliminate Jiang Ye. With the target gone, his transaction with the Seraphim would remain unfulfilled. As for Lin Qiye, he was not his target, thus not his enemy. Once the transaction was completed, he would be free from the sole control of the Whisper and regain his freedom. And then there were my teammates. You are also a night watcher? Lin Qiye, sensing no malice from Han Xiaoyan, approached to inquire. Han Xiaoyan, still searching for Jiang Ye's presence, instinctively replied to Lin Qiye's question. Former night watcher of Gusa City. Currently the 13th seat of the ancient God Church as followers. Lin Qiye's pupils constricted. Damn it, a follower. I was about to chat with a follower. Ding. He immediately retreated several meters, drawing his blade, unleashing the darkest corruption. A dense black fog enveloped the surrounding space. Unaware of the danger posed by Lin Qiye, Han Xiaoyan sensed something was amiss and quickly turned around. As he beheld the encroaching darkness, he took 2 steps back. Were it not for dire necessity, he would never have joined the ancient God Church, nor would he wish to harm a night watcher, for that had once been his conviction. He instinctively reached into his pocket, where a night watcher's medal lay, inscribed with his name, but if the dark night descends, I shall stand before the multitude. You are not my match. My target is not you. Fleeing is your best option. Han Xiaoyan grasped the medal tightly, warning Lin Qiye. The latter paused, taken aback. You want me to run? I sent the ancient God Church trying to capture or kill me. Why is he asking me to escape? The darkest corruption halted, and he fixed his obsidian gaze upon Han Xiaoyan. So who is your target? Jiang Ye. As the words fell, Han Xiaoyan unleashed the might of the boundless realm. Lin Qiye felt a sudden heaviness in his head, nearly toppling over. This pressure was even more formidable than that of Instructor Yuan. While Instructor Yuan was at the sea realm, Han Xiaoyan before him could very well be at the pinnacle of the sea realm, or even the boundless realm. What chance did a mere pool realm cultivator have against the boundless realm? It was akin to a mayfly attempting to shake a tree. Yet, what if he allowed Han Xiaoyan to find Jiang Ye? He had only witnessed Jiang Ye at the Pool Realm effortlessly slay a Peak C realm opponent, but this was the Boundless Realm, 2 entire realms above him. Even the divine artifact of death might not suffice against such power. What could be done? Lin Qiye tightened his grip on the straight blade in his hand, feeling trapped in a dilemma. Retreat was not an option, nor was advancing. The most prudent course of action at this juncture would undoubtedly be to flee. As a Pool Realm cultivator had no hope of contending with the Boundless Realm, but Jiang Ye was still at risk of being found by Han Xiaoyan. Just then, amidst Lin Qiye's hesitation, the sound of metal scraping against the ground echoed. He turned sharply to see Hong Ying, brandishing a spear alight with flames alongside the captain, former captain of the Night Watch team in Gusu City. Han Xiaoyan, I hereby arrest you on behalf of the Night Watch of Daxia. Simultaneously, under the heavy snowfall, Instructor Yuan and 3 Peak Sea Realm cultivators hovered in the air, casting their gazes down upon Han Xiaoyan. Lin Qiye's heart remained devoid of joy. The calm demeanor of Han Xiaoyan indicated that he was unfazed. He was undoubtedly a being of the Boundless Realm. How bothersome. Let us deal with you first, Han Xiaoyan remarked, casting a glance at them before wielding his spear, summoning the winds and snow to follow his movements. In the divine realm, Jiang Ye observed the Medusa before him with an expression of indifference, devoid of any fear. Ants, do you not see why this queen does not kneel? Medusa's blood-red eyes glimmered with divine authority. Jiang Ye shook his head lightly, remaining unaffected. A mere projection of a being that is not even a true deity has no right to demand the submission of the supreme gods. Truly laughable, Neil. Jiang Ye slowly raised his head. Then let it be your wish. As the words escaped his lips, an overwhelming divine might filled the space. The blue and white divine power shattered the realm crafted by Medusa. Medusa's expression froze, her eyes wide with disbelief as she gazed at Jiang Ye. He unleashed his divine power, raising his right hand toward her, his tone cold and authoritative, within the borders of Daxia. You foreign deities shall be purged. Chapter 52. Nonsensical foreign deities. One strike to vanquish. How can you possibly be a god? Daxia has no gods. Medusa stared at the blue and white divine energy surrounding Jiang Ye. Her eyes filled with shock. Such intensity of divine power even surpassed her own true form. Could this youth have already reached the level of a true deity? How could this be? Medusa's blood-red eyes turned frigid as she hastily waved her scepter. A pink divine light emanating from it, creating a protective barrier around herself. Futile struggle. Below, Jiang Ye began to ascend slowly, his black satin eyes transforming into shards of darkness under the overwhelming release of divine power. Emanating blue and white energy, the divine power he had gathered in his raised right hand was effortlessly released with a flick of his fingertip, a blue-white laser, surpassing the speed of light. Pierced through Medusa's heart without any obstruction. Her blood-red eyes widened in disbelief as she looked down at her chest, her heart churning with turmoil that a mere projection of hers could not withstand even a single blow from Jiang Ye. Was it not said that all deities of Daxia had vanished? How could such a terrifying god appear? Jiang Ye before her had undoubtedly reached the level of a true deity. True deities within a divine system are immensely formidable beings. The 12 chief deities of the ancient Greek pantheon of Olympus are all figures to be revered by the world. Now that a true deity had appeared in Daxia, did it imply that the disappearance of Daxia's deities was merely an illusion? Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced through her chest. Her projection began to dissipate from tail to head, vanishing completely in mere moments, leaving no opportunity for her to utter a threat. Jiang Ye gradually lowered his right hand, shaking it off, easily defeated. After Medusa's disappearance, the realm of divine power collapsed instantly, revealing the icy expanse once more, with snowflakes still drifting from the sky. However, this was no longer within the confines of Songnan City. The surroundings were engulfed in desolation and darkness. Where had he arrived? Jiang Ye expanded his perception. Encompassing all of Daxia, he realized that he was several urban districts away from Songnan. Jiang Ye paused. Han Xiaoyan was indeed of the Boundless Realm, and within Songnan, the instructors and lurking Night Watch cultivators were at most Peak Sea Realm. This situation likely could not hold for long, since his divine power had already been exposed. He would proceed accordingly. Jiang Ye activated the myriad phenomena God ruins, his figure vanishing from his previous location in an instant. The snowstorm had been falling for a long time, and at the spot where Jiang Ye had stood, an elder clad in simple robes emerged from the snow, his black and white hair elegantly secured with a hairpin, exuding an aura of ethereal grace. The primordial heavenly sovereign flicked his sleeves and gazed into the distance. Whose reincarnation is this? Why do I not recall? To resurrect so swiftly and reach the level of true deity, such a remarkable individual had escaped my notice during my time in the heavenly court. The primordial heavenly sovereign stroked his chin thoughtfully, contemplating the direction in which Jiang Ye had departed. Outside the borders of Daxia, within a mist-shrouded valley, something seemed to be repelling the encroaching fog. Deep within the valley, in a cave shimmering with ghostly green light, Medusa, seated upon a golden throne, abruptly opened her blood-red eyes, a furious roar echoing from within the cave. The serpents residing in the valley trembled in fear. With a crash, Medusa overturned the offering table before her, her eyes seemingly ablaze. That divine power bore a resemblance to the deity summoned by Gaia during the wrath of Shiva 9 years ago. Clenching her scepter tightly, the anger on her face was replaced by a grave expression. Revenge. For a god-level being to seek vengeance against a true deity was tantamount to self-destruction. What manner of being had the ancient god church provoked? Medusa snorted coldly, recalling that her agent had already perished, with the tasks entrusted to him left unfulfilled, causing her another bout of frustration. It appeared she would need to find a new agent who could meet her expectations. With a long sigh, Medusa acknowledged the chasm of power that compelled her to relent. However, many of the deities from various nations were already in discussions for a united front. When that time came, Daxia would be akin to a turtle in that point. Avenging today's grievances would not be too late. She cast a cold gaze toward the direction of Daxia. Within Daxia, in Songnan City, Ding, once cloaked in a black robe, Han Xiaoyan now donned a white patterned robe, wielding his spear amidst the falling snow, continuously fending off the attacks of 4 Peak Sea Realm cultivators. Yuan Gang and Chun Mai began to discern the underlying truth. Han Xiaoyan maintained a defensive stance, clearly a being of the boundless realm, yet choosing not to attack. Yuan Gang furrowed his brow. Han Xiaoyan, why do you not strike? Is your heart telling you to refrain from harming the Night Watch? What truly transpired back then? With his spear spinning effortlessly in his grasp, Han Xiaoyan deflected an attack from a Peak Sea Realm cultivator and took 2 steps back, calmly gazing at Yuan Gang. Were it not for the suppression of the angelic divine power over the soul contract of murmurs, he would likely have gone berserk by now. He shook his head at Yuan Gang. I have stated, my objective is not you. Captain Chun, I wish to inquire, what are your teammates to you? Chen Mai was taken aback, turning to glance at Hong Ying, who bore minor injuries, and Lin Qiye. A faint smile gracing his lips. They're the most important to me, those I would entrust my back to. Han Xiaoyan erupted into laughter, prompting everyone to pause their actions. That's so. Then when your teammates fall one by one before your eyes, and you face a choice that could save their lives, yet contradict your beliefs, how would you choose? Chun Mai's expression darkened. He was momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Even Lin Qiye fell silent. If his family faced a life-or-death threat, and joining the ancient god church could save them, what choice would he make then? At that moment, Han Xiaoyan gazed up at the night sky, a helpless smile gracing his lips. Qing Qing and my teammates, I will surely revive you. No one can stop me. The image of a woman clad in green flashed in his mind, her eyes tightly shut, unresponsive to his calls. Qing Qing, I failed to protect you then. This time, I will not miss the chance to save you. Han Xiaoyan lowered his head, looking at the Night Watch cultivator clad in a dark red cloak, wielding a star blade, gritting his teeth. He retrieved the Night Watch medal from his pocket, gazing at the name inscribed upon it. After a moment of hesitation, Han Xiaoyan slowly released his grip, the metal producing a metallic clink as it fell into the snow. I apologize. I cannot protect millions. I only wish to safeguard those most important to me. With unwavering determination in his eyes, Han Xiaoyan's aura suddenly surged, the winds and snow around him converging violently. Beneath his feet, a vortex of wind unleashed a powerful storm. Under the heavy gaze of those around him, Han Xiaoyun slowly ascended. "Since you wish to obstruct me, I must cleanse you from my path." As his words faded, a tornado laden with snow and wind appeared instantaneously above Songnan, its immense pulling force wreaking havoc upon the surrounding structures. Yuan Gang raised his hands defensively. "This is bad. The tempest of the boundless realm is capable of obliterating Songnan and several nearby cities. We must stop him." The two-peak sea realm cultivators exchanged glances at the snowstorm, shaking their heads in unison. "We cannot possibly halt this. Reinforcements from above won't arrive in time." The words struck the crowd like a chilling gust, silencing them against the formidable pull of the snow tornado. Nearby, on a stone platform, Bai Li Pangpang, Chao Yuan, and Shun Qingzhu were also drawn by the commotion. Chewing gum, Shun Qingzhu gazed at the swirling vortex of snow and wind. Instinctively, he extended his right hand and slowly snapped his fingers. Chapter 53, Bai Li Pangpang. Sacrificing 10 years of Chao Yuan's life. Snap. As the sound of the snap echoed, the immense and menacing snow tornado dissipated into nothingness without a trace. Han Xiaoyun's expression froze. "Where's the eye of the storm?" He glanced down at the ground, realizing the eye had vanished as if in a thin air. Below, Yuan Gang and Chun Mai exchanged glances, both turning their eyes toward Shun Qingzhu on the stone platform. Lin Qiye and the others followed suit, instantly comprehending the situation. The Qimin completely subdued Han Xiaoyun's tempest. "Damn it! What have you done, Brother Zhua? Why did the tornado disappear?" Bai Li Pangpang stood beside Shun Qingzhu, his face a mask of shock. Even the usually composed Chao Yuan stared at Shun Qingzhu in astonishment. Under the weight of so many gazes, Shun Qingzhu felt a twinge of embarrassment. "I merely snapped my fingers," he said. Bai Li Pangpang was utterly flabbergasted. A mere snap had obliterated a formidable attack from the infinite realm. "Goodness, why am I surrounded by such monsters when I feel so ordinary?" Seeing their overwhelming prowess was more distressing than death itself. Bai Li Pangpang turned and threw himself into Chao Yuan's embrace. However, Chao Yuan deftly sidestepped, replying coolly, "Qiye can, but you cannot." Bai Li Pangpang collapsed to the ground, his eyes misty, crying out, "I can't take this anymore." On the battlefield, Yuan Gang exchanged a glance with the two-peak sea realm sentinels, drawing his knife with a resonant clang as it sliced through the air. Under Chun Mai's command, Team 136 surged toward Han Xiaoyun, suspended in midair. Bang! The muzzle of Long Xian's sniper rifle erupted with sparks as a bullet flew straight for Han Xiaoyun. The latter frowned slightly, spinning his spear to deflect the bullet, his gaze shifting to Shun Qingzhu nearby. "You think you can restrain my void? Then let me show you what a miracle looks like." Buzz! Han Xiaoyun's entire being shimmered with golden radiance, golden patterns emerging on his forehead, a divine aura enveloping the land. As the power of the Seraphim manifested, Yuan Gang and the others charging towards him were repelled, leaving only Lin Qiye unaffected. Lin Qiye's eyes widened in shock. He hadn't anticipated that Han Xiaoyun was also an agent of the Seraphim. He swung his knife towards Han Xiaoyun. With a slight movement of his spear, Han Xiaoyun unleashed a force that sent Lin Qiye flying in a confrontation between the infinite and the pool realms. Lin Qiye had no chance of victory, nor could he even resist. This was the might of the Seraphim. Meanwhile, Yuan Gang's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Han Xiaoyun. He had actually become an agent of the Seraphim. Impossible! If he were an agent, the Sentinels would have discovered it long ago. Yuan Gang's expression turned grave. An agent of the divine. In the infinite realm, they had no chance whatsoever. He glanced toward the city of Songnan, bitterness creeping onto his lips, but retreat was not an option at this moment. They were sentinels, and they had to stand before the multitude. Yuan Gang fixed his gaze on the golden light surrounding Han Xiaoyun, his eyes resolute. "Everyone draw your blades." With that command, the sound of blades unsheathing filled the air as they all stood behind Yuan Gang, not a single person retreating. Team 136 of the Sentinels was prepared to fight to the death. Chimai gripped his knife tightly. Then Hong Ying, Wen Chima, Wu Xiangnan, Si Xiaonan, and Lin Qiye all shouted in unison. Lin Qiye turned to glance toward the old city. "Aunt, Jin, I will protect you." Suspended in midair, Han Xiaoyun observed the scene below, his eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions. He had once stood before the multitude himself. But now, he found himself unable to apologize. Han Xiaoyun twirled his spear, summoning the tempest once more to eye in that instant. The eye of the storm began to coalesce again, this time radiating with a golden glow. The snow tornado slowly ascended, its power even more formidable than before, resembling the end of the world. Damn, it's coming back. Brother Zhua, snap your fingers again, Bali Pang Pang called out as the snow tornado reformed. Although Shen Qingzhu was displeased by the commanding tone, he understood it was part of his duty as a bodyguard. He turned to face the snow tornado, the fierce wind stinging his face, and raised his right hand. Snap. With the sound of the snap, the malevolent air surrounding the tornado was instantly expelled. However, this time, the snow tornado did not vanish. Instead, it continued to spin in a vacuum. Shen Qingzhu was taken aback and snapped his fingers several more times, but to no avail. The tornado remained unaffected, its pull growing ever stronger. What is going on? Brother Zhua, Bali Pang Pang, was bewildered. Chao Yuan furrowed his brow by all logic. A storm is a phenomenon resulting from the large-scale movement of air. In a vacuum, there should be no medium for such a storm to exist. Bali Pang Pang, though somewhat understanding, still questioned, then what is this situation? Chao Yuan pondered for a moment before simply stating, it's a miracle. Bali Pong Pong's face paled in an instant as he looked at the swirling storm. His expression one of distress. Does that mean we're all finished? Chao Yuan's expression remained calm as he replied, Yes, Dada, could you not be so indifferent about life and death? I have not lived enough yet. Bali Pang Pang suddenly knelt, clasping his hands together in prayer. Heaven, please send someone to deal with the one controlling this storm. I am willing to exchange 10 years of Chao Yuan's life. Gao Duan. Just as Bali Pang Pang finished speaking, a deafening roar erupted, and a terrifying wave of divine power surged forth, nearly sweeping the three away. They clung to something stable, astonished as they gazed toward the battlefield. A sphere of blue and white light descended from the heavens, enveloping the colossal snow tornado, which instantly calmed, its fierce pull vanishing in an instant. Below, Yuan Gang and the others were taken aback. Instinctively retreating to a safe distance, they exchanged bewildered glances, unable to discern the situation within the dazzling light. This is a wave of divine power. It's incredibly potent. A deity has descended. One of the Peak Sea Realm sentinels exclaimed in shock that a deity? Yuan Gang, Chen Mai, and Lin Qiye all froze that a divine being has descended. A flicker of surprise crossed Yuan Gang's eyes. Chen Mai furrowed his brow. A deity? Could it be the one from 9 years ago? This matter was confidential among the upper echelons of the Sentinels. Only he, the guardian of a Shiba grievance, knew about it in all of Songnan. He remembered Commander Yi had instructed him to report immediately upon encountering a deity in Songnan. Which deity is this? But why would they come to aid Songnan? Lin Qiye fixed his gaze on the blue and white light, his eyes shimmering with golden divine power, yet he still could not penetrate the mystery within. A god, so powerful. The crowd gazed in awe at the blue and white sphere. Meanwhile, Bali Pong Pong's eyes widened further. No way, it's really gone? Goodness, Chao Yuan, your 10 years of life were incredibly effective. He suddenly embraced Chao Yuan, tears of joy streaming down his face. Shen Qingzhu twitched his mouth in disbelief. Is this really happening? Chao Yuan's eyes glazed over, his voice choked. Why 10 years of life are gone? Chapter 54. Han Xiaoyan, apologizing to the great Xia. The blizzard ceased, and on that cold winter night, only the distant sound of firecrackers could be heard. Within the sphere of blue and white light lay a small world crafted by Jiang Ye. Here, there were cities and countless people. Jiang Ye stood on the street. Beside him was the white-robed Han Xiaoyan. Han Xiaoyan's eyes filled with confusion as he surveyed the familiar streets, memories flooding back. This was Gusu's city. Jiang Ye slowly turned to face Han Xiaoyan. This is the world your heart desires. As Jiang Ye turned, Han Xiaoyan was momentarily taken aback. His right hand instinctively reached for his spear, only to find it had already vanished. Want to kill me, and then rely on the Seraphim's promise to resurrect your teammates? Jiang Ye spoke with indifference. Possessing the ability of heart travel, he could see through Han Xiaoyan's thoughts. Han Xiaoyan was stunned, frowning. How do you know? Jiang Ye shook his head with a smile. Let us not discuss whether the Seraphim's promise can be fulfilled. based solely on the little divine power he granted you, which is only temporary. Do you really think you can defeat me? Han Xiaoyan lowered his head slightly, realizing that being brought here without his awareness indicated Jiang Ye's superiority in strength. Could he be a Klein? His heart sank, and he was also astonished. He hadn't expected a Klein expert to participate in a rookie training camp. What a disgrace. Nonetheless, he resolved to fight for his teammates. Han Xiaoyan fixed his gaze on Jiang Ye. He then distanced himself from Jiang Ye, channeling all his mental energy. However, the youth made no move, merely facing one direction. You might see your teammates here. Han Xiaoyan froze for a moment, then turned to look behind him. Captain, don't mind us. Just go. Before he could catch a glimpse, a clear female voice reached his ears. Han Xiaoyan froze in shock, raising his head. There atop a high-rise, a girl in blue was bleeding from her mouth, forcefully pushing the Han Xiaoyan of this world. Following that, the blue-clad maiden was struck by a dreamlike force, helplessly descending. Ching-ching. Han Xiaoyan was momentarily stunned. Above the towering buildings, a man clad in a tailcoat slowly emerged, a mocking smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he observed their demise. In an instant, Han Xiaoyan's fists clenched tightly, his eyes bloodshot as he fixed a fierce gaze upon the man, muttering, "You shall die." He yearned to charge forward, yet an energy barrier obstructed his path. As if he were an unwelcome observer in a world not his own. Han Xiaoyan pounded against the barrier with his fists, but to no avail. Behind him, Jiang Ye chose not to intervene, remaining focused on the turmoil within Han Xiaoyan's heart. Before long, the specter known as Yu had decimated the night watchman team from Suzhou, leaving only Han Xiaoyan standing. That Yu gently lifted a girl in a green dress, a playful smile crossing his lips as he addressed Han Xiaoyan. "You are Han Xiaoyan, are you not? Your talent is quite remarkable. I now present you with an opportunity to save this woman. Simply become my follower, and she shall live." Kneeling on the rooftop, Han Xiaoyan spat out blood, his body trembling. Ching-ching. He gritted his teeth, tightly clutching the night watchman insignia. Here, he was faced with a choice between his beliefs and the life of someone dear to him. After a long silence, he let out a bitter laugh. "If I cannot protect my comrades, my beloved, how can I protect millions?" With a self-deprecating chuckle, Han Xiaoyan bowed his head to Yu. In that very moment, the entire world vanished, plunging into darkness, leaving only Jiang Ye and the true Han Xiaoyan in existence. Tears streamed down Han Xiaoyan's face as he knelt on the ground, repeatedly uttering apologies. Jiang Ye approached him slowly, stating, "Your comrades' souls have already dissipated. Even a miracle from a Seraphim cannot resurrect them." Han Xiaoyan perhaps understood this, letting out a self-mocking laugh. He simply could not let go, for those steeped in despair. Even a glimmer of hope was worth believing in. However, Jiang Ye shifted the conversation. "I can save that girl in green." These words, Han Xiaoyan's body jolted, lifting his gaze to Jiang Ye. His eyes dimmed once more as he asked, "What are your conditions? Why should I trust you? It matters not whether you believe me. I merely wish to inform you that I will safeguard the girl's soul until she can be revived through a miracle." Jiang Ye replied calmly. He referred to as naturally Lin Qiye. He crouched down, patting Han Xiaoyan's shoulder. "I have already annulled your soul contract. Live well, and perhaps you will see her again someday." Han Xiaoyan's expression shifted in shock as he inwardly checked, confirming that Yu's soul contract had indeed vanished. Such a feat was beyond the capabilities of Klein. Who exactly was he? No one had ever mentioned such a figure among the pinnacle of humanity. Could he be a deity? Han Xiaoyan gazed at Jiang Ye in astonishment. "Are you a god of the Daxia?" Jiang Ye pondered for a moment before replying, "I am a person of Daxia." Han Xiaoyan understood, slowly nodding in acknowledgement. "Very well. I will wait. Additionally, I apologize for bringing shame to Daxia." He stood to express his contrition. Jiang Ye smiled. "Do well in your repentance." As he spoke, the ground began to tremble, and the very fabric of space began to collapse. Han Xiaoyan glanced around, and upon turning back, Jiang Ye had vanished without a trace. Now, he was utterly convinced that Jiang Ye was indeed a deity. This divine figure had appeared to rescue him, only to depart, likely wishing to keep his identity concealed. As space dissipated and the sensation of weightlessness engulfed him, Han Xiaoyan felt as though he were plummeting into the depths of the ocean. Yet this time, the surface was not shrouded in darkness. A beam of sunlight pierced through. Look, the blue and white light is fading. Outside the radiant glow, Yuan Gang and others watched intently, gripping their knives tightly. Brace for action, as the light gradually diminished. A weathered man in a white robe emerged into view. Han Xiaoyan. Upon recognizing the figure, Yuan Gang and the members of Team 136 swiftly surrounded him. Despite the frigid winter air, beads of cold sweat trickled down Yuan Gang's forehead, which deity had chosen not to eliminate Han Xiaoyan. This was dire news. He understood that even their combined might could not rival Han Xiaoyan. Yet, what did it mean to be a night watchman? Even in death, they would stand before others. Han Xiaoyan, if you still possess a shred of conscience, cease this and return with me to the sanctuary for repentance. Yuan Gang urged, believing that Han Xiaoyan did not genuinely wish to betray the night watchman. He was merely compelled by circumstance. However, Han Xiaoyan stood there, dazed, gazing up at the night sky, tears streaming down his cheeks. Seeing Han Xiaoyan's silence, Yuan Gang's heart sank. This scene also caused by Li Pangpang and others in the distance to grow anxious that, you come in such a grand manner, and yet it amounts to nothing. Li Pangpang was taken aback. What sort of deity is this? Chao Yuan and Shen Qingzhu wore solemn expressions. Han Xiaoyan remained unscathed, which meant they were all doomed, and the entire southern region would be obliterated. Suddenly, they heard the sound of knees hitting the ground. They looked up to see Han Xiaoyan kneeling, tears flowing down his face. The crowd was taken aback. He cried out as the former captain of the Suzhou Night Watchman team. I implore Daxia for forgiveness. Chapter 55, Lifespan Sacrifice of the Prophet. What the hell? Shen Qingzhu was stunned, turning to look at the kneeling by Li Pangpang. Wait, this is the second time. Damn it. This time it's my lifespan. Li Pangpang was astonished to see Han Xiaoyan truly accepting his fate, shock written all over his face. Damn it, my mouth has truly been blessed. He stood up joyfully, shaking his beer belly, and patted Shen Qingzhu and Chao Yuan on the shoulder that, it's nothing. It's just 10 years of lifespan. Losing 10 years isn't a big deal. Li Pangpang comforted. Chao Yuan was still in a daze. At this moment, even he, who had been a monk for many years, was stunned. Damn it, truly, whatever is said will come to pass. However, Shen Qingzhu was not so forgiving. He seized Li Pangpang by the collar. Who the hell told you to use my lifespan as a trade? Don't you have any of your own? Li Pangpang raised his hands defensively. Bro, look at how many lives I've saved. Your 10 years of lifespan is nothing compared to that. Shen Qingzhu pushed Li Pangpang away, glancing at those below and sighing. Indeed, saving so many lives. What was 10 years of his own lifespan? Damn it, you all remember, I traded 10 years of my lifespan for you. Meanwhile, on the battlefield below, Team 136 and the 3C Realm members, including Yuan Gang, were all in shock. Apologize? Isn't this a fight? Yuan Gang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, gazing incredulously at the kneeling Han Xiaoyan in the snow. What did you just say? Han Xiaoyan shook his head. Extending his hands, take me to the sanctuary. Yuan Gang involuntarily leaned back. The others were equally taken aback. Just moments ago, he had been defiant, and now he was willingly accepting his fate. The two-peak Sea Realm Night Watchmen exchanged glances with Yuan Gang, who nodded. Understanding the cue, they produced handcuffs crafted from the materials of the town ruins monument and placed them on Han Xiaoyan's wrists. They grasped his arms and lifted him up. Commander Yuan, we shall return to report now. Yuan Gang, regaining his composure, stood at attention and saluted. The two returned the gesture and led Han Xiaoyan away. Han Xiaoyan looked up at the gradually brightening sky. Ching, I await your return. Thus, Han Xiaoyan was taken away so easily. Team 136 remained in stupor. Chen Mai cleared his throat awkwardly. I spoke too soon with my impassioned words. Lin Qiye also wore a befuddled expression. Just moments before, the blue and white light had flickered, causing Han Xiaoyan to accept his fate so readily. Wait a moment. Jiang Ye is yet to be found. Captain, you are all here. As Lin Qiye was about to mention this, Jiang Ye suddenly emerged from the alleyway, panting heavily. The group turned to look. Lin Qiye rushed over, gripping his shoulders and scanning for injuries. You weren't hurt? Jiang Ye replied dryly. Shouldn't I have sustained some injuries? No. The snake woman had set up a snake elsewhere and just teleported me. I ran all the way here and am exhausted. Lin Qiye understood upon hearing this. The snake woman snake I indeed possessed teleportation capabilities. So Jiang Ye's words were likely true to everything resolved here. Jiang Ye changed the subject. It's done. You weren't here, so you have no idea what transpired. Lin Qiye chuckled, teasingly playing coy. All right. Chun Mai and the members of Team 136 approached. As long as it's fine, today is the first day of the new year. I'll make dumplings for you. Yay. Captain, I want a double portion. Hong Ying laughed. Having survived a great catastrophe, everyone wore smiles of relief. Yuan Gang observed Team 136's laughter and camaraderie. Nodding with a smile, in his line of sight, Chun Mai stepped out of the group and approached Yuan Gang. After a mutual nod, they moved a distance away from the others. Han Xiaoyun's voluntary acceptance of his fate undoubtedly involved the intervention of a deity. It is now certain that this deity harbors no ill intentions. Yet you must remain vigilant. He was unwilling to reveal his true form, and it would be prudent for us not to seek him out intentionally, as provoking a deity would not bode well for Tsangnan, Yuan Gang stated solemnly. Chun Mai nodded. The formidable divine power he had sensed moments ago suggested that Tsangnan would be easily obliterated with but a light squeeze in his hands. Understand now. I would be grateful if Instructor Yuan could report this to the upper echelons of the Night Watchers. Yuan Gang chuckled. It's a trivial matter, by the way. Let us share a meal of dumplings before departing. Chun Mai suggested. Yuan Gang paused momentarily, then waved his hand dismissively. No, I shall not compete with the children for food. I must take my leave. He gestured farewell, leaving Chun Mai with a sense of solitude. Chun Mai watched as Yuan Gang gradually vanished from sight, feeling a pang of reflection. Family reunions might be the greatest desire in the hearts of the Night Watchers. Brother Jiang Ye, Qiye, we have arrived. I too wish to partake in the dumplings. At that moment, Bailey Pang Pang rushed over, dragging Chao Yuan and Shen Qingzhu along. Shen Qingzhu turned her head away, displaying an unwilling demeanor, yet her feet continued to move. Bailey Pang Pang dashed up to Lin Qiye and Jiang Ye, hands on hips, proudly proclaiming, "Let me tell you, the reason Han Xiaoyun can." However, before he could finish, Chao Yuan and Shen Qingzhu quickly covered his mouth and said to the two, "We have some matters to attend to." They promptly dragged Bailey Pang Pang into a narrow alley. His cries, akin to a pig being slaughtered, soon echoed from within. "What's the matter? It's just a sacrifice." Don't hit me, I was wrong." Lin Qiye and Jiang Ye exchanged glances, their lips twitching, while Hong Ying and the others looked on with curiosity. Jiang Ye could only smile wryly, realizing Bailey Pang Pang might as well be a soothsayer at this rate. Just then, the system's voice resonated, and Jiang Ye's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Ding! Above in the sky, Yuan Shi Tianzuan stroked his beard, gazing at Jiang Ye with a slight "My young friend, I eagerly anticipate the day we meet." He smiled and gracefully waved his sleeve, soaring away on the wind. Beneath the vast and boundless starry sky, upon the silvery surface of the moon, the Seraph perceived that the divine power he had left within Han Xiaoyun had been erased. Signaling the dissolution of their pact, a grave expression creased his brow. Who possesses the ability to nullify my divine contract? Mikael's eyes gleamed with golden light, yet upon seeing the lively Jiang Ye, his gaze abruptly sharpened. Useless, you cannot even eliminate an ant. Wasting my divine power, he felt a surge of anger, then diverted his attention from Jiang Ye, surveying the battleground from earlier. Through the perception granted by the miraculous divine power, he sensed a familiar aura of divinity. It is he, the new god who emerged in Tsangnan 9 years ago. Arrogant, just 9 years after his ascension, he dares to meddle in my affairs. Mikael's golden eyes flickered once more. Eager to uncover the identity of this supreme deity. Chapter 56, whose confidence beneath the pallid sky, the boundless void had vanished, and personnel tasked with managing the site were meandering about, seemingly searching for something. This scene fell within the golden gaze of the Seraph, causing him to furrow his brow slightly. He utilized the laws of miracles to retrace the events at the scene, but could only perceive a blurred figure. Whenever he attempted to discern finer details, he was abruptly obstructed by a mysterious force that Mikael pondered. Baffled by what power could thwart his laws, it could either be that the laws of this supreme deity directly countered his own, or that their realm exceeded his? Could it be one of the three celestial deities of the great Xia heavenly court? Mikael speculated, recalling his own encounters with their formidable power. The Seraph shook his hand, returning to the lunar surface. It was likely that Han Xiaoyan had already caught the attention of the divine beings of Great Xia. If he were to interfere in their affairs, it would only be a matter of time before they sought retribution once they regained their strength. Mikael's eyes reflected the image of Jiang Ye, his brow furrowed in concentration. "Aunt, let you frolic for a while longer." His palm glimmered with golden light as he calculated the future using the laws of miracles. In 6 months, Sangnan will vanish amidst a great calamity, seemingly over the contention for some object. Mikael narrowed his eyes, then smiled. "It appears that my intervention is unnecessary. Aunt, this is your fate when Sangnan disappears in 6 months. Foreign gods will invade Great Xia, and their target will indeed be Sangnan. Moreover, Jiang Ye will also be embroiled in this affair, as for the ultimate outcome. While he could not discern it, a mere mortal ant would be as fragile as a mayfly amidst this divine conflict." Mikael smirked, feeling a sense of relief at the thought of Jiang Ye, this blasphemous ant, meeting his demise. "Out of my magnanimity, I shall grant you 6 more months of life." The Seraph turned away, his 6 wings facing the earth. Radiating an air of haughty isolation in Sanan City, the dimly lit sewer outlet revealed a frail figure emerging, the white light illuminating the delicate features of a young boy. And Qinjiu adjusted his glasses, gazing up at the sky shrouded in clouds where sunlight peeked through. "Alas, I played the fool just this once, truly meddlesome." The rats he had released had already captured the scenes of Jiang Ye utilizing the death god's decree to slay the followers and swiftly dispatch the Medusa's agent. The serpent woman marveled slightly, leaning against a pillar, hands in pockets, deep in thought, excitement flickering in his eyes. If only I could dissect him. Meanwhile, on a street in Sangnan, a delivery man clad in a yellow vest with 2 ears protruding from his helmet sped along the road. TSK. It's truly challenging to find a deity without a divine agent. Lu Wuwei grumbled, feeling quite vexed at the target's disappearance. The moment the divine power fluctuations from Sangnan emerged, he recognized the familiar divine energy from 9 years ago, but upon arriving, it vanished without a trace. However, he did spot the malevolent goddess Medusa. Initially appearing far from Sangnan, she suddenly vanished. He pondered what could have transpired. Shaking his head, Lu Wuwei spotted a spatial rift ahead and drove into it, disappearing from the street. Yet the passers-by around him remained entirely oblivious. The training camp. Yuan Gang returned early, intending to report the situation to his superiors. As he walked down the corridor of the office, instructors Hong and Gu happened to approach. "Commander," the two saluted. Yuan Gang nodded, offering no further words, and proceeded to his office. The Ji was taken aback and inquired, "What is wrong with old Yuan? He seems rather rushed." Hong chuckled. "You theoretical masters weren't involved in the purge in Sangnan, so you might be unaware a significant event occurred there last night." Gu's eyes widened with curiosity. "What happened?" "Last night, I finished clearing out the remnants of the ancient god church ahead of time, and when I went to assist old Yuan with a few instructors. Guess what?" Gu leaned in, ears perked with anticipation. Hong smiled. "A deity appeared." "A deity?" Gu exclaimed in astonishment. "Could it be a deity of Great Xia?" Hong shook his head. "I cannot confirm, but that deity seemed to be aiding the Night Watchers of Great Xia." "Are you familiar with the Night Watchers team from the former Gusu city?" Gu nodded, recalling tales of them encountering the murmurs of the ancient god church and nearly facing total annihilation. The team leader, Han Xiaoyan, joined the ancient god church, becoming a divine agent and even breaking through to the infinite realm. Hong recounted, just when old Yuan and the 2C realm peak Night Watchers were at their wits' end. A blue and white light descended from the heavens, extinguishing Han Xiaoyan's tempest. And then what happened? Gu asked, his expression dazed. The notion of a divine agent like Han Xiaoyan breaking through to the infinite realm was already extraordinary. "Did he die?" Gu ventured. Hong raised a finger, shaking his head in a non-ono gesture. "Not a scratch on him." "Stop with the nonsense," Gu retorted. Hong chuckled. "That would be quite undignified that I, in truth." Han Xiaoyan surrendered voluntarily. "That is it?" Gu probed. Hong nodded. "That is all." How boring, Jiu muttered, clutching his books as he hurried away, deep in contemplation. Aside from the deities of Great Xia, who else would assist them? He needed to return and conduct further research. In Yuan Gang's office, he reported, Commander Yi, the basic situation is as follows. That deity seems reluctant to reveal themselves, but it is certain they harbor no ill intentions. After a brief silence, the phone responded. Understood. Are you certain Han Xiaoyan has encountered this deity? Yuan Gang affirmed. Though he was unclear about what Han Xiaoyan had witnessed at the time, his change in attitude suggested a connection to a certain deity. Very well, I will personally investigate this matter. By the way, how have Jiang Ye and Lin Qiye been performing recently? Upon hearing this, Yuan Gang's face broke into a broad smile, exuding a sense of pride, as if to say, Indeed, these two children are my pupils, that I must tell you, Commander Yi. These two are exceptionally talented. They not only eliminated two peak followers from the Chuan realm, but especially Jiang Ye, who directly vanquished the Serpent Woman, an agent of the ancient God Church. The details of their exploits made Yi Fan furrow his brow in disbelief. Point 2 from the Pool realm, slaying peak enemies in the Chuan realm. At first, he was skeptical. However, upon hearing it was the artifact of the Grim Reaper, he felt a sense of relief. Indeed, it was commendable. Once the new recruits returned to the training camp, they should be duly rewarded. Yi Fan remarked. Yuan Gang quickly acquiesced and inquired, What kind of reward does Commander Yi intend to bestow upon those two youngsters? Yi Fan replied, When did I ever say I would give them anything? Just then, a cough came through the phone. What did you say? The signal is quite poor. Immediately after, the line went dead with a series of beeps. Yuan Gang twitched his lips, ultimately setting the phone down quietly. In the capital, Yi Fan emerged from his office and instructed his secretary, make arrangements to visit the retreat and meet with Han Xiaoyan. He must reveal what he truly witnessed. Chapter 57. The Whispering Avatar was erased in an instant. On the vast ocean, a circular prison resembling an iron cage stood tall amidst the waves. A fighter jet descended upon the retreat, and, as the cabin opened, Yi Fan stepped out slowly, as the warden of the retreat. Chun Fuji approached to greet him. The two men entered a carriage like brothers, where Chun Fuji expertly brewed a pot of tea, pouring a cup and placing it before Yi Fan lifted the cup, blew away the steam, took a sip, and nodded in approval. By the way, what did Han Xiaoyan reveal? Chun Fuji swirled his teacup and said, Dr. Li interrogated him once, but he remained tight-lipped, he sighed. Yi Fan frowned slightly. Not even Dr. Li could extract anything. What exactly did he say? He mentioned that someone placed a layer of protection over Han Xiaoyan's soul, which even his spirit journey could not penetrate. Yet it contained no divine power, which is quite strange. If it were the work of a deity, there should be divine energy sustaining it. However, Han Xiaoyan's situation resembles that of a psychological barrier. Chun Fuji's tone grew serious. Psychological barrier. Yi Fan's brows knitted tightly. It is known that his spirit journey ranks among the 7 great barriers, and if even his spirit journey could not contend with this, what kind of formidable psychological barrier could it be? Furthermore, Dr. Li sensed that Han Xiaoyan's soul bore some form of contract, where energy and spiritual protection were intertwined. Chun Fuji continued. Yi Fan's heart sank. Are you implying that this individual possesses more than one ability? Chun Fuji set down his teacup and nodded. If this is not the doing of the deity from Songnan, it can only be attributed to the ancient God Church. This is the first time I have encountered such an all-encompassing psychological barrier. It has never appeared in any records of barriers in Diaxia. Yi Fan fell silent, aware that the ancient God Church's whispering could forge contracts with the souls of their followers, compelling them to obey commands. However, an all-encompassing psychological barrier seemed exaggerated. Let Dr. Li investigate further. I have come to personally meet Han Xiaoyan. After finishing his tea, Yi Fan followed Chun Fuji to the interrogation room. In the dimly lit interrogation room, illuminated only by a single chandelier, 2 prison guards soon escorted Han Xiaoyan inside. Han Xiaoyan kept his head bowed, his eyes complex, a painful expression etched upon his face. Yi Fan spoke in a grave tone. Former night watchman of Suzhou, Han Xiaoyan, I am Yi Fan, the supreme commander of Daxia. Upon hearing this, Han Xiaoyan slightly raised his cold face, his voice hoarse. Commander Yi Fan nodded. I have heard of your deeds from Yuan Gang, and I express my heartfelt apologies for the sacrifice of your fellow night watchman. He continued, Now, I must ask you, what did you see at that time? A glimmer sparked in Han Xiaoyun's eyes, reflecting the image of Jiang Ye. Yet he shook his head. I saw nothing. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes and altered his approach to, I do not require you to reveal who he is. But I need to understand why he chose to assist Daxia. Knowing the identity of the deity from Songnan holds little significance. What truly concerns him is whether it poses a danger to Daxia, or if that deity aids Daxia with some hidden agenda. Han Xiaoyun appeared momentarily stunned, deep in thought. The dim interrogation room fell into silence. Only the sound of breathing could be heard. After a lengthy pause, Han Xiaoyun finally parted his lips and stammered out a few words. He is one of Daxia. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan's eyes brightened slightly. However, when he turned to look at Han Xiaoyun again, the latter had lowered his head, falling silent. Yi Fan's lips curled into a smile as he stood up. Patting Han Xiaoyun on the shoulder, stay alive, and if the opportunity arises, I shall grant you a chance to redeem yourself. Han Xiaoyun did not respond, and Yi Fan refrained from further inquiries as he exited the interrogation room. Ancient God Church. Inside the church on the throne, the Whispering One slowly opened his eyes, revealing a glint of malice. They are all dead. The weight of his tone caused the hearts of the congregants in the grand hall to sink. The sixth seat spoke indeed, Lord Whispering. And the serpent woman? She too has perished. Bang! A terrifying pressure emanated from the Whispering One, distorting his visage slightly. The congregants knelt on one knee in the grand hall. Trembling, the Whispering One's chest heaved violently, unable to fathom the outcome of deploying the boundless realm's Han Xiaoyun, resulting in the loss of more than half of the faithful, along with the death of a divine agent. This was a heavy blow to the ancient God Church. The most critical point was that Jiang Ye and Lin Qiye emerged and scathed a pack of useless fools. The Whispering One gripped the armrests of his throne. Cursing furiously, Lord Whispering, Han Xiaoyun is not dead. The second seat interjected. The Whispering One paused momentarily. What are the others? They surrendered. The fire that had nearly extinguished within the Whispering One reignited instantly. However, reason ultimately triumphed over rage. Han Xiaoyun possesses a soul contract. Surrendering is out of the question. What on earth is going on? The Whispering One inquired of him, Why, Lord, it is as follows. The second seat recounted the emergence of the deity from Songnan. The more the Whispering One listened, the tighter his brows knitted that if it is indeed a deity, then breaking their own soul contract is not impossible. This implies that Han Xiaoyun has escaped his control, thus jeopardizing some matters concerning the church. It seems the plan must be rearranged, especially regarding the retreat. Wu Tongxian must die. Second seat, sixth seat, find a way to contact the faithful at the retreat. They must not inform Han Xiaoyun about the plan, that if they have already disclosed it, eliminate them. Understood, the second and sixth seats responded. The Whispering One rose from his throne, moving with a ghostly grace out of the church. Descending to a secret chamber beneath. Clang. The stone door creaked open, revealing the room's furnishings gradually. Quite cozy. The Whispering One chuckled softly, admiring the flowers and warm-toned decorations done on a crystal bed to the right. A woman clad in patterned azure garments lay, possessing a beauty that could captivate even the most discerning. She lay still, seemingly ensnared in slumber. The Whispering One approached slowly, gazing down at the woman before him. Since Han Xiaoyun has betrayed me, you shall take the place of the 13th seat among the faithful. He pondered what kind of scene would unfold when she eventually encountered Han Xiaoyun. It was truly something to anticipate. He extended his hand, reaching for the woman's head to establish a soul contract. His mental energy began to flow into the azure-clad woman's mind, delving deeper into her soul. However, just as his mental energy was about to penetrate her consciousness, an opposing force obstructed it. What is happening? The Whispering One intensified his mental energy input. Suddenly, a force absorbed his mental energy, rebounding to injure his own spirit. The Whispering One involuntarily spat out a mouthful of blood, his expression shifting unpredictably. Who did this? Is it the deity from Songnan that erased Han Xiaoyun's soul contract? Can it reach from such a distance? He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze growing cold as he fixed it upon the azure-clad woman. "If I cannot control you, then I shall eliminate you." The dagger materialized in his hand, hovering in the air as it lunged toward the woman. Clang! Yet upon contact with her skin, the dagger seemed to strike an impenetrable metal, bouncing back. Subsequently, the woman was enveloped in a burst of blue and white light. In a moment of shock, the Whispering One witnessed the blue and white radiance swiftly obliterate this avatar of his. The secret chamber fell into a profound silence. Chapter 58. The Pet Ding. You have slain the agent of Medusa, thwarting the wicked plans of the evil god Medusa, thus impacting the subsequent operations of the Nightfall team in dealing with the Belcland incident in Suzhou. You have rescued Han Xiaoyan from confinement at the retreat, potentially affecting the later disappearance of Songnan and Lin Qiye's jailbreak plan at the retreat. You have protected the beloved of Han Xiaoyan, giving rise to a new side quest. You have gained 80,000 modification points. Current modification points, 430,000 points. Reaching 500,000 will grant you the divine skill. Word becomes law. Random reward triggered. Pet contract gift pack. 80,000 modification points, the most significant gain yet. This was truly worth it. Jiang Ye, tidying up in a room, couldn't help but smile. However, he discerned a pattern. The more he influenced the main character Lin Qiye's storyline, the greater the modification points he accrued. This indicates it pertains to the main plot. Jiang Ye stroked his chin and nodded, noting that Han Xiaoyan's side quest only yielded 2,000 modification points, leaving him somewhat disappointed. Now, he was still 70,000 points away from obtaining the divine skill. Word becomes law, but he should be able to acquire it before the impending conflict with the deity from Songnan. He glanced at the random reward, the pet contract gift pack. Jiang Ye frowned slightly. Is this asking me to contract a pet? I'm already quite powerful. Do I really need a pet? Since the reward was still there, he decided to take a look. His consciousness clicked to open the gift pack. However, this time there was no direct indication of rewards. Instead, his awareness was drawn into a unique space. As Jiang Ye, it began to perceive his surroundings. Several energy shields of various colors emerged, each containing different animals. Among them were the realms of Qi and Chuan, classified as divine. Jiang Ye sensed one by one, discovering that within the golden energy shield ahead, there was a fluctuation of divine power. Wow, this random gift pack can even contract divine pets. How impressive! Jiang Ye stepped into the air, arriving at the golden energy shield, and upon touching it, he felt a powerful sealing force obstructing him. A mere divine seal was blocking the supreme god. He shook his head, placed his hand on the energy shield, and tightened his grip. Instantly, the sealing power crumbled into fragments that moment, as the sealing force shattered. A dragon's roar resounded throughout the heavens and earth, and golden light illuminated the entire space. Jiang Ye, suspended in the air, raised an eyebrow slightly. His perception penetrated the golden light, revealing a 5-clawed golden dragon with shimmering scales. System, is this what you have in store for me? Jiang Ye's mind conjured an image of standing atop the 5-clawed golden dragon, intimidating the pantheon of gods. It seemed rather impressive. Ignorant human, are you the one who has awakened me? As the golden light dissipated, the 5-clawed golden dragon soared into the air, circling before Jiang Ye, issuing a deafening dragon roar. It unleashed its self-proclaimed might, momentarily bestowing its dragon majesty upon Jiang Ye. You little reptile, what did you just say? Jiang Ye looked up at it, the pressure of a supreme god slowly emanating from his body. The dragon's eyes widened in shock as it felt the terrifying weight, causing it to plummet uncontrollably. Boom! Soon, the majestic golden dragon, measuring 1,000 meters in length, crashed into the ground, causing the earth to tremble, with fissures appearing all around. Jiang Ye stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Descending, the 5-clawed golden dragon struggled to lift its head, but the invisible weight left it no chance to resist. Its eyes projected the image of the black-clad youth approaching. Moving closer, It desperately attempted to break free from its restraints. But even with all its might, it was utterly futile. This moment, its eyes were filled with astonishment. It was already a divine dragon, having reached the divine level. How could it be so powerless before this youth? Could he be the Lord God? Just as it pondered, the youth arrived before it, raising a hand and declaring, "Submit or perish." The five-clawed golden dragon trembled, letting out a roar towards the heavens. A divine dragon cannot be humiliated. Slap! The youth swiftly struck its head, causing it to turn at a sharp angle. "Let me give you a chance to reorganize your language." The five-clawed golden dragon was taken aback after that slap. It felt a bit dazed. How could this human be so powerful? In the past, they were all humble supplicants to their divine beasts, but now, this youth casually slapped it into a state of confusion. What has happened to this era? It swallowed hard, opening its mouth. Slap. Incorrect phrasing. The five-clawed golden dragon was stunned, rubbing its sore face with its claw. "Master, slap." "Master." Another slap came, and Jiang Ye realized he might have made a mistake. He awkwardly shook his hand. "My apologies. It was a reflex, but I didn't expect you to submit so quickly." The five-clawed golden dragon. It buried its head, not daring to lift it again, seemingly afraid that Jiang Ye might inadvertently strike it again. Jiang Ye cleared his throat a couple of times and asked, "Do you have a name?" "You may call me Divine Dragon." "Slap?" "Just call me Little Gold." After another slap, the five-clawed golden dragon buried its head even lower, tears welling in its eyes. After countless years, it was the first time to be so humiliated by a human. Its pride had suffered a severe blow. Little Gold, that's a rather simple name. Jiang Ye nodded, imprinting a soul contract into the dragon's head. The five-clawed golden dragon offered no resistance. The soul contract was completed in an instant. Following the completion of the contract, a progress bar appeared on the dragon's forehead. Devour progress. 0. Reach 100 to upgrade to Lord God. Devour mysterious beings, deities, and other energy entities to increase progress. Devour to evolve into a dragon. Jiang Ye nodded in satisfaction. If it could evolve into a supreme golden dragon, it would be incredibly powerful. Just in time, as the resentment of Shiva leaked, the god war of Sangnan was about to begin. That time, he would let this little gold dragon devour a few foreign gods. Jiang Ye touched the soul-guarding ring on his left middle finger and patted Little Gold's head. "Come in." The soul-guarding ring could store living beings, and the dragon's massive form transformed into a streak of golden light, entering the ring. Subsequently, with a thought, his consciousness vanished from that space. Having a divine pet is quite nice. Jiang Ye's awareness returned to his body, feeling the ring on his hand, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. However, for now, he still needed to continue earning modification points, aiming to reach the heavenly sovereign realm first. This golden dragon could be nurtured leisurely. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a knocking sound echoed, and Jiang Ye opened the door. "Jiang Ye, let's go. It's time to eat dumplings at the agency." Lin Qiye grasped his arm. Jiang Ye responded with a couple of O's, collected his belongings from the room, and left the inn with Bali Pang Pang and the others. "Hey, Jiang Ye, let me carry that. It's just a small task for me." Bali Pang Pang seized the backpack from Jiang Ye's back and threw it over his own. Then, with one arm draped over Chao Yuan's shoulder and the other over Jiang Ye's, he exclaimed, "Brothers, let's take a picture." A golden bird flew out from his spatial pocket, clutching a camera as it hovered before the five of them. Lin Qiye smiled at Jiang Ye, resting his right hand on his shoulder, making a victorious peace sign. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shen Qingzhu looked somewhat reluctant, yet her arm was already draped over Chao Yuan's shoulder. 3, 2, 1. The golden bird began the countdown. Just before the shutter clicked, a white mouse with sparkling pink eyes appeared before the 5. Click. Chapter 59. Bestowing medals on the third day of the new year at the training camp's training ground, the new recruits stood in neat rows, resuming their military postures after the holiday. The instructors on the platform were distinct from usual, their uniforms adorned with dazzling medals. Yuan Gang stood upright, chest out, with the medals gleaming brightly in the morning sun. "Today we shall honor the new recruits who made outstanding contributions during this holiday with medals of glory." The Night Watchers of the Great Xia awarded medals categorized as Spark, Radiance, Star, and Sea of Stars, ranked from low to high, with Sea of Stars being the highest. Typically, only those who had eradicated great calamities had the opportunity to receive such awards, with fewer than 10 individuals in all of Great Xia holding this level of medal. As this was stated, admiration shone in the eyes of the recruits below, each aspiring to earn such honor. Yuan Gang continued. Before joining the Night Watchers, Jiang Ye, and Lin Qiye joined forces to eradicate the Nantawa serpent demon. Coupled with this time, where Lin Qiye collaborated to thwart Han Xiaoyan, Jiang Ye killed the representative of the ancient god church, Medusa, alongside several followers, rewarding both with the star medal. Please come up to receive your medals. Instantly, countless gazes from the new recruits turned towards Jiang Ye and Lin Qiye. The two exchanged nods, smiles on their faces as they ascended the stage. The process of awarding the medals caused an uproar below. Wow, they quietly accomplished something monumental, especially Jiang Ye, who single-handedly killed the divine representative of the ancient god church. This guy's strength is so terrifying. It makes our disparities feel immense. Please, remove the word feeling. These are seeds destined to become gods. What do you have to compare? Damn it. Being with these geniuses makes me, the hope of my entire village, feel utterly hopeless. It's so cruel. Hearing the envy and jealousy from the surrounding recruits, Bali Pangpang exclaimed in disbelief. He knew Lin Qiye had fought valiantly against Han Xiaoyan alongside Team 136 and Instructor Yuan, but he hadn't anticipated Jiang Ye's actions to be so significant, directly eliminating a divine representative of the ancient god church. Wow, amazing, Qiao Yuan remarked. Why don't you choose someone else to fawn over? Clearly, Jiang Ye can handle you better than Qiye. Qiao Yuan shook his head, placing his hands together. I'm a monk, not a sea dog. Bali Pangpang. Soon, amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, Jiang Ye and Lin Qiye walked down from the stage. Bali Pangpang gave a thumbs up. Awesome. Shen Qingzhu, when Han Xiaoyan was about to unleash a major storm that would devastate Songnan. You acted promptly and are awarded the Radiance Medal, AT that moment. Yuan Gang's voice rang out again. Bali Pangpang's attention was immediately drawn. Shen Qingzhu also wore a bewildered expression. Only the surrounding Ding Wei, Li Liang, and other junior members praised Shen Ji's brilliance. Shen Qingzhu, still dazed, walked onto the stage, where Yuan Gang awarded her the Radiance Medal, smiling as he patted her shoulder. Wait, I don't even have the divine level prophet title. How could that show off? Bali Pangpang felt a twinge of jealousy. Jiang Ye and Lin Qiye earned their medals through merit. There was nothing to envy, it was well-deserved, but this show-off relied entirely on luck. Speaking of luck, he sacrificed his lifespan to save Songnan. Bali Tuming sacrificed a teammate's lifespan to summon a deity for aid, awarded the Spark Medal. Yuan Gang's tone was peculiar as he called out. He then turned and shot a glare at the instructor writing the list, clearly implying, what the hell is this supposed to be? The latter awkwardly raised both hands, looking innocent. Damn it, I actually got one. I made it big. Brother Jiang Ye, Qiye, Qiao Yuan. Good, did you hear? I made it big. Bali Pangpang was so proud he hurriedly scurried onto the stage. Qiao Yuan shook his head in resignation. He seemed even happier about receiving the Spark Medal than any of you were about obtaining the Star Medal. He glanced at Jiang Ye and the others. Jiang Ye chuckled, while Lin Qiye shrugged helplessly. Shen Qingzhu scoffed, reminded of his own 10-year lifespan, that on stage, Bali Pangpang stood tall, his prominent beer belly particularly conspicuous, eagerly gazing at the Spark Medal in Yuan Gang's hands. The new recruits below fell into silence, sacrificing a teammate's lifespan to invoke a deity. Goodness, that's outrageous. The first 3 medal recipients had not uttered a word. This plump fellow was simply riding a wave of luck. Yet, Bali Pangpang felt as sweet as honey inside. Yuan Gang took a deep breath, closed his eyes momentarily, and approached Bali Pangpang. Hesitantly, he attached the Spark Medal to his chest, not wishing to say much more. He simply sent him off the stage. Bali Pangpang lifted his head, chest out, proudly returning to the ranks. Even after dispersing, he would boast to anyone, "Hey, how did you know I received a medal? You have a good eye. Let us celebrate with a Rolex." In the afternoon, during the theory class on Forbidden Realms, the training content for the latter half of the year included not just physical conditioning, but also practical combat and theoretical subjects. At this moment, Instructor Gu was earnestly explaining on the blackboard, while some recruits occasionally drifted off. Shen Qingzhu, the drowsy Shen Qingzhu, stood up at the call, his spirit waning as he looked at Instructor Gu. "Tell me, what is the mental power I just lectured about?" "I don't know," he replied. Instructor Gu's lips twitched. "Go run 20 laps." Shen Qingzhu's eyes brightened, and he dashed out of the classroom. Instructor Gu then tapped the desk, trying to rouse the new recruits. Meanwhile, Jiang Ye and Lin Qiye sat side by side against the wall. Jiang Ye could sleep without any reprimand from Instructor Gu, but Lin Qiye's mind was preoccupied with questions about Merlin. As time passed, Merlin's healing progress remained at zero, causing him to grow anxious. He turned to the quietly seated Jiang Ye, nudging him with his elbow. "Jiang Ye, I have a question for you." Jiang Ye paused, seemingly recalling something. Wanted to stop Lin Qiye's inquiry, but realized it was too late. Do you think this world is real? Jiang Ye sighed, contemplating for a moment before responding. "It is real." Lin Qiye pressed on. "What evidence do you have to believe this world is real? Could it not be created by higher dimensional beings? And what about other two-dimensional beings?" "Stop," Jiang interrupted, continuing. "Since it's what I believe, then the reality of this world is determined by me." Lin Qiye was taken aback. Pondering deeply, his eyes suddenly gleaming. Lin Qiye. But before he could elaborate, Instructor Gu's voice broke through. "Stand up and answer Shun Qingzhu's question." Mental power is... Jiang Ye shook his head with a smile, but at that moment, a chime sounded. "You have answered Merlin's question for Lin Qiye, allowing him to draw upon Merlin's divine abilities early. Reward, 5,000 magic modification points. Current magic modification points, 435000. Reach 500000 to gain the divine skill. Words become law." Chapter 60. Did the mental control table explode? Is that even possible? Upon hearing the system's voice, Jiang Ye was momentarily stunned, and after a moment of contemplation, he realized that, in other words, accelerating the main storyline could also yield magic modification points. Originally, Lin Qiye would have to wait for Instructor Gu to go mad and seek treatment before answering Merlin's question. But now, by simply saying this, he had completely accelerated the process. If accelerating Lin Qiye's strength growth could also yield magic modification points, would that not be advantageous? Soon, the assessment by the mysterious figure from Chuanjing for the new recruits would commence. And Lin Qiye drew Merlin's summoning magic. If Lin Qiye could acquire a few more corpses, his strength progress would expedite, thus yielding magic modification points. Jiang Ye turned his gaze to Lin Qiye, who stood to answer the question. Propping his chin on his hand, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Just then, Lin Qiye finished his response and caught sight of Jiang Ye's smile, turning to face him. "Why does that look like you're gazing at a wife?" "Jiang Ye, you must be starving." As the day's classes concluded, Jiang Ye, Lin Qiye, and Bailey Pang Pang returned to their dormitory. "Aren't you going to take a shower?" Jiang Ye asked, glancing at Bailey Pang Pang lounging on the bed, still clad in his military uniform adorned with the spark medal. "Hee." Bailey Pang Pang sat up, grinning. "I'm a bit too excited for my first time. Let me snap a photo to show my dad." He conjured a golden little bird from his spatial pocket, and the dormitory was soon filled with the sound of clicking and flashes. Jiang Ye twitched at the corners of his mouth, but recalling Bailey Pong Pong's experience as a substitute, he felt a sense of understanding. Everyone needs recognition at times. He was no different in the past. As night deepened, the moonlight streamed through the window. Jiang Ye rested his hands behind his head, the moonlight illuminating his dark satin locks. That moment would come, and it would not be far off. The following day. The sun hung high in the sky. Once again, they were roused early to stand in military posture for 2 hours, thankfully without the scorching heat of summer. After the posture drill, Yuan Gang slowly ascended the stage, flanked by 2 instructors carrying large cardboard boxes. Many of the new recruits were puzzled about the contents within. However, Jiang Ye knew well. ACE controllers, colloquially known as acrobatic performance devices. A faint smile crossed his face. A good show was about to unfold. "What's that?" Bailey Pang Pang inquired. Yuan Gang then retrieved an object resembling a watch from one of the boxes, explaining to the recruits, "This is called ACE, also known as the precise mental control device. You will need to wear this until the training concludes. IT will help you hone your precise control over mental power. Everyone will receive one. Come up to collect." "AS," he spoke. Yuan Gang revealed a cryptic smile. Lin Qiye furrowed his brow slightly, sensing something off about Instructor Yuan's smile. The recruit stepped forward to receive their control devices. Chao Yuan took a glance, then strapped it to his wrist, instantly feeling an electric current surge through his muscles. Uncontrollably, he executed a backflip in mid-air. Lin Qiye and Bailey Pang Pang watched as Chao Yuan steadied himself, quickly channeling mental power into the control device to regain composure. Noticing their gazes, he cleared his throat. You guys are the same. Don't look at me. Huh, Chow Yuan, it's fine if you can't do it. At least it's better than others. Look at me, Bailey Pang Pang began, only to find his mouth snapping shut as he straightened up rigidly. He then performed a backflip followed by 2.5 rotations. Landing and repeating the cycle, a hefty body traced elegant arcs through the air. Goodness, what is happening? Jiang Ye, save me. Bailey Pong Pong's cries echoed. Jiang Ye could barely contain his laughter as the surrounding recruits erupted in all manner of antics. It was a stark contrast to merely reading about in novels. The instructors on stage watched with amusement, shaking their heads. This year's flips are far more than previous years. Those high-risk ones managed to control themselves decently. Only flipping once, it's normal. Historically, there hasn't been a recruit who didn't flip at least once without preparation. Haha. Below, Lin Qiye observed the spectacle, glancing at the control device in his hand. After some contemplation, he hesitated to wear it, instead looking toward Jiang Ye. You go first. Jiang Ye remained silent for a moment before donning the device. As he activated it, a surge of mental power coursed through the ACE device. However, the needle on the device spun wildly as if disturbed, and then, boom! An explosion erupted, shattering the control device into fragments. Lin Qiye's eyes widened. It exploded? What in the world? The loud bang drew the attention of the amused instructors on stage. Upon witnessing Jiang Ye's device explode, their smiles faltered, expressions turning bewildered. The device exploded? How is that possible? After years of training, this is the first occurrence. Yuan Gang narrowed his eyes, stepping closer to Jiang Ye. What happened to your device? Jiang Ye shrugged. Perhaps it was a subpar product. Yuan Gang retorted. Anything sent to the training camp can't be subpar. He called out, Instructor Hong, bring over a control device. Yuan Gang was not one to take chances. In no time, a control device was strapped onto Jiang Ye's wrist by Yuan Gang himself. Boom! Before it was even securely fastened, the device exploded again, this time nearly striking Yuan Gang in the face with the shards. Yuan Gang and the other instructors gasped, utterly perplexed by the situation. Finally, Instructor Gu approached, stating, the only reason for the control device to explode is that Jiang Ye possesses an immense amount of mental power. Overwhelming the device. Immense mental power? The instructors recalled the source of power granted to Jiang Ye by the Grim Reaper. Yuan Gang coughed, initially hoping to see Jiang Ye embarrass himself, only to have him unexpectedly shine instead. In that case, Jiang Ye, you should refrain from wearing it. Jiang Ye nodded slightly, exclaiming, oh. Upon observing this, Lin Qiye, undeterred by superstition, placed the control device on his wrist. In an instant, without any preparation, a surge of electricity coursed through his muscles, causing his body to involuntarily perform a front flip before the gathered instructors. The instructors remarked, The execution was precise. Lin Qiye then noted that the instructors dismissed the recruits for a meal. Once he regained control, he strode alongside Jiang Ye towards the cafeteria, inquiring, how did you manage to make that device explode? Jiang Ye pondered for a moment, suggesting, perhaps it sensed my formidable strength. Lin Qiye replied, I find myself at a loss for words. Upon arrival at the cafeteria, Bailey Pang Pang gazed eagerly at Jiang Ye and Lin Qiye. After a brief contemplation, Jiang Ye picked up a piece of meat from his bowl and placed it into Bailey Pong Pong's mouth. Before he could finish his declaration of love for Jiang Ye, he executed a perfect backflip into the air. Chapter 61. Little Jean is fortunate to see the rear mountain of the training camp. A helicopter descended slowly onto the platform. The personnel aboard disembarked and saluted Yuan Gang, stating that 3 mysterious beings from the Chuan realm and 1 from the High realm had arrived. Yuan Gang nodded, instructing, bring them down. Yes. Instructor Hong's expression revealed a hint of concern as he questioned, Chief Instructor, is it not too difficult for that group from the Qi realm to confront the High realm's mysteries? Yuan Gang maintained his usual demeanor, responding, I am aware, but as you witnessed yesterday, that Jiang Ye is quite the anomaly. He managed to cause the mental control device to explode, and with the Death God's order in his possession. How do you suppose the Chuan realm's mysteries would fare against him? After a moment of silence, Instructor Hong uttered the words, instant kill. Yuan Gang nodded, proposing, I have a suggestion. The other instructors, intrigued, listened closely, temporarily confiscate Jiang Ye's death god's order and provide him only with a star blade. This way, we can observe his true capabilities. Otherwise, it would be difficult to assess his performance. The instructors nodded in agreement, having heard of Jiang Ye's exploits with the death god's order, which had allegedly allowed him to eliminate 2 peak adherents of the Chuan realm. Such a feat was indeed extraordinary. Suddenly, Instructor Gu raised his hand, suggesting, "Chief Instructor, why not have Jiang Ye face the High Realm's mysteries alone? This would prevent any interference with the other recruits and also avoid the possibility of Jiang Ye effortlessly dispatching those 3 from the Chuan realm." Yuan Gang shook his head, asserting that without the Death God's order, Jiang Ye, being of the Qi realm, would not be able to instantly eliminate the High Realm's mysteries. At best, it would result in a stalemate. However, it would be problematic to introduce the High Realm's mysteries into the mix. Thus, let them remember Jiang Ye's scent and specifically target him. The instructors winced at this suggestion. It was rather ruthless to have the High Realm's mysteries pursue a Qi realm recruit. "Isn't that too extreme, Chief Instructor?" Instructor Hong queried. Yuan Gang smirked. "This prodigious talent must be taught a lesson in humility. Otherwise, he will not progress far." He then glanced at the crates being unloaded, anticipating their impending revelry. In the early morning before the dawn broke, Jiang Ye sensed the situation at the training camp point 3 from the Chuan realm and 1 from the High realm. There had been a change. Contemplating, he touched the ring on his finger, declaring, "Little Jean, you are in for a treat." Initially, he thought that facing only 3 Chuan realm mysteries would not significantly contribute to his devouring progress. But with the addition of a High realm entity, the potential for enhancing his modifications seemed promising. He had not anticipated the instructors to be so generous, adding an extra High realm mystery. It made sense now why they had sought an excuse to confiscate the Death God's order during the day. Jiang Ye shook his head in resignation, noticing that Lin Qiye and Bai Li Pangpang were sleeping soundly. He rose from his bed and checked the time. It was precisely 4 a.m. With an hour and a half remaining until the whistle blew, he effortlessly passed through the dormitory door, unnoticed by anyone. In his ethereal state, Jiang Ye traversed the walls to the base of the girls' dormitory. Suddenly, a metallic scraping sound echoed, and a headless figure wielding a large cleaver appeared at the end of the corridor. The heavy footsteps intensified the feeling of oppression. Jiang Ye touched his ring and gently tapped it. A resounding dragon's roar erupted, golden light blossoming in the corridor. What on earth? Where did that golden light come from? The accompanying instructor was momentarily blinded by the radiance, and by the time the glow subsided, the figure had vanished from the corridor, leaving an eerie silence in its wake. That moment, the spatial distortion began, and the dormitory became a chaotic tangle. The instructor scratched his head, exclaiming, "What was that golden light just now? Where did the headless figure go? Did it vanish along with the shifting space?" The instructor was thoroughly perplexed and spoke into his earpiece. "I've lost track of the headless figure. Please search for its location." After a considerable wait, a serious voice responded, "The headless figure is on the 3rd floor of the girls' dormitory." "Understood. I will head up immediately." The instructor hurried upstairs. Meanwhile, Jiang Ye returned to his original position. While the figure on the 3rd floor was merely an illusion conjured by the myriad of phenomena, the real entity had already been consumed by little Jean, but the devouring progress had only increased by 0. 5. Raising a divine pet indeed required great effort. As dawn approached, he resolved to seek out the High Realm's 2-headed fire serpent. Morning arrived at 5:30 a.m. Lin Qiye's biological clock stirred him awake, and he sat up, frowning. There was no whistle today. Turning to observe Bai Li Pangpang still in slumber, he was suddenly struck by an unsettling realization. Jiang Ye was no longer in bed. The dormitory corridor was eerily silent. Devoid of any sound, it wasn't until a few minutes later that voices from certain dormitories began to stir. Lin Qiye nudged the slumbering Bai Li Pangpang, yet no amount of prodding could rouse him. Could it be that awakening follows a certain temporal order? Has Jiang Ye already risen and left? Just then, a loud crashing noise resonated from outside, startling Lin Qiye as he hastily opened the window to peer outside. There he beheld a crimson 2-headed serpent charging toward Jiang Ye, who stood ready with a blade, occasionally unleashing blasts of searing flames. The serpent, nearly 100 meters in length, seemed to have reached the High Realm's level. How could one from the Qi realm contend with such a foe, especially after the instructors had confiscated Jiang Ye's death god's order just yesterday? The disparity between realms was daunting. What an arrangement by the instructors. Lin Qiye felt a surge of urgency, yet found himself empty-handed, prompting him to sprint from the dormitory in search of a starblade. Meanwhile, Jiang Ye stood in the training ground, frowning at the approaching two-headed fire serpent. Surely, the instructors would not send in something with such ferocious aggression. Had the serpent been targeting him from the very beginning? Jiang Ye sensed the instructors observing him through the monitors, a smile creeping onto his lips. If they had specifically sent a high-realm entity to confront him, he would graciously accept the challenge. In the monitoring room, Yuan Gang held Jiang Ye's assessment form, marking it with a -2. Observing the two-headed fire serpent's lack of retreat, he deemed it to be lacking in intelligence. The other instructors shared in his disappointment. Though Jiang Ye's strength surpassed Lin Qiye's considerably, his analysis and situational awareness still left much to be desired. Instructor Hong shook his head, noting, "Indeed, engaging head-on in such a situation is the most foolish choice." Instructor Gu scrutinized the screen, observing Jiang Ye standing firm against the oncoming two-headed fire serpent, his brow furrowed. Could it be that he possesses the strength to defeat the two-headed serpent? The other instructors paused, then shook their heads in disbelief. How could that be? A Qi realm combatant defeating a high realm entity is already remarkable. Surpassing 2 levels is simply inconceivable. Ding! At that moment, a sound of a blade ringing resonated, followed by a blinding white light enveloping the battle scene. The footage became obscured, leaving only the sounds of a blade being sheathed and a heavy thud as something substantial struck the ground. The instructors gasped in astonishment, and when the dazzling light finally dissipated, Jiang Ye was seen dragging the lifeless body of the two-headed serpent toward a location beyond the camera's view. As he passed the monitoring station, he bowed slightly and uttered a thank you. Thud. Yuan Gang's assessment form slipped from his grasp and fell to the floor. Chapter 62. Dividing the spoils, huh? The instructors in the monitoring room stared wide-eyed at the screen, their expressions frozen in disbelief. What just happened? How did the two-headed fire serpent fall after that flash of white light? Instructor Hong's lips trembled, questioning, could he have eliminated it in an instant? The mention of this caused the surrounding instructors to gasp in shock. What? A Qi realm entity eliminating a high realm mystery? Surely you jest. Instructor Gu responded gravely. Given the current circumstances, it appears he did indeed succeed. We have grossly underestimated Jiang Ye, who has integrated the essence of the divine. This display must have been child's play for him. The instructors exchanged bewildered glances, grappling with the enormity of the revelation. What kind of monsters are we training? Now I understand why you knelt back then. Instructor Han, shut your mouth. The astonished murmurs brought Yuan Gang, who had been momentarily dazed by Jiang Ye's display, back to reality. Silently, he picked up Jiang Ye's assessment form from the floor, adding a mark to the previously noted -2. Transforming it into 2. Historically, new recruits began with a perfect score of 100, with instructors determining deductions based on training assessments and exercises. An occurrence of adding points had never happened before. Yuan Gang's action caused the observing instructors to gawk in astonishment. Chief Instructor, isn't the perfect score 100? Why do you added 2 points? Indeed, there has never been a case of adding points in history. Listening to the sound around him, Yuan Gang suddenly froze, and then he recalled that Jiang Ye had never lost a single point in any other assessments. Now, granting him additional points would surely exceed the maximum score, wouldn't it? Initially, he had merely intended to alleviate the awkwardness of the moment, but now the situation had become even more uncomfortable. Yuan Gang coughed lightly a couple of times and asserted with conviction, "Is Jiang Ye's performance not worthy of extra points? Can any of you in the pool realm contend against a mysterious entity from the sea realm?" As soon as these words were uttered, they struck a chord with many of the instructors present. Damn, that was rather hurtful. Even Yuan Gang, a sea realm practitioner, would require considerable effort to handle the two-headed fire serpent, let alone the recruits in the training camp. This left the instructors below the sea realm feeling ashamed. They were even outperformed by the new recruits. In an instant, the fragile egos of numerous instructors shattered, and there was no longer any opposition regarding the additional points. Indeed, Jiang Ye's talent was too dazzling. Merging with the essence of the god of death made him a seed for future divinity in the great Xia. Such performance was hardly surprising. However, for ordinary individuals, it was utterly shocking. Others might observe from a distance, but they couldn't even catch a whiff of the fumes. Instructor Hong clutched his heart, wearing an expression of deep hurt, and said, "Are we really going to let Jiang Ye continue participating in the exercises? If he eliminates all the mysterious entities, how will the other recruits showcase their abilities?" Hearing this, Yuan Gang nodded and hurriedly turned his gaze to the screen. Huh. Where is he? He scanned all the surveillance footage from the training camp. But Jiang Ye's figure had vanished without a trace. His mind involuntarily recalled the moment when Jiang Ye had bowed and said thank you. Could it be that this kid intends to hoard the remains of the mysterious entity? Yuan Gang's eyes widened in shock as he inquired of the observing instructor. But that instructor had also been lost in thought and hadn't paid much attention to the surveillance footage. We must immediately pull up the playback. That it was then that they saw Jiang Ye dragging the corpse of the two-headed fire serpent, just as he reached a blind spot that the cameras could not capture. Wasn't that the very spot where the undercover agent Li Yaoguang from the ancient God Church disappeared? Yuan Gang's expression stiffened. No wonder Jiang Ye had remained stationary when the missile struck. He was the one responsible. He quickly ordered the instructor from the atmosphere team to bring Jiang Ye to his office. He needed to question the boy personally. Yes, 2.5 minutes earlier on the training ground, Jiang Ye was dragging the corpse of the two-headed fire serpent toward the surveillance blind spot where Li Yaoguang had been eliminated. Thud, thud, thud. That he was dragging it. A heavy sound of footsteps approached. Sounding somewhat hurried, suddenly, it stopped nearby. Jiang Ye couldn't help but look up. Amidst the grayish world, Lin Qiye's figure appeared not far from him, staring blankly in his direction. His actions froze momentarily. Wasn't Lin Qiye supposed to be in the dormitory at this hour? He lowered his head to sense the two-headed fire serpent again, then raised his gaze to face Lin Qiye, a hint of pity flashing across his face. With a swift motion, Jiang Ye drew his knife and severed one of the serpent's heads. Taking it and placing it aside, that I can't take more than this. Just one head for you. Remember to keep it a secret after you take it. With that, Jiang Ye continued to drag the corpse into the corner. Lin Qiye observed Jiang Ye's bizarre actions. His lips twitching involuntarily, he slowly approached the severed snake head, his heart filled with astonishment. Had that flash of white light just now truly killed the two-headed fire serpent? What on earth was that? It bore some resemblance to the moment when Jiang Ye had drawn his knife to eliminate a follower during the encounter with the Ghost-Faced King. This was the domain of the blade, cutting through realms. Now, in the pool realm, he could cut through the sea realm. Lin Qiye was left speechless. This was utterly absurd. He recalled Jiang Ye's assertion that within the domain of the blade, he was invincible. Coupled with the merging of the essence of the god of death, his power had reached a terrifying level. Even without the divine order, he could still maintain an invincible stance. Lin Qiye was profoundly shocked and had his understanding of Jiang Ye's strength completely reshaped. Even with the spirit of the goddess of night attached to him, he could barely elevate himself to the sea realm. Did that mean Jiang Ye could eliminate him in an instant? Lin Qiye rubbed his forehead, feeling fortunate that he and Jiang Ye were not adversaries. He then glanced at the snakehead on the ground, a smile creeping onto his face. The corpse of a sea realm mysterious entity would serve as excellent material for summoning magic. It could summon a sea realm creature to assist him in battle. Furthermore, considering that there were likely more than one mysterious entity involved, if he could utilize their corpses, he could summon several creatures, thereby significantly enhancing his overall combat strength. Lin Qiye grasped the massive snake head, carefully looking around before stealthily dragging it toward Jiang Ye's direction, fearful that an instructor might appear and snatch away the mysterious entity's remains. However, just as Lin Qiye dragged it between the two walls of the surveillance blind spot, he spotted Jiang Ye emerging empty-handed. Where's the body? He couldn't help but ask. Jiang Ye furrowed his brow and shook his head. Body? What body? I haven't taken any body. Lin Qiye looked around, bewildered, as the 100-meter-long serpent had inexplicably vanished. Could it be that Jiang Ye's essence of the god of death required absorbing the power of mysterious entities? Lin Qiye glanced at the snakehead in his hand and sighed lightly that it would be inappropriate to pry further. The two exchanged a knowing smile. After Lin Qiye finished dealing with the snakehead, They nodded at each other and walked side by side out of the narrow passage. "You two, stand right there." Just as they stepped out, two instructors rushed over. The two of them stood still. Wearing confused expressions, one instructor approached, his face serious, and asked, "Where's the corpse of the two-headed fire serpent?" Jiang Ye was taken aback by the question and turned to Lin Qiye. "What was that? Did you see anything?" Lin Qiye shook his head earnestly. "I didn't see anything." The two instructors exchanged glances. Chapter 63. Higher than full marks? At 7 a.m., the morning sun streamed through the window, and from the nearby recruits' dormitory came the sound of a booming commotion. As if a fierce battle were underway, in the instructor's office, Yuan Gang sipped tea while observing Jiang Ye and Lin Qiye, who stood before him. "So, tell me, where's the corpse of the two-headed fire serpent?" he asked, his tone slightly playful. Jiang Ye and Lin Qiye each turned slightly to one side, hands in their pockets, gazing up at the ceiling. Yuan Gang took a sip of his tea and continued. "I could choose not to require you to hand over the corpse of the two-headed fire serpent, but..." Yuan Gang turned his gaze to Jiang Ye, placing his teacup down. "Jiang Ye, you need not participate in this exercise." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ye was stunned. "Not participate in the exercise? Then how will I ding? You have gifted Lin Qiye a portion of the corpse of a Sea Realm mysterious entity, allowing him to summon a Sea Realm pet for combat, thereby enhancing his combat power. You have earned 5,000 magic modification points. Current magic modification points, 440000, that upon reaching 500,000 points, you will obtain the divine skill. Words become spells." The words Jiang Ye had been about to utter were abruptly swallowed back. He had already slain a Sea Realm mysterious entity. Even if he did not agree, the instructors would undoubtedly prevent him from interfering with the exercise. The magic modification points had been earned, and the mysterious entity's remains had been devoured by the little gold. The plot could only be altered to this extent that it was best to focus on the upcoming rescue mission at Jinan Mountain. That was the critical matter. Also, there was Shin Qingzhu that a subtle smile played at the corner of Jiang Ye's mouth as he turned to Yuan Gang. "Fine, I won't participate." Initially, seeing Jiang Ye hesitate made Yuan Gang feel a bit anxious. If word got out that they were restricting new recruits from participating in the exercise, their reputation would be tarnished. He nodded in satisfaction and turned to Lin Qiye, saying, "You may return now. The exercise will continue." Lin Qiye glanced at Jiang Ye. The disparity left him feeling unusually uncomfortable, but he had to accept reality. He left the office, glancing back every 3 steps. Once Lin Qiye had departed, Yuan Gang tapped his desk. "How did you discover that Li Yaoguang was an undercover agent? Why didn't you report it once you found out?" Jiang Ye was momentarily taken aback, recalling the blind spot where the corpse had been dealt with, and slowly began to speak. "Instructor Yuan, do you know of Lei Feng?" "Huh. I am someone who enjoys selflessly contributing. I do not seek admiration." Yuan Gang remarked, "This batch of new recruits is truly challenging to manage." Yet a smile crept onto his face. "What you enjoy is your own matter. I will report this to the higher-ups. Those who contribute ought to receive recognition and honor. This is a testament from the Night Watchers to you all." Yuan Gang stood up, placed several packets of Longjing tea on the table, set an iron kettle down, and then locked the doors and windows. "Now, just stay here and drink your tea. Do not cause any trouble." Yuan Gang's eyes narrowed slightly. Upon witnessing this familiar scene, Jiang Ye couldn't help but twitch his lips. Yuan Gang then smiled as he left, returning to the monitoring room. "So, how was it? Did you find out where they hid the corpse?" he asked Instructor Hong. The latter shook his head, an expression of astonishment on his face. "We've searched the entire training camp. Not a single hair was found. I suspect Jiang Ye and Lin Qiye are like that fat guy, having some kind of spatial ability." Yuan Gang furrowed his brows. These two little rascals were quite adept at hiding, and he wondered what they intended to do with the mysterious entity's remains. However, recalling that Jiang Ye had eliminated the undercover agent in the training camp at the first opportunity, saving the lives of everyone in the camp, he slowly said, "Forget it. There's no need to search anymore. Consider it a reward for them." Instructor Hong nodded slightly, then took out Jiang Ye's evaluation form. "Commander, are you certain you want to assign Jiang Ye this score? This has never happened in the history of the Night Watchers training." Yuan Gang glanced down at it, nodded. "He deserves it. Let's proceed with that score." Instructor Hong furrowed his brows as he glanced at the score of 102,100 on the evaluation sheet. In the afternoon, the setting sun cast a crimson hue, marking the conclusion of the drill. Jiang Ye smirked slightly and stepped out of the office under Yuan Gang's appreciative gaze. Time flies, he mused, recalling how he had severed the soul of the adversary with a swift stroke. Upon arriving at the dormitory, he overheard Li Pang animatedly recounting the day's events within their quarters. Jiang Ye smiled faintly and entered the room. As soon as Li Pang saw him return, he eagerly placed his chubby hand on Jiang Ye's shoulder and exclaimed, "Where have you been, Jiang Ye? Why didn't you participate in the performance? It's nothing. You know how it is. The instructor believes I'm too strong and wouldn't let me take part." "Can you believe that?" Jiang Ye replied, his voice tinged with indignation. Upon hearing this, Li Pang quietly withdrew his hand from Jiang Ye's shoulder, swallowing his retort. "I don't know about the instructor, but you truly deserve a scolding," he muttered as he plopped down on his bed, a look of despondence washing over him. Lin Qiye, who was tidying his clothes nearby, shook his head in exasperation and approached. "How did you handle that corpse?" he inquired. Jiang Ye raised his hand to show a ring. "This one can store things, similar to the spacious realm of the chubby one." Li Pang and Lin Qiye exchanged glances, scrutinizing the ordinary silver ring. Li Pang's mouth curled into a grin. "Jiang Ye, it seems you've truly found a way to live off others." Lin Qiye added, "So who gave it to you?" Jiang Ye simply shrugged, indicating he was unaware. In the sweltering heat of August, all assessments concluded, and the basic training came to a halt. Feeling famished after a game of mahjong, the four of them ventured out to seek sustenance. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, they encountered Shunqing Zhu, who had also brought along Deng Wei and others. The two groups paused momentarily. "Bro, you're here for a meal too? We're about to leave the training camp. Let's share a table." Li Pang laughed heartily. Shunqing Zhu glanced at Jiang Ye and Lin Qiye, hesitating for a moment before nodding. Thus, the seven of them gathered around, sharing tales of the past year in the training camp, recounting the hardships and rigorous training they had endured. Even the aloof Shunqing Zhu found himself drawn into the conversation, contributing occasionally. "By the way, when will the overall scores be announced?" Li Pang asked, munching on his food while scrolling through his phone. Chow Yuan calmly responded, "It should be in the next few days." Li Pang turned to Jiang Ye, since he didn't take part in the drill. "I bet your score 1 surpassed mine. I heard the drill accounts for 20 points. Jiang Ye continued to eat, chuckling as he shook his head. Lin Qiye, recalling the moment Jiang Ye had effortlessly defeated the dual-headed serpent demon in the sea realm, remarked, "That may not be the case." Chow Yuan interjected, "It seems Jiang Ye won't receive points for not participating in the drill. 7 Ye. Do you know something we don't?" Lin Qiye was uncertain, considering the instructor's tendencies to deduct points from Jiang Ye for his absence. "Well, we'll find out once the overall scores are released." Li Pang chuckled, feeling uplifted. Once the scores were published, he was determined to show off in front of Jiang Ye, the so-called king of show-offs. Shunqing Zhu, however, cast a sympathetic glance at Jiang Ye, noting that aside from the drill, he had achieved full marks in all other subjects, leaving the instructors in awe. If points were not deducted for the drill, he would undoubtedly secure the top rank. Ding dong. At that moment, all 7 phones vibrated simultaneously. Li Pang opened the message and exclaimed, "Oh my, the overall scores are out. Chapter 64. This is quite astonishing. Li Tu-ming, 74184th place." Li Pang immediately searched for his rank, only to grimace as he realized he hadn't even reached 80 points. Even if Jiang Ye lost the 20 points from the drill, he would still surpass him. "This is quite astonishing," he muttered, refusing to believe it. Looking back, he found no trace of Jiang Ye's name, and his heart sank completely. "Wow, Shun, you ranked 3rd with 92 points. Impressive." Deng Wei, glancing at the rankings, didn't seek out his own score first, but rather looked for Shunqing Zhu's. Shunqing Zhu frowned. "Only 3rd? What's so impressive? Just let me be out. By the way, who's first?" he inquired. Deng Wei quickly checked. 2nd is Lin Qiye with 95 points. The 1st is Jiang Ye. Upon seeing Jiang Ye's score, Deng Wei's jaw dropped. The name Jiang Ye instantly drew everyone's attention. Jiang Ye was taken aback. "Holy crap. Really?" Li Pang quickly retrieved his phone, scrolling to the top once more. Jiang Ye, 102 points. Ranked first. Wait, 102. Isn't the full score 100? Bali Pang rubbed his eyes, ensuring he and T misread the information, before staring at Jiang Ye in shock. Jiang Ye, full score is 100, yet you scored higher. What the hell does this mean for the instructor? Jiang Ye shrugged, signaling his ignorance. Bam! Bali Pang slammed his palm on the table, glancing at Jiang Ye, who remained unfazed despite his first-place achievement. As a brother, he felt the weight of his frustration. Fatty, you better stop slamming the table, Shun Qingzhu warned. Bali Pang swiftly withdrew his hand, feigning silence. Shun Qingzhu turned to Jiang Ye, a flicker of admiration in his eyes, but quickly shook his head, offering a few congratulatory words before exiting the cafeteria. Bali Pang pouted, while Lin Qiye smiled knowingly, unperturbed by the situation, and pushed the dishes Bali Pang had ordered toward Jiang Ye. Bali Pang? In a primitive jungle of Daxia, Xia Ximeng, clad in a golden cloak, leaned closer to Wan Yan, the bespectacled man. Upon seeing the display of Jiang Ye's 102 points in first-place ranking, she immediately waved her hand. This person must be recruited for our Phoenix team, the divine agent, integrated with the essence of divinity. A potential candidate for godhood. Wan Yan shook his head. Captain, we don't need more people. What do you mean we don't need more people? Xia Ximeng replied, her eyes narrowing as she regarded Wan Yan thoughtfully. The man's lips twitched, alarm bells ringing in his mind. Captain, you said he is a candidate for godhood. Oh, you really think the higher-ups of the Night Watchers will allow him to join the Phoenix team? For someone with such immense potential, they would surely establish a special team for him. Xia Ximeng pondered for a moment before nodding. That makes sense. Wan Yan breathed a sigh of relief. But there is still a dual divine agent below. Although he can't compare to Jiang Ye, he seems promising. Suddenly, Xia Ximeng spotted Lin Qiye below. Wan Yan's earlier relief swiftly transformed into anxiety. In Huaihai City, Tianping observed the captain leaning against the corridor and contemplated leaving. The memory of the training camp was too humiliating. If he heard that Jiang Ye had scored above full marks, it would surely infuriate him. Stop! Just as Tianping took a few steps away, Wang Mian called out to him. Have the rankings from the new recruit training camp been released? Tianping stiffly turned around, forcing a sheepish smile. Yes, they have. What scores did those two boys get? Wang Mian approached with curiosity. Tianping hid the list behind him and asked, which two are you referring to? Of course, Jiang Ye and Lin Qiye. Wang Mian replied, his expression odd. Tianping cleared his throat twice and said, Lin Qiye, 95 points. Wang Mian's lips curled into a smile, nodding. That's good, just like my score back in the day. What about that rascal Jiang Ye? Tianping's lips twitched, and he quickly retreated a few steps, trying to dissuade him. Captain, we've already moved beyond that stage. There's no need to compare with them. Wang Mian furrowed his brow, extending his hand. Show me the list. I refuse to believe that rascal could surpass me. Tianping hesitated but slowly produced the list from behind his back. Suddenly, a vortex appeared out of nowhere and snatched the list from Tianping's hands. What are you doing? Being all mysterious. The vortex looked at the list and froze upon seeing the top name, but he blinked rapidly, confirming he wasn't mistaken. What? Tianping, this score must be fake. How is this possible? He exclaimed in disbelief. Tianping shrugged, his tone resigned. It's the truth. The two of them reacted. A sense of foreboding surged within Wang Mian, who swiftly snatched the list from the vortex's hands. Jiang Ye, 102, ranked first. Wang Mian's eyes widened as he reached into his pocket. The vortex immediately handed over a magnifying glass. Wang Mian took it, focusing on Jiang Ye's score, and the three of them huddled together. Peering down at the details, 102 points, confirmed. Holy crap, Wang Mian gasped. He was momentarily stunned, realizing it was indeed 102 points. But wait, the full score 100? With a crack, Wang Mian dropped the magnifying glass, shattering its lens. The vortex and Tianping exchanged glances before patting the captain's shoulder, their expressions serious as they offered consolation. Captain, ha, I can't hold it in any longer. The vortex erupted into laughter as it dashed out. Tianping wore an expression of embarrassment, slowly shifting his steps. Wang Mian, In the sky, within a chariot amidst the clouds, Yi Fan, clad in a dark red cloak, gazed at the training camp's results, a fiery indignation brewing within him. Is Yuan Gang out of his mind? Such scores exceeding full marks are simply outrageous. I reckon he has no intention of continuing. Yi Fan promptly retrieved his phone and dialed Yuan Gang. A minute later, he hung up the call, rendered speechless. Chun Fuzi, sipping his hot tea, raised an eyebrow, puzzled by Yi Fan's sudden silence. Why Yi Fan, resting his hands on his knees, tilted his head in contemplation and took a sip of tea. That brat Jiang Ye single-handedly eliminated the dual-headed fire serpent of the sea realm with a single strike. Upon hearing this, Chun Fuzi's hand trembled, causing tea to spill onto his sleeve. Is this the power of a deity? Indeed, Jiang Ye, having fused with the divine essence of the god of death, possesses an extraordinary might. The divine agents are merely bestowed with fragments of divine power, whereas the manifestation of divine essence exhibited by Jiang Ye is the true realm of divinity. Chun Fuzi marveled, setting down his teacup. Where do you intend to assign Jiang Ye? Yi Fan fell in a deep thought. Lin Qiye must not leave Songnan. However, considering that Jiang Ye has also made eye contact with the Seraphim, would his departure from Songnan have an impact? In truth, ever since he learned that Jiang Ye had survived the catastrophic event in Songnan a decade ago, he had been pondering this issue. Yi Fan furrowed his brow. Time is running short for Songnan, so let Jiang Ye remain here for now. We must also make early preparations. Chun Fuzi nodded in agreement. Chapter 65, Calamity in the Training Camp. The training ground was shrouded in a dim light, as if rain were imminent. The new recruits gathered together, their gazes fixed upon the instructors on the stage, awaiting their final deployment orders. Point 1 Instructor, holding a list, gradually approached the front and announced loudly. Bai Li Tuming, assigned to the Night Watchman Team 010 in Guangshan City. M.O. Li, assigned to Team 017 in Gusa City. Chao Yuan, assigned to Team 007 in Huaihai City. Shun Qingzhu, assigned to Team 006 in Shangjing City. Lin Qiye, assigned to Team 136 in Songnan. Upon hearing this, confusion spread across the faces of the surrounding recruits. However, shortly after, Jiang Ye was temporarily assigned to Team 136 in Songnan, awaiting further orders in 3 months. This left the recruits astonished. The first and second rank to go to Team 136. Shouldn't they be assigned to Shangjing? The instructors on stage furrowed their brows, their eyes reflecting a complex expression. This is an order from the higher-ups of the Night Watchman. It is not a matter of personal discontent. At this moment, Shun Qingzhu stepped out from the ranks, hands in pockets, declaring, the first and second to go to Team 136. Why should I, the third, go to Shangjing? His bright eyes were filled with defiance. The instructor, seemingly accustomed to Shun Qingzhu's temperament, sighed and replied, I have stated that this is a decision from the higher-ups of the Night Watchman. We have no authority over your assignments. Simultaneously, we share your confusion and doubts. But as soldiers, obedience to orders is your duty. Shun Qingzhu, the instructor called out loudly. Shun Qingzhu clenched his fists, his face betraying his dissatisfaction. Yet he still responded loudly. Yes, return to formation. Obey orders. Understood. Shun Qingzhu turned, casting a glance at Jiang Ye and Lin Qiye before rejoining the ranks. However, Lin Qiye wore a slight smile, seemingly satisfied with the outcome, and turned his gaze slightly towards Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye was quite taken aback. He wondered about Lin Qiye's reasons for not being able to leave Songnan. As for himself, after a moment of contemplation, it appeared that Yi Fan's decision stemmed from their shared status as survivors of Songnan. After all, Songnan was set to vanish in 3 months. Jiang Ye sensed Lin Qiye's gaze and turned slightly. Yet, Lin Qiye shifted his eyes away, no longer looking at him. What does this mean? Jiang Ye, don't worry. Feel free to visit Guangshan off, and at that moment, Bai Li Pang draped his arms over their shoulders, exuding a fatherly concern. The two fell silent. Now it was Bai Li Pong's turn to revel in his sense of superiority. Suddenly, a rumble echoed from the heavens, jolting the nerves of the new recruits. Jiang Ye gazed at the overcast sky, murmuring to himself, It's coming. Inside a grim church, a voice slowly opened its eyes, surveying the black-robed followers below. Are we prepared? The tense seat of the followers placed his right hand over his chest. respectfully replying, "Rest assured, my lord. This time, we have learned from the last experience and dispatched one at the pinnacle of the formless realm and two with formidable strength from the sea realm. We will undoubtedly eliminate the divine agents of the great Xia and extinguish the seeds of divinity in their cradle." The voice adjusted its tailcoat and rose from the throne, nodding with satisfaction. Previously, the followers suffered considerable losses. This time, we must capture these two and select a few with potential to cultivate as followers to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. I will project a nightmare to ensure absolute certainty. Understood. The 10th seat bowed. The voice waved its hand, and the black-robed followers retreated from the church. Its eyes turned icy as it gazed at the chamber where Han Xiaoyan was held, after a nightmare projection was obliterated in an instant. It had not dared to approach that woman to have been able to instantly erase a nightmare projection while remaining unaware of its deployment. Which deity in Great Xia possesses such power? Moreover, Medusa, the voice shook its head, sensing that this plan might not unfold as intended. However, the deity from Great Xia rarely revealed themselves and seemed reluctant to show their true form, indicating that they were not someone to be trifled with lightly. There appear to be certain limitations. Thus, the choice was made to strike at the edge of Songnan at Jinan Mountain. Without divine protection, a group of new recruits at the Pool Realm, alongside instructors of no higher than the Sea Realm. The voice narrowed its eyes, ready to greet your demise. The sky was dreary, the rain pouring down, washing everything on the earth in the dormitory. Jiang Ye expanded his senses, swiftly enveloping the edge of Songnan at Jinan Mountain. Formless realm? He shook his head slightly and walked to the window, listening to the rain drumming against the glass. Click. Cha. Jiang Ye, I just went downstairs, and the ground was trembling. Has something about to happen. Bali Pang Pang, drenched from the rain, entered through the door. Lin Qiye glanced over. Possessing strong senses, he too detected something amiss, but the specifics remained unclear. Just then, a familiar assembly whistle resonated throughout the entire training camp. The two were momentarily stunned. Jiang had already donned his clothing and black raincoat, preparing to exit the dormitory. What the heck? In such heavy rain, we're assembling. Bali Pang Pang hurriedly put on his camouflage uniform and raincoat. Lin Qiye observed Jiang Ye, who was all set, with a peculiar expression, but there was no time to inquire. He quickly dressed and dashed out of the dormitory. With a splash, 2 minutes later, in the torrential downpour of the training ground, the new recruits stood in orderly rows, clad in raincoats that on the stage. The instructors wore grave expressions, with Yuan Gang at the forefront, shouting, "Just moments ago, we received a rescue order. A sudden mudslide has struck Jinan Mountain, the closest location to the training camp. The rescue team will not arrive within the golden rescue window, and we're the only rescue personnel capable of reaching there. I understand you are about to graduate and join your respective night watchman teams. But as soldiers of Great Xia, when one is in peril, we must provide aid from all quarters. It is our responsibility." Yuan Gang's features blurred in the rain, yet his voice resonated clearly in the ears of every recruit. "At this moment, I need you to muster the courage to protect the city and save those in distress. Now, everyone, get in the vehicles." With that command, all the new recruits boarded the military vehicles in an organized manner. One by one, the military vehicles, their headlights cutting through the dim light and pouring rain, set forth. The rumbling thunder resonated in everyone's ears, as if it were not thunder, but the death knell of the Grim Reaper. Jiang Ye sat at the edge of the truck's canopy, droplets of rain cascading onto his raincoat. The atmosphere inside the vehicle was heavy. Even the usually boisterous Bali Pang Pang had fallen silent, gripping the handrails tightly to brace against the vehicle's jolting. The concept of life held profound significance for everyone. Having endured the destruction of Songnan a decade ago and witnessed the slow demise of familiar neighbors, it was a moment of despair for them. It was also Jiang Ye's closest brush with hopelessness and death. He sighed softly, extending his left hand outside the vehicle, from which a diminutive golden dragon emerged and soared forth. Jiang Ye murmured to himself, "Life should be cherished and beautiful." Chapter 66. Rescued. In the despairing gloom, a golden light pierced through the surrounding darkness, illuminating the village below Jinan Mountain. The divine dragon, under immense pressure, grumbled. Rescuing without letting others discover is quite the challenge. In the past, I expected proper worship for 3 days after a rescue. Now, it seems I must do it without any thoughts of reward. The little golden dragon flew while grumbling, having already mentally cursed Jiang Ye numerous times. Are you seeking another slap? But just as it was caught up in its complaints, a chilling voice echoed in its mind. This soul contract. Can it function this way? Xiao Jin hastily ceased his curses, recalling the moment he had been struck across the face last time, and a sudden wave of pain washed over his visage. He then focused intently on soaring towards the various villages of Jinan Mountain, scattering glimmers of golden light wherever he went. The villagers entombed beneath the debris of landslides felt their bodies enveloped by this golden radiance, their vital signs gradually reviving. In a secluded village deep within Jinan Mountain, the lowly houses lay buried under the mudslide, with only the rooftops visible, presenting a scene of utter devastation. A middle-aged man, burdened with a wicker basket and staggering in his steps, stood frozen, his eyes instantly reddening as he beheld this sight. The basket fell with a thud onto the muddy ground. Yaya, mother! The man's eyes burned crimson as he quickly recognized the location of his home. With a sudden burst of energy, he dashed forward, kneeling down to claw at the earth with his hands, tears mingling with the rain that fell incessantly. No, Yaya. Father has returned. Please respond to me. Father, mother, my wife. Answer me. The man cried out their names with a heart-wrenching intensity, again and again, until his palms were stained red with blood, yet he did not cease his frantic digging, in the face of calamity. Humanity appeared as insignificant as dust. Yet, in the presence of love, humanity shone as brilliantly as the stars. The middle-aged man seemed to forget his fatigue, even as his hands began to spasm. He grit his teeth and continued to excavate the soil beneath him. It was as if he believed that with each deeper plunge, he would find the ones he longed to see. The surrounding darkness thickened, enveloping the man entirely. The sound of rain pounding against the ground resonated in his ears, and the howling wind gradually chilled his body. His lips turned pale, and his movement slowed, until at last he stopped. Kneeling before the muddy surface, he repeatedly struck his forehead against the ground, a sob escaping his lips. Yaya, father is useless, utterly useless. Each utterance grew weaker until ultimately he could produce no sound at all. The man collapsed onto the mud, allowing the torrential rain to batter his body. His eyelids grew heavy, as if he were on the brink of slumber. Just as he was about to close his eyes, a brilliant beam of golden light filled his vision. Father, father! Suddenly he heard the voice of his daughter, Yaya. The man jolted, his entire body trembling, as clarity returned to his mind. He felt the wounds on his body healing, and the fatigue dissipating swiftly. With a dazed effort, he propped himself up, realizing that golden light enveloped him. Gentle and warm, he lifted his gaze to behold a dragon radiating golden light in the distance. His pupils constricted in shock. A dragon. It's a dragon. Suddenly, the ground before him collapsed, a fissure opening up that too emitted golden light. As the golden glow drew nearer, the man's eyes widened in disbelief. He saw his daughter, Yaya, and his parents slowly rising, gently descending to the ground. The middle-aged man hurriedly rolled and crawled to embrace Yaya, finding her breathing normally, as did his parents, instantly illuminating his face with a joyous smile. In the next moment, he turned to look toward the direction of the golden dragon, but in the blink of an eye, the dragon had vanished. The man knelt upon the ground, prostrating himself 3 times in gratitude towards the direction of the departing golden dragon. Transformed into a small golden dragon, Xiao Jin, hidden within the dense forest, observed this scene, his 5 claws stroking his dragon whiskers. Not bad. I've gained a hint of faith power. It seems my efforts were not in vain. Xiao Jin opened his mouth, about to find a place to rest, when a familiar voice echoed in his mind. Hurry back after you're done. Xiao Jin's dragon body trembled, his claws clinking together. And ultimately, he closed his dragon eyes, soaring along the mountain path toward Jiang Ye to the foot of Jinan Mountain. Military vehicles slowly rolled in. Jiang Ye, Lin Qiye, and Bailey Pang Pang disembarked, standing in neat rows before their instructor alongside the other recruits. Jiang Ye stretched his left hand, retracting the small golden dragon he had summoned. Huh. How did the devouring progress rise to 5? Jiang Ye raised an eyebrow, recalling that the last time, the hunter from the Chuan realm and the two-headed fire serpent from the sea realm had only increased it to 2. And now it jumps by 3. Humanity, this is called faith power. Gods receive worship and can harness faith power for themselves. Shout, Jean stated proudly. Jiang Ye nodded in understanding, then coldly remarked, "What did you just call me?" The small dragon in the ring faltered, muttering, "Damn, that just slipped out. No, master. You owe me 2 slaps." Xiao Jin. Jiang Ye retracted his left hand and gazed at the overcast sky. Now that the villagers' lives were saved, it was time to focus on the modification value. The key to this narrative's modification value hinged on whether the arrogant one would infiltrate the ancient god church. Thus, preventing Shun Qingzhu from joining the ancient god church would be the greatest modification. However, he wondered if he would be drawn back later. Whatever, let us earn the modification value first. All right, everyone is present. There are 7 villages in Jinan Mountain affected by the disaster, so we need to split up. At this moment, Yuan Gang spoke earnestly, casting a glance at the new recruits standing resolutely in the heavy rain, feeling a surge of pride. "Jiang Ye, here." Jiang Ye stepped out from the ranks. Yuan Gang nodded. "You, along with Instructor Han, Chao Yuan, and 13 new recruits, will head to village 6. Jiang Ye was taken aback, but responded, "Understood." The village where the ancient god church appeared was situated within the deepest confines of Jinan Mountain, namely Village 7, where Shun Qingzhu had also encountered followers. But it didn't matter. Throughout the entirety of Daxia, he could go wherever he pleased. After making his arrangements, Yuan Gang added, "Lin Qiye, Bailey Pangpang, Shun Qingzhu, Molly, and Instructor Hong. You will proceed to the deepest Village 7. He continued to assign personnel for the other villages' rescue efforts. Time is of the essence. Depart immediately." All recruits and instructors marched in unison. Responding yes, Lin Qiye boarded the vehicle heading to Village 7, glancing back at Jiang Ye, who was seated in another vehicle. Smack! Bailey Pangpang slapped Lin Qiye on the shoulder, chuckling, already missing him just after parting. Lin Qiye frowned. Averting his gaze, "No, I just feel that this disaster is somewhat irregular, and I'm worried. If you're worried, just say so." "Stop being stubborn," Bailey Pangpang laughed, then turned to Molly, who sat beside him. Thumping his chest, "Molly, just watch how I perform later." Lin Qiye remained speechless, choosing not to respond further. Molly shot a cold glare at Bailey Pangpang, turning her head away. Meanwhile, Jiang Ye sat beside Chao Yuan, sensing a familiar aura approaching Yuan Gang's tent. A smile crept onto his lips. "Nightmare, you've come." Chapter 67. Nightmare shall also enter my illusion, which will satisfy him. Inside the tent, Yuan Gang gazed into the distance towards the depths of Jinan Mountain. The deep mountains stretched endlessly, shrouded in dark clouds as twilight approached. The ascent would only grow more arduous, presenting a significant challenge for them. He pondered whether this group of recruits would be capable. Likely not. Suddenly, a Western accent reached his ears, causing Yuan Gang to frown as a gentleman dressed in a tailcoat with a brooch on his chest emerged in his line of sight. Nightmare. Yuan Gang's expression darkened instantly. However, the surrounding scenery began to fade, raindrops suspended in midair, as if he had abruptly left the tent. Nightmare gracefully extended his hand, smiling. "It seems Vice Captain Yuan from the capital is quite familiar with me." Yuan Gang composed himself, stating, "One of the 3 oldest gods of the ancient god church, the true Nightmare, who single-handedly forged the followers." Nightmare nodded, his eyes narrowing. "In that case, let us have a good chat here." Yuan Gang lowered his brow slightly. Nightmare's appearance suggested that he intended to converse without conflict. It seemed this calamity was orchestrated by the ancient god church to deliberately lure everyone from the training camp here. And then, your targets are Jiang Ye and Lin Qiye, correct? You believe you can stop me here without confidence? Nightmare chuckled lightly. "Oh no, quite the contrary. I'm very confident. However, my last defeat left me quite irate, so I intend to eliminate all possible variables." Yuan Gang, a formidable force from the sea realm, knew that if he fought with all his might, the treasures within the Night Watcher's metal could elevate him to immeasurable heights. If he could restrain Yuan Gang, the rest would be inconsequential. Yuan Gang's expression grew grave as the forbidden abyss opened, a golden shield of light manifesting around him. Nightmare smiled. Although I am merely a projection of a nightmare. My true body is still being pursued by a spiritual medium, but dealing with you is more than sufficient. Yuan Gang snorted coldly. Then let us see. Just as the two readied themselves, the sound of footsteps echoed in their ears. Both Nightmare and Yuan Gang turned to see the silhouette of a youth gradually emerging from the darkness, his eyes strikingly black. Nightmare was taken aback. How did he get in? Jiang Ye. Yuan Gang also wore a look of confusion. Jiang Ye, sensing the two, scratched his head. Sorry to interrupt, but could you tell me how to get out of here? Nightmare. Yuan Gang, astonished, asked, How did you get in? Aren't you supposed to be in Village 6 for rescue? I don't know, I just walked in. Jiang Ye replied earnestly. Yuan Gang paused, turning to Nightmare, shaking his head. Is your nightmare really this pathetic? Nightmare's face gradually contorted with anger, his eyes narrowing. I don't care how you got in. Since you're here, it's just as well that I make you my follower. Join me as a follower, and I can grant you the first seat among all followers, commanding them all. Moreover, when the ancient gods descend, you shall possess supreme authority. What do you think? Are you intrigued? His eyes gleamed with excitement as he gazed at Jiang Ye, who had integrated the essence of the divine. Undoubtedly, his future could rival that of the three ancient gods. Jiang Ye lowered his head in contemplation for a moment, then shook it gently. Yu's expression stiffened, darkening in response. Yuan Gang nodded in satisfaction and, taking measured steps towards Jiang Ye, patted his shoulder, leaving behind an encouraging remark. He then retreated behind Jiang Ye. The corners of Jiang Ye's mouth twitched. Was he not a commanding officer? What did it mean to hide behind him? Yet Yuan Gang stood resolutely, asserting that he could effortlessly vanquish the double-headed fire serpent of the sea realm, and concluded that Jiang Ye's current strength could only surpass his own. Jiang Ye, I am merely looking out for you, allowing you to gain practical experience and shine, Yuan Gang declared with utmost seriousness. This left Yu speechless. Bursting into laughter, Commander Yuan, you, a being of the sea realm, hiding behind someone of the pond realm. Truly, you have no shame. Yuan Gang snorted dismissively, crossing his arms. If I cannot defeat him, then what right do you have to challenge me? He shot a glance at Yu. Turning his head away, what a disgrace. Jiang Ye interjected. All right, you can pretend all you want out of you, exasperated, exhaled sharply. Very well, a seed of divinity. I shall see what a mere pond realm can accomplish that not forget. This is my domain. Allow me to unveil the nightmares lurking in your heart. Yu unleashed his psychic energy, causing the nightmare scenes to shift as waves of soul attacks surged into Jiang Ye's mind. Upon hearing Yu's words, Jiang Ye raised an eyebrow, another one who wishes to see. I recall that last time, it was that fox spirit who sought to gaze, and now, realizing this, he decided to indulge Yu. He relaxed his mental defenses, permitting Yu's soul attacks to penetrate without resistance. To him, such attacks were nothing more than a mere tickled tea that moment. Yu effortlessly entered Jiang Ye's mental realm. A smirk forming on his lips, the pond realm. How weak. As a soul attack infiltrated Jiang Ye's psyche, his eyes gradually reflected the depths of Jiang Ye's inner world. What is this? Yu's eyes widened as he found himself surrounded by a cosmic expanse of stars. Turning to see the earth shrouded in mist, this was his nightmare. Why was it suspended above the starry skies? There was no distortion of humanity, no corpses or cataclysms. How utterly mundane and uninteresting. He chuckled softly, dismissing it. Mortal, do you comprehend the consequences of deceiving the divine? Just then, a soul-shattering voice resonated from behind him. Yu's body trembled as he slowly turned around, his pupils constricting in shock. There, 6 wings radiating sacred light unfurled, one hand wielding a scepter while the other extended a colossal palm. Those golden eyes filled him with dread. He had never anticipated that within Jiang Ye's mental realm lay hidden the Seraphim meet Sai. Before Yu could utter the full name, a terrifying divine force extinguished him in an instant, silencing him completely. The nightmare projection of Yu burst forth like fireworks, exploding into countless violet sparks. Dissipating within his own domain, the surrounding raindrops resumed their normal descent, the sounds of wind and rain reaching Yuan Gang and Jiang Ye's ears. Jiang Ye chuckled softly. Truly, one cannot help but indulge their curiosity. Behind him, Yuan Gang's grip on his knife faltered, his eyes widening in disbelief. What? It ended just like that. I had anticipated an epic battle, and this is it, such a disgrace to the ancient God Church. How utterly pathetic. Indeed, there was no grandeur to be found. Chapter 68. The dragon reveals itself. Beneath the darkened heavens, the sound of footsteps echoed through the serene night. EU's tailcoat was somewhat tattered, his expression grim. How could that boy's mental realm harbor a seraphim? He coughed, blood staining his lips. The sensation of having his nightmare projection obliterated was far from pleasant. He remained perplexed. After all, Lin Qiye was the true agent of the Seraphim. So how could this boy also possess such power? Moreover, the aura of that divine force was clearly not characteristic of a Seraphim's agent. It contained a murderous intent, albeit suppressed by some other power. This indicated that Jiang Ye's relationship with the Seraphim was far from amicable, hence the divine power residing within him. Mortal, do you grasp the consequences of deceiving the divine? This phrase lingered in EU's mind, causing his brow to furrow. It seemed this endeavor had introduced an unforeseen variable. No. If he could not deal with the agent of death, then he must not let the agents of the Seraphim and the goddess of night escape. I refuse to believe that the agents of the Seraphim and the goddess of night can extinguish my nightmare projection, EU snorted, summoning another nightmare projection to descend upon Jiang Mountain. Just then, a sizzling sound of lightning crackled from the darkened sky. Above the ominous clouds, 7 pillars of lightning began to materialize, each one bearing a cloaked figure. EU's expression grew even darker. It seemed this was far from over. With a flash, he vanished from his position. In the next moment, the 7 pillars of lightning crashed down with a thunderous roar, shattering the tranquility of the night. The captain of the spiritual medium team adjusted his hood and gazed into the distance. Continue the pursuit. With a command, the other team members nodded mechanically, and the 7 pillars ascended once more. They appeared to be emotionless machines, existing solely to obey orders. To the foot of Jiang Mountain, amidst the illuminated tents, Jiang Ye and Yuan Gang emerged from the nightmare. The instructors searching for Yuan Gang were taken aback upon witnessing their sudden appearance. Commander, where have you been? Why did you appear so suddenly? There is no time for explanations. Immediately contact Hong Hao of Village Number 7 and ensure the safety of the new recruits and villagers. Additionally, instruct Instructor Han to provide immediate support to Village Number 7, that we must leave at once. Yuan Gang understood that the ancient God Church's target was Jiang Ye and Lin Qiye. Now that EU's projection had been extinguished, there were still followers in the mountains, likely possessing considerable power. The instructors exchanged glances, but Yuan Gang's abrupt disappearance had already indicated that this disaster was fraught with complications. They hurriedly rushed to their vehicles. After issuing his orders, Yuan Gang turned to look around. Where is he? His expression froze. Had not Jiang Ye been right here just moments ago? How could he vanish in the blink of an eye? Yuan Gang searched the area but found no trace of Jiang Ye, only footprints leading up the mountain. What was that boy so anxious about? Can a person outrun a vehicle? Yuan Gang's face was etched with worry, and upon seeing the military vehicle approaching, he retrieved a star blade from the tent and hopped into the vehicle. The night continued to pour with heavy rain, drumming relentlessly against his raincoat. The sound causing Yuan Gang to grip the hilt tightly. His eyes remained fixed on the dark mountains, his brow furrowing in consternation. Where is Jiang Ye? An instructor seated beside him inquired. Yuan Gang turned. He went up the mountain on his own. Do not concern yourself with him. He will be fine. He went up on his own. The other instructors expressed their doubts, but ultimately fell silent. The vehicle wound its way deeper along the mountain road, in the depths of Jiang Mountain. Upon reaching Village Number 7, Lin Qiye and Bai Li Pang intended to announce, the soldiers of the Xia are here. Death shall retreat. The survivors shall live. However, they found all the villagers huddled behind a low wall, trembling not from injuries but from the cold rain. Instantly, Instructor Hong and Lin Qiye stood frozen in place. What? Bai Li Pang hesitantly pointed at the villagers. This is a disaster zone. Have we come to the wrong place? Instructor Hong rested his chin on his hand, observing the unharmed villagers with a contemplative expression. Lin Qiye quickly discerned the situation. A mudslide had engulfed the entire village, yet the villagers' faces bore an expression of having survived a calamity. This indicated that the disaster had struck suddenly, without warning. However, this was precisely the oddity. If there were no warning, how could there be no casualties? Not even a scratch. This was illogical. "Hello, Instructor Hong. What is the situation on your end?" At that moment, Instructor Han's voice crackled through the radio. Instructor Hong picked up the radio, pressing the button. "The situation is rather strange. Are all the villagers unhurt?" "No, not even a scratch." The moment this was stated, everyone fell silent. "Is it the same on your side?" Instructor Hong exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed. How peculiar. A mudslide of such magnitude buried the village, yet the people are completely unscathed. They even claim to have seen a golden dragon shimmering with light, saying that the divine dragon had manifested." The more they listened, the more baffled they became. The divine dragon has manifested? Could it be something mystical? Instructor Hong's expression shifted as he briefly responded to Instructor Han, then approached the villagers behind the low wall. Lin Qiye and the others followed suit. "Good sir, we are the rescue team. What transpired here? How did you survive?" Instructor Hong inquired. The elderly man, sensing their intent, lowered his guard. "Let my son explain. He knows." The elder patted the shoulder of a middle-aged man holding a small girl. After a moment's hesitation, the man spoke with palpable excitement. "Are you truly the rescue team?" Instructor Hong nodded and produced his military identification, affirming the situation. The middle-aged man gingerly placed the sleeping girl into the arms of the elder, leading the others a short distance away. Seemingly to avoid waking his daughter, he recounted, "Before the mudslide occurred, I was still on the mountain, so I managed to evade it. However, upon hearing the commotion, I hurried back to the village, only to find it completely buried by the mudslide, with not a soul in sight." Completely buried, not a soul in sight. Then what about these villagers? Instructor Hong and the others exchanged puzzled glances. "What happened next?" Lin Qiye inquired. The middle-aged man lowered his gaze, hesitating before speaking. "I say this, and you may not believe me, but I truly witnessed it. Come on, just tell us. It can't possibly be some divine apparition, right?" Bali Pang Pang chuckled. The middle-aged man nodded vigorously. "Yes, indeed, it was a divine apparition." The others reacted with disbelief. Chapter 69. The unwilling dreamer aspires to become Patrick Star. Is it really some divine apparition? "You can't be fabricating a story, can you?" Bali Pang Pang exclaimed, astonished. The rest shared similar expressions of skepticism. Such supernatural phenomena, to them, were shrouded in mystery and divinity, but would a deity truly concern themselves with such matters? It seemed illogical. Then, it must be mysterious. As long as it doesn't cause harm, that would be sufficient. How could it possibly save lives? Lin Qiye furrowed his brow and asked, "Could you describe the divine being you saw?" The middle-aged man nodded. It radiated a golden glow, illuminating everyone it touched, instantly healing all wounds. That it was truly miraculous. Upon hearing this, the group fell into a deep silence. The description matched precisely with that of Instructor Han. Could it be that a divine being truly manifested to save lives? The term dragon carried significant connotations in the Great Xia dynasty. Suddenly, the walkie-talkie crackled to life. Instructor Hong turned slightly, pressing down on the device, and the voice of Yuan Gang echoed through. "This disaster was orchestrated by the ancient god cult. You must be cautious. Their followers may be lurking nearby, and they possess formidable strength." Upon hearing the mention of the ancient god cult, the group's hearts sank. Instructor Hong glanced at Lin Qiye and nodded. "Understood. Chief Instructor, I will protect these kids." Yuan Gang responded with a brief acknowledgement and then asked, "What about the victims?" Hearing this, Instructor Hong cast a furtive glance at the villagers and replied solemnly, "Not a single one harmed." A momentary silence enveloped the walkie-talkie before a voice finally requested, "Provide a detailed description." After a brief pause, Instructor Hong relayed the middle-aged man's account succinctly. In summary, it was a divine apparition. Yuan Gang responded with silence once more, followed by a beep, signifying the end of the transmission. Instructor Hong raised an eyebrow, helplessly shrugging his shoulders, turning to the drenched middle-aged man. He concluded, "Let's set aside the matter of the divine apparition for now. We need to ensure the villagers are settled before awaiting assistance from other rescue teams to escort them down the mountain." Lin Qiye and the others nodded in agreement. Just then, the middle-aged man suddenly grasped Instructor Hong's arm, pleading, "Sir, can you save my wife? When the heavy rain began, she ran out to find me and hasn't returned since. Our child has been crying for her. I can't accompany you." The man glanced at his daughter, Yaya, his eyes filled with a complex mix of emotions. Instructor Hong exchanged glances with Lin Qiye and the others, noting the pitch-black sky, realizing that venturing into the mountain now could spell disaster. Moreover, with the ancient god cult lurking in the shadows, entering the mountains would only heighten the danger. Instructor Hong patted the man's shoulder, assuring him, "This is our duty. Leave it to us. Rest assured, we will not abandon anyone." After a moment of silence, the middle-aged man nodded, his gaze conflicted as he returned to the group of villagers. At that moment, the little girl awoke, looking at her father and asking, "Daddy, where's Mommy?" The middle-aged man gently ruffled her hair, forcing a smile as he replied, "Don't worry. When the sun rises, Mommy will come back." "Oh, okay," Yaya responded with disappointment. Shen Qingzhu observed this scene, her palms tightening into fists before turning to gaze into the dark forest. "We cannot venture into the mountains now. The followers of the ancient god cult are surely lying in wait. Their target is you," Lin Qiye, Instructor Hong stated. "Thus, our best course of action is to wait for support from Instructor Yuan before searching for the girl's mother." Lin Qiye, Bali Pang Pang, and the others nodded, casting resigned glances at the little girl. Shen Qingzhu snorted softly, a determination forming in her heart. Lin Qiye, Bali Pang Pang, and Molly found a relatively intact house, ushering the villagers inside to shelter from the rain. "Hey, where's Jiang Ye?" Bali Pang Pang, exhausted, plopped down on the ground, scanning the area but failing to spot Shen Qingzhu. Lin Qiye glanced toward the distant forest, suspecting she had gone up the mountain, noticing that Deng Wei and the others were also missing. Above the mountain, Shen Qingzhu impatiently regarded Deng Wei and the other two. "Don't worry, Shinge, we won't hold you back, that I'm incredibly fast at locating people." Deng Wei, with his dark skin, grinned broadly. Shen Qingzhu feigned irritation, saying, "Don't act like I need you, that I can manage on my own. You three should head back." The three, undeterred, continued to closely follow her, showing no intention of leaving. With a sigh of exasperation, Shen Qingzhu turned away, her frown betraying her annoyance, though a faint smile tugged at the corners of her mouth. The forest was dark, and the four wielded powerful flashlights as they ventured up the mountain path in search of answers. In the pitch-black woods, two pairs of eyes observe the distant beams of light point four individuals at the pool realm, and their target is not within. The leading man in a black robe shook his head. The muscular man wielding an axe chuckled, glancing at the 10th seat. "Leave these four brats to me. The pool realm doesn't require your sea realm intervention." "Fine, but I wonder what Lord Yuan is thinking." Even sending the 6th seat from the infinite pinnacle, the 12th seat remarked, puzzled that a group of novices led by the peak of the Chuan realm seemed to warrant such a grand effort. "All right then, I'll go take their heads and complete the task," the muscular man declared, gripping his axe as he slowly approached Shen Qingzhu's direction. The 12th seat shook his head, turning to observe the village below. Just as he was about to make a move, a surge of divine energy rippled through the air, prompting him to glance toward the right side of the village, the aura of a Seraphim. "This kid aims to divert my attention to protect the villagers? Very well, those villagers are merely bait, while the dual divine agents are the true targets." With a swish, the black robe billowed in the wind as he hastened toward Lin Qiye. In the distance, Lin Qiye too was moving away from the village, after communicating with the Starry Night Dancer and the bats. His expression turned grave. This presence is even stronger than the Chuan realm. Could it be a sea realm? It appears a fierce battle awaits. Being merely at the pool realm, facing a sea realm powerhouse was utterly impossible. However, the remains of the two-headed fire serpent might just summon a sea realm creature. And coupled with Mumu, there was a possibility of victory that, if all else fails, he still had the option of soul carrying a Lin Qiye pondered this. He sensed a surge of pressure behind him and quickened his pace. Racing through the darkness. "Kid, with your pool realm speed, do you think you can?" Suddenly, a voice belonging to a sea realm follower cut off mid-sentence, followed by the sound of flesh being severed. Lin Qiye halted abruptly, a bat landing on his shoulder. "He's dead." Lin Qiye was taken aback by the news of the Sea Realm follower being slain by an unexpected white blade aura. He turned and sprinted to the 12th seat's corpse, his eyes widening in shock at the clean decapitation. The body remained, while the head was nowhere to be found. This method of killing seems oddly reminiscent of Jiang Ye. Without a shred of doubt, he knew it was indeed him. Just as Lin Qiye contemplated this, Jiang Ye slowly emerged from the thicket. Lin Qiye blinked in surprise, turning to face him. Next time, let me have a turn. My strength is no less. After witnessing Jiang Ye's effortless decapitation of a Sea Realm being, he had grown accustomed to it since their last exercise. Jiang Ye nodded. There's another Sea Realm presence in the mountains. Halfway up, I left that one for you, I'm off to assist Xin Qingzhu now. You go have some fun with him. With that, Jiang Ye darted up the mountain. Why would a pool realm seek trouble with a Sea Realm? Am I out of my mind? Suddenly, an explosion erupted from the forest, and looking up, flames shot into the sky. This explosion must have been triggered by Qi Min, indicating that Xin Qingzhu and her group were encountering followers. Lin Qiye immediately ran to catch up with Jiang Ye. But as he did, he noticed the surrounding space had come to a standstill, with raindrops suspended mid-air. Lin Qiye halted, in his line of sight. A man clad in a tailcoat approached slowly. With a mocking tone, Yuan remarked, "Let me take a look into the depths of your soul." Chapter 70. Welcome to my asylum. Lin Qiye stared at the approaching man, momentarily taken aback as he scrutinized his attire and asked, "Are you Yuan?" Yuan smiled faintly. "It seems I'm quite well known, and I'm curious as to how you managed to become a dual divine agent. What could possibly be the reason?" Lin Qiye gripped the hilt of his sword, his eyes narrowing, remaining silent. Yuan sneered, "It's all right if you choose not to answer. Once I delve into the depths of your soul, I will uncover everything." The action of Lin Qiye drawing his sword came to a halt. "You wish to delve deep into my soul?" he questioned. "Indeed, a person's soul before me is akin to a mere plaything. Before me, you possess no secrets. Once I seize your soul, you shall be bound to serve me," Yu proclaimed with unshakable confidence. Lin Qiye slowly lowered his right hand, which had grasped the hilt of the sword, blinked, and bowed his head in contemplation. Yu chuckled. "Are you afraid?" Lin Qiye raised his head, tugged at his eye bags with his right index finger, and stuck out his tongue, making a rather unrefined grimace. "Oh dear, I am so frightened." Yu observed Lin Qiye's fearless demeanor and found himself hesitating. Despite his clear words, this young man appeared undaunted. Could it be that, like Jiang Ye, there exists something within the depths of his soul? Yu could not help but recall the information regarding Jiang Ye and Lin Qiye, both of whom had lost their sight at the age of 70 yet, while Lin Qiye had become the agent of the Seraph. Jiang Ye had not, still tormented by the divine laws left in his body. What could be the meaning of this? Yu pondered, refraining from immediately invading Lin Qiye's soul, observing that he had indeed startled Yu. Lin Qiye muttered, "This Yu is rather timid. I anticipated him to be formidable." However, within Yu's nightmares, every subtle movement of Lin Qiye remained under his control, and he heard the words distinctly. Yu furrowed his brow, casting a dark gaze upon Lin Qiye. Pretentious, with that, a powerful soul surged into Lin Qiye's mind. Even if Lin Qiye possessed the divine power of the Seraph, it would merely be an extinguished projection. Yet, it was highly improbable that Lin Qiye would have such a power. Otherwise, he could not have become the agent of the Seraph. The odds of victory in this gamble were at least 80% in his favor. Deep within Lin Qiye's soul, Yu, donned in a tailcoat, traversed a world shrouded in mist, his brow furrowing. However, he felt reassured that there was no trace of the Seraph's extinguished self within Lin Qiye's soul. This time, he had indeed won the bet. A slight smile curled at the corners of Yu's mouth as he took a few more steps forward, gradually revealing a structure before him. "The Asylum of the Gods?" Yu murmured the name, glancing at the towering stone statues surrounding him, the unease in his heart intensifying. The depths of these two young men's souls were increasingly peculiar. Yu remarked, yet his steps did not falter as he ascended the staircase toward the entrance of the asylum. The more mysterious it became, the more his curiosity grew upon reaching the asylum's grand entrance. Just as Yu was about to knock, he heard a click, and the door slowly swung open on its own. The light within began to emerge gradually, The scene becoming clearer, Yu narrowed his eyes. And after adjusting to the brightness, several figures came into view. SpongeBob. Let us go catch jellyfish together. A woman in purple, along with two individuals chasing after Patrick Star, and a Dr. Garb Lin Qiye appeared, smiling and extending his right hand in an inviting gesture. Welcome to my asylum, in the external world. Amidst the mountains and forests, a deafening roar erupted as endless flames soared into the sky. Shen Qingzhu fiercely shielded the injured trio behind him, fixating his gaze on the muscular man wielding a great axe before him. Protecting those three useless wretches will only hasten your demise. Why not let me sever their heads instead? The muscular man swung his axe once more at Shen Qingzhu. Shen Qingzhu touched the ring on his finger with a crisp snap of his fingers. An explosion erupted around the muscular man, momentarily repelling him. However, the defensive power of Chuanjing rendered this minor explosion ineffective in causing harm. Sweat mingled with rainwater dripped from Shen Qingzhu's forehead as he frantically sought a solution. Brother Shen, you must run. We are all injured, and you are the only one who can escape. Let one of us survive. We will hold them off for you. I could see that moment. Deng Wei, clutching his bleeding shoulder, tugged at Shen Qingzhu's sleeve. The latter frowned, clenching his fists tightly, and roared, "Shut your mouth. I never intend to use my brother's lives to escape. If we came up together, we must leave together." With that, Shen Qingzhu charged forward again. The sound of snapping fingers mingling with the explosions resonating all around. The muscular man swung his great axe, rotating his wrist twice as he forcefully struck. Shen Qingzhu snapped his fingers, creating a vacuum along the trajectory of the axe swing. Boom! The explosive force neutralized much of the axe's momentum, slowing its speed. Shen Qingzhu leaned back, the blade of the axe grazing his collar. Without a moment's hesitation, he executed a backflip to create distance, once again depleting the air around the muscular man. Boom! A series of violent explosions erupted around the muscular man, flames soaring skyward. Shen Qingzhu gasped for breath, the aftershocks of the explosions forcing him to sit in the mud. His gaze fixated on the blaze. Yet from within the flames, a dark figure slowly emerged, the great axe swinging through the air, producing a whistling sound. The muscular man appeared largely unscathed, aside from his clothing and skin being slightly charred. Still brimming with vitality, truly deserving of the title of a high-risk forbidden zone, to be struck down by someone at the pool realm, I commend your pride. The muscular man glanced at the axe in his hand, declaring, "Next, I shall sever each of your heads in an instant." The muscles in the muscular man's arm bulged as he swung the axe, larger than his own head, with tremendous force towards Shen Qingzhu. The latter clenched his fists, preparing to evade, when suddenly, a sharp metallic sound pierced the air at a flash of white light cut through, as if slicing through the very fabric of night, cleaving through the muscular man's body. Shen Qingzhu stared in astonishment at the muscular man's form, a line of white light appearing from head to waist. With a crack, the muscular man froze, his body splitting in two and collapsing to the sides. Even the seemingly indestructible axe was severed in half, the cut smooth and even as Shen Qingzhu observed the muscular man split apart. A figure clad in a black raincoat appeared, grasping a sheathed sword with their left hand. The black satin trailing in the wind. P.S. Dear readers, please encourage me with some gentle nudges for updates, or perhaps a few small gifts. I dare not request large gifts without updates. How humble of me. Chapter 71. The youth's spirited resolve as the torrential rain ceased, the clouds dispersed, revealing the silvery moonlight. Sitting on the damp ground, Shen Qingzhu gazed in astonishment at the figure of the young man, instinctively murmuring, "So handsome." However, he quickly lowered his head, his expression returning to one of calm indifference and defiance. Step by step, Jiang Ye's footsteps approached, and soon a pair of military-booted feet appeared in his line of sight. Shen Qingzhu slowly raised his head, the youthful yet resilient visage of Jiang Ye reflecting in his eyes, momentarily leaving him in a daze. Jiang Ye extended his right hand, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Come." Shen Qingzhu raised an eyebrow, hesitating briefly before grasping Jiang Ye's hand, his tone brimming with arrogance. "Even if you do not strike, I can still kill him." "Thank you." Jiang Ye was about to say something when Shun Qingzhu hesitated and interjected. Jiang Ye smiled and nodded, retrieving bandages and hemostatic powder from the soul guarding ring, handing them to Deng Wei and the others. First, tend to your wounds. We will descend the mountain shortly. Deng Wei and the others appeared somewhat dazed, their expressions imbued with shock. The Chuanjing believer, whom Brother Shun could barely contend with, was effortlessly slain by Jiang Ye with a single blow. Such strength was terrifying. Deng Wei swallowed hard, slowly accepting the items from Jiang Ye, revealing a sincere grin. Thank you, Jiang Wei, Liang, and the others echoed their gratitude as well. Jiang Ye nodded slightly, turning to sit on a stone, enveloping the entirety of Jinan Mountain in his perception. One Chuanjing believer was pursuing Lin Qiye, while another was at the Inferno Dragon's lair. The one at the peak of the Infinite Realm remained inactive, seemingly disdainful of engaging. Since that is the case, I shall refrain from acting against you. Jiang Ye summoned a small golden dragon shimmering with radiance. Little Gold, any instructions? This task is yours now. Feast as you wish. Little Gold turned its head, sensing the mountain surroundings. Its eyes dimming. The realms are too low. I cannot be satisfied here. Master, if I continue to follow you, I shall eventually starve. Jiang Ye's lips twitched. Once you finish off these individuals, you may venture into the mist to find sustenance. Little Gold paused, joy evident in its expression. Are you granting me freedom? Not quite. You are simply too weak. You need to grow stronger before you can work for me. Little Gold, the five-clawed golden dragon, patted its own head before transforming into a streak of golden light, soaring away. What was that? A fleeting flash of golden light caught Shun Qingzhu's attention, though he could not discern what it was. Could I have seen it wrong? He shook his head, glancing at Deng Wei and the others who were tending to their wounds, feeling somewhat reassured. Yet, the ancient God Church's harm to his brothers would not go unpunished. Shun Qingzhu then turned his gaze toward Jiang Ye, retrieving a piece of chewing gum from his pocket and stepping closer. Care for some? He passed the chewing gum over. Jiang Ye, not wishing to offend, accepted a piece, unwrapped it, and placed it in his mouth to chew. Shun Qingzhu smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth and took a seat on a nearby rock, gazing up at the moon peeking through the clouds. Jiang Ye, how is it that you are so formidable? I find myself a bit envious that you're not lacking either, Jiang Ye replied. Shun Qingzhu shook his head. I can't compare, but I never said I wouldn't surpass you in the future. Jiang Ye, may I inquire why you strive to grow stronger? Shun Qingzhu tilted his head to look at Jiang Ye. Why strive for strength? Jiang Ye lifted his gaze to the clouds that revealed flecks of moonlight. Because my enemies are quite powerful. Shun Qingzhu was momentarily taken aback, intending to probe further, but ultimately deemed it impolite, merely nodding in acknowledgement. What about you? Jiang Ye, noticing his silence, couldn't help but ask. Me? Shun Qingzhu pointed to himself, then glanced at Deng Wei and the others. My desire to grow stronger is quite straightforward, that I cannot stand those who bully the weak under the guise of power. To confront them, I must naturally become stronger. That he raised his fist, grinning. As for that ancient God Church, once I have the strength, I will be the first to make them pay for injuring my brother. I remember this debt. Jiang Ye nodded, expressing his admiration. That has quite a sense of justice. Don't think that just because you compliment me, I'll let you off easy. Just wait until I surpass you. Shun Qingzhu retorted, seeing that the others had finished bandaging their wounds. He stood up. Shall we head down? Do you need assistance? He looked at Jiang Ye, whose eyes were like black satin. Jiang Ye smiled faintly and pointed to Deng Wei and the others. Help them. Shun Qingzhu sighed, his eyes betraying a hint of disappointment as he walked over to assist the injured Li Liang down the mountain. Jiang Ye took charge of the other two like a tea that moment. The system's voice echoed, Ding, you have caused the U to lose the nightmare projection, resulting in a psychological shadow that prevents them from returning to Jinan Mountain. This has delayed Shun Qingzhu's infiltration into the ancient God Church storyline. You have saved the lives of all villagers in Jinan Mountain, releasing Shao Jin, which impacts the internal structure of the Jinan Mountain narrative. You have gained 40,000 modified points. Current modified points, 480. 000. Reach 500,000 points to acquire the divine skill. Words become reality. Triggered random reward. Random ability package. Only 40,000. Jiang Ye frowned as he descended the mountain. This merely delayed Shun Qingzhu's infiltration into the ancient god church, meaning that this storyline would still revert in the future. Thus, Shun Qingzhu's trajectory as a character remained unchanged. I still need 20,000 points to obtain the divine skill. This is frustrating. I suppose I'll have to deal with the Bail Yi when I return at Songnan to get there. However, triggering the random reward was a fortunate turn of events. He decided to open the random ability package once they returned to the village. Jiang Ye silently nodded, feeling somewhat reassured. After walking a few steps, he suddenly realized a serious issue. If Shun Qingzhu were to infiltrate the ancient god church in the future, how could he fool EU without the returning jade? In the original story, Bali Fat only produced the returning jade when he sensed danger from Zhuang Ge. Right now, it means I must assist him. Jiang Ye gradually realized that, due to his involvement, the plot had also intertwined with him. Damn that Sanjiu, old thief. No, I mean, damn that Ergio. Jiang Ye refocused his thoughts and looked up at Shun Qingzhu walking ahead, that he couldn't help but recall Shun Qingzhu's words. Now that he had the modified points, everything else could wait. He slightly lifted his head, feeling the presence of the moon obscured by clouds. The rebellious youth. Wasn't he the same? A faint glow emanated from Jiang Ye's palm, which he flicked, sending the light into Shun Qingzhu's body. With an all-encompassing mental realm at its peak, establishing a mental barrier that he would not detect was incredibly simple. Suddenly, Shun Qingzhu felt a wave of tingling throughout his body. As if an electric current coursed through him, that he immediately sensed his mental strength was increasing. Shun Qingzhu froze, his steps halting. Liang, noticing this, looked over in confusion. Shun Ge, why have you stopped? Is there something? Boom! A surge of mental power erupted from within Shun Qingzhu, his realm advancing from the pool stage to the pinnacle of the pool stage, finally settling at the river stage. Shun Qingzhu felt his mental strength flowing like an unceasing river. Deng Wei and Li Liang were taken aback. Whoa! Shun Ge, you've broken through. Shun Ge, did you really break through to the river stage? Deng Wei exclaimed in astonishment. Shun Qingzhu slowly came back to his senses, feeling the mental energy filling his body, and nodded. It seemed so. In truth, he was equally bewildered. How could he have broken through just by walking? Was it perhaps the battle with that muscular man that led to this epiphany? But he didn't sense anything unusual. Shun Ge, you're amazing. You're the first among us in the training camp to break through to the river stage. Li Liang applauded, limping. Deng Wei and Li Jia also congratulated him. Although the three young men were not particularly strong, they were exceedingly happy for Shun Qingzhu. Jiang Ye, however, withdrew his hand sheepishly. He had inadvertently given too much mental strength, allowing Shun Qingzhu to break through. Damn the system for preventing me from experiencing the sensation of breaking through from pool to river stage. Otherwise, I wouldn't have lost control. After a brief celebration, the four descended the mountain, encountering Bali Fat, who was hurrying towards them. Upon seeing Jiang Ye, Bali Fat was momentarily taken aback. Brother Jiang Ye, what are you doing here? I came to support you, Jiang Ye replied. Bali Fat nodded. Oh, just now even Instructor Yuan arrived. It's normal for you to come over since you're the closest to Village 6 Autumn. However, when Bali Fat looked at Shun Qingzhu, his eyes widened in surprise as he hurried over to feel Shun Qingzhu's body. What are you doing, you fatso? Shun Qingzhu yelled. Bali Fat withdrew his hand, pondering, wait a minute, Zhuang Ge, how come you seem different from before? Of course, just now, our Shun Ge has already broken through to the river stage. Are you envious? Deng Wei boasted, as if he were bragging about himself. Huh. Bali Fat stepped back 2 paces, glancing at Jiang Ye. The latter nodded affirmatively. Bali Fat's eyes widened, and he slapped his left cheek twice. Looking frustrated, how come even Zhuang Ge has gotten stronger? We agreed to grow up together, and you all are leaving me behind. You fatso, don't make such a fuss. Am I not supposed to be happy about my breakthrough? Shun Qingzhu replied. Bali Fat wore a long face, speaking in a dejected tone. Happy? I'm absolutely overjoyed. Shun Qingzhu glanced at Bali Fat, who was absorbed in his phone, then turned serious. What is the situation with the village and Instructor Hong? Bali Fat composed himself, answering, I entered the mountain with Instructor Hong, but he was intercepted by a river stage believer. They fought until they vanished from sight. So I came to find you. He went on to mention that he encountered Instructor Yuan, who also ventured deep into the forest, urging them to return to the village. Shen Qingzhu frowned, immediately preparing to rush back into the mountain. Bali Fat hurriedly stopped him. No, Instructor Yuan is at the sea stage. You've just entered the river stage. Let us not go stir up trouble. We might just become a burden. Right, Brother Jiang Ye? Jiang Ye was taken aback, but then nodded in agreement. Seeing him consent, Shen Qingzhu reluctantly abandoned his intention to help. That's right. Our primary task is to ensure the villagers' safety. Bali Fat led the way toward the village, occasionally stopping to whisper in Shen Qingzhu's ear, "How did you break through to the river stage? Any secrets?" Shen Qingzhu rubbed his ear. "Yes. What?" "When we reach the village, find an open space and lie down." Bali Fat's face lit up with hope. "And then what? Do I need to chant any incantations?" "Nope." "Then what? Just wash up and sleep. Everything will come to you in dreams." Bali Fat. But in the depths of Jinan Mountain, a small golden dragon, no larger than a leaf, soared rapidly through the air, its dragon eyes filled with the frustrations and anger of a worker. A once mighty divine dragon now reduced to a mere laborer in this world. "Who understands, my fellow dragons?" Shout Jin lamented silently. After shaking its dragon head, it sensed several individuals below and pinched its whiskers. "I must earn some belief power. At a crucial moment, I need to act to inspire faith and respect from humans." T nodded slightly, preparing to descend and observe the battle. Suddenly, the mountain trembled violently. As if an earthquake had struck, a certain earth dragon was quite the performer. Xiao Jin, grasping its whiskers, watched with keen interest as the entire mountain flipped over. T grabbed a package of chips that had slipped from Jiang Ye's ring. Marveling at the unique ways humans enjoy life, T clawed open the chips, took a bite, and crunched down, its dragon eyes fixed on the ongoing battle below. Beneath the overturned mountain, a pool of dark red lava bubbled relentlessly. A fiery earth dragon soared into the sky, its eyes blazing with fierce flames, fixated on Instructor Hong and Lin Qiye below. Meanwhile, Instructor Yuan was engaged in a fierce battle with another sea stage believer. Neither yielding ground for the river stage believer. They had long been dealt with by Lin Qiye, who could summon sea creatures. However, Lin Qiye's mental strength was now insufficient to summon pets for battle. The only option left was, "Lin Qiye, we are not a match for this earth dragon. You are a double divine agent, with limitless potential for the future. The only thing I can do now is to help you buy some time. So hurry up." Hanging precariously from the cliff, Hong Hao extracted a medal from the inside of his garment with his left hand. Lin Qiye, standing nearby, was momentarily stunned. That night, amidst the torrential rain, a figure slowly emerged in his memory. Instructor Zhao Hong gazed at the name inscribed on the medal, contemplating the darkness that was about to descend. With a surge of determination, he felt a silver needle protruding from metal. Just as he was about to pierce his own flesh, Lin Qiye suddenly grasped his arm. Hong Hao was taken aback. "And oh need, I have a solution," Lin Qiye replied earnestly. Then he snatched the medal from his hands, retracting the silver needle and tucking it into his own clothing. "You rascal." Before Hong Hao could voice his thoughts, Lin Qiye stepped onto the cliff, wielding the starry blade as he soared into the sky. His consciousness connected with the psychiatric hospital, and his eyes instantly turned as dark as the abyss. Manifest. In an instant, Lin Qiye's hair elongated, billowing in the wind, as the divine power of the night goddess enveloped him. The darkness rapidly spread, consuming all around him, obscuring even the scant moonlight that remained in the night sky. Below, Hong Hao, along with the fiercely engaged Sea Realm believers and Yuan Gang, halted in their actions, their expressions filled with terror as they beheld Lin Qiye in the sky. The Flame Pulse Earth Dragon seemed to sense Lin Qiye's overwhelming aura, immediately unleashing a series of dragon roars. Twisting its body and exhaling flames, with eyes as dark as night, Lin Qiye activated the Night Flicker, instantly appearing behind the Flame Pulse Earth Dragon. The starry blade crossed before him, divine power coursing through its blade, transforming it into an obsidian hue. Slash. Subsequently, Lin Qiye unleashed a dark crescent slash, the terrifying surge of divine energy causing the Flame Pulse Earth Dragon's eyes to widen in horror. just as it intended to evade. The dark crescent had already swept across its body, and under the influence of the encroaching darkness, its vitality swiftly waned, leaving no room for resistance. Lin Qiye gradually withdrew from the manifest state, his complexion as pale as parchment as he gazed at the falling dragon's corpse. We must retrieve the body. Yet before he could finish, a glimmering golden object suddenly rushed forth, miraculously swallowing the flame pulse earth dragon whole. My corpse has old Lu. Damn it. Lin Qiye's eyes went wide, his head shaking a few times before he fainted. Chapter 73. Shao Jin reveals its true form. Killed. Hong Hao was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend that Lin Qiye had slain the flame pulse earth dragon with a single strike. This rivaled the capabilities of that perverse Jiang Ye. In his astonishment, Hong Hao completely forgot that Lin Qiye was still plummeting towards the ground. There was a loud thud as Lin Qiye crashed into the thicket. Oh no, I forgot to save him. Hong Hao quickly leveraged his strength to descend to the ground, lifting Lin Qiye from the underbrush. Qiye, are you all right? Lin Qiye opened his eyes just a slit, mumbling a few incoherent words. I want to kill you, old Lu, before losing consciousness once more. Hong Hao was left bewildered. Qiye, what nonsense are you spouting? Wait a moment. Where is the corpse of the flame pulse earth dragon? He couldn't help but gaze into the night-s.